Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 8. Jizang reached out to touch the orb of order chains, and a majestic spirit word aura immediately flowed along his fingertips, pouring into his body and merging with his consciousness and divine sense. A mythical spirit word inherited from the ancient era was thus completely comprehended by him. Jizang closed his eyes, sorting through the massive amount of information and memories in his mind, and only opened them after a long while. His gaze fell upon the final, massive golden treasure chest, epic grade, the most powerful treasure chest to appear in the world so far. Now, it was finally time to unveil its mysterious veil. Jizang reached out to stroke the textured metal patterns on the chest, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Then, he lifted the lid in one go. Asterisk clang, Jizang's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the brilliant light shining before him. Inside the box, a golden light like a tsunami completely submerged him. A series of notification sounds rang out in his mind. Obtained gold coins by 500 billion. Parts by 200 billion, steel sheets by 500 billion, alloy by 30 billion, vibranium by 50 million, super energy stones by 50 million, level 10 chip by 1, heavenly palace light guide by 1, heart of chaos element X1, obtained, growth equipment empowerment device choice X1 obtained, soaring dragon led guards mythical grade X1 obtained. Vibranium exoskeleton device epic grade X1 obtained, law crystal choice X1 obtained, super time forger by 20 obtained, SS grade talent fragment X50 obtained, SSS grade talent fragment X10. Holy crap, so many. The massive amount of information before his eyes left Jizang feeling dazzled. The first line went without saying, it was still the combination of gold coins cum materials cum special materials, with a total value of at least over 1 trillion gold coins. This item alone was worth more than all his gains from this boss round combined. But the main event was still to come. Jizang checked the growth equipment empowerment device choice. Optional empowerment devices. Shockwave armor piercing mythical grade. After equipping this device, the growth weapon will gain mythical grade attack shockwave capabilities, and armor piercing strength will be significantly increased. Sharpness unrivaled mythical grade. After equipping this device, the growth type weapon will gain mythical grade sharpness, significantly increasing its attack power. Super flash strike mythical grade. After equipping this device, the growth type weapon will gain mythical grade slashing acceleration, significantly increasing attack speed and drawing speed. Blazing inferno mythical grade. 1000-mile frost. Heavenly wrath thunder. Jizang's eyes widened. Holy crap. The modification device has returned to the world. Previously, when Moonblood was promoted to the precious artifact or secret treasure grade, it could no longer be equipped with any cold weapon modification devices. He never expected the modification device to return in such a way, and it's an entirely new, evolved version. Aside from the first 3 bonuses armor piercing, attack power, and speed, the rest are various elemental enchantments. Just looking at them makes them feel incredibly powerful. Chapter 528. Starting the 3rd round of survival. The arrival of the stairway to godhood, however. These items are too scarce. He needs to study them carefully before making a decision. Jizang earnestly observed all the entries. First, armor piercing, attack power, and speed are definitely must-haves. As for the elemental types, the current necessity is Heavenly Wrath Thunder. This is a lightning type enchantment that can grant the weapon about 50% lightning attribute intensity, combined with the thunder extinguishing gem and further bolstered by yin-yang lightning. It would be twice the result with half the effort, causing its lethality to skyrocket. The alternative option is diamond destruction, which, like his destiny ability power of metal and iron, belongs to the category of enchantments that directly increase attack power and penetration. One doesn't need to possess a powerful metal-type talent. As long as this diamond destruction is equipped, one can immediately unleash ultimate power. Other elemental types besides these are more dependent on talent. He will have to see if he can obtain origin or hidden type elemental talents later before making a decision. For now, Jizang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose the Heavenly Wrath Thunder enchantment. He took out Moonblood and applied the growth equipment enchantment device Heavenly Wrath Thunder directly onto it. Ding! Accompanied by an incredibly crisp ringing sound, the enchantment device released countless deep blue streams of light, which trickled into the blade of Moonblood. The blade patterns of Moonblood began to glow faintly. Embedded within every original line was a thread of deep blue lightning, representing a brand new power. Ding! Enchantment successful. Looking at this new skin for Moonblood, Jizang was very satisfied. After returning Moonblood to his small world, he turned his attention to the second important product from the treasure chest. That item was a pair of leg guards. The entire piece was pure gold, covered in fine dragon scales on the surface. Those golden scales weren't pasted on, they grew from within the leg armor itself. Each scale was slightly upturned, with edges as sharp as blades. At the knees of the leg guards, 2 dragon pearls the size of fists were embedded. They appeared translucent, with tiny golden specks of light swimming inside. Along the shin was a raised ridge line. It extended from the knee all the way to the ankle, like the spine of a real golden dragon. Soaring dragon leg guards grade, mythical attributes. Physique Kung 15,000, leg strength Kung 100%, movement speed Kung to 100%. Exclusive skill Dragon Stomp. After activating the skill, one can charge up to stomp out a ripple in space in midair, causing shock damage to enemies in the direction of the stomp. It can also be used directly on the ground to trigger an earthquake attack. One Dragon Stomp skill can be used for up to 3 consecutive stomps, each consuming 1/3 of one's stamina. Cooldown 30 seconds. Exclusive skill Dragon's 10,000-mile journey. After activating the skill, one can enter the dragon travel state, increasing movement speed by 500%. One can walk as if on flat ground on land, in water, or in the air. Movement speed is unaffected by terrain. Evaluation. Walking with the aura of a dragon. One's voice is heard halfway to heaven. Damn, this is good. After reading the status window, Jizang's eyes couldn't help but sparkle. This item perfectly compensated for his lack of leg defense while adding movement speed and to mobility skills. It was exactly what he needed right now. Jizang immediately took out the leg armor and fitted it onto his legs. Click, 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 click. The scales of the leg armor seemed like living things, automatically installing themselves onto his legs. Every dragon scale fit perfectly with the curves of his leg muscles and the structure of his bones. Jizang felt no burden from wearing heavy armor. Instead, he felt his body become much lighter. Moreover, this pair of golden dragon scale leg guards looked incredibly cool. Jizang tried walking a few steps. Every time his feet hit the ground, there was a metallic clack-clack sound. It was simply stylish beyond measure. Right. There's also the sacred dragon armor. Jizang remembered the sacred dragon armor he had fused earlier. Both were of the dragon lineage. One was chest armor, the other leg armor, so they could be worn together perfectly. He took out the sacred dragon armor and put it on in an instant. His entire aura soared. He looked like a heavenly general from a mythological novel called Heroic, and imposing with the might of a dragon. It was a pity that with such an outfit, a blade like Moonblood seemed a bit small. He really needed a spear over 3 meters long to truly complement his presence. Jizang opened the hatch and stepped outside. He bent his knees slightly and jumped with a burst of power. Whoosh! Jizang shot out like a cannonball, instantly crossing the sky and flying toward the distant mountains. The soaring dragon-led guards instantly emitted a glowing light as they charged, and the surrounding space began to ripple with distortions. Jizang flipped in midair, adjusted his angle, and stomped his charged legs into the air. Dragon stomp. Boom! Beneath Jizang's golden dragon feet, a massive tsunami of space exploded instantly. Rings of air ripples, like mock diamonds, tore through the sky all the way down to the mountains below. Boom boom. The mountains below collapsed in an instant, and a several-kilometer area at the center was directly crushed into a massive, deep circular crater. The Earth's crust in the surrounding areas bulged upward in a thick layer due to the immense pressure. Holy crap! Is it really that powerful? The scene of utter destruction below made Jizang's eyes widen. It truly lived up to being mythical grade leg armor. If this thing stepped on a person, wouldn't they be bruised black and blue? Afterward, he tested it twice more in midair. Because the points of force application were different, the 2 attempts yielded vastly different results. In one instance, he concentrated all his power beneath his feet, The resulting stomping penetration force was astonishing, like a long spear piercing into the earth, creating a small pit over 1,000 meters deep. In the other instance, he distributed the power across his SHI and S. After the stomp, the space below emitted a violent sonic boom, as if the entire sky had been shoved. Meanwhile, Ji Zhang's figure was propelled in the opposite direction at extreme speed by the massive recoil. Dozens of seconds later, Ji Zhang returned to his vehicle, his sweat-drenched face filled with excitement. These soaring dragon greeds were just too damn useful. Whether used for attacking, moving, or disengaging from battle, they were top tier. Moreover, the cooldown for the entire skill was only 30 seconds, and activating the Dragon Stomp skill allowed for 3 consecutive stomps. If one were used every 10 seconds, it was theoretically possible to perform Dragon Stomp indefinitely. The prerequisite was having enough energy-replenishing fruit and a body strong enough to keep consuming them. Ji Zhang ate an energy-replenishing fruit to recover his depleted stamina. Only then did he remove the chest piece and leg armor to look at the final treasure chest equipment. It was a palm-sized silver metal module, covered in fine mechanical grooves, resembling an intricate puzzle. Ji Zhang picked it up. The object was heavy, yet small enough to be held in the palm of his hand. Vibranium exoskeleton device. Grade HIPAA category. Wearable exoskeleton modular electric energy function super coverage adaptation. This module can be attached to the exterior of any armor. Once activated, it deploys a full-body exoskeleton frame covering the limbs, torso, and head, granting the user approximately 0 points of constitution-based strength, speed, and jumping ability. Function overload. Consumes a large amount of energy to increase the exoskeleton's performance by 500% for 10 seconds, lasting for 1 minute. After use, the module enters an overheating state with a 1-hour cooldown. The exoskeleton frame is made of vibranium memory metal. It is less than 1 millimeter thick, yet its defensive power is equivalent to 300 millimeters of homogeneous armor. After deploying the exoskeleton module, the user can move freely in extreme environments such as underwater, in space, or in areas with high radiation. Evaluation. Trust me, you were already strong enough. Interesting. Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow as he read the description. He had originally thought this was a piece of defensive gear, but it turned out to be a special piece of equipment. The panel description was complex, but in essence, it had one function. It provided a defensive boost under normal circumstances, plus 0 points of constitution-based strength and speed. In an overload state, this performance could be increased 5-fold. For an ordinary powerhouse, this equipment would definitely be a divine item capable of reversing a desperate situation. But for Ji Zhang, it was better than nothing. Even the 0 points of constitution in an overload state were too little. After all, this wasn't a base constitution attribute, so it couldn't be doubled by taking pills or applying buffs, making it not very significant. He would just sell it to his subordinates later. Ji Zhang tossed it into his small world. Finally, there was the law crystal self-selected. Ji Zhang opened it, and dozens of types of laws were immediately listed before his eyes. The elemental series included the classic 8 paths: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice. Beyond that, there were various other paths such as beast, time, space, darkness, chaos, and so on. They looked high-end, but this item relied entirely on talent. If one's talent in a certain path wasn't strong, even if they chose the most prestigious-looking laws like chaos or time, the effect would be equally mediocre. Lightning, all in, that's it. Ji Zhang decisively chose the lightning path. After obtaining the self-selected low crystal, he used it once more. This time, the improvement wasn't as significant as the first one. The intensity of his lightning laws increased by about 20%. The progress of his yin-yang lightning rose by 7%. And the power of his lightning fate increased by 11%. Although it was slightly worse than last time, it was still quite good. He opened his personal status window. Name, Ji Zhang. Title: Challenger of the Ancient God. Road: Mythical Grade: Constitution Kung 50,000, Spirit Kung 5,0, Stamina Recovery Speed Kung 300%, Spiritual Power Capacity Kung 300%. Godhood Demigod 42, 3% Skill Law Mastery, Skill Godhood Combustion Constitution 216,993, Spirit, 15,442. Bronze Power Stage 5, Iron Power Stage 5, Lightning Power Stage 4, Bound Vehicle. Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall Modified Level 248 Physical God Treasures, Undefeated Bone Spine Core. Left Palm Chaos Spirit, Eye of Chaos Talents, SSS Grade. Daily Intel Hidden Unique Transcendental Awakening Moment of Eternity's Grade, Tyrant Refined Transcendental Awakening. Yin Yang Lightning Purgatory Without End Growable S Grade. True Meaning of No Distance Hidden Transcendental Awakening, Lightning Monarcha Grade. Super Mirror Clone Refined Transcendental Awakening. Hot-Blooded Combat Origin Transcendental Awakening B Rank. Singularity Domination Origin Transcendence Awakening, Wine Walker Transcendence Awakening C Rank. Spiritual Reflux Spirit Transcendence Awakening, Eagle Eye Transcendence Awakening Word Spirit. Endless Life No Rank Life Type. Moonlight Tide True Word Rank Moonlight Type. Ancient Root Low Rank Nature Type cannot be activated without corresponding equipment. Ancient True Dragon's Majesty Mythical Rank Beast Type cannot be activated without corresponding equipment. Wrath of the Sea God Mythical Rank Water Type Not bad. This is incredibly awesome. Ji Zhang leaned back into the soft sofa, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. With this, the opening of the entire epic great treasure chest was officially concluded. The rest were familiar faces like super disposable forgers and talent fragments. Additionally, there were over 20 trillion gold coins and materials. He would take the time to process them all in one go when he had a moment later. Ji Zhang glanced at the time. It was already 7:10 a.m. The rules for the next round of Ascension Stairway were about to be released. He hurriedly notified all the high-level executives to hold a meeting together. He then teleported directly to the headquarters of Radiant City and arrived at the highest conference room in the headquarters building. Sitting at the head of the table, Ji Zhang clicked a lighter to ignite a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. The smoke dissipated in the morning sun, and the morning breeze drifted in, carrying the scent of soy and dew, making one feel inexplicably relaxed and at ease. Soon, the group of high-level executives arrived in a flurry. All the seats in the room were quickly filled. Those who arrived slightly late could only stand in the back to listen. On the large screen, there were hundreds of online video feeds, each representing a powerful leader who was once a top force in the southern wilderness and was now a regional leader of the Radiance Alliance. At 8 o'clock, they would face the brand new survival rules, and at this moment, everyone's face carried a hint of tension and anxiety. Master Ji, Master Ji. Everyone greeted him solemnly. Ji Zhang looked around the room. Is everyone here? Long Yuchang, Master Ji. Everyone is present. All right. Ji Zhang flipped through the thick stack of documents in front of him. Long Yuchang, give a brief summary of last night's situation. Yes, Long Yuchang nodded solemnly, took the remote control, stepped onto the podium, and began to report and summarize the battle situation from the previous night. The dome of the large conference room glowed with soft lights, and the holographic projection made everyone's face appear clearly. No one spoke. There was only the sound of occasional page-turning and low coughing. After Long Yuchang finished his report, a heavy silence filled the room. Even Ji Zhang himself frowned slightly, remaining silent. The great battle last night had been far too tragic. The entire Radiance Alliance had lost nearly one-third of its total vehicle count. Among them, hundreds of millions of survivors had fallen in battle, and several 100 million more had become wanderers who had lost their vehicles. Various plane bases were severely damaged, their foundations shaken. The territory clusters of the super main cities had also received a massive impact, with a staggering casualty ratio, but fortunately, the survivors who managed to live through this round had undergone a fundamental transformation in strength. Taking a step further, compared to before the boss round, the overall strength of the entire Radiance Alliance, especially the strength of the top-tier powerhouses, had surged significantly. Ji Zhang discussed various post-battle issues and the subsequent direction with everyone, successfully setting a tone for future development. At this moment, it was almost 8 o'clock. Ji Zhang simply suspended the meeting, handed out cigarettes to everyone, and waited while smoking. The conference room was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense in the silence. It wasn't just here at headquarters now. All survivors across the southern wilderness and even the eternal continent were staring intently at the countdown on their backends. Chapter 529, Worldwide Channel. Gathering of powerhouses from all corners. No one knew if this third round of survival would be a brand new path to the heavens or a gateway to the abyss of hell. After a few short minutes, the moment that would decide everyone's fate was about to arrive. Time ticked away. Second by second, everyone felt tense and anxious. Their eyes fixed firmly on their system backends. It's coming, get ready, last 1 minute. Damn, I'm so nervous. Please, don't let it be another super high difficulty monster round. I really can't take it anymore. We're about to ascend to godhood. How could it be low difficulty? Damn it. The pressure is so high. Countdown 30 seconds. Here it comes. At this moment, all survivors across the entire eternal continent almost subconsciously held their breath. The moment the second hand jumped to 12, the decisive 8 o'clock finally arrived. Ding! Worldwide Channel has been opened. Cross-Regional Trading House has been opened. Worldwide Channel Regional Division East Sea, West Heaven, Southern Wilderness, Northern Frontier, Central Plains, Outer Territories 6 major regions. Rules: each survivor can spend 50 gold coins per day to purchase their first speaking opportunity. For each subsequent message, the cost will be multiplied by 10 e.g. 500 quadrillion 5 trillion 5 million. The purchase cost resets at 0 o'clock daily. Anonymity can be enabled. Cross-Regional Trading House. Rules: free trade is enabled for all major regions. The price of all listed items cannot exceed plus or minus 100% of their original value. At the same time, anonymous listing and anonymous purchasing are adopted. A 20% handling fee will be charged to the seller for each transaction. All items from fine grade to mythical grade can be listed. The appearance of these two notification sounds instantly ignited the entire survivor world. It's here. When the system backend page refreshed with these two brand new options, almost everyone clicked into the worldwide channel at the first opportunity. Ji Kang also notified Li Wei immediately, ordering him to have the elite forces of the intelligence department all log on. They were to record everything said in the world channel regarding the other 5 major regions as quickly as possible. Now that the new version had just launched, it was the easiest time to collect sensitive information about other regions. Understood. Li Wei had long been prepared. He immediately led hundreds of thousands of elite experts from the intelligence department to begin capturing and recording all messages on the world channel. On the other side, Ji Kang gave instructions to He Di and Bai Longyan, telling them to keep a close eye on the newly opened cross-region trading house and monitor all price fluctuations. At this moment, the world channel was already a scene of explosive, heated discussion. First took the first spot, 111,111,111. The first thing to flood the screen was a sea of firsts, with nearly half of the users having enabled anonymous mode. Those who hadn't enabled anonymity displayed their major region and real name, and everyone could also view the other party's information panel. Massive amounts of information flew by like snowflakes. The screen was filled with firsts for a full minute before other messages with actual content began to appear. The world channel is awesome. Damn, this is great. Finally able to chat with brothers from other regions. Ha 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 ha. Brothers from the east, west, south, north, and central. The Outer Heavens region greets you all. Anyone from the northern frontier. My East Sea region is the best. Rise up, East Sea. Where are my brothers from the Central Plains? Spam it for me. Central Plains come one. By the way, what stage have you upgraded your vehicles to? How many points is your physique? Everyone, post your stats. Let's see the gap between the major regions. Just a measly tier 7. But you guys are still comparing physique. Vehicles and talents are the real deal. What vehicle talents? You're making me laugh. Do you even know what a godhead is? Or what a divine body treasury is? Who doesn't know that? You talk as if you have one. Isn't that stuff only for top-tier big shots? You learned a name and now you're bragging about it. How dare to turn off anonymity and show us your godhead? Anyway, our northern frontier is the best. That's all there is to it. You guys from the Central Plains or Outer Heavens, come and fight if you're not convinced. Stop talking nonsense. Smart people are already making money at the trading house. So fast, damn. Why are the materials so cheap? Don't go to the trading house. Everyone, I got scammed. Come on, everyone. Don't use the new trading house. I got sanctioned. They said they were going to ban my account. Hoarding. So protective of their goods. Let me try it. If I get banned, that's on me. At this moment, both the World Channel and the trading house were filled with chaos. Because the geography and production conditions of each major region differed significantly, many clever survivors had already sniffed out the incredible business opportunities and began dumping goods frantically. Others realized this was a good time to fish in troubled waters, listing materials and items that usually wouldn't sell at high prices, hoping to offload them onto people from other major regions. Intense games of strategy were playing out wildly at this very moment. Ji Kang also set his sights on materials. He had Hee help him sweep the market. Whenever he saw core materials for upgrading his vehicle's weapon modules, he would snap them up instantly, regardless of the price. He didn't care about the price difference. He was only afraid that after this round of chaos, such rare materials would disappear again, making them difficult to purchase later. Moreover, the trading house had automatic price caps for many highly inflated materials. The system value might be 1 million, while the actual value could reach 10 million or even 20 million. But on the trading house, one could only mark up the price by 100%, meaning it could only be listed for 2 million. This greatly prevented buyers from being ripped off. He didn't have to worry about taking a huge loss when buying. Damn, the materials are being snatched up like crazy. What kind of speed is this? My core component materials, whoever has more, list them quickly. I'll buy them at any price. Damn it. My materials could have sold for 50 million gold coins, but here I'm only allowed to list them for a maximum of 10 million. This is useless. Are you crazy? Parts are 3 gold coins each, and there are still so many people snatching them. How can they sell out as soon as they're listed? Are parts that scarce where you are? In the World Channel, the heated discussion continued, with almost all focus centered on the newly opened trading house. That was until the system's notification sound forcibly pulled everyone's attention back. The Stairway to Divinity has opened. Stairway to Divinity Round 3 Long-Term Round. This round has no time limit and no fixed objective conditions. All survivors are free to explore, fight, trade, and build. Everything will center on the Stairway to Divinity points as the core competitive path. The Stairway to Divinity points accumulated by everyone in the second round will be recalculated and graded according to the original weighting. All survivors can view their respective information panels. Function of Stairway to Divinity points: access to high-level dungeons, shop reward exchanges. Method to obtain Stairway to Divinity points: kill creatures possessing the godhead or divine or including but not limited to the human race, beast race, spirit race, dark royal family, godborn, ancient relics, fallen gods, etc. To obtain divinity points. Method to obtain divine will: promoting on the Stairway to Divinity, exploring ancient ruins, clearing high difficulty dungeons, opening up new territories, and completing divinity quests all have a chance to yield dust or fragments of divine will. Friendly reminder: in the Stairway to Divinity version, the competition surrounding divine will enter a white-hot stage. All survivors have the opportunity to ignite the divine fire and prove their path to a godhead. Warm reminder: once a survivor carries the aura of divine willpower, it will incite immense covetousness from other races. From this moment on, you are no longer the hunter, but the prey. Every dark creature and every powerful being from an alien race may view you as a thorn in their side. To survive, you must constantly grow stronger. Wishing all survivors great success in your martial endeavors. Following the appearance of this information, the entire World Channel fell into a brief silence. It took a full 10 seconds or more before an unprecedented wave of heated discussion erupted. Holy crap, awesome, wait, are we really starting the path to godhood? Is every member of our human race going to become like a dragon? It's blowing up. This is pure welfare, isn't it? Damn it. We've finally reached the end of our suffering. I'm going to become a god. I must ignite the divine fire. Don't get too happy too soon. Do you really think this is a benefit? The situation is looking bad. In the first and second rounds, we only faced dark creatures. Now that the system has given us this cheat, we might really be targeted by all the native races in the future and become the common enemy. Yeah. Don't forget what the last version was called. This ascension to godhood is essentially a continuation of the 10,000 races hegemony. Or rather, the true 10,000 races hegemony. Those native races will never sit by and watch our survivor human race rise to power. What are you afraid of? Don't we all have factions we've joined? We'll just fight alongside our respective factions when the time comes and see who's tougher. The messages on the channel continued to debate fiercely. Inside the headquarters conference room of Glory City, all the high-level powerhouses wore solemn expressions as they processed the massive amount of information from this version update. Jizang was no exception, though he was not paying attention to the discussions on the World Channel. Instead, he focused his gaze on his personal information panel. ID, Jizang level. Domain Lord level hidden Super Main City. Glory City Super Main Cities under jurisdiction, 829 hidden faction, human race hidden location. Southern Wilderness Ascension to Godhood points, 588 points war records. Battle of the Nameless Giant City. Click to view monster bestiary hidden. Defense of Glory City. Click to view battle details hidden godhood, demigod 42. Physical divine treasures spine. Left palm invincible bone, Chaos Spirit shop, click to expand. After the new version launched, his personal information panel had undergone some changes. The most significant one was the ascension to godhood points. He had long ignored this data because it seemed to have almost no use in the previous version. But now it was very clear. His original 588.0 points had become 588 points, a shrinkage of 1,000 times. And these points would become the most important resource in this new version. Jizang opened the shop. The page was very clean and tidy. Shop. Dust of Divine Willpower price. 50 points single divine power equivalent to demigod level 0.1% to 1%. Fragment of Divine Willpower price. 500 points single divine power equivalent to demigod level 5% to 30%. Crystal of Divine Willpower price. 10,000 points single divine power equivalent to demigod level 100% to 300%. Random divine willpower pack price. 1,000 points can contain various types of divine willpower. Random physical divine treasure pack price. 5,000 points can contain various types of physical divine treasures. This system is truly insane. Looking at these high-end goods in the shop, Jizang couldn't help but feel a massive shock in his heart. Divine willpower. Crystal. Even with his extensive experience, this was the first time he had seen a divine power product more condensed and pure than a divine willpower fragment. The gap between the highest grade divine willpower crystal and the lowest grade divine willpower dust was as high as 3,000 times. Moreover, even physical divine treasures could be obtained from random packs. It was just that the probability of hitting the specific body part one needed was a bit low. Jizang rubbed his fingertips, his gaze incredibly deep. This was a path to the heavens laid out before all survivors. No one could resist such temptation. And once the number of suitor gods among the survivor human race increased, it would inevitably attract the attention of the powerhouses of all races across the eternal continent. At that point, the survivor human race would transform from an innocuous, ignored alien race into a true piece of sweet pastry, targeted by everyone. It would no longer be just a witch hunt, but a comprehensive cleansing and looting. By then, even those from one's own faction might turn their blades against the survivors to seize divine power. This round of survival, while seemingly devoid of external risks, was actually fraught with crises. A single misstep could lead to an irredeemable outcome. Jizang glanced at the World Channel. The volume of discussion had clearly decreased significantly. In all likelihood, their respective superiors had suppressed them, preventing them from expressing their opinions too excessively on the public screen. Clearly, the leaders of each major region had realized the potential for this massive risk in the new version. No one could predict how the future situation would develop. However, this situation would not change quickly. After all, obtaining ascension to godhood points was an extremely difficult task. Even a great slaughterer like himself, having accumulated points from the previous version until now, had only managed to exchange for 500 plus new points, just enough to buy one divine willpower fragment. He would have to go and kill creatures possessing divine power to earn points again. If a leader like him was in this position, It went without saying for the others. Right now, in the entire Glory Alliance, there were only a handful of people who could successfully ignite the divine fire. Chapter 530, Opening a New Chapter. A brand new strategy for the Southern Wilderness. More than 10 minutes later, the World Channel gradually quieted down. Most people had already used up their first 1 or 2 free messages, and the cost of posting further was too high. Few were willing to spend money just to speak. What remained were mostly advertisements for various goods. In the conference room at the headquarters of Radiant City, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Jizang tapped his fingers on the table unconsciously before speaking. Share your thoughts, everyone. Li Jiangwo was the first to speak. Boss Ji, I believe this ascension to godhood version carries risks far greater than the previous 2. Although we no longer face overt threats like zombie tides or Absol invasions, in reality, if we want to continue developing, we will inevitably step on the toes of the spirit and beast races. Long Yu Chang added with a solemn expression. Indeed, divine will is the core competitive element of this new version, and it is the interest that the native races value most. According to information recently gathered by the Intelligence Department, the 2 great elven courts, the Beast Ancestral Lands, and the Dark World are all searching for divine will, whether openly or in secret. Our survivor world may seem vast in numbers and territory, but compared to the native factions, we are not even in the same league. We simply do not possess the qualifications to join this competition. Jizang nodded and looked at Yi Xingzhou. Old Yi, what do you think? Yi Xingzhou said. The system has dug a massive pit for us. It uses high rewards and returns to lure us survivors onto this path of no return. If we don't compete, we will inevitably fall far behind until our ecological niche is occupied by others and we lose our competitiveness entirely. But once we do compete, we survivors will certainly be targeted, or even collectively purged. The high-ranking powerhouses in the room wore expressions of worry, glancing at one another. Clearly, they all agreed with the views of the 3 leaders. A smile appeared on the corner of Jizang's mouth as he nodded. You are all correct. This is likely the true purpose of the Ascension to Godhood version, to pull us out of a simple defensive survival game and throw us completely into the native world of the Eternal Continent, forcing us to engage in a goo poison-style struggle alongside the native races. Boss Ji, what should we do then? Are we really going to get involved? Someone asked earnestly. Of course. Jizang gave a direct, affirmative answer. Survival is the top priority. In the Ascension to Godhood version, if you don't strive for greater power and become a stronger existence, it is a dead end. Don't forget, no matter which faction the human survivors join, in the eyes of those native races, we are still the same race. We are still outsiders. We survivors may fight among ourselves, but in the end, we come from the same home planet, share the same appearance and culture, and hold the same recognition of the concept of human, except for those who defect to the dark side. Whatever other survivors do will still be counted against all survivors. Therefore, we must compete, whether we want to or not. Jizang's words were resonant and firm, setting the most important tone for their future strategy. Of course, maintaining a low profile was still necessary. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, but no one pays attention to the second bird. Therefore, in this Ascension to Godhood event, the Southern Wilderness would not strive to be the fastest or the strongest. It would only strive to be the most stable. Although the overall strength of the Southern Wilderness could not compare to other large regions, it possessed the advantage of unification, something other regions could not catch up to even with a whip. All their power could be concentrated and united. There was no working at cross purposes, nor the fragility of a coalition. They were a completely cohesive group. Furthermore, they had super-tier powerhouses like Jizang, as well as first-tier powerhouses like Li Jiangwo and Yi Xingzhou holding the fort. If it really came down to it, their actual combat strength might not be weaker than other regions. Jizang let everyone voice their opinions and exchange views. In the end, they successfully established a code of conduct for all powerhouses in the Southern Wilderness. 2 points were the most important. First, in the future, all powerhouses who ignite their divine fire are prohibited from using the power of their divinity unless facing a life or death crisis, so as to avoid exposure. Second, when targeting an entity with a divinity, one must ensure a kill. If a kill cannot be guaranteed, one must leave a signal marker before the target escapes, allowing other powerhouses coming to support to perform a targeted elimination as quickly as possible, leaving no loose ends or hidden dangers. Once this route was determined, Long Yu-chan immediately had his assistant draft the proposal and incorporate it into the laws and regulations of the Radiant Alliance. Then came the specific execution plan. The third round had no time limit, meaning the southern wilderness could advance steadily without rushing out. They would first digest all the gains from the second round. Secondly, the core of the competition in the third round was divine will. The southern wilderness would seize it, but with a plan. They would not touch those that already had clear owners and would temporarily avoid them if encountered. They would prioritize finding ownerless divine will, consume it all, and make their fortune in silence. At the same time, the Radiant Alliance's intelligence network would expand outward, prioritizing the central continent, the most core region, which could then be used to radiate into regions like the East Sea, the northern frontier, and the western heavens. Moreover, starting today, all southern wilderness survivors would need to significantly raise their alert levels. In the past, everyone was defending against monsters and didn't need to engage in deceit or intrigue. Now, they had to guard against fellow survivors and any other sentient life forms. Finally, there were the adjustments to the defenses, front lines, and territories of each super major city. The arrival of the new version meant it was no longer just simple, static defense. Although dark tides might still occur occasionally, they were no longer the main plot. Now, all existing fortifications, front lines, and turret clusters had to undergo corresponding changes. In the future, mobility would certainly be the most important factor, so everything had to return to their respective vehicles. Human settlements also needed to implement double insurance to ensure they could evacuate as quickly as possible when encountering danger. After arranging all these matters, the time had reached noon. The meeting was thus declared concluded. However, a victory banquet was still in order. The highly strained nerves of everyone over this past period needed a proper release. Starting from the afternoon, Ji Kang had to lead the logistics department to begin making arrangements. The meal standard for this victory banquet was set to the highest in history, 1,000 gold coins per person. They were to prepare all kinds of fine wine and meat, and everyone was encouraged to feast to their heart's content. Once this announcement was made, it naturally triggered a wave of intense cheers. It could be said that it was something everyone had been looking forward to. On the other side, Ji Kang had returned to the spiritual Chi Forest. The demonic land dungeon was about to open, and he needed to have some contact with Chi Yao. Just as he returned to the manor, Ji Kang heard the two women shouting and yelling from afar, the sounds of intense, rapid-fire clicking echoing out, "Quick, quick, quick, to the left. Wah, save me. Save me. I'm surrounded. Why are you lying on the ground again? How am I supposed to fight so many zombies when I only have an M249? Grenade, grenade, throw a grenade quick. Are we lost again? Why is this level so hard?" Chen Xiaoyuan threw her controller aside and flopped back into the large, oversized bear-shaped armchair, sinking deep into it. Beside her, Chi Yao was munching on potato chips in a huff, kicking Chen Xiaoyuan with her fair, slender calf. "Get up, let's start another round. I refuse to believe we can't beat this." Ji Kang stood behind them, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Good grief. The world outside was practically turning upside down, yet these two were holed up here playing video games, looking at the dark circles under their eyes. They had likely been playing all night since yesterday. And this Chi Yao, she had even sealed her divinity. She really had no sense of vigilance at all. Ahem. Ji Kang coughed lightly behind them, causing both of them to jump up in fright. Turning around, they realized it was just Ji Kang returning, a false alarm. Chen Xiaoyuan ran over, pitter-patter, and jumped onto Ji Kang without a shred of decorum, hanging off him and biting his shoulder in retaliation. "You didn't even tell me you were back. Do you want to scare someone to death? Go to sleep immediately. Look at those dark circles from staying up all night." Ji Kang scolded her, tapping her head before setting her down. After being reprimanded, Chen Xiaoyuan felt a bit guilty and let out a sheepish giggle. "I was just worried about you. I didn't sleep at all last night, but thankfully, we successfully passed the second round." Ji Kang, Does this mean we can live in peace and settle down from now on? The young girl's eyes sparkled, filled with anticipation and hope for the future as she looked at Jikang. Jikang wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, a smile appeared on his face as he patted her head. Yes, the hardest times have passed. Things will definitely get better and better from here on out. Yay. Chen Xiaoyuan jumped up and cheered. All right. I have things to discuss with Qi Yao. So you go be a good girl and get some sleep. Jikang said with a smile. HMPH, let me tell you, you aren't allowed to bully Yao Yao. She's my good comrade in arms now. Before leaving, the girl put her hands on her hips and warned him. After these few days of getting along, plus playing games together often, the two had already become quite close. Got it. Jikang said helplessly. After Chen Xiaoyuan left, only Jikang and Qi remained in the room, however, being alone together again. Qi appeared slightly uneasy, her fingers twirling the strands of hair falling by her waist. How is it? Are you getting used to living here? Jikang walked over to the sofa and sat down, asking with a chuckle. Qi nodded and sat down as well. How is the situation over in your East Sea? Can you open the dungeon on schedule? Jikang got straight to the point. Qi's eyelashes fluttered, and her voice became inexplicably lower. It should be no problem. That's good. Jikang felt relieved. He had been quite worried that something might go wrong in the East Sea due to the boss rotation. After all, even though the SS grade tickets were now in his inventory, the quest scrolls were still in the hands of those people in the East Sea. If they didn't open the dungeon, the tickets in his hands would just be scraps of paper. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Qi looked in the direction where Chen Xiaoyuan had left and suddenly said, I know now why you chose Xiaoyuan. Jikang raised an eyebrow. Oh, why? She is very beautiful. The young girl's lips parted slightly, her eyes deep and distant, like a fairy untainted by the mortal world. It's not that I'm saying anything, but you're about the same age as Xiaoyuan. So why do you act like you've seen through all the deceit and treachery of the world? Jikang couldn't help but retort. I have seen a lot with my own eyes. Without the constraints of law and morality, the human heart changes drastically. Many people don't even act like humans anymore, Qi Yao said. She was also fortunate that she had obtained her innate talent from the very beginning, allowing her to survive in such chaotic times. However, after coming to the southern wilderness, the civilization and order here had a great impact on her, especially when she went to visit Chen Xiaoyuan's hometown in the Starry Forest, meeting those uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas who were gathering resources in the mountain streams and forests. Everyone was kind and simple, and there was a light in their eyes. In the East Sea, such survivors would have long been eliminated by this cruel world. Yet, in the southern wilderness, one could still see many such weak individuals. They lived their lives diligently, living together with other humans, helping one another, and becoming each other's support. The world would not treat them kindly just because of that. The reason they were able to achieve this was because they had a giant umbrella over their heads called the Radiance Alliance, which blocked all external wind and rain and guarded the dignity of a civilization. Qi said in a low voice, Jikang, you are a very good leader, complimenting him so suddenly. Jikang suppressed the corner of his mouth. How long have you even known me? How would you know? Xiaoyuan has told me a lot these past few days. Qi leaned back into the wide sofa, hugging a large plush doll, with only her eyes visible. I actually quite like your southern wilderness. Jikang glanced at her and laughed. Why don't you just move here then? Is that okay? Qi's eyes blinked. Are you really thinking about coming over? That's treason, Qi. Jizang chuckled. Then, his face was hit by a warm, fluffy plush toy that still carried the faint scent of a young girl. I'm not talking to you anymore. Qi stood up and walked away. At noon, Jizang had a meal with the two women, and then left without a moment's delay. With the new version just launched, he had far too many things to attend to. Many projects and routes required his personal oversight. He simply couldn't afford to stop. Qi had also confirmed things with her home in the East Sea, and the dungeon would be open in 3 days. Now was the time to start preparing for the dungeon raid. That night, the unprecedented Grand Victory Banquet was held successfully. The atmosphere was heated to the extreme. The billions of survivors in the southern wilderness clinked glasses and drank until they were dead drunk, venting the tension and suppression they had felt over these past days. The future was vast and boundless. With Master Ji around, they believed that the human survivors of the southern wilderness would surely see a day where everyone could rise like dragons. That night, Ji Zhang also got drunk. He deliberately refrained from using his physical strength to sober up, savoring the long-lost feeling of intoxication. By the end of the night, he was with Yi Xingzhou, Long Yucheng, and a group of top-tier big shots who could make the southern wilderness tremble with a single stomp. They all lay sprawled out on the grass, looking up at the stars in the sky with blurry, drunken eyes. In his ears, he could hear the tireless chirping of cicadas in the forest, and in his breath, he could faintly smell the fragrance of soil and grass roots. Just like that, without a single burden, he drifted into a deep sleep. That night was incomparably peaceful. Chapter 531, Advancing to Tier 8. The final stage of the vehicle, Nanshan Gate. The next morning, Ji Zhang woke up slowly on the soft grass, his body still damp with morning dew. He climbed up from the ground, looked around at the messy banquet grounds, and kicked Yi Xingzhou, Long Yucheng, and the others nearby, shouting, "Wake up, all of you! Don't let the people below make a joke out of us." The group then woke up from the grass, still carrying a lingering drunkenness, each of them pretending to be dizzy and lightheaded. In truth, they had woken up in the middle of the night, but since Master Ji hadn't woken up yet, how could they dare to wake up first? So, they just lay there honestly. Ji Zhang told everyone to go about their own business, while he returned to his vehicle, washed away the smell of alcohol, and changed into casual clothes, feeling completely relaxed. Jia had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him. Ji Zhang ate while leisurely watching the beautiful morning scenery outside the window. It was still a bit strange to be in the first day of the new version. In the past, there was always the threat of the Abyss invasion. Every day was lived on the edge, and there was never enough time. Now that he had entered the new version, without the threat of fixed monster waves every 3 days, his mind could finally relax. This feeling of having the psychological pressure lifted was something Ji Zhang enjoyed immensely. But to say he would slack off now was definitely out of the question. What needed to be done vigorously still had to be done vigorously. It was just that there were no longer any time constraints. After finishing his breakfast, Ji Zhang immediately opened the vehicle panel to check the advancement materials. Vehicle advancement requires 1 trillion gold coins, 500 billion parts, 1.5 trillion steel sheets, 50 billion alloys, 50 billion heavy oil, 100 million shining gold, 50 million vibranium, 10 million super energy stones, 3 million obsidian, 300,000 spacetime stones, 100,000 war fortress machine souls, 5,000 heavy-duty synthesis platform machine souls, 3,000 super body bionic cores, 10 machine soul awakening hearts, 1 sacred heart of myriad transformations, 1 fragment of God's will. This is a bit tricky. Ji Zhang looked at the staggering numbers listed above and felt a bit troubled. He currently had about 2 trillion gold coins on hand, but he estimated that just the parts, steel sheets, alloys, and heavy oil combined would cost about 4 trillion. Adding in the other scattered materials and the 1 trillion gold coins, he would need a total of 6 trillion to meet the upgrade requirements. I really have to sell everything I've got this time, Ji Zhang thought to himself. Fortunately, his foundation was still very solid. He had barely sold anything from the accumulations of the first 2 rounds, and now it was time to cash in. Moreover, with the appearance of the region-wide trading house, many items that were previously restricted from trade could now be listed, which greatly facilitated his ability to sell various things. Ji Zhang dove into his small world and began to categorize his massive stockpile of treasures. First were the various types of equipment. For example, the Ancestral Wood Holy Armor Kung Ancestral Wood Holy Bracelet Epic Tier Set could be sold. He now possessed the Soaring Dragon-led Guards Kung Chaotic Holy Dragon Armor, both mythic tier equipment. The Ancestral Wood set no longer provided any substantial benefit, so selling it for money was the most appropriate choice. It was just a bit unfair to Aurelia. After all, this thing was a gift from the Elf Princess. If they met again in the future and she asked about it, it would inevitably be awkward. But let it be awkward, Getting the money was the most important thing right now. Aurelia would understand. It was an emergency, after all. Jizang anonymously listed the set on the exchange for 500 billion. It immediately drew the attention of a large number of top experts across the survivor world. The exchange had been open for a day, and epic-tier equipment trades were not uncommon, with typical transaction prices ranging from tens of billions to around 100 billion. Jizang's price of 500 billion for the two-piece set far exceeded the normal market price, almost reaching the double cap limit of the system's valuation. However, there were quite a few people interested. Within just a few minutes, Jizang received dozens of private messages, mostly from people looking to haggle. Some tried to cut the price in half. Others tried to slash it even further. Not a single one was willing to pay the price outright. Jizang bickered with them for a while, and eventually, his head was covered in black lines. These bastards were too annoying to deal with, and he didn't have the energy to haggle with them. Otherwise, at this rate, it would take 10 days or half a month just to clear out his inventory. Jizang directly took the equipment off the shelves and retrieved it, then summoned Long Yucheng and Hidi, handing the gear over to them to sell on his behalf on the spot. You too, remember this. For the ancestral wood set, do not sell for anything less than 400 billion. For the Pain Walker, do not sell for less than 150 billion. As for the Cicada Wing Treasure Armor, the Heavenly Artisan Armor, the Heart Flame Battle Axe, and the rest, do not sell any single item for less than 60 billion. As for those below the legendary grade and the special apparatuses, just refer to the market price and handle them as you see fit. Oh, and before listing them, prioritize asking our brothers in the Radiant Alliance management. See if anyone wants them. If they do, you can give them a 20% discount off the original price. And those who don't have enough funds can apply for an interest-free loan from the department. Jizang instructed. Understood. The two immediately accepted the order and began processing the equipment and special apparatuses. Beyond these, there was the massive pile of useful and useless materials found on Treasure Island. These were all extremely precious, top-tier materials, totaling several hundred items across dozens of categories. Jizang checked the exchange and found that for the ones he could identify, the unit price was at least several hundred million, or even several billion. As for the remaining small portion that he couldn't find at all, items that simply didn't exist on the market, he was free to set his own prices. Jizang took charge himself, listing them at 30% to 50% above the system's recommended value. For some of the rarer ones, he doubled the price right to the limit. The moment these materials hit the market, they caused an immediate sensation. Jizang's private messages exploded. A large number of powerhouses came to negotiate, their intense need for these items completely exposed. These were essential components for upgrading certain vehicle parts and special equipment. Jizang didn't give them any room for bargaining. He didn't even reply to the private messages. Sure enough, within just a dozen seconds, these high-premium materials were snapped up one after another. Those powerhouses in need truly couldn't afford to wait. Rather than haggling with the seller to save a bit, it was better to just grit their teeth and buy them. After all, there were only so many items. If someone else bought them, who knew how long it would take to see them again? For the entire day that followed, Jizang was busy turning over his warehouse inventory. Progress on Long Yucheng and Hidi's end was also smooth. A large amount of high-tier equipment was quickly sold at very reasonable prices, bringing a massive influx of capital back to Jizang. By the evening, the amount of gold coins in Jizang's inventory had reached a staggering 4 trillion, but it still wasn't enough. He had Long Yucheng and the others continue selling the remaining stock, while he himself headed to the chaotic ancient domain to see if he could earn some extra cash. The current chaotic ancient domain was actually no different from before, but in Jizang's eyes, it had transformed from a high-tier region into a mid to low-tier one. Here, Overlord-class entities still generally reigned supreme. Dominator-class beings were already regional titans. Supreme-class beings were the absolute peak. Usually, it took an incredibly vast territory to produce just one. Jizang kept his aura fully unleashed, making no effort to hide from anything here, and zipped around in his water-drop aircraft. Whenever he sensed the aura of a powerhouse, he would descend to raid them, compared to slowly scavenging for supplies. Brute force looting was much faster. Those who dared to resist were wiped out with a wave of his hand. In any case, the chaotic ancient domain was full of all sorts of unsavory characters, and none of them were good people. Killing them could almost be considered accumulating merit. After more than half a day, Jizang successfully obtained a massive amount of supplies worth nearly 200 billion gold coins. Returning to the super main city fully satisfied, he left behind only ruins and the surviving chaotic ancient domain natives, who stood in the wind, utterly bewildered. The next day, all of Jizang's inventory of equipment, items, and materials had finally been sold through the exchange. Combined with his gains from the chaotic ancient domain, his total assets had painstakingly reached the astronomical figure of 6 trillion. The T-rate vehicle. It was coming soon. Jizang suppressed the excitement in his heart, his eyes burning as he looked at the number on his inventory screen. Following that, he clicked rapidly, replenishing all the necessary materials. In the end, only 2 core materials were missing: the Heart of Creation and the Fragment of God's Will. The Heart of Creation was relatively easy to get. It was on the exchange for 50 billion gold coins each. So Jizang immediately snapped one up and placed it into the material slot. As for the Fragment of God's Will, that was a different story. Jizang took out the 3 fragments of God's Will he had on hand. 3 orbs of order, radiating boundless divine light, hovered silently before him, excluding the one left over from his previous cultivation. The other 2 fragments had different capacities. Jizang specifically used his divine sense to probe them, ultimately choosing the one with the smaller volume and placing it into the material slot. The system indicated that the filling was successful. Shortly after, a crisp notification sound rang out in his mind. Vehicle advancement conditions met. Do you wish to proceed with vehicle advancement? Note: this advancement will be the final stage for the vehicle. In the future, it will transition from advancement mode to a sustainable evolution mode. Jizang's eyes widened in surprise. So it has finally reached the final stage. But what does that evolution mode mean? Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Jizang took a deep breath and clicked Advance. The next second, a large amount of advancement information appeared and unfolded before his eyes. Advancement Route: Creation Divine Palace, South Heaven Gate T-rate Evaluation. The Creation Divine Palace is the final form of the ultimate equipment vehicle, and the South Heaven Gate is the unique and sole primary evolutionary stage of the Creation Divine Palace belonging to the host. It is a massive Skygate module that carries a variety of extreme functions. The South Heaven Gate possesses a super technological composite mobile ecosystem and can be equipped with a vast amount of weaponry and secondary units. It is a super existence capable of guarding an entire region. New parts will be obtained immediately after advancement. 1. 99 Heavenly Pillars, an evolved version of the 33 Heavenly Pillars. Once detached from the main body, each pillar can automatically release a super domain, and when linked together, they form an indestructible Great Wall of Heavenly Pillars. 2. Divine Palace, located within the Southern Heavenly Gate. This is an ecological divine palace supported and guarded by the 99 Heavenly Pillars. It represents the pinnacle crystallization of technology and divine power, serving as the perfect dwelling for gods. 3. Heavenly Spirit System, a brand new upgrade to the Myriad Transformation Spirit Wood system. By inputting fragments of divine will into the core device, one can mobilize the essence of heaven and earth to nourish the divine wood, allowing various areas within the vehicle to produce higher concentrations of spiritual chi and elemental energy. 4. Divine Palace ecosystem, evolved from the full ecological natural system. It allows the interior of the Divine Palace to become a complete, self-sustaining ecosystem. It automatically manages complex cycles such as vegetation growth, spirit spring circulation, cloud and mist distribution, lighting adjustments, and the gathering of spiritual chi. 5. Southern Heavenly Gate Guardians, a vehicle core armament evolved from the wrath of the primordial dragon elephant. It can manifest as two spirit form guardians possessing divinity, capable of launching external attacks or returning to the Southern Heavenly Gate to stand guard. New parts unlocked after advancement. 1. Defensive Turrets adds 5 new defensive turrets and unlocks a brand new upgrade path. 2. Outer Armor unlocks the Divine Palace Glazed Tile upgrade path. 3. Takes Sukuntang unlocks a secondary vehicle platform that exists within the Creation Divine Palace in the form of dimensional folding. Once released, It can transform into a colossal bionic kunpeng from beyond the heavens. The kunpeng possesses divinity, immense strength, and can house a large number of secondary units. Requires the prerequisite Mayfly giant whale to be unlocked first. 4 heavenly soldiers and generals adds a large number of divine spirit form troops capable of launching devastating attacks on enemies. Costs 50 million units of spirit essence stones per use, with a 1-day cooldown. Requires the prerequisite heavy armored machine god coalition to be unlocked first. 5. Mecha unlocks the Mecha fusion skill. The Shanghai max level Kung Tiantian max level Kung Hao Mencation max level mechas can undergo fusion to combine into a higher tier, more powerful unique combat mecha for 24 hours. 6. Level caps for all components increased. Friendly reminder, after advancement, the vehicle's main body load, power, method of propulsion, and certain secondary units will undergo massive changes. Therefore, the Dragon Elephant Heart, Dragon Elephant Heaven supporting pillar, chassis, and certain secondary units will all undergo a direct upgrade and replacement, requiring approximately 200 billion gold coins worth of materials to unlock and use. If you do not currently meet the requirements, do not proceed with the vehicle advancement, otherwise, you will face a situation where you are unable to use certain vehicle capabilities. Jizang stared at the advancement panel, which contained an explosive amount of information, and was completely stunned. Creation Divine Palace. Southern Heavenly Gate. What happened to the vehicle? How did it evolve into the Heavenly Court for me? Jizang couldn't help but complain, but the corners of his mouth couldn't stop curling upward. The Heavenly Court, my friend. I am really going to move into the Heavenly Court, and it's a Heavenly Court that belongs solely to me. Although there is still a huge gap between this and the real Heavenly Court. This is already explosive enough. Chapter 532, The Heavenly Court appears. Even a somersault cloud is included. Jizang took a deep breath and pressed the advancement button. There was no beam of light, no roar, only a low, deep tremor emanated from the deepest part of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall. Like an ancient heart beating for the final time, the tremor penetrated the armor, passed through the cabin walls, and reached straight into Jizang's chest. It was as if it had found the same resonant frequency within his own heart. Jizang's pupils constricted, and his entire body jolted heavily. His body was enveloped and lifted by a mysterious force, suspending him in midair. Then, the dragon elephant began to disassemble. Countless scales covering the dragon's body and the elephant's frame opened up one by one, detaching from the vehicle's structural framework. Following this, a massive number of parts and structures began to separate and dismantle, completely breaking apart within a sea of misty light. The dragon's body peeled away from the elephant's back. It was as if a true dragon that had coiled for countless ages was stretching its body. The dragon bones melted, reorganized, and elongated in the white light. It transformed from the form of a dragon into a heavenly ladder spiraling upward. The elephant's body changed simultaneously. Its forelegs retracted, its torso expanded, and a massive gatehouse rose from its back. The gatehouse appeared as white as jade, warm and moist, heavy and profound, rising from midair to reach the firmament. The clouds and mist of the entire sky drifted and surged around the gatehouse, setting it off with the grandeur and dreamlike quality of a celestial palace gate. It was like the entrance to a true divine realm. Countless parts and structures turned into streaks of light, flying into that giant gate. The cabin walls disappeared, the floor disappeared, the heavy armored base, the intricate pipes, including all the luxurious and elegant interior decorations, furniture, and appliances, all melted into those streaks of light, only to grow into new things inside the giant gate. Jizang stared blankly at this scene. This was more spectacular and thorough than any previous upgrade. It was a complete evolution from a vehicle into an entirely new and known product. The entire upgrade process lasted for several hours. It was only when those magnificent, dreamlike halls were fully formed that the misty, brilliant light gradually faded. Vehicle advancement successful. Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall Tier 7 Creation Divine Palace, Southern Heavenly Gate Tier 8. The vehicle has evolved to its final stage. Please explore the brand new form of the final stage and subsequent evolutionary directions on your own. A notification sound rang out, announcing the end of this final advancement, if nothing unexpected happened. This would also be the last time Jizang would see the vehicle's advancement sequence. His figure remained suspended in place, staring blankly at the breathtaking scene in the sky ahead. Is this the Southern Heavenly Gate? He looked up at the heavenly staircase and the ancient gatehouse that seemed to have descended from myth. His heart unable to settle for a long time, Jizang flew his figure before the heavenly staircase and stepped onto it. Clang. Every step of this heavenly staircase was made of semi-transparent glazed tiles, with golden light spots swimming within them. Stepping on them produced a faint resonance, like an ancient chime, sending ripples gently outward. This gave Jizang the illusion that he was walking on a true stairway to divinity. The staircase was very long, stretching for several kilometers. When he reached the final step, Jizang stopped and looked up. The gatehouse of the Southern Heaven Gate was even taller than he had imagined, so high that he couldn't see the top. Only two massive doors. The ivory-like doors had countless fine runes flowing across their surface, resembling a cascading waterfall of stars, emitting tiny specks of light dust. Stepping through the gate, Jizang arrived on a vast platform. He stomped his foot hard. The ground was solid and firm, just like standing on solid earth. Jizang was astonished. When he had looked up from the ground earlier, the parts of the Genesis Divine Palace were obscured by clouds, and he had assumed it was a suspended palace. He hadn't expected it to actually have land. Wasn't this just a literal giant floating island? Jizang looked around at everything with a sense of novelty. Looking from the edge, beneath the churning sea of clouds at his feet, lay the earth stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Mountains, rivers, and plains were like the folds of a painting, extending to the very edge of his vision. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. Before him stood an immortal city so magnificent that it was hard to describe in words. There were over a dozen divine halls scattered across the island in a disorderly yet orderly fashion, guarding the purple gold divine palace at the very center. The divine palace was grand and magnificent. Every brick and tile seemed to have frozen morning light within it, releasing wisps of divine aura. Jizang finally understood why upgrading the Genesis Divine Palace required fragments of divine will. They weren't consumables that vanished upon use, but rather elements that completely merged into this divine palace, becoming the core that supported everything. As soon as Jizang stepped toward these halls, he felt an extremely condensed spiritual qi swirling endlessly within this celestial palace. It was the heavenly spirit system breathing, absorbing the spiritual qi from the entire world to nourish this city. Jizang was shocked. The concentration of spiritual qi was truly exaggerated. It was practically comparable to a top-tier spirit gathering array. If nothing else, just living here for a period of time would be enough to turn an ordinary person into a Superman. Around the palace complex ahead, 99 heavenly pillars rose from the ground. The surfaces of the pillars were covered with countless low patterns. Those patterns moved slowly like shimmering light, connected to each other by extremely fine golden threads, weaving an invisible giant net that covered the entire divine palace. This was a law-level defense, capable of repelling any attack from the outside world. Holy crap! Jizang felt like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, stunned every few steps. Is this really still the human world? And after Jizang stepped into this core area, the entire Genesis Divine Palace had completed a resonance with his physical body. With a thought, the surrounding clouds and mist gathered together, condensing into a tangible cloud beneath his feet. Whoosh! The cloud rose, carrying Jizang as he flew toward the palace complex. Such a novel experience brought an excited smile to Jizang's face. Not bad at all. He was literally riding a somersault cloud. This was much more convenient than the previous external armored elevator. The cloud flew at high speed, and soon brought him before one of the halls. Jizang jumped off the cloud and was about to step into the hall when a prompt appeared before his eyes. Attention! This hall is not yet unlocked and is temporarily inaccessible. What the hell? Jizang had a head full of question marks and clicked directly on the details. Elemental Divine Hall locked. Consumes 1 fragment of divine will to unlock. It actually required consuming fragments of divine will. Jizang's brow twitched slightly. Come on, buddy. Are fragments of divine will Chinese cabbage? He didn't even have enough for himself right now. Where was he supposed to find extras to invest in unlocking? A bad premonition rose in Jizang's heart. Could it be that all the subsequent divine halls would need to be unlocked? If that were the case, What was the point of playing? Was he still going to ascend his divinity or not? Jizang continued to check the other divine halls. Sure enough, the Cultivation Divine Hall, Mind Nurturing Divine Hall, and Spirit Chi Divine Hall all required fragments of divine will to upgrade. It almost broke Jizang's spirit. Fortunately, apart from these 4 halls that required upgrading, the others could be entered directly. Moreover, the functions of each hall basically corresponded to the previous vehicle areas. The Elemental Divine Hall cum Cultivation Divine Hall cum Mind Nurturing Divine Hall corresponded to the full vehicle interior theme, Cultivation Room, and Massage and Therapy Room, respectively. The final Spirit Chi Divine Hall was a newly emerged area, likely a divine hall with an extremely high concentration of spiritual chi. In addition to these, there were 3 major divine halls. The War Divine Hall, corresponding to the War Zone, was divided into 3 halls. Inside were placed all the vehicle armaments, as well as all secondary vehicles and secondary units. The Heavenly Secret Divine Hall, divided into 2 halls, corresponded to the previous vehicle cockpit and also integrated functional parts like the chassis, engine, satellite radar, and power generation devices. Finally, there was the Purple Gold Divine Palace, corresponding to the living area, which also had 3 halls, 2 side halls and 1 main hall. The core main hall was the largest building at the very center of the entire Genesis Divine Palace, and it was also Jizang's sleeping quarters. After confirming the functions of these divine halls, Jizang began to examine them one by one in detail. First was the Heavenly Secret Divine Hall. After promoting to the Genesis Divine Palace, all the vehicle's power systems had been reset. He had to spend points to unlock and activate them before the entire Genesis Divine Palace could be set in motion. Ding! Component unlock and upgrade successful. Dragon Elephant Heart Level 10 Heavenly Mechanism Core Max Level Evolvable. Heavenly Mechanism Core Evaluation. A super divine core that transcends all traditional energy-driven systems, powered by primordial matter. It allows the entire Genesis Divine Palace to move at high speeds. The upgraded Heavenly Mechanism Core can provide the Genesis Divine Palace with a cruising speed of 2.0 km/h and can activate the spatial light stream state, instantly bursting to a maximum speed of 500 km/h for a duration of up to 10 seconds. This component has reached its maximum tier. It can be evolved using Divine Wish Dust. Looking at this information, Jizang raised an eyebrow. This improvement was truly terrifying. For a floating island as massive as the Genesis Divine Palace to reach a cruising speed of 2.0 km/h was genuinely shocking. Moreover, there was the spatial light stream propulsion skill. Although it could only last for 10 seconds, a speed of 500 km/h. What the hell was the difference between that and teleportation? Jizang clicked his tongue in wonder and continued to unlock the other items. Ding! Component unlock and upgrade successful. Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Pillar Level 10 Kun Chassis Level 10 Floating Continent Max Level Evolvable. Floating Continent Evaluation. The super land base that supports the entire Genesis Divine Palace. Forged from extremely sturdy celestial-grade materials, its strength far exceeds any known metal. The floating continent possesses an ultra-strong hovering capability. No matter how the surrounding environment changes, it can remain stable in the air and will not easily fall. This component has reached its maximum tier. It can be evolved using Divine Wish Dust. The Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Pillar and Chassis were combined into one, becoming the Floating Continent. Not bad, I like this name. Jizang's lips curled slightly. With these 2 propulsion components unlocked, the entire Genesis Divine Palace, Southern Heaven Gate could finally be considered officially activated. Jizang moved his consciousness, and the Genesis Divine Palace started up. There was no sound throughout the process, nor did he feel any airflow from flying at high altitudes. However, the entire island had already begun to move, and at an extremely high speed. One could see the clouds and mist outside being frantically churned by the gale force currents. Jizang raised his hand to bring it to a stop and continued to inspect the war temple behind it. Aside from the change in appearance, the war temple did not differ much from the previous war zones and secondary vehicle bays. Jizang proceeded to unlock and upgrade those traditional secondary units. The Jedi Steel Wolf King evolved into the Howling Heaven Divine Hound. This evolution made the Steel Wolf King smaller, returning it to the size of the original robotic wolf. Furthermore, the metallic luster of its entire body became more subtle, replaced by nearly realistic fur and fangs, except for the mechanical red light glowing in its eyes. It looked no different from a real creature in every other aspect. It was a living, breathing cyberpunk-style howling heaven hound. The medium-sized vertical landing aerospace battleship nearby evolved into the Loanbird aerospace fighter. The Loanbird was massive, reaching a full 30 meters in length, and was a fully biological mimicry fighter. Its wings had become multi-jointed, articulated wings. Its landing gear had turned into talons, and the cockpit at the nose had transformed into the head and sharp beak of a Loanbird. The entire fighter was filled with mythological flair. The red demon robot evolved into the giant spirit sentry, a large robot holding a giant hammer, adorned in banners and dark armor, standing there like a giant spirit god. Finally, the Hellspike motorcycle evolved into the large siege divine chariot, majestic, overbearing, and filled with murderous intent. This wave of upgrades cost Jizang nearly 200 billion gold coins. It sounded like a lot, but it was definitely worth more than the price. Passing through the 3 war temples, Jizang arrived at the core area, which would also be his daily living space from now on. The Purple Gold Divine Palace. There were 2 side halls, each possessing a floor area of over 5 square kilometers. For the first one, Jizang named it the Entertainment Temple, because it was filled with all kinds of leisure facilities, and it didn't have much of a mythological feel. It remained a very modern entertainment venue. Game arcades, bars, KTVs, saunas, hot spring pools, cinemas, everything was available. And all the equipment was top tier, especially the cinema, which could actually customize our panoramic scenes and integrate 100% sensory feedback. This was the most heaven-defying feature. It meant he could be thrown directly into a movie world to experience it. Jizang even specifically checked the various movie genres. Sure enough, from all corners of the world, Western, Japanese, and Korean, whatever he wanted, it had. However, in this day and age, is this movie even decent? How did it just end up in the video library so easily? Jizang clicked his tongue and shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. The first side hall leaned towards business. The second side hall leaned towards sports. It was basically filled with all kinds of customizable sports fields. And it could even generate AI teammates and AI opponents to compete together. Of course, given the current strength of Jizang's physical body, ordinary athletic intensity was like a tickle to him. The system also thoughtfully noticed this point. Therefore, the AI athletes, sports equipment, and venues could all have their values adjusted, allowing them to reach a strength that was evenly matched with him. Basketball games, soccer matches, they could be organized whenever he wanted. Chapter 533 Purple Gold Divine Palace. This is the ultimate enjoyment of life. Finally, there was his own sleeping quarters. Jizang arrived before the magnificent Purple Gold Divine Palace in the very center, and as he faced it, he felt the majestic aura of an immortal's dwelling. It was truly impressive. Stepping through the gates of the Purple Gold Palace, the first thing that caught his eye was a lush, verdant courtyard. The ground was paved with rustic blue bricks, and in the center of the courtyard stood a massive spiritual tree. Its trunk was so thick that 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, and its canopy spread out, covering most of the courtyard. The sunlight was sliced into countless fragments of gold, dancing upon the blue bricks. The surroundings were quiet and serene, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance of grass and trees that was deeply invigorating. Jizang walked in with his hands behind his back, and his restless heart unknowingly calmed down. Beneath the spiritual tree stood a stone table, 2 stone chairs, a lounge chair, and a swing with hanging vines to the side. On the table sat a purple clay teapot that bore the marks of time, surrounded by wisps of golden smoke. Jizang walked over, and an information panel appeared before his eyes. God Drunken Pot Evaluation. This is a divine pot crafted by an ancient master tea artisan. It possesses inherent divinity and can automatically condense spiritual chi every day, transforming it into spiritual tea. Feeling quite intrigued, Jizang walked over and sat down by the stone table. He picked up the spiritual pot and gave it a shake. The sound of liquid sloshing inside confirmed that it was indeed filled to the brim with condensed tea. He poured himself a cup. It was a pale golden spiritual liquid, as clear as a sweet spring, emitting a faint, fragrant scent of spiritual qi. Jizang tilted his head and drank it in one gulp. The cool, sweet spiritual tea slid down his throat, dissolved in his stomach, and flowed into every limb and bone. Jizang couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling incredibly comfortable. This sip was truly potent. The taste and texture were hard to describe, but it was definitely 10,000 times better than any beverage in the world. On a midsummer afternoon, lying here and leisurely brewing a pot of tea, it was hard to imagine anything more pleasant. Jizang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. On the other side of the spiritual tree was an open expanse of water. It was a small lake with boardwalks and pavilions built over it. In the clear water below, a group of koi fish were chasing each other. Occasionally, petals from the spiritual tree would drift onto the surface, creating ripples that attracted the fish to peck at them, resembling a moving painting. Besides the koi, many spiritual birds perched in the canopy, chirping away and adding a touch of vitality to the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. The ecology of the Purple Gold Divine Palace was truly excellent. There were many other small surprises like this. For instance, various rare spiritual plants could often be seen on the grass, and a random stone one stepped on might turn out to be an extremely precious piece of meteorite iron. These were all complementary additions to the Purple Gold Divine Palace's sleeping quarters. The 6 trillion gold coins spent to upgrade the vehicle were certainly not spent in vain. This was what could truly be called luxury. With a thought, Jizang released Danzai and Huahua, who had been playing in the small world. Upon arriving in this new environment, the 2 little ones were so happy that bubbles of snot even formed, and they scurried around in excitement. However, Danzai's size was too large, and as it flew around wildly, it sent leaves swirling everywhere, prompting Jizang to kick it outside the palace. Huahua is better behaved. Jizang picked up the fluffy Huahua and placed it on top of his head. Huahua didn't make a fuss, it just lay there obediently like a hat. It's too large. Watery eyes curiously observing the environment of its new home. Although Huahua couldn't compare to Danzai, a pure-blooded dragon, it also possessed the bloodline of an ancient species with innate talent. These past few days, under the cultivation of unlimited fire spirit stones, its growth rate had been quite astonishing. It wasn't far from ancestral awakening. It was just that its size hadn't changed much. It remained a small, round ball, feeling soft and bouncy to the touch, letting anyone knead it as they pleased. Passing through the rockery garden, Jizang finally arrived at his sleeping quarters. It was an elegant and secluded courtyard. It lacked the grandeur and magnificence of the outer palaces, yet it exuded an indescribable sense of mystery and nobility, as if it were the hermitage of an otherworldly deity. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, Jizang understood what a true immortal dwelling was. The temperament of this courtyard was truly unique. This temperament was not merely a superficial description, but an internal feeling that transcended the mundane. Just by standing there, Jizang felt as if a gentle yet powerful force was slowly soothing his heart and soul. He felt an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort, and even his brows relaxed and drooped unconsciously. This place is truly wonderful, Jizang remarked to himself. There were no flashy furnishings inside the house, not even home appliances. It had completely returned to a primitive and simple living environment. Yet, Jizang didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt even more relaxed and at ease. Previous vehicles had already provided him with too many modern smart configurations for comfort and enjoyment. Modern intelligence was certainly good, but piling on too much could lead to aesthetic fatigue. This current return to simplicity was, on the contrary, even more fascinating. Arriving in the bedroom, Jizang held Huahua in his arms and flopped onto the soft, large bed, with *thump*. The whole world seemed to go quiet. Outside the window, the sun was bright, and the birds were singing among the flowers. The comfortable temperature, the fresh and crisp air, and the soft, supportive bed, all of this made Jizang squint his eyes in comfort. Savoring this moment of leisure and tranquility, without realizing it, he drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Jizang got up and went to the washroom, splashing his face with cool spiritual spring water, feeling refreshed and invigorated in both body and mind. Although the sleeping quarters were retro, the necessary basic living amenities were still present. If he wanted more convenience, He could install more at any time. Ji Zhang left the sleeping quarters with Huahua and looked up to see Danzai flying around the South Heaven Gate. Its dragon scales shimmered with a rippling luster under the sunlight. With the surrounding clouds and mist and the towering Heaven Gate, it looked no different from the heavenly court in myths and legends. Ji Zhang tapped his foot, and a somersault cloud immediately gathered, carrying him as he flew all the way to the outside of the South Heaven Gate. As he looked back at this Creation Divine Palace, a brand new panel appeared before him. Creation Divine Palace, South Heaven Gate cruising speed, 2,000 km per hour nuclear power Kung biomimetic power maximum speed, 500,000 km per hour spatial light stream remaining fuel. 3 units of origin matter can travel 300,000 km form South Heaven Gate. The current core armament of the Genesis Divine Palace can manifest as to spirit form gate guardians possessing divinity. They can be deployed to launch external attacks or return to the Southern Heaven Gate to stand guard. Each deployment of the spirit form gate guardians requires the consumption of a large amount of divine willpower. Current divine willpower charge. 0% charging can be performed by depositing divine willpower dust, fragments, or crystals. Elemental Temple Locked Cultivation Temple Locked Mind Nurturing Temple Locked Spiritual Chi Temple Locked War Temple Evolution Stage 0 Temple No. 99 Heavenly Pillars Super Majesty Force Field Device Crossbow of Termination Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall Level 8 Dragon Elephant Nation Suppressing Form Level 5 Solar Corona Arbiter Level 8 Heaven Burning Dragon Breath Cannon Level 7 Heavenly Palace Divine Light Missile System Level 7 Universe Lens Level 7 City Ring Magnetic Storm Tower Level 5 War Railgun Level 3 Super Ice Burst Generator Level 3 Temple No. Heavy Armored Machine God Coalition Level 4 Ephemer Giant Whale Level 2 Shanghai VA Type Level 6 Celestial God 4 Level 4 Water Drop Aircraft Level 8 Large Siege Divine Chariot Howling Heaven Divine Hound Luon Bird Aerospace Fighter Giant Spirit Sentry Heavenly Mystery Temple Evolution Stage 0 Temple No. 1. Core of Heavenly Mystery Suspended Continent Heavenly Spirit System Divine Palace Ecosystem Extraterrestrial Orbital Satellite System Wheel of Fate Temple No. Smart Butler Holographic Skin Suit Air Conditioner Level 10 Refrigerator Level 10 Power Generation Device Level 8 Central Control Console Level 8 Target Seeking Radar Level 8 Purple Gold Divine Palace Evolution Stage 0 No. 1 Entertainment Temple No. 2 Sports Temple No. 3 Bedchamber Temple Evaluation. The Divine Palace has manifested, shaking the universe with its might. Friendly reminder. All temples of the Genesis Divine Palace can be unlocked and evolved using divine willpower. Please explore the functions yourself. Looking at this information, Ji Zhang felt a myriad of emotions. After working so hard for so long, he had finally reached this step. However, the road ahead was still long and arduous. The various abilities of the Genesis Divine Palace had only revealed the tip of the iceberg to him so far. Many temples remained locked out furthermore. The categories of temples that were unlocked were currently all at stage 0, and he would have to rely on himself to evolve them. Each one required divine willpower. Where was he supposed to find so much divine willpower to fill these bottomless pits? Ji Zhang shook his head helplessly. After re-establishing a spacetime anchor at the Southern Heaven Gate, Ji Zhang used a spacetime stone to teleport back to the Radiant City headquarters. He was scheduled to raid an SS rank dungeon the day after tomorrow. He didn't know how long that would take, so before then, all work had to be properly arranged. At this moment, Ji Zhang's desk was already piled high with a thick stack of files. He had specifically called Long Yu Chang over to act as his secretary and help him review these documents. Most of these files could be divided into 2 types. One was developmental. The southern wilderness had just emerged from a catastrophe and was waiting to be rebuilt. The base reconstruction work alone was an incredibly massive project. Fortunately, with the improvement in everyone's strength, the infrastructure capabilities of the Radiant Alliance had also grown significantly. Therefore, the planning for new bases and new settlements could be much bolder. This put his strategic vision to the test. After discussing with the high-level officials, Ji Zhang decided to adopt a strategy of light infrastructure and heavy mobile vehicles to rebuild all the bases. The era of holding onto a single fortress was over. In the future, mobility and flexibility would be the top priorities. Only in this way could they maximize their ability to counter various unknown risks. As for the development route, it would continue the previous plan. to keep growing larger and stronger. The other type of file concerned geopolitical conflicts and diplomatic matters. The world was changing rapidly, and geopolitical threats were evolving every moment. Over in the East Sea, because of the communication agreements between the top-tier powerhouses, the situation was basically stable. At the very least, there wouldn't be any major friction until the dungeon raid was over. The current trouble lay with the indigenous racial factions. The Taishuan ancient kingdom was at odds with the beast race. Although it was only a small-scale conflict, it was showing signs of escalating. It was not impossible for it to develop into an all-out war. According to intelligence gathered by the Radiant Alliance, those beast race tribes were outwardly strong but inwardly weak. They originally didn't dare to directly go to war with the Taishuan ancient kingdom and the Radiant Alliance. Their repeated provocations in the past were actually just attempts to find a way to back down. But they had chosen to bring in Lopez, an elf noble, to mediate and pressure the humans. As a result, Jizang didn't play along and didn't give them any face at all. This caused Lopez to fly into a rage out of shame. This current small-scale conflict between the beast race and the humans was being stirred up by Lopez. The beast race, who originally didn't want to start a war, now had the support of the spirit race, making them completely emboldened, and their attitude had become savage and fierce. It looked very much like they were prepared to march directly into the Taishuan ancient kingdom's borders if Suqianyu didn't provide the beast race with an explanation and a compensation. What a headache! Jizang shook his head. He really couldn't be bothered to deal with these flies. The beast race was like this, and so was Lopez. In Jizang's eyes, both sides were no longer on the same level of existence. What kind of face were they still asking for? Giving them a fart would be like giving them fireworks for the new year. Send Li Jiangwo over. If these beast race bastards really want to fight, then let's fight, Jizang ordered. In any case, the Radiant Alliance needed a battle to establish the prestige of the human race. Since someone was sticking their head out at this juncture, it would be a waste not to chop it off. Apart from that, there were various messages from the World Channel and the exchange. Because of the connection of the World Channel, survivors from various regions were able to communicate and trade with each other. Jizang focused on reviewing all the intelligence data regarding the heaven beyond heaven. Unfortunately, they were all fragmented descriptions, some of which even contradicted other information, making it difficult to form a unified strategic judgment on the heaven beyond heaven. In comparison, the four major regions, the Northern Frontier, the Eastern Sea, the Western Heaven, and the Central Plains, were relatively easier to gather intelligence on. Moreover, it was consistent with his previous assessment. The Southern Wasteland was indeed the most barren continent. Damn it! After confirming this fact, Jizang felt a headache coming on. But this was an innate defect, and there was truly nothing to be done about it. He could only strive to catch up slowly. After handling these matters, Jizang began to wander around, searching for fragments of the God's will. This time, he was reluctant to use his intelligence points, relying instead on the clues mastered by the Glory Alliance. And he actually managed to find two specks of the God's will. Jizang did not use them directly. Instead, he ignited the divine fire for Gong Lingguan and Long Yucheng. The roster for this dungeon had been decided long ago. After the 10th wave of bosses. Besides Jizang himself, the team consisted of Li Jianwo, Yi Xingzhou, Long Yucheng, Carter, and Gong Lingguan. Now, with these two specks of the God's will added, the dungeon team was fully in a state of ignited divine fire. With their combat power pushed to the maximum. Chapter 534. Arriving at the Demon Land dungeon. The arrival of the Eastern Sea powerhouses. Time flowed by slowly. Over the next 2 days, the top combatants of the Southern Wasteland were busy preparing for the upcoming dungeon battle. Jizang was also proceeding with his cultivation according to plan. This time, he chose to refine divine power within the Purple Gold Divine Palace. And with the assistance of the Heavenly Spirit System and the Divine Palace ecosystem, he achieved twice the result with half the effort. The fragment of the God's will he had previously seized from the Godborn was successfully refined in just 2 days. His divinity had successfully increased to 51%, crossing the halfway mark. As his strength grew, the speed at which he refined the fragments of the God's will continued to increase. However, the progress of his divinity was becoming slower and slower. At this rate, He had no idea how much of the god's will would be needed to break through to the status of a higher god. If not for the exchange in the new version of the system shop, it would likely be a distant prospect, with time measured in years. I hope this dungeon can bring some surprises, Ji Zhang thought to himself, feeling vaguely excited. The next morning, Chiyo also received the message. The powerhouses from the Eastern Sea had officially set off and would arrive in the Southern Wasteland at noon to meet with Ji Zhang and the other Southern Wasteland powerhouses. This was the first major dungeon cooperation between two large regions. The Southern Wasteland attached great importance to this, and the peripheral satellites and detection arrays had long been fully deployed. Entering the highest alert mode, the Intelligence Department, the Technology Department, and the War Department, the elites of all three departments were mobilized, having made all preparations, waiting for the arrival of the powerhouses from the Eastern Sea. This was a major event that could affect the survival of the entire Southern Wasteland. No one knew if the other side would change their minds at the last minute. So making all contingency plans in advance was the only truly secure approach. Ji Zhang even moved his creation Divine Palace, Southern Heaven Gate, to the sky above the central region of the Southern Wasteland, acting as a stabilizing force in the firmament, temporarily hidden from view. After the Eastern Sea powerhouses announced their official departure, Ji Zhang also piloted the water drop aircraft, picked up Chiyo, and prepared to head to other regions to collect Li Jiangwo, Yi Xingzhou, and the others. Inside the cabin, the two sat side by side. The atmosphere was inexplicably silent and awkward. "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you have anything to tip me off about in advance?" Ji Zhang asked her with a smile. Chiyo pursed her lips slightly, her eyes, bright as the moon, looking elsewhere, her voice faint. "I thought you weren't planning on asking me. HMPH, you laughed at me for colluding with the enemy a while ago, and now you're asking me." After spending this time together, the two had become quite familiar with each other, without the wariness and barriers typical of opposing factions. Just kidding, just kidding. How would I dare to laugh at the Honorable Ambassador Chi of the Eastern Sea? Just tell me a little. It's not like I'm asking for the trump cards of your Eastern Sea powerhouses. Just treat it as a simple introduction of the members. Ji Zhang leaned over, nudging her with his elbow. The two were already sitting side by side, and with Ji Zhang leaning in, the distance between them closed significantly, as if he were whispering in her ear. Feeling the man's breath drawing near, the young girl remained in her seat, staring straight ahead, maintaining that noble, cold, ice goddess demeanor. Only the inexplicably flushed tips of her ears betrayed her somewhat flustered state of mind. Well, it's not impossible to tell you in advance, but don't expect me to reveal too much. The strength of the top powerhouses in each major region is classified, and there are many situations I'm not even aware of myself. It's fine. Just tell me, Ji Zhang urged, while openly admiring the peerless side profile of this stunningly beautiful girl. Must say, this person really is beautiful. How had he not noticed before? Ji Zhang asked. Why are your ears so red? Is your eye talent malfunctioning? Don't you want to cool down? The girl covered her ears with a swoosh, and now her cheeks turned red as well. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't tell you. Fine, you go ahead. Ji Zhang was very curious about the lineup from the Eastern Sea. The SS rank dungeon was the highest level dungeon that had yet to be conquered, and he had no idea what kind of scheme those bastards from the Sea God sect could cook up, or if they had invited any other outside help besides the Southern Wasteland. Chiyo coughed twice, straightened her posture, and began to introduce them to Ji Zhang. The members coming from the Eastern Sea this time, excluding Chiyo herself, totaled 25 people. Conventional top powerhouses like Lina and Zhangcheng occupied 18 seats. The remaining 7 were the true core combatants this time, also symbolizing the current highest level of combat power in the Eastern Sea. They were the Governor General, the 2 Vice Presidents, and the President of the Sea God sect, Zhu Tianshan. Beyond these 4, the other 3 were said to be powerful reinforcements invited by Zhu Tianshan from the outside. Chiyo did not know their specific identities. She only knew that their true strength was on the same level as Zhu Tianshan's, the terrifyingly strong kind. Chiyo, where would you rank your own strength among these people? Ji Zhang asked curiously. Chiyo replied, didn't we agree not to ask about strength and trump cards? Besides, I don't even know how strong they are, Jizang countered. How is this revealing a trump card? I don't even know how strong you are right now. I don't have a standard to compare you to. The young girl remained quite cocky. It's enough to know that this young lady is very strong right now. HMPH, just wait until we get inside and your jaw drops. Don't blame me if I steal your kills then. That was ancient history. Yet she was still holding a grudge. Jizang rolled his eyes at her. I was just asking out of curiosity. If you don't want to say, then forget it. To be this guarded against me, and here I thought we were friends. As he spoke, Jizang pulled back his leaning body, crossed his arms, and sat back in his seat. Jizang, what is that supposed to mean? I've already broken the rules. Okay, Sister Na has lectured me 1,000 times. I'm only telling you this because I consider you a friend. Who is really being guarded against whom here? Qi Yao was also annoyed. She crossed her arms as well, huffed, and turned her head away. Neither of them paid any attention to the other. The atmosphere became awkward just like that. Not long after, Yi Xingzhou, Long Yuchang, and the others boarded the water drop aircraft one after another. This bunch was incredibly perceptive. Seeing Master Ji and Miss Qi sitting side by side in the front, they all very tactfully took seats in the back corners, sitting there like robots, not saying a word. It wasn't until Jizang called out to them that they obediently moved to the front rows. For this dungeon run, the 5 of them had fully maxed out their combat preparations. Each person carried their best equipment, and their inventories were stocked with plenty of potions and various tools. They were truly armed to the teeth. The water drop aircraft arrived at the location of the dungeon. This demonic land was no different from the last time they visited. It remained a lifeless, desolate expanse, devoid of even the slightest hint of vitality. Nearby, many of the southern wilderness powerhouses stationed there saw the figures of Master Ji and his group emerging from the water drop aircraft and hurried over to greet them. Master Ji, Master Ji. Jizang nodded slightly and asked, "Where are the people from the East Sea?" Reporting to Master Ji. According to the signals captured by the satellites, they have already crossed the Liuhe mountain range and are rushing this way. They are expected to arrive in half an hour. All right. All of you withdraw first. Set up camp again 500 kilometers away, Jizang ordered. Understood. The group took their orders and immediately boarded their respective flying boats. Departing from the entrance of this demonic land, on the other side, the East Seas aerospace battleship was also streaking across the sky at high speed, heading straight for the demonic land. This was a massive battleship over 1,000 meters long, deep blue in color. Intricate runes flickered along both sides of the hull, flowing slowly within the sea. Blue light pulses like real ocean currents. On the deck of the battleship stood more than 20 figures. These powerhouses wore uniform attire, and each person had an identical badge hanging from their waist, depicting a trident held aloft by ocean waves. This was the emblem of the Sea God sect, one of the overlords of the East Sea. At the very front of the bow, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He wore a dark robe, his hair was half white, his face was thin, and a faint smile played on his lips. Although his aura was restrained, the sharpness in his eyes could not be hidden. This person was none other than the sect master of the Sea God sect, Du Qianshan. Aside from the members of the Sea God sect, there were 3 other figures in different attire. They were the mysterious, powerful reinforcements invited by the Sea God sect for this mission. One of the external powerhouses was a bald, burly man standing 2 meters tall. Though his appearance was rugged, his temperament was incredibly calm and gentle. He sat cross-legged on the deck, his eyes covered by a black silk ribbon, exuding an air of mystery. The second external powerhouse was an unremarkable old man, over 70 years of age, with a hunched back. He looked no different from any old man taking a stroll in a neighborhood. The third powerhouse was quite flamboyant. He appeared to be in his 20s, sporting a head of explosive golden hair that cascaded from his shoulders to the ground. It was in a frizzy state, making him look like a golden-haired lion king. The golden-haired man had arrogant brows and an ostentatious expression. Seeing female members in the team, he whistled and went over to flirt, not even sparingly now, except for Zhu Qianshan himself. All the Sea God sect members on the scene treated these 3 external powerhouses with the utmost flattery, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. From this, One could see just how high their status and standing truly were. President Zhu, traveling like this is way too slow. Didn't you set up a teleportation array over there? Why not just teleport directly? The golden-haired man seemed to have grown impatient and walked over specifically to ask Zhu Tianchen. Brother Zhou, I am truly sorry. It is my lack of hospitality. Ha. Zhu Tianchen smiled, explaining in a calm tone. Not using the teleportation array was something decided during the negotiations with the Southern Wilderness back then. After all, this is their sphere of influence. Flying over is fine. The golden-haired man, however, was quite disdainful and spoke bluntly. President Zhu, it's not that I want to criticize, but how is it that a grand force like your sea god sect is being held back by a god-forsaken place like the Southern Wilderness? I heard you were intercepted by the Southern Wilderness this time and had to give up a full 6 slots. What were you thinking? You might as well have given those 6 slots to me. I would have handled the Southern Wilderness for you. Zhu Tianchen only responded with a faint smile, offering no comment, but inwardly, he was grumbling. You handle the Southern Wilderness. Why didn't you say that before? Now you're just talking big after the fact. No matter how poor or barren the Southern Wilderness is, it is still a vast region. If a full-scale conflict and war were to break out, who would bear the losses? Even if they were to flatten the Southern Wilderness, the other major regions would simply watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. What good would that do for the East Sea? Moreover, the East Sea isn't just home to the Sea God sect. The Southern Wilderness is a unified entity. The disparity in scale is right there for everyone to see. If he can't even figure out something this simple, this Zhou Root is truly a complete idiot. At this moment, the old man walked over and patted the blonde man on the shoulder. Little Zhou. He is, after all, the leader of the entire Southern Wilderness. We still need to show him some face. You'll understand once you're sitting in a position like Chairman Zhu's. The blonde man didn't care in the slightest. To hell with face. If he dares to get in my way once we're inside the dungeon, I'll be the first to cut him down. The sky battleship streaked across the high altitude, churning the clouds. Half an hour later, the battleship arrived as promised, reaching the airspace above the Demon Land portal. Its massive shadow completely enveloped the few scattered figures below. Master Ji, they've arrived. Li Jiangwo and the others narrowed their eyes, entering a state of alert. Only Ji Kang remained relaxed and at ease, still sitting on a large rock, leisurely smoking a cigarette. The battleship descended from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. The hatch opened, the ramp lowered, and a group of the East Sea's top powerhouses stepped down under the watchful eyes of Ji Kang and his team. Alliance Master Ji, Zhu Tianchen, who was in the lead, spoke. His voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, carrying a sense of calm and gentle power. I've long admired you. Ji Kang naturally responded with a smile. Sect Master Zhu, the feeling is mutual. The two shook hands. After the handshake, Zhu Tianchen turned to the side and gestured for them to enter. Alliance Master Ji, and the rest of you, please come inside. Let us discuss the details of our upcoming cooperation in the dungeon. The lower hatch of the battleship opened to reveal a secure conference room, filled with screens and facilities that exuded a sci-fi aesthetic. Ji Kang paused for a brief moment. He hadn't expected that while this Zhu Tianchen appeared approachable, he was quite the schemer. In the current situation, inviting them, the people of the Southern Wilderness, into his own battleship to hold discussions might seem like a friendly gesture. In reality, it was a silent, subtle shift of the host's status. It implied that he, Zhu Tianchen, was the true leader of this dungeon expedition. Fine. Ji Kang nodded with a smile and gestured with his chin toward Li Jiangwo and the others. Let's go. He truly didn't care about such things. The dungeon hadn't opened yet, and he still held the mission scroll, so he might as well play along. There was no need to quibble over these minor details at such a critical juncture. Once they were inside the dungeon, it would be strength that did the talking. Everyone filed into the conference room. However, apart from Zhu Tianchen, the others were poor at managing their expressions. The East Sea powerhouses looked at Ji Kang and his entourage as if they were savages from the boondocks, their eyes filled with undisguised contempt. These Southern Wilderness hillbillies had managed to secure a quota for the East Sea's dungeon just by flapping their lips. This had already infuriated the East Sea powerhouses, but out of respect for their chairman, They found it difficult to mock them directly. Chapter 535, The Dungeon Opens. Is this the Abyss World? Ji-Kang naturally noticed these gazes. He glanced back at his team. The expressions of Carter and Yi Xingzhou had already stiffened. Their faces taut. Li Jianwo remained expressionless. His gaze fixed steadily ahead. Long Yuchang adjusted his glasses. The reflection on the lenses obscuring his eyes as he seemed to be using his peripheral vision to gauge the thickness of the battleship's armor and the types of runes on the deck. Gong Lingguan, meanwhile, followed at Ji-Kang's side with a smile, maintaining his composure. The group followed Zhu Qianshan into the bridge. The bridge was vast, with a transparent dome that allowed them to see the sky above. In the center stood a long table, upon which a holographic projector displayed a massive sea chart. Soon, everyone took their seats. The 30 top powerhouses participating in this dungeon expedition had all arrived. Ji-Kang took a rough scan of the room. Some of the people present had completely restrained their aura, while others were flamboyant and unrestrained. But every single one of them possessed confidence and a sharp edge in their eyes. A rough estimate suggested that, excluding the southern wilderness powerhouses, there were at least 8 to 10 people here who had already ignited their divine fire. It was an absolutely luxurious lineup. The most noteworthy among them were, naturally, the 3 external reinforcements Zhu Qianshan had invited. They were very strong. Based on the energy fluctuations they were emitting, one could roughly judge their capabilities. The old man had high mental stats, the bald man had high constitution stats, and the blonde man was relatively balanced, although he didn't know what their trump cards were. The level of these 3 was definitely on par with Zhu Qianshan, meaning they were among the very few top-tier powerhouses currently in the East Sea. Alliance Master Ji, let me first introduce our lineup to you, Zhu Qianshan said with a chuckle, highlighting the members of the Sea God sect one by one. However, the information he revealed was clearly far less than what Qi Yao had told him. Ji-Kang returned the courtesy and introduced Li Jianwo and the others. Next came the strategic planning. Because they didn't know what the interior of the Demon Land dungeon was like, teamwork would be crucial once they entered. Logically, to cooperate, one needed to know the ins and outs of their partners to coordinate effectively. But Zhu Qianshan clearly blurred this point, discussing only general strategy while avoiding specific tactics. Furthermore, he directly dictated the chain of command. The 3 external reinforcements, the bald man, the old man, and the blonde man, would have full autonomy at all times and would not be under anyone's command. Everyone else would strictly follow Zhu Qianshan's orders. Anyone who acted without authorization would be responsible for the consequences, including death. This everyone else naturally included Ji-Kang and the southern wilderness powerhouses. When Zhu Qianshan announced these operational regulations, the faces of Ji-Kang's team turned incredibly livid. If everyone were to follow the command of a single person, that would be understandable. But instead, he gave those external reinforcements the power of autonomy, while all the southern wilderness people were relegated to the command of the Sea God sect, not even sparing Ji-Kang, the supreme leader of the southern wilderness. And this wasn't a discussion, it was a notification. This was a complete disregard for others, showing no consideration for Ji Zhang's dignity or reputation whatsoever. After Zhu Qianshan finished his announcement, the experts from the East Sea present exchanged glances, their expressions filled with mockery and sarcasm. They were all secretly observing the changes in Ji Zhang's expression. However, the latter's demeanor remained as usual, without the slightest change. He neither agreed nor objected. Alliance leader Ji, what do you think? Zhu Qianshan turned his gaze toward Ji Zhang, his eyes carrying a gentle smile, much like an elder caring for a junior. Ji Zhang still didn't speak, shrugging his shoulders as if it didn't matter, but inwardly, he was grumbling incessantly. What do I think? If you don't call me daddy after we finish this dungeon, I'll consider you tough-boned. All right, President Zhu, hurry up and open the dungeon. We don't even know the situation inside yet. Discussing these things is useless. The golden-haired man urged, looking as if he couldn't wait any longer. While he spoke, he would occasionally glance at Qi Yao, who was standing diagonally across from him, his eyes filled with blatant admiration and appreciation. But Qi Yao gave no response. Her cold, beautiful face stared straight ahead, as if no external factor could sway her icy aura. Very well. Then, As per tradition, everyone begin your preparations. We will gather at the Demon Land teleportation point in half an hour. Du Huanshan clapped his hands, rose from his chair, and made the announcement. The crowd immediately dispersed. The group from the southern wilderness arrived outside the warship and found a quiet spot to sit down. Master Ji, that bunch of bastards is looking down on us too much. Yi Xingzhou's voice was kept very low, but the anger within it was palpable. What is this? We are here to cooperate, not to be supporting characters. The others were also suppressing a belly full of fire. In the Radiant Alliance, they were all top-tier city lords, second only to one and above 10,000. And now, they were even on their home turf in the southern wilderness. Yet they were being treated with such disdain by a group of outsiders. That alone was bad enough. The contempt the East Sea people showed toward Jizang was what they found most intolerable. Jizang smiled slightly. In the eyes of the East Sea, we were always meant to be the supporting characters. Don't be impatient. Jizang turned around and patted Yi Xingzhou on the shoulder. We haven't even entered the dungeon yet. Let them be arrogant for a while. This kind of top-tier dungeon is not a place for petty squabbles or fighting for face. The later the southern wilderness makes its move, the more information they can gather. Jizang didn't care at all about the reactions and little tricks of the East Sea. The truth would be revealed inside the dungeon. At this moment, a young girl's figure approached, and the surrounding air seemed to carry a faint floral scent. The person who arrived was none other than Qi Yao. Jizang let out an "oh" and teased, "A rare guest indeed." Miss Ji, don't tell me you're here to apologize to me on behalf of your president for their negligence. What are you thinking? Do you think I haven't played the messenger enough for this young lady? Qi Yao had only just arrived when she was cut off by Jizang. Her dark eyebrows immediately arched, and she raised her hand, making a gesture as if to strike him. The liveliness of the girl when she was angry actually broke through the eternal iceberg goddess aura she usually carried, making her seem much more approachable. Li Jianwo, Yi Xingzhou, and the others exchanged glances and wisely slipped away, leaving space for the two of them to be alone. Then, why did you come over? Jizang asked. Nothing much. I just didn't want to stay over there. That yellow-haired guy keeps trying to strike up a conversation with me. It's annoying, Qi Yao said. She also wanted to sit on the rock, but she wasn't tall enough and had to hop to get up. Jizang made an "oh" sound and looked toward the warship not far away. Sure enough, he saw the foreign expert, the golden-haired man. The man looked as if his defenses had been shattered. He was staring in their direction with a livid expression, his jaw clenched tight. Well, Miss Ji, are you using me as a shield? Jizang felt his mouth twitch in annoyance. Qi Yao covered her mouth and giggled. She was very happy to see Jizang looking frustrated, and she said, "What's wrong? Is the dignified alliance leader of the Radiant Alliance afraid?" She put on an air of seniority, reached out, and patted Jizang on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid. Once we're inside the dungeon, Big Sister will cover you and carry you to a big win." Jizang narrowed his eyes, a malicious smile playing on his lips. "If you keep pretending, do you believe I'll extract you? You still want to extract me?" Qi Yao almost jumped up, recalling the terror of being extracted by Jizang in the Blood Realm dungeon previously. And he even stole her kills. The two of them jabbed at each other with words. Soon, the half-hour preparation time passed. All participants arrived at the entrance of the Demon Land dungeon. Du Huanshan took a scroll from his robes and slowly unfolded it. There were no words on the scroll, only a black vortex that was slowly rotating. Everyone, be prepared, even Du Huanshan, the leader of the Sea God sect, could not help but look solemn at this moment. The atmosphere in the area became tense. Du Huanshan took a deep breath and pressed the Open Dungeon Operation option on the mission scroll. In an instant, a teleportation array of an extremely high order appeared beneath everyone's feet. A surge of chaotic energy enveloped their bodies, pulling them into the invisible void. The sensation of this teleportation was very strange. There was no pulling sensation of instantaneous change like before. Instead, it felt like a slow sinking. It was like a drop of water falling into a bottomless lake, surrounded by darkness, silence, and cold. That coldness wasn't even a temperature. It was a sensation difficult to describe in words. It was as if something was breathing in the darkness, and every breath took away a bit of the warmth from your body. This feeling lasted for several minutes. It was far longer than any previous dungeon teleportation. Although it was only a few minutes, it felt as if everyone had been imprisoned in eternal darkness, unable to see any boundaries. This feeling of the body and soul sinking into the darkness directly awakened the fear of hell deep within the human soul. The experts who had already ignited their divine fire were fine, but those who didn't even possess a godhead felt as if their spirits were about to be devoured by this extreme darkness, and they were terrified to the point of near insanity. The moment the light reappeared and air rushed back into their lungs, everyone gasped as if granted a reprieve, their bodies already drenched in cold sweat. Those powerhouses from the East Sea who had not yet ignited their divine fire collapsed to the ground, one by one, panting heavily as if their strength had been completely drained. "We've made it, stay alert." Du Chanshan's expression was incredibly grave as he spoke in a low, cautionary tone. Everyone immediately released the energy within their bodies, remaining vigilant of everything around them. They were currently standing on a vast, desolate plain. The ground of this wasteland was ash-gray, resembling the fine powder of burnt bone. Across the landscape ahead, massive fissures crisscrossed the earth, so deep that the bottom was invisible. Thin blackness slowly seeped out from these cracks, creating a scene that looked both desolate and eerie. There were no clouds in the sky, only a layer of gray, hazy curtain, as if something were draped over it. That curtain would occasionally shudder. In the moments it shuddered, one could catch a glimpse of something behind it. It was a massive, blurred outline, something that looked like tentacles, yet also like mountain ranges. The air carried a complex scent. It was a mixture of sulfur, rust, and the stench of rotting death. As the scent entered their nasal cavities, it induced dizziness and nausea, triggering an instinctive urge to vomit. Ji Zhang immediately activated his chaos eyes, scanning this bizarre world. The order and laws here were extremely strange, fundamentally different from the outside world. A sense of decay permeated everything. The most likely answer surfaced in Ji Zhang's mind: this place. It was highly likely to be the Abyss world. He turned his head to look. Everyone's expression was grim. The ambition and high spirits they had felt before departing had long since been worn away by the dark teleportation they had just endured. Now, having arrived in a place that was neither hell nor the human world, everyone felt a sense of unease. What kind of hellish place is this? The vice president of the Sea God sect spoke, his voice tight. The old man, with his cloudy yet wise eyes, carefully observed the surroundings. "I suspect it's some kind of subterranean world. Damn it, what is this shitty smell? It reeks." The blond man covered his nose and mouth, his brow furrowed in a savage expression. When he turned and saw Qiao still standing beside Ji Zhang, a nameless fire ignited in his heart, and his eyes burned with murderous intent. "Welcome, Dungeon Raid Team. You have successfully entered the SS rank Dungeon Demon Land. You will now begin voting to select the dungeon clearance method." At that moment, a clear, cold notification sound suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. "It's here. We can actually choose the clearance method." Before they could discuss it, several lines of information appeared before everyone's eyes. Clearance method: exterminate all dark creatures on the outskirts of the Demon Land and eliminate the remnant bone snake to clear the dungeon early. Difficulty coefficient, reward coefficient. Clearance method: enter the depths of the Demon Land and eliminate the remnant bone snake and the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone to clear the dungeon early. Difficulty coefficient, reward coefficient. Clearance method: enter the core area of the Demon Land and eliminate the remnant bone snake, the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone, and the Lord of the Demon Land to clear the dungeon early. Difficulty coefficient, reward coefficient. Voting for all members is now open. The clearance method with the most votes will be determined as the only way to clear this dungeon. Please choose carefully. Looking at this information, everyone's eyes widened. In previous dungeons, there had only ever been one mission objective. This time, they were given a choice between 3 different difficulty levels. How were they supposed to choose? Master Ji, Li Jiangwo and the others cast solemn gazes toward Ji Zhang, waiting for his judgment and decision. The Southern Wilderness group would certainly vote as a block. It all depended on which choice Master Ji made. Ji Zhang rubbed his chin. He hadn't expected that this dungeon would not trigger the Abyss mode. He felt a bit puzzled. Was it because his own strength wasn't enough to pull the entire group into Abyss mode? Or did dungeons above SS rank simply not have an abyss mode, offering only a choice of mission objectives instead? Damn it. We should obviously choose the highest one. What is there to hesitate about? The blonde man started clamoring again, casting his vote directly for clearance method. The others looked at each other, their gazes shifting to their leader, Zhu Huanshan. Those powerhouses from the East Sea who had not yet ignited their divine fire were hoping to choose clearance method. This mission objective looked the simplest, and their chances of survival would be the highest. However, the rewards were also the lowest. Route 1 had a 1-star difficulty and a 1-star reward. Route 2 had a 2-star difficulty and a 3-star reward. Route 3 had a 3-star difficulty and a 5-star reward. The gap between them was simply too vast. As these East Sea powerhouses looked at Zhu Huanshan, they could clearly catch a glimmer of intense greed and desire in his eyes. Chapter 536. The oppressive feeling of the demon land, peeling back a corner of the dark world. What are you all hesitating for? Just pick 3 and be done with it. The blonde man continued to urge them, his brow furrowed with irritation as he watched the others hesitate. This old man believes that choosing clearance method 2 is the safer bet. The lean, elderly man spoke slowly, his cloudy eyes flashing with a sharp glint as he stared at the hazy sky in the distance. I'm fine with anything. It's up to you all. The bald man, who was usually sparing with his words, also stated his position at this moment. The situation reached a stalemate. Qiyao secretly sent a message to Ji Zhang. What do you want to choose? Ji Zhang, choose 3. What about you, Qiyao? I was urgently thinking of choosing 2, but 3 is doable. Since you want to choose 3, let's just go with 3 together. While the two were messaging privately, Li Jiangwo and the others were also waiting for Ji Zhang's instructions. After receiving the message from Ji Zhang, the group exchanged glances and nodded heavily, then unanimously voted for clearance method. On the other side, Zhu Qianshan also made his decision, leading everyone from the East Sea camp to vote for clearance method. He didn't even bother to consult the Southern Wilderness side for their opinion. When the final results were announced, clearance method topped the list with 29 votes. Only the old man insisted on voting for clearance method. But even this result was quite surprising. No one expected that this group of slackers from the Southern Wilderness would actually have the guts to choose clearance method. Dungeon difficulty selection successful. Mission objectives updated. Mission objectives: enter the core area deep within the demon land and annihilate the 3 dungeon bosses: Residual Bone Snake, Purgatory Mountain Demon Clone, and Lord of the Demon Land. Mission time limit: 119 to 59. Difficulty coefficient, reward coefficient. A stream of information appeared before everyone's eyes, declaring the official start of this SS rank dungeon. HMPH, that's all it took, wasting so much time. The golden-haired man wore an arrogant expression, his eyes filled with disdain as he took a single step and flashed into the air. Whoever wants to kill the boss with me, follow along. Don't come crying to me if you can't get any points during the dungeon settlement because I didn't give you a chance. After saying this, he didn't wait for the others, his figure instantly turning into a golden rainbow as he streaked toward the distant sky. Everyone remained where they were. No one responded to his call. The old man shook his head, and even Zhu Qianshan was rendered speechless. He knew this guy was arrogant and unruly, but he hadn't expected him to be this difficult to manage, leaving the team the moment they entered the dungeon. This external reinforcement was a waste of effort, however, hindered by the golden-haired man's status and position. Zhu Qianshan couldn't say much and had to let him be. Everyone, let's go as well. Let's take care of the first target, Zhu Qianshan said, then glanced at Ji Zhang, Alliance Leader Ji. You all should follow our team. Be careful not to get separated. The group took out their flying vehicles from their respective spatial items. The people from the Southern Wilderness also boarded Ji Zhang's water drop flying vehicle. Qiyao had originally wanted to go with Ji Zhang, but under the constant hints from Lena's eyes, she ended up boarding Lena's flying vehicle instead. Be careful yourself. Don't be a fool and let them use you as cannon fodder before setting off. Qiyao sent a message to Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang smiled knowingly after reading it. This little she's actually quite conscientious. He could naturally see through Zhu Qianshan's intentions. But as for who was using whom, that remained to be seen. Ji Zhang, if things blow up on your end later, Just run over to my side. Chiyo replied with a ghost face emoji. Soon, the team set off. Various flying vehicles streaking across the sky, heading straight for the dungeon ahead. Looking down from high altitude, the entire land appeared as if it were completely covered by a black spider web. It was endless and terrifyingly oppressive. Jizang came out of the cabin and sat cross-legged on the water drop vehicle alone, activating his chaos-eyes. The laws and order of the entire firmament ahead were completely revealed to his sight. This was the first time Jizang had observed that gray, hazy expanse in the sky from such a height and distance. Everything became much clearer. Jizang felt his scalp tingle, and a stormy sea surged in his heart. Damn it. He had made many judgments earlier, but he never expected this to be the answer. That gray-white substance covering the entire sky. It was insects. WRIGGLING, enormous, unknown insects. They were almost transparent to the point of being invisible, densely packed together, feeding on the surging laws and order in the sky. He switched to the tidal gaze of the abyss and used his observation ability on those insects. A stream of information appeared before his eyes. Sky covering worm level, world-class status, demigod evolution. The sky-covering worm is an extremely unique atmospheric creature of the dark world. A super-large ecological life form composed of billions of translucent insects. The origin of the sky-covering worm is very mysterious. To this day, no one knows where they were born or why they exist above the atmosphere. But even the powerful dark royal family keeps a respectful distance from the celestial domain where the sky-covering worms reside. Friendly reminder. Absolutely do not attempt to break into the canopy formed by the sky-covering worms, otherwise, you will experience the pain of having even your soul devoured by 10,000 insects. Jizang looked at this information with complex emotions. Another world-class entity, and an ecological one at that. They had only just entered the dungeon, and such a terrifying thing was hidden above their heads. Jizang had to raise his expectations for the difficulty of this dungeon in his heart. However, one thing was now certain, that was, this place was truly part of the legendary dark world, the Abyss World. It was also the source of all dark creatures. The dark world. We entered so easily. He narrowed his eyes. Just then, the radars of all the flying vehicles sounded urgent alarms at almost the same time. New target detected. 50 kilometers at 9 o'clock. 45 kilometers. Enemies are coming. Tense reports rang out in the East Sea Experts channel. Without satellite support, relying solely on the vehicle's built-in radar, they could only support a detection range of 50 kilometers at most. By the time they discovered it, the enemy was already very close. Moreover, the opponent's movement speed clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Too fast, boom! The next second, everyone heard a terrifying sound of air being torn apart from the 9 o'clock direction. It was a vast pressure, crushing toward them. Everyone in the dungeon squad immediately put away their vehicles, preparing to face the enemy in person. Rumble. Listening to the violent trembling sound in the world, everyone's hearts grew tense. This aura had already surpassed the sovereign level, reaching the level of a supreme. Has the first boss arrived? This thought popped into everyone's mind. If the first boss was already at the supreme level, the following two would likely be at least supreme level as well. At this intensity, it was probably even higher than the boss wave of the 10th round of the Abyss invasion. At this moment, the old man's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted a warning. Cover your ears, steady your minds, quickly. As soon as his voice fell, a massive, howling sonic wave surged from the front. It was a shrill, banshee-like screech that struck suddenly, like a tsunami. The moment the sonic wave washed over them, everyone's eardrums were nearly pierced instantly. Their heads felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. The world spun, and it felt as though their very souls were being torn apart. Under this first terrifying impact, those powerhouses who had not yet ignited their godhood, even after following the old man's instructions to cover their ears, were left bleeding from their 7 orifices and suffering from mental collapse. The next second, a massive figure appeared on the horizon ahead. It was a pale human face, hundreds of meters wide, with skin stretched tight over its skull, pulled into an incredibly eerie grin. On both sides were wings shaped like human palms. The entire form looked bizarre to the extreme. Wailing Ghost Facha level, Suprema status, Suduga description. Legend has it that in ancient times, The Dark Royal family would sever the heads and palms of the giant race, stitching them together through occult methods to create an immortal puppet. The powerhouses present checked the enemy's status window immediately, but when they saw the name, everyone's mood instantly sank to the bottom. It wasn't one of the 3 boss targets for the mission. This was just a normal monster. Prepare for battle, Zhu Qianchen roared, a majestic aura surging from his body. It was an intensely scorching flame aura that warped the space around him. At the same time, almost all the powerhouses immediately unleashed their long-range attacks. Strike directly. Don't hold anything back, Ji Zhang also said to Li Jiangwo and the others, forming a surging arc of yin-yang lightning in his hands. Although this wailing ghost face wasn't one of the 3 main bosses, it was still an elite monster leader and would surely grant a significant amount of points. Moreover, this thing possessed godhood and could grant points for the stairway to divinity. It was a monster that had to be contested. Yes. The 5 members of Li Jiangwo's group also felt their fighting spirit surge and immediately unleashed their strongest long-range attacks. Boom, boom, boom. These were no mere nobodies. They were an elite squad composed of the top combat power from the southern wilderness and the eastern sea regions. Elemental attacks, spirit words, physical strikes. Dozens of people unleashed their full power, and a terrifying aura instantly blanketed the entire world. The fastest among them was Ji Zhang's yin-yang lightning flash. The range of this lightning strike wasn't large, but the thunder energy was extremely condensed. It had almost transformed into a laser piercing across the sky. It pulled far ahead of the others' long-range attacks and was the first to strike the wailing ghost face. Boom! The wailing ghost face was pierced through directly, followed immediately by the various attacks of dozens of powerhouses, all of which struck the target. Rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the supreme-level wailing ghost face was torn apart by this dense and surging power. That immortal body was completely shattered, a supreme-level monster, killed in an instant. Looking at the fragments of flesh and black smoke in the distant sky, everyone felt incredibly exhilarated. We did it. Ha ha. Nothing special. After all that, the supreme level is so fragile. I thought it would be much harder to deal with. It's nowhere near the final boss of the second round. With the crisis averted, everyone relaxed. Successfully killed a wailing ghost face supreme level monster. Gold coins come 25 billion. Ghost face demon spirit supreme level come 1. Successfully killed a creature with divine aura. Stairway to divinity points come 10. Ji Zhang looked at the kill notification appearing before him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Good. He had successfully taken it down. His lightning flash had been brewing since before the sonic screech arrived. After hitting the monster, he had detonated the lightning energy inside its body, maximizing the damage and achieving an instant kill. The attacks from the others were merely icing on the cake. It was good enough if they managed to scrape a bit of contribution. It was a pity there were no multipliers like Super Main City or Abyss Mode. Just the base 25 billion gold coins and monster materials, and only 10 stairway to divinity points. Even a single speck of divine will dust cost 50 points. Killing a monster with godhood only gave 10 points. He would need to kill 5 just to get 1 speck. It was truly stingy, but it was likely because the wailing ghost face's status was too low. This thing barely reached the level of a low-tier pseudo-god, so it really couldn't drop much loot. Ji Zhang slowly withdrew his power and turned to ask, "Who got the kill just now?" "Yeah, who got the kill?" "Damn, I didn't see the notification. It wasn't me." "Not me either. The monster fell apart before my attack even reached it." Everyone began to discuss it among themselves. Zhu Qianchen and his top subordinates looked livid, as they hadn't managed to secure the kill either. On the other side, the old man and the bald man hadn't attacked at all, so it was unlikely to be them. The intensity of the lightning Ji Zhang had released was indeed impressive, but the range was too small. It clearly shouldn't have been enough to deal a fatal blow to the wailing ghost face. Moreover, since Ji Zhang was the one asking, it was unlikely he was the one who got the first kill. Zhu Qianchen looked around the circle and spoke. "Whoever received the monster killing reward, come out and say so." "Exactly. Is there any need to be so secretive? Why is no one claiming it? What is there to hide?" As they spoke, everyone began to grow suspicious, yet still, no one stepped forward to claim it. The atmosphere turned stiff for a moment. Du Huanshan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a hawk. Whoever it is, just stand up. As the guildmaster, I won't do anything to you. If you don't clarify this now, it will be treated as the crime of deceiving the organization upon our return, and you will be dealt with severely. Du Huanshan had laid down the law, but still, no one was willing to step forward. After a 2-minute standoff, the matter had to be left and settled. Everyone boarded the aircraft once more and began heading toward the outskirts of the demon land. This part of the journey went much more smoothly, and they basically didn't encounter any trouble they couldn't resolve. Half an hour later, the group finally crossed the vast expanse of land and arrived at the outskirts of the demon land. The ecology here was much better than the exterior, and one could see various low-level dark creatures wandering through this area. Chapter 537. The first boss appears. A giant snake formed from a mountain of bones. The dark creatures here were fundamentally different from those in the outside world. They were more ferocious, bloodthirsty, cruel, and hideous. The mere scent of vitality from afar was enough to drive them into a frenzy, and they constantly closed in on the direction of the expedition team. The aircraft swept across the sky like a magnet, drawing all the dark creatures on the ground toward it, turning them into a surging black carpet on the earth. Ji King observed carefully. The rank of these dark creatures was generally above king-level monsters, and monarch-level or overlord-level creatures were everywhere. Moreover, compared to monsters of the same rank, the dark creatures here were clearly much stronger. The experts of the expedition team, looking at the massive number of monsters on the ground below, felt no fear or hesitation. On the contrary, they were somewhat eager to fight. These were all points, after all. Du Huanshan also noticed the looks in everyone's eyes and said, "Everyone, kill if you want to. But remember not to waste too much stamina and resources. There are still tough battles to be fought later." Having received the guildmaster's permission, the experts successively detached from the aircraft and, filled with surging battle intent, slaughtered their way into the monster horde below. On the southern wilderness side, Ji King also let Li Jiangwo and the others go down to have a good fight, while he remained in the water-drop aircraft and took out the void heavenly eye. It was a semi-illusory eyeball, about the size of a human head, with a vertical pupil like an abyss where a galaxy seemed to flow. Ji King took a deep breath and directly connected his consciousness into the void heavenly eye. His vision shifted. It was as if Ji King had connected to another soul. His perception was infinitely elevated, and he switched to a god's eye view, looking down at his own figure. This feeling was truly marvelous. He tried to maneuver the void heavenly eye, and his vision passed through the cabin wall of the water-drop aircraft, reaching high into the sky. Then, it flew off into the distance. During this process, Ji King could feel his mental energy being consumed rapidly. The faster the void heavenly eye flew, the more mental energy he consumed. Furthermore, this item had an independent perspective without distance perception. If one didn't pay attention to the direction, it was very easy to get lost. Once lost, that activation would be completely wasted, and he would have to wait for the 24-hour cooldown before using it again. The most critical part was that while using the void heavenly eye, he couldn't replenish his mental energy through the Fengshen fruit. In other words, his mental energy bar was the maximum control time for the void heavenly eye. It really didn't give him any loopholes to exploit. Ji King focused all his attention, controlling the vision of the void heavenly eye as it scanned this demon land. Compared to the plains, the mountains and land of the demon land were very barren and lacked cover, making it easier for him to scout. Ji King accelerated all the way, and finally, 100,000 kilometers away, he discovered one of the primary targets in a massive swamp basin shrouded in black mist. It was an incomparably huge snake. It had no skin on its entire body, and its grayish-white bones were exposed to the air. Each rib looked like a curved blade, with withered fascia hanging between them. Trembling slightly with its breathing, the snake's skull was flat, and there were no eyeballs in its sockets, only two clusters of ghostly green flames flickering. Its spine was segmented like a long chain, dragging behind it and disappearing into the swirling black mist all around. It coiled in the swamp basin like a mountain made of white bones, and in the black mist surrounding its nest, a large number of small and medium-sized snakes resided, varying in size. Their numbers enough to make one's scalp tingle. Ji Kang wanted to see the full picture of this area, but the vision of the void heavenly eye began to blur. It wasn't a problem of distance, but rather that beneath the entire nest, some kind of powerful origin power was interfering. That power of origin laws was blocking the sight of the void heavenly eye. With no other choice, Ji Kang had to leave a void mark directly on the residual bone snake. The moment the mark was successful, the residual bone snake instantly woke from its dormant state. Those giant ghost fire pupils turned toward the sky, releasing monstrous killing intent. At this moment, Ji Kang also disconnected the void heavenly eye, let out a long breath, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This thing was truly exhausting. He had only controlled it for a few minutes, and his mental energy was already more than half depleted. To reach the extreme distance of 500 kilometers and perform a comprehensive sweep within that range, it would consume at least 100 times his current mental energy reserves. Ji Kang took out a fengxian fruit, ate it, and turned his head to look at the land below. A great battle was currently underway. The experts from the southern wilderness and the sea god sect had attracted all the dark creatures in the entire area, and both sides were engaged in a hearty, bloody battle. In the absence of supreme-level monsters, although the dark creatures held an absolute advantage in numbers, they were still being crushed by the survivors. Various verbal incantations, talents, and equipment skills were being smashed wildly onto the earth, tearing apart every dark monster in their path. Aside from the four great powerhouses Jizang, Zhu Tianshan, the bald man, and the old man, everyone else had participated in this dimensionality reduction strike. Even Qiao had joined in the fray, reaping a significant number of dark creatures. 10 odd minutes later, the number of monsters on the ground had plummeted. Only then did Zhu Tianshan call everyone back, preparing to continue the journey. That was satisfying. But these monsters are tough enough. They're much stronger than the plains monsters of the same level. I wonder how many points I'll get from this wave. I personally killed at least 10,000. Haha. You get way more from killing bosses. These are just small fry. Didn't you notice the big shots didn't even lift a finger? That Jizang guy didn't come down either. Hilarious. Acting like some kind of expert. Seeing the president and the others staying put, he probably felt embarrassed to go down. After all, he's supposed to be the #1 of the southern wilderness. Bullshit #1. With the level of the southern wilderness, he's at best a big fish in a small pond. I wouldn't say that. That guy's methods are quite bizarre. Last time, Sister Na was tricked by him, which is why we had to concede 6 spots. He just hides in the back and plays dirty. People like that can't handle the spotlight. He'll be exposed once we fight the boss later. Still, those powerhouses from the southern wilderness aren't bad. They didn't embarrass themselves. I reckon that's the extent of Jizang's ability. Inside the aircraft, the powerhouses of the Sea God sect were heatedly discussing the recent battle, each still feeling a sense of lingering excitement. Meanwhile, inside Jizang's water drop aircraft, Li Jiangwo and the others were also somewhat agitated. As peak powerhouses who had already ignited their divine fire, the intensity of the recent battle was, at best, just a warm-up for them. Master Ji, aren't you going down to warm up? There were so many points down there just now. Yi Xingzhou asked while sipping on spiritual liquid. I'll pass. There will be plenty of opportunities later, Jizang said with a smile, starting up the water drop. However, after flying for a while, the path of the water drop began to deviate from the Sea God sect's fleet, and the two sides pulled a significant distance apart. Jizang didn't hoard the intelligence. He directly connected to the other party's vehicle frequency. Follow me. I just discovered the location of the bone remnant snake. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire dungeon squad perked up. Alliance leader Ji, where is the bone remnant snake? Zhu Tianshan asked hurriedly. Jizang provided the coordinates, northwest, 100,000 kilometers away. There is a swamp basin there. It's very easy to recognize. Zhu Tianshan, any other intelligence? How did you discover it? That is the nest of the bone remnant snake. The number of monsters is conservatively estimated to be over 5 million. It's impossible to judge their strength for now. That's all the information I have. My intelligence gathering ability can only be used once a day. Jizang revealed everything. Such outstanding intelligence gathering ability truly opened everyone's eyes. There were no satellites here. and the radar detection range of the vehicles was extremely limited. Being able to obtain precise information from so far away showed just how high-level Ji Zhang's methods were. Good, let's head there immediately. Du Qianshan issued the order. Everyone, keep up. Start moving at full speed. Don't fall behind. Following that, the Dungeon Squad's fleet immediately began to advance at full speed in the direction pointed out by Ji Zhang. However, on the Sea God sect side, quite a few people were skeptical of Ji Zhang's intelligence. The Governor-General said, "President, if that kid really got the intel, why didn't he go kill it himself? I'm a bit suspicious of Ji Zhang's motives." Another vice president spoke with a hint of confidence. "Director Luo, you're overthinking it. Ji Zhang would have to be strong enough to win, and leaving the team to kill the boss would be a clear sign of opposing our Sea God sect. He wouldn't dare." Zhu Qianshan snorted coldly. "Consider that kid somewhat useful. He's not entirely here to drag us down. When the battle starts later, all of you watch your positioning. Let those people from the southern wilderness go test the firepower first and probe the boss's strength." "Understood, President. It's all under control. Ha 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 ha." In the private frequency of the Sea God sect vehicles, the laughter of several high-ranking officials echoed. "Master Ji, if we just give them the intelligence like this, won't we become passive?" Inside the water-drop aircraft, Long Yucheng hesitated. The others were also quite worried. Not knowing the true intention behind Master Ji's actions, it doesn't matter. The boss has to be fought regardless. Everyone working together is better than us risking a solo run. Ji Zhang smiled. The strength of the bone remnant snake was conservatively estimated to be above the median of the supreme level, far exceeding the boss of the 10th round. What he was doing was actually to see the true combat power of the bone remnant snake and the Sea God sect, which would facilitate his arrangements for subsequent battles. The difficulty of this mission was 3 stars, and each star added a boss. The difficulty level was jumping upward. Before he made his move, he needed to confirm whether the difficulty of the entire dungeon was increasing by an order of magnitude or exponentially. This point was crucial. After the boss fight begins later, all of you retreat to the periphery to farm small monsters. Find opportunities to touch the boss and scrape some contribution points. But absolutely do not engage the boss head. On. Ji Zhang instructed. "Yes, Master Ji." The group looked at each other and nodded heavily. Next, the Dungeon Squad continued their journey. Although the terrain of the Demon Land dungeon was vast, the directionality was still very obvious. Those with strong sensory abilities could roughly judge the direction of the boss through the energy molecules in the air. The aircraft swept over the gray-white earth. The dark creatures below, startled by their presence, surged like a tide, only to be left far behind. Soon, the Dungeon Squad successfully entered the depths of the Demon Land. On the way, they encountered 2 attacks from supreme-level monsters, but they were resolved smoothly without any casualties. For these 2 supreme-level monsters, Ji Zhang deliberately held back, only snatching one of them. However, the points obtained for the Stairway to Divinity this time were 13. Which was much higher than the previous one. Entering the depths of the Demon Land, the pressure on the aircraft became significantly greater. Du Qianshan ordered everyone to put away their flight devices and proceed by flying with their own physical bodies. Alliance Leader Ji, may I ask how much further it is? The old man asked. He was the most cautious person in the entire Dungeon Squad, keeping his attention on the movements in all directions throughout the journey. Ji Zhang replied. "Very close now. Less than 3,000 kilometers. The old man nodded. "Everyone, be sure to seal your aura to avoid alerting the enemy." But just at that moment, everyone could clearly feel the surrounding air suddenly vibrate. It was like a calm lake surface suddenly rippling with a circle of waves. It was very faint, but it instantly alerted everyone. "Don't move. This is some kind of signal capture. It seems to have discovered us," the old man exclaimed. All the experts immediately froze in midair, not daring to move a muscle. Sure enough, only 10 seconds later, a second vibration wave passed over, sweeping across everyone's bodies. "Don't move yet. Let's see if there is a third scan," the old man said again. "Guildmaster." The experts of the Sea God sect did not know what to do and turned their gazes towards Zhu Qianshan. Their group had come specifically to exterminate the bone remnant snake. Being discovered by the enemy was not a big deal. At most they would lose the element of surprise. They did not understand why the old man was so nervous. Du Chanshan said in a deep voice, "Listen to Aldrich. Do not move for now." Time ticked by second by second. After waiting for a full 5 minutes and confirming there was no third vibration scan, the group's hearts finally settled down. Only Jizang's expression remained somber. Through his eye of chaos, he had just seen the low-order structure of those two shockwaves. That was power at the origin level. This was going to be difficult. He was now leaning toward the possibility that these shockwaves were not emitted by the bone remnant snake, but by another, even more powerful existence deep within the demon land. Because in his void markings, the position and posture of the bone remnant snake had not changed at all, it was still lying in its nest. Jizang looked at the external expert known as Eldridge. This old man had likely noticed this as well, which was why he was so nervous. The old fellow was no simple character either. "It should be fine for now. Let's continue," Eldridge said. With the alarm temporarily lifted, the squad continued their stealthy approach. After trekking for another hour, the dungeon squad successfully reached the vicinity of the bone remnant snake's lair. This was a massive swamp basin. A thick, fishy stench rushed into their nasal cavities, carrying a sense of rotting death that caused immediate physical discomfort. In the center of the swamp ahead, a bone-white giant snake of terrifying proportions lay coiled within a thin black mist, casting a blurred silhouette. Chapter 538, A Terrifying Battle. The survival crisis of the dungeon squad. We're here. Everyone's expressions were extremely grave as they carefully observed the massive swamp basin ahead. Long before arriving, everyone had already sealed their own aura, so they had not attracted the attention of the monsters in the lair below. But the scene before them was truly hair-raising. In the swamp, dense swarms of snakes surged through the mud. They varied in size. Some were as thick as houses, while others were long enough to coil around a mountain. The aura accumulated by this number of monsters seemed heavy enough to crush the earth itself. And besides the bone remnant snake, there were actually 3 other supreme-level giant snakes here. Dominator-level and Overlord-level monsters were countless. At this sight, even the most composed bald man showed hesitation and asked, "How do we fight this?" Silence fell over the group. The intensity of this dungeon had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. "It seems we can only lure the bone remnant snake out," Aldrich said with a heavy expression. "If they started a battle here in the lair, they would have to deal with the bone remnant snake plus 3 other supreme-level giant snakes simultaneously. The dungeon squad would immediately fall into a bitter struggle. Casualties were inevitable. Let's split up first. Alliance Leader G, you go to the east, and we will go to the south. We'll put some distance between us, then launch an attack simultaneously to disperse the monster's strength before picking them off one by one," Du Chanshan said, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Everyone nodded. "Then, I will go over there as well." Chi suddenly spoke up. The group was stunned upon hearing this. "Miss Chi, what is the meaning of this?" "My arrangement is based on tactical proficiency. Everyone has a tacit understanding within their own teams, so it won't be chaotic. You are from the East Sea. Wouldn't going over there just be a burden to Alliance Leader G?" Du Chanshan stared straight at Chi. Even Li Na, standing nearby, kept signaling to Chi, but the young girl was very firm. "I have cooperated in battle with Alliance Leader G before, so we are familiar with each other. The southern wilderness side has too few people. They need a strong support." As she spoke, ignoring Zhu Chanshan's extremely unsightly expression, Chi flew to Jizang's side. Everyone's eyes turned to Jizang. At this moment, the alliance leader of the southern wilderness did not express his stance, nor did he even turn his head. He was staring at the bone remnant snake in the distance. He was currently using the gaze of the Abyss Eye to inspect the bone remnant snake's status window. Bone remnant snake special boss level, supreme level status, pseudo-god evaluation. The bone remnant snake is a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient king snake. After being eroded by death energy, it has completely fallen into darkness, becoming an immortal dark puppet. It possesses strength and detection capabilities far beyond the ordinary supreme level. To hunt the bone remnant snake, one must avoid appearing within the range of its tongue's detection at all costs. Jizang closed the window, his gaze fixed on the massive silhouette half hidden in the black mist of the swamp in the distance. He already had a rough idea of what was about to happen. It is a pity that the others lacked the ability to view information panels without leaving a trace, like the eye of gazing into the abyss. To inspect an opponent's panel, one would have to use mental power to intrude, which would alert the enemy and cause them to miss this most crucial piece of intelligence. Watch out and dodge. Jizang spoke these 4 words. In the next second, he instantly expanded his moment of eternity time domain. Time ripples spread out, enveloping all 6 people, including Li Jiangwo and Qi Yao. Within the domain, the flow of time slowed down by 100 times. Following this, Jizang simultaneously activated his yin-yang lightning domain, pulling them toward the side to begin their retreat. Soon, the group shifted out of the time domain. The moment the flow of time returned to normal, a tumultuous storm rose in the hearts of everyone, because down in the mudflats, a massive shadow had already risen. It was a snake tail, so unimaginably vast that it was sweeping toward the sky at an astonishing speed. Boom! Quick! Dodge! The expressions of the group changed in shock, but the reaction time left for the dungeon squad was simply too little. That giant tail, hidden beneath the mud, had already risen like a mountain range, sweeping toward them. Jizang had been the fastest to act, having already moved Li Jiangwo and the others to a safe zone at the first opportunity. The remaining experts of the Sea God sect could only rely on their own skills. Fortunately, all the experts who had ignited their divine fire possessed powerful life-saving measures. The moment they reacted, they began to dodge and retreat to the sides. The remaining experts also scrambled to flee in a panic, but their speed and reactions were too slow. Many had not yet cleared the attack range of the giant tail before they were struck directly. Boom! The massive black shadow swept across the horizon, its overwhelming power instantly turning the Sea God sect experts directly above it into mists of blood. Those who barely managed to escape were instantly maimed, their arms and legs severed, some were even cut in half at the waist, their blood-stained torsos tossed into midair. The blood and screams were shredded by the terrifying gale that followed. Rumble! The giant tail soared into the air, its pale bones resembling a flying mountain ridge, radiating an earth-shattering pressure. Everyone watched this tragic scene with their own eyes, their faces turning deathly pale. One strike, only one strike. It had directly crippled the Sea God sect's fighting force. They looked back to see that the massive head, previously hidden in the black mist, had emerged and noticed. Its eyes, like ghostly flames, stared coldly at the uninvited guests in the sky. Everyone scatter! Du Tianchen roared at the top of his lungs. This sneak attack by the residual bone snake had directly signaled the start of the great battle. The monsters throughout the entire nest below began to stir frantically at this moment. 3 supreme-level giant snakes ejected directly from the mudflats. The scales on their bodies spread open, spraying out pus-filled mist, and they began to soar through the air just like dragons. Rumble! Without any preparation, without any tactics. A chaotic melee began just like that, without any warning. The Sea God sect had more people, and they had sustained injuries. The blood of these high-constitution beings attracted a large number of monsters to swarm them. Conversely, Jizang's side had fewer people and did not draw the primary aggro, so the pressure they faced was much smaller. You all break out of the encirclement first, and keep a close eye on the movements of the residual bone snake. Jizang spoke with a composed gaze, simultaneously releasing his lightning breath domain to help the group offset the mental pressure from the residual bone snake. Li Jiangwo and the others were still shaken. This was simply too intense. If it weren't for Master Ji's intervention, they might have truly been hit by that terrifying tail sweep just now. The consequences were too horrific to even imagine. Following Jizang's instructions, the group immediately unleashed their full strength and began to break toward the outer perimeter. Although the experts from the southern wilderness had not attracted the aggro of the boss and the monsters, they were still in the core area. If they didn't break out now, they would surely be worn down to death here. On the other side, the Sea God sect experts were dealing with the situation in a frantic mess. After its earth-shattering tail sweep, the residual bone snake's entire body, as massive as a mountain range, had slithered over. The terrifying snake had approached their location at an incredible speed. Jizang, you guys hurry up and lure the residual bone snake away, Du Tianchen bellowed, his figure already retreating rapidly, a step ahead of the others. But his command was met only with a cold glare from Jizang. This old fellow was quite amusing. He really thought of himself as the leader of the squad. Jizang, what should we do? Chiyo's ice breath domain was fully expanded. Her figure, like an ice goddess, hovered in midair, her eyes looking at Jizang beside her with extreme tension. Don't be in a rush to fight. Let Zhu Qianchen and his group wear it down first, Jizang said, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Though you are quite clever, switching to the southern wilderness side so quickly. Aren't you from the Sea God sect? Aren't you afraid they'll settle scores with you later? I really give up on you. How can you still have the heart to joke at a time like this? Chiyo couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She casually manifested dozens of ice spikes, sweeping away the snake monsters attempting to surround them, and said, I was just born in the East Sea. If it weren't for Sister Na constantly persuading me, I wouldn't have wanted to join any major faction. She had long been unable to stand many of the Sea God sect's practices, but due to her status, it was difficult to express. It would be better to take this opportunity to break away from the Sea God sect entirely. It was just that her vehicles and territory were still over there. If she could survive and get out of the dungeon this time, she would have to find a way to transfer her core assets out. Amidst this chaotic battle, Jizang directly utilized a yin-yang lightning flash, tearing open a gap in the defensive line, and led the southern wilderness group as they charged out. The Sea God sect experts fared much more miserably. Those who had been injured in the first wave of attacks were, without exception, swallowed by the powerful snake swarm, devoured until not even a scrap remained. The Sea God sect originally consisted of 24 people, but in the blink of an eye, 10 of their powerhouses had already been lost. This was only the first boss, and they hadn't even engaged in a true head-on confrontation yet. Yet they had already suffered such heavy casualties. This dealt a massive blow to the morale of the entire team. Jizang, you dare to flee from battle. My East Sea will surely flatten your entire southern wilderness. Zhu Qianchen's eyes were practically splitting with rage as he watched Jizang disengage and leave. He had originally intended to use these people from the southern wilderness as bait, but in the end, his own side had become the expendable material. Old man, whether you can even make it out alive is another matter entirely. So stop your incessant whining. Jizang's voice drifted over faintly, stabbing into Zhu Qianchen's heart like a blade and making him so angry he nearly coughed up blood. President Zhu, there is no need to make an issue out of Alliance liturgy. You should be thinking about how to handle the current situation, Aldrich said, his tone revealing his deep disappointment in Zhu Qianchen. Zhu Qianchen's vision was, in the end, far too narrow. He still couldn't see that Jizang had never taken him seriously from the very beginning, nor had he ever considered him a factor. Yet here was Zhu Qianchen, still trying to threaten Jizang with a large-scale regional war. It was truly laughable. However, as an outside consultant, he didn't want to get too deeply entangled with Zhu Qianchen. Everyone was just using each other, taking what they needed. He had already done his duty by offering multiple warnings and providing assistance from the sidelines. As for the other two outside consultants, the bald man was only focused on fighting alone, preserving his strength to the maximum, and had provided no substantial help to the Sea God sect. As for that golden-haired youth, he had long since vanished without a trace. Whoosh! The bone-eating serpent's sky-swallowing maw struck, and two more Sea God sect powerhouses were unable to dodge in time, being swallowed whole in one gulp. Watching these scenes of tragedy, Zhu Qianchen's heart was filled with a towering rage. Those who had died were all his most capable subordinates. How could he not be driven to the brink of madness? Ah! Zhu Qianchen roared, channeling the formidable power of his pseudo-divine status as he engaged the bone-eating serpent in battle. But as one of the three bosses, the bone-eating serpent's strength was simply too overpowered. The attacks of ordinary powerhouses were completely ineffective against it, and even a top-tier expert like Zhu Qianchen could only inflict minor wounds on the serpent's body without resorting to his trump card abilities. The creature would recover in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the group from the southern wilderness had successfully broken through the encirclement of the entire snake nest and reached the relatively safe airspace outside. Master Ji, when are we going to make our move? Carter swallowed hard and asked. No need to rush. The good show is still to come. You'll see it soon enough. Jizang said, turning his gaze toward the direction behind them, his lips curling slightly. The second boss, I reckon, is arriving immediately. Hearing Jizang's words, the few people present felt a chill run down their spines. The second boss is also coming this way. Soon, they verified Jizang's intuition through their own means of perception. Thump. Ripples of vibration spread through the air. These spatial ripples had nothing to do with the fierce battle in the core area. They were coming from the airspace behind everyone. Noticing the movement behind them, the group turned their heads, and upon seeing that familiar figure appear, the morale of the Sea God sect side surged instantly. It's Brother Zhuangli. He's back. Hold on, brothers. Reinforcements have arrived. The Zhuangli they spoke of was none other than the golden-haired man, Chen Zhuangli, who had abandoned the team earlier. With his addition, the Sea God sect now had 4 top-tier combatants. Slaying the bone-eating serpent would surely be a breeze. However, before they could even rejoice, they noticed the abnormal state of that figure. At this moment, Chen Zhuangli, having gone through who knows what, was covered in blood and in a wretched state. He didn't look like he was rushing over to provide reinforcements at all. Rather, he looked like he was fleeing for his life. Following that, everyone felt an inexplicable aura. The already lower pressure of the entire sky plummeted once more, as if a massive boulder were pressing down on everyone's heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Hurry over and save me, Chen Zhuangli roared in a hoarse voice. The next second, the thick black mist behind him was violently shattered by a massive figure. It was a blood-red monster as tall as a mountain, wielding a colossal warhammer, appearing abruptly in everyone's line of sight. A sense of utter despair washed over everyone's hearts. The second boss. It had arrived. Chapter 539, Jizang's True Strength. The shocked Sea God sect powerhouses. In the distance, Chen Zhuangli's golden streak of light was frantically closing in on the battlefield. His speed was so fast that he dragged a burning trail through the air, fraying the nerves of everyone present. At this moment, Chen Zhuangli no longer possessed his previous arrogant and unruly demeanor. Half of his battle armor was shattered. His exposed skin was covered in burns and lacerations. Most of his golden hair was scorched. Blood matted one of his eyes, and the other was filled with nothing but terror and panic. Behind him, a massive shadow crashed through the clouds. It was blood-red all over, resembling solidified mountain rock and crust. Its surface covered in dark red cracks from which molten lava flowed slowly. It had 4 curved horns on its head and no eyes. Only a single fissure that ran across its entire face. When the fissure opened, it looked like a volcanic crater, revealing rows of dense, white smoke-emitting teeth. This purgatory mountain demon was shorter than the bone-eating serpent, standing only 500 meters tall. But the pressure it exuded was more than a grade higher than that of the serpent. That idiot. Disaster followed disaster. Zhu Qianshan had completely lost his composure. No longer caring about the lives of his subordinates, he single-handedly tore through the defensive line and broke out of the encirclement. President, save me, save me, quickly. The survivors from the Sea God sect who had come in to leech off the completion rewards were almost entirely wiped out in this wave. Even several powerhouses who had already ignited their divine fire were trapped in dire straits, nearly swallowed whole by the remnant bone snakes. Sister Nao, come over here. Seeing that Li Nao was also falling into a crisis, Qi Yao hurriedly took action, blocking an attack from a supreme tier giant snake from a distance and helping her successfully break free. During the first round of the survival game, Li Na had saved her life, so she could not just sit by and watch. However, that was the extent of the help she would provide to the Sea God sect. Li Na rushed out of the encirclement and flew to Qi Yao's side, still shaken. Thank you, Xiaoyao. Qi Yao nodded. As long as you're safe. Ji Kang also glanced at Li Nao. He had no favorable impression of this woman, and his expression remained cold. However, out of respect for Qi Yao, he did not drive her away. In truth, Ji Kang could understand Lina's actions. In such a chaotic world of survival, one must attach themselves to major powers in order to survive and develop. This was a matter of stance and choosing a side. There was no right or wrong in it. Lina avoided eye contact, not daring to look directly at Ji Kang. She knew that Ji Kang did not welcome her and lacked the face to stay here any longer under his protection. Xiaoyao, you must be careful. This dungeon is extremely dangerous. After saying this, Lena did not linger and turned to leave immediately. The three bosses in this dungeon were each beyond what a survivor like her, who had just ignited their divine fire, could handle head-on. Retreating from the battlefield entirely was the best strategy. As for what would become of the Sea God sect afterward, she could no longer concern herself with that. Du Qianshan watched as the people below were either dying or fleeing, and he was nearly driven mad. He had never expected that the Sea God sect would face such a massive rout just as the boss battle had begun. In the blink of an eye, only the two vice presidents, the commander-in-chief, Aldrich, the bald man, and that idiot Chen Zhuangli, who was currently fleeing toward them, remained on the field. Only the highest-tier combatants were left. But now that they had to face two bosses simultaneously, how were they supposed to fight? After retreating to a safe zone, Du Qianshan and the others turned their gazes toward the blood-red giant monster in the distance, rushing to check its status window to obtain vital intelligence. Purgatory Mountain Demon Avatar Special Boss Level Supreme Tier Status, Pseudo-God Evaluation. It is an avatar left behind by the ancient Dark Monarch, the Purgatory Mountain Demon, inheriting a portion of the original body's power. The surface temperature of the Purgatory Mountain Demon's avatar reaches as high as 3,000 degrees. Anyone who enters the lava domain will suffer massive burn damage. At the same time, it possesses unparalleled physical defense capabilities and an undying body. Before its energy is completely exhausted, the Purgatory Mountain Demon avatar will follow the ancient dark will and inflict the extreme punishment of purgatory fire upon all invading enemies. Looking at this information, Du Qianshan's expression shifted, and certainly as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Two bosses at least at the mid-supreme tier, plus so many monsters on the field, it would be very difficult for the Sea God sect's current combat strength to cope. Not to mention, Ji Kang was still lurking nearby, watching like a tiger eyeing its prey. His palm tightened slightly, and a small radiation device appeared in his hand. This was an extremely precious monster-attracting device capable of affecting powerful supreme-tier entities. It was originally intended to be used to sacrifice others to save his own life and escape. But now, he had to use it prematurely. He planned to backstab Ji Kang directly. Ji Kang, I think you should understand the current situation. This is not the time for petty grudges. We must join forces, or none of us will survive. Du Qianshan called out loudly, his tone lacking aggression and instead carrying a hint of earnestness. But Ji Kang didn't take the bait at all, sneering, join forces. Sure, you go first, and I'll provide support from the back. Du Qianshan's expression turned ferocious instantly. You are truly courting death. In the next second, Du Qianshan wound up his arm and threw the monster-attracting device in his hand. Whoosh. The device turned into a streak of light, cutting across the sky and approaching the airspace where Ji Kang and the others were located at high speed. The device activated in midair, and a powerful electromagnetic wave capable of interfering with the minds of supreme-tier monsters instantly spread out. The moment this electromagnetic wave appeared, it instantly agitated the minds of all the monsters, causing them to become frantically restless. Even the two behemoths, the remnant bone snake and the Purgatory Mountain Demon avatar, noticed the device immediately, their pupils filled with irritation and killing intent. Ji Kang had long since noticed Du Qianshan's little trick. He sneered in disdain and flicked his finger. The energy field of the Singularity Dominion instantly and precisely covered the monster-attracting device. A burst of repulsive force erupted, forcibly stopping the device in midair before pushing it right back. This exchange happened in a mere instant, before anyone else could react. The device had already flown back towards Du Qianshan's direction. Du Qianshan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately used his innate talent to shatter the device from a distance. But the final electromagnetic wave had already been released, just 1,000 meters in front of him. And the only living things within that range were the people of the Sea God sect. The cold gazes of all the monsters turned toward them. Retreat, quickly, Du Qianshan roared hoarsely, immediately pulling back once more. The other high-ranking members followed their leader's lead in a panic, wanting to flee immediately. But it was already too late. Now, the entire battlefield, including all the monsters, even the Purgatory Mountain Demon avatar, had locked their sights firmly on them. The remnant bone snake struck first, unleashing a breath of death from dozens of kilometers away. Other snake monsters surged toward them like a tide threatening to drown the sky, chasing them down relentlessly. Unable to escape in time, Zhu Qianchen and the others were forced to fight. Eldridge, brother Yuanshan, come and help me first. Then we'll find an opportunity to get rid of Jikang. We can't leave him standing there watching us. Zhu Qianchen was fighting the bone remnant serpent and its swarm head-on, while privately sending frantic messages to Eldridge and the bald man. However, these two external reinforcements clearly understood the art of self-preservation. They did not respond to Zhu Qianchen's request, nor did they show any hostility toward Jikang. They were only here to clear the dungeon. The conflict and power struggles between the Sea God sect and the Southern Wilderness were none of their business, and they had no desire to participate. Seeing that Zhu Qianchen and his group had successfully drawn the bone remnant serpent's attention, the two immediately began attacking from the sidelines, hoping to finish off the serpent before the Purgatory Mountain Demon arrived on the battlefield. The bald man could be considered a classic example of someone who had achieved divinity through physical prowess. He used no weapons, relying solely on his fists to unleash formidable power. His movements were wide and sweeping, like a dragon soaring through the sky. Every punch that landed on the bone remnant serpent's skeletal frame erupted with a dull, thunderous boom, like a giant hammer striking an anvil, cracking the serpent's vital joints. Eldridge provided support from the rear, casting various functional buffs on all the combatants while utilizing his talents in ice and wind elements. Combined with his powerful incantations, he actually managed to suppress the bone remnant serpent for a time. However, the strength and resilience of the bone remnant serpent clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. The attacks from these peak survivors were merely superficial wounds to it. Black energy surged wildly within its body, rapidly repairing all its injuries. Jikang stood to the side, observing the changes across the entire battlefield. The physical durability of the bone remnant serpent was arguably the highest he had ever seen in a monster. The final boss of the second round, Arthas, had relied on royal bloodline and the suppression of laws. But if one were to place Arthas on this battlefield, stripping away the royal bloodline suppression of dark creatures, he likely wouldn't have lasted more than a few rounds against the bone remnant serpent. On the other side, the Purgatory Mountain Demon possessed even greater strength. Its physical durability and domain intensity were maxed out across the board. Taken individually, it would be enough to dominate an entire region on the Eternal Continent. And then there was the final boss that had yet to appear, the Lord of the Demon Lands. Jikang turned his gaze toward the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ever since those mysterious shockwaves from earlier, he had been able to faintly sense a certain gaze seemingly watching this place. This was one of the reasons he had been restraining himself from taking action. It was difficult to judge whether the third boss would suddenly descend. Otherwise, he would have already dealt with that treacherous old scoundrel Zhu Qianchen. There was no need to let him keep jumping around and making noise. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying tremors between heaven and earth continued unabated. The situation with the bone remnant serpent remained a stalemate, but the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone on the other side was already closing in on the battlefield. The pincer attack from both sides brought unprecedented pressure upon the experts present. Jikang, attack now. If this continues, you won't survive either, Zhu Qianchen roared, his body drenched in blood. It wasn't just Zhu Qianchen and his group. Even Eldridge was struggling to support the high-pressure battle. He lowered his pride and shouted a plea. Alliance Leader G, please take action. I am a guest elder of the East Seas Covenant of Light. I guarantee that Zhu Qianchen will pose no threat to you afterward. This is a moment where we must unite. Otherwise, no one will be able to clear the dungeon. Jikang, did you hear me? Attack now. Take down the bone remnant serpent first. Zhu Qianchen's face was twisted with ferocity as he bellowed. Fine, fine, I heard you. I'm attacking now. Jikang was getting annoyed. So he raised his hand towards Zhu Qianchen. Tyrant Domain, activate. Tyrant's Judgment. An invisible, majestic force instantly descended upon Zhu Qianchen. It was an absolute suppression that could not be defied, forcibly freezing his fighting figure in midair. Zhu Qianchen's eyes widened instantly. His pupils filled with an expression of utter disbelief. You! Before the words could leave his mouth, the bone remnant serpent's sky-swallowing maw engulfed him like an abyss. The giant jaws snapped shut. Splat! This arrogant overlord of the East Sea was buried in the serpent's mouth without any warning. leaving behind not even a scrap of his corpse, nor even half a final word. Aldrich, Yuanshan, the two vice presidents of the Sea God sect, and the governor-general all stared blankly at the scene, their minds unable to process what had just happened. Jikang. Had he set a trap to kill Zhu Jianshan? If this news were to spread outside, it would likely detonate the entire survivor world of the East Sea. Had he gone mad? Before any of them could react, Jikang aimed his palm at the remaining 3 peak experts of the Sea God sect in the next second. Realizing what was happening, they let out final screams and began burning their godhood, attempting to escape Jikang's grasp. But with their weak godhood, having only just ascended to pseudo-god status, how could they possibly resist Jikang's power? Singularity domination activated, the 3 were enveloped by an invisible, immense force, dragged toward a single center point, and slammed violently into one another. Following that, the power of Los shredded them. Splat! The 3 exploded into a mist of blood. After dealing with the remnants of the Sea God sect, Jikang formed a highly condensed orb of lightning in his palm and turned to strike it out casually. Swoosh! A tenfold lightning flash streaked across the sky, drawing a straight line of light that spanned over 10 kilometers and instantly pierced through the chest of the golden-haired man. Chen Zhuangli. Chen Zhuangli's eyes widened as he looked in disbelief at the charred, gaping hole in his chest. His mind stalled at that moment, and his body lost all sources of power. He felt the lethal threat, but he was already powerless to escape. His final strength supported him as he tilted his head upward. Above him, a black curtain covering the sky descended, completely shrouding the area where he stood. It was the giant hammer of the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone. Boom! The giant hammer whistled downward. Chen Zhuangli's mangled remains were smashed into an unremarkable pulp of flesh, splattered entirely across the giant hammer of the Purgatory Mountain Demon avatar. All of this unfolded in a mere 0.5 seconds. The entire Sea God sect, including their external reinforcement Chen Zhuangli, had been completely wiped out. Ji Zhang looked toward the remaining 2, Aldrich and Yuan Chan, with an indifferent expression, as if he had just crushed a few ants. Chapter 540 Slaying the Supreme. Divine power that reaches the heavens and earth. At this moment, the only ones left on the field, Aldrich and Yuan Chan, were already dumbfounded. Their eyes had seen it, but their brains were unable to process the massive shift in the situation that had occurred in that instant. What had Ji Zhang just done? You do. Do you have any objections to how I handled things? Ji Zhang revealed a faint smile, staring at the 2 figures in the distance. Aldrich and Yuan Chan felt as if they were being watched by some terrifying entity. They immediately felt prickles on their backs, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. No way. The top powerhouses of the Sea God sect. He just killed them like that. And it was a damn one-shot kill at that. Most importantly, there was Chen Zhuangli. Although this man was eccentric, violent, and arrogant, his background was incredibly deep. Even a titan of the sea like Zhu Jianshan had to treat him with courtesy. Ji Zhang had executed him on the spot without even a word of inquiry. Was he truly not afraid of the insane retaliation that would follow? No objections. The moment they realized the current situation, their voices trembled uncontrollably. How could they dare to have even the slightest objection? The moment Ji Zhang had struck just now, they hadn't even been able to react. To be able to instantly kill powerhouses of Zhu Jianshan and Chen Zhuangli's caliber, what level of power had Ji Zhang mastered? The 2 of them couldn't fathom it at all. How could a barren place like the southern wasteland produce such a powerful survivor? Moreover, before this, they had never even heard of Ji Zhang's name. They only knew vaguely that the southern wasteland had achieved unification. Who would have thought that the leader of this unified region would be this damn strong? If Zhu Jianshan had known this fact earlier, he probably wouldn't have dared to use Ji Zhang as cannon fodder and bait, even if he had been given 18 guts of steel. And that big idiot Chen Zhuangli, who had been offending Ji Zhang from start to finish and disrupting the rhythm of the dungeon. There was really no difference between that and seeking death. Now, he had gotten his wish, as if only 2 outsiders left alive. Aldrich felt incredibly fortunate for his decision to play it safe and not take sides between Ji Zhang and Zhu Jianshan. Otherwise, he would likely be among those who had just been executed. The bald man, Yuan Chan, thanked his own taciturn nature in his heart. He never imagined that his personality would one day inadvertently save his life. It wasn't just Eldridge and Yuan-chan. Even Li Jiangwo and the others from the southern wasteland camp were deeply shaken, rendered speechless by the scene. Master Ji's strength had truly successfully ascended to another level. He could even easily crush and one-shot combatants like Zhu Chanshan and Chen Zhuanli, who had already reached the ceiling of power. Gong Lingguan squeezed out a helpless, bitter smile. Master Ji, if you had this kind of strength, why did you bother wasting your breath on them earlier? Yeah, Master Ji. Since you're this strong, you could have just wiped out these treacherous bastards from the Sea God sect and been done with it. Yi Xingzhou added, looking dazed. I had my reasons for not acting sooner. As Ji Zhang spoke, he raised a hand and pointed toward the sky. Did you all feel that aura? The group was stunned, not understanding what Master Ji meant. However, the next second, an invisible aura of majesty descended upon this land. It was a sense of oppression that was difficult to describe in words. It felt like an invisible hand pressing down on everyone's chest, slowly tightening. There was no physical suppression, yet it made one tremble from the depths of their soul, as if they were looking up at some invisible existence. The owner of this aura had not appeared, nor had they even approached this location. But their intangible domain had already begun to erode everyone's will. This is... Aldridge and Yuan-chan's faces turned slightly pale. Could this be the third boss? They noticed that while that unknown, mysterious aura was staring at this place, even the Bone Remnant Snake and the Purgatory Mountain Demon Avatar had eerily stopped moving. We need to hurry. Ji Zhang's gaze narrowed, and he slowly exhaled. The moment that aura appeared, he had used his Divine Spark domain to trace its origin. The opponent was at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. There were no signs of spatial teleportation fluctuations nearby, so it was unlikely the opponent would suddenly descend upon this battlefield. He still had time to operate. That old dog Zhu Chanshan could have lived a little longer if he hadn't been so mouthy and troublesome. He had truly just been a pure disruption to his rhythm. Ji Zhang flipped his palm, and the blood of the moon appeared in his hand, radiating an extremely sharp, cold glint. Listen to me, both of you. As long as you follow the rules, I will allow you to tag along for the boss points. But if you try anything behind my back, you should know what the outcome will be. I believe you are smart people. Ji Zhang's voice, carrying a calm majesty, spread across the heavens and earth. Aldridge and Yuan-chan felt their hearts tighten and hurriedly defended themselves. Alliance Leader Ji, rest assured, we know our place and the gravity of the situation. We are definitely not despicable. Shameless wretches like Zhu Chanshan. Ji Zhang turned back to look at Li Jiangwo and the others. During the upcoming melee, all of you retreat to a safe distance and provide support with long-range attacks. Qi Yao, the same goes for you. Do not put yourself in danger unnecessarily. Do you all understand? Understood. The group responded with serious expressions. Qi Yao also nodded heavily, looking incredibly nervous. At this moment, the two supreme-level entities, the Bone Remnant Snake and the Purgatory Mountain Demon Avatar, had begun to move once again. The Bone Remnant Snake, leading its army of snakes, charged directly toward the nearest targets, Aldridge and Yuan-chan, while the Purgatory Mountain Demon locked onto Ji Zhang. The second round of the great battle was thus on the verge of breaking out. Boom! Aldridge and Yuan-chan took the initiative, once again engaging the Bone Remnant Serpent in a fierce battle. They were both top-tier pseudo-god powerhouses. After the initial probing and warm-up, they were now truly beginning to reveal their trump cards. Going all out with full firepower. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yuan-chan's muscles bulged violently, his exterior protected by a golden light, while the blood and qi within his body surged like a furnace. He was a representative figure who had pushed various physical talents to the absolute limit, discarding all elemental, skill-based, and long-range abilities. Everything he possessed served only to enhance his physical strength, with several high-speed, charged straight punches that struck like heavy artillery shells. He managed to leave the Bone Remnant Serpent disoriented and its bones cracking for a moment. Behind him, Eldridge coordinated with his offensive, unleashing a multitude of powerful talent-based incantations specifically targeting the Bone Remnant Serpent's weak points. Li Jiangwo, Qi Yao, and the others assisted in clearing out the surrounding snake swarm. The 3 supreme-level giant snakes were being taken down one by them. At the same time, the group would occasionally land a hit on the Bone Remnant Serpent, not only to increase their own contribution points but also to relieve the pressure on Eldritch and Yuan-chan during their head-on confrontation. On the other side, Ji-Kang went alone to intercept the even stronger Purgatory Mountain Demon clone. But the moment Ji-Kang moved, that Dark King, who had yet to appear, began to move as well. The moment the edge of moon blood sliced through the sky, the vast and majestic aura of the king, located hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, began to stir. It was coming toward this world. Hum. The dense swarms of heaven-covering insects above the firmament suddenly scattered, leaving behind a vast area of void. Within that region, invisible spatial laws were vibrating at high speed. They began to transform into a massive wormhole capable of bridging to regions. You want to come over? It's not that easy, Ji-Kang sneered, unleashing his godhead domain toward the spatial laws above the firmament. The eruption of his demigod status exerted an extremely powerful interference on the spatial laws in that region, causing all the law-based order that was currently forming to instantly cease, and able to continue coalescing. This effectively blocked the convenient path for the Lord of the Demon Lands to descend into this world. Such an action instantly infuriated the Supreme Existence hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The Lord of the Demon Lands immediately set out in person, preparing to traverse the vast distance and kill its way to the battlefield in the flesh. This was exactly what Ji-Kang wanted. Now, he only needed to finish off these 2 secondary bosses as quickly as possible. Roar! The Purgatory Mountain Demon let out a roar, and magma breath erupted from its mouth, turning into a high-pressure jet of hot oil that swept directly toward the small human figure. Ji-Kang did not dodge at all. Holding moon blood horizontally, he unleashed a simple, unadorned horizontal slash. Swish! A thin, black scar was carved into space, extending from the point of origin all the way to the rear of the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone. The arm and shoulder of the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone, which had just swung forward, suddenly exploded with a terrifyingly deep cut, and a massive amount of magma-like blood sprayed out from it. Roar! The Purgatory Mountain Demon clone let out a painful roar, ignoring the massive wound on its arm. It directly activated its powerful flame breath domain. Boom! The energy within the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone surged wildly, instantly turning the space within a 10,000-meter radius into a hell of flame breath with temperatures reaching 30 C. The ground beneath their feet ignited with towering flames. The stones on the ground melted into magma. The air evaporated into thick white mist. And even Ji-Kang's extremely powerful physical body began to suffer burn damage. Yo! Throwing a tantrum now. Ji-Kang raised an eyebrow slightly. His entire body felt as if it were inside a furnace. His skin turned crimson, and flames even began to lick at certain parts of his body. But he didn't care in the slightest. If they thought they could hurt him with just this, they were far too mistaken. Ji-Kang activated his yin-yang thunder body, his figure flickering back and forth in midair as the blade of moon blood rapidly sliced through the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone's body. Shush! Terrifying magma-filled lacerations erupted across the Purgatory Mountain Demon's body. Without the aid of any buff potions, Ji-Kang maintained his peak combat state, peeling away the thick armor of the Purgatory Mountain Demon layer by layer like unwinding a cocoon. It was a pity that the Lord of the Demon Lands was coming. Ji-Kang had to save his talents, skills, and incantations that had cooldowns, as well as all his buff potions, for the final boss of this dungeon. He would just have to make do while fighting the Purgatory Mountain Demon and the Bone Remnant Serpent. Fortunately, while the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone was strong, its mobility was truly abysmal. In front of Ji-Kang, who possessed the yin-yang thunder body, it was practically a moving target. If he didn't like the look of one spot, he'd cut it. If he didn't like another, he'd cut that too. During this time, Ji-Kang also repeatedly used Singularity Domination to specifically pull and align the Purgatory Mountain Demon's position, ensuring that Moonblood would strike more accurately. Swish, 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 like a swimming dragon. Ji-Kang rapidly dismantled the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone's combat stance, cutting it like a dull knife through meat. In just a few exchanges, the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone was reduced to a pile of shattered magma flesh on the ground. Throughout the process, Jikang hadn't even used his various powers. He had achieved absolute suppression over the Purgatory Mountain Demon using only his physical strength and godhead. This was the chasm-like gap between different levels of existence. After completely pulverizing the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone, Jikang flashed high into the sky, the Morning Star Dawn longbow appearing in his hand. He pulled it to full draw. Brilliant ribbons of light extended from the bowstring, wrapping round Jikang's arm. The radiance of a billion stars condensed into that single arrow of eternal silence. The arrow shot forth, dragging a trail of stardust across the sky, and slammed into the remains of the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone that covered the ground. Boom! The earth instantly transformed into an ocean of starlight. An unparalleled power of purification swept madly through the dark ore within the body of the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone. If the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone had still been in its complete state, this Morning Star Elegy would have been hard-pressed to purify and kill it outright. But at this moment, the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone was nothing more than shattered magma scattered across the ground, far from being able to reassemble itself. With this blast of purifying power, it had no ability to resist whatsoever and was directly refined into vast clouds of ash. A kill notification sounded in Jizang's mind. Successfully killed one Purgatory Mountain Demon Supreme Grade. Gold coins come 25 billion. Heart of the Molten Black Saint Supreme Grade come 1. Successfully killed a creature carrying a divine aura. Divine Will Dust come 1. Ascension Stairway points come 36. It even dropped a piece of Divine Will Dust. This was an unexpected delight. Jizang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. These high-level monsters were truly rewarding. However, now was not the time to dwell on the spoils of war. Jizang transformed back into a bolt of lightning, moving with the speed of a thunderclap as he flashed away. This time, he headed straight for the Bone Remnant Serpent, which was currently locked in a fierce struggle with the others. "Everyone, move aside," Jizang said in a deep voice. "Quick, retreat quickly." The group scrambled in panic, putting distance between themselves and the Bone Remnant Serpent. They were still wondering how Jizang could possibly have the energy to support this side of the battlefield. But when they looked back at the previous battlefield, the massive body of the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone had already turned into flying ash across the sky. The crowd, "Are you kidding me, brother? He just fucking insta-killed it." The next second, Jizang's figure had already forcefully intervened in this battlefield. A vast domain of thunder erupted, and a large number of snakes were unable to withstand the might of the yin-yang thunder, being instantly scorched into charcoal. The Bone Remnant Serpent also realized the approach of Jizang, the strongest existence present, since the Purgatory Mountain Demon clone, which was stronger than it, had already fallen. The Bone Remnant Serpent knew its own fate clearly, so it did not choose to bite the bullet and engage. It swung its body and dove directly into the mud swamp below. It wanted to escape. Chapter 541. The Arrival of the Lord of the Demon Lands. A battle of demigod proportions. But it had already entered Jizang's attack range. How could it escape just because it wanted to? Jizang's gaze narrowed, and Singularity Domination locked directly onto the Bone Remnant Serpent's head. Gravity erupted, pulling its entire head along with its body up by the roots. Squoosh. The Bone Remnant Serpent flew backward out of the mud, dragged directly toward where Jizang stood. At the same time, Jizang's figure flipped in midair. Brilliant lightning flashed beneath his feet. Restless thunder rumbled, extending from his feet until it covered the horizon, tearing open a spiderweb-like curtain of lightning. Boom. 20-fold thunder flash erupted at this moment. Jizang's figure moved faster than the speed of light, piercing through the Bone Remnant Serpent in an instant. The blade of moon blood tore it open from head to tail, ripping it apart by force. Rumble. The arcs of lightning and blade energy that exploded in that instant turned the entire airspace upside down, even blasting a massive crater into the sea of swamp below. Mud turned into a tsunami, surging outward and submerging the surrounding land. Successfully killed one Bone Remnant Serpent Supreme Grade. Gold coins come 25 billion. Cursed Bone Remnant Supreme Grade come 1. Successfully killed a creature carrying a divine aura. Divine Will Dust come 1. Ascension Stairway points come 33. A kill notification appeared. The entire battlefield returned to silence at this moment. Jizang's figure hovered in midair, spinning moon blood in a flourish before sheathing it once more. Everyone on the scene stared with wide eyes, witnessing this unbelievable sight. In less than a minute, he had slain two top-tier supremes. What kind of heaven-defying, earth-shattering power was this? Old and Yuan-chan exchanged glances, truly at a loss for how to express their current state of mind. Before coming to this dungeon, they had both prided themselves on being among the top-tier powerhouses of all survivors on the Eternal Continent. But the moment they truly witnessed the power of this young man, their self-confidence shattered into pieces. This was simply not on the same level. There is always someone better, and there is always a heaven beyond the heavens. Old sighed in his heart, filled with infinite emotion. Yuan-chan, meanwhile, clenched his fists, seemingly stirred by a sense of unwillingness. His own efforts, it seemed, were still not enough. Master Ji, Li Jiangwo and the others quickly gathered around Ji Zhang. The battle was not over yet, the heaven-shaking, majestic aura in the distance was rapidly approaching. A world-shocking battle would soon unfold. For the second battle to come, you had better not get close. The final boss is likely in existence at the demigod level, Ji Zhang said. Hearing the words demigod, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Their legs go and weak involuntarily. They were all powerhouses who had just broken through to the pseudo-god level, and precisely because of that, they could better understand just how powerful a demigod tier or world-class monster truly was. For ordinary people, the gap between a pseudo-god and a mortal was like that between a deity and a lowly creature. And the gap between a demigod and a pseudo-god was just as vast. Master Ji, we understand. The group nodded nervously. They could still fight on the periphery and scrape some points against supreme-grade bosses like the Bone Remnant Serpent or the Purgatory Mountain Demon Clone. But if it were the Lord of the Demon Lands that followed, doing so would undoubtedly be taking a massive risk with their lives. They could not be greedy for these points. The only ones on the scene with the ability to be greedy were the three top powerhouses, Qi Yao, Olj, and Yuan-chan. Olj and Yuan-chan both flew over and bowed solemnly to Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang had not deliberately hidden his words from them just now, which could be considered an indirect disclosure of vital information. Their actions naturally required a reciprocal gesture, necessitating Ji Zhang's approval. Alliance leader Ji, Brother Yuan and I would also like to participate in the upcoming battle. You can rest assured that we will absolutely not hold you back. We will only provide support. The two of them looked at him with eager eyes. Their shift in status was handled quite smoothly. From their previous stance of equal exchange, they had transitioned into the deferential requests of subordinates, showing that they were very sensible. You may, but you are responsible for your own lives, Ji Zhang responded indifferently. The life or death of these two outsiders was none of his concern. If they wanted to fight, let them fight. Many thanks, Alliance leader Ji. The two thanked him. Ji Zhang, I want to fight too. Qi Yao raised her hand enthusiastically from the side. Did she have to be involved in everything? Ji Zhang gave Qi Yao a sideways glance, annoyed. You can team up with those two. Just don't get too close to the core battlefield later. She nodded hurriedly. MMHMM. The group began to rest and regroup on the spot. The first two bosses of the mission objectives had already been dealt with. As long as the final Lord of the Demon Lands was resolved, the dungeon could be cleared directly. Compared to the complex mission objectives of other dungeons, this Demon Land dungeon was simple and brutal. The bosses simply jumped out one after another on their own. However, the intensity was also dialed up to the maximum, without the strength to clear it head-on. No clever tricks could bypass the challenge. Ji Zhang also consumed an energy-replenishing fruit and a spirit-enhancing fruit, sitting cross-legged on the ground to regulate his breathing. Ever since he had ascended to the demigod level, he had not yet fought an opponent of the same rank, and he did not know what the outcome would be. But all sorts of buff potions definitely had to be prepared in advance. However, there was no rush for now. It wouldn't be too late to use them once that guy arrived. As the aftermath of the battle gradually dissipated, the surroundings became incomparably quiet. Only the occasional howl of wild wind remained, carrying a nauseating, decaying scent that reminded them that this was not the prosperous, fertile soil of the Eternal Continent, but another world belonging to dark forces. Time slipped away, second by second. In the oppressive environment, that aura was drawing closer and closer. It's here. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, their bodies unable to stop trembling. This was almost an instinctive reaction. Facing a higher-ranked existence with its aura fully unleashed, they felt a fear that originated from the depths of their souls. A few minutes later, that suffocating, absolute divine domain descended from the sky, between heaven and earth. There was no more wind, no more sound, even the air seemed to have been sucked away by something. Everyone looked up at the same time, gazing at the collapsing sky. The sky was being pressed down. The gray-white firmament was churning and bending inward, as if an invisible giant hand were pressing down on it, inch by inch. The sky-covering insects on the firmament began to grow restless, like a disturbed swarm of bees, frantically retreating to both sides to clear a wide path. A massive hole appeared above the firmament, with endless black flames of death burning within it. Darkness, like ink and blood, surged out from there. It poured down from the hole, transforming into a surging, massive waterfall of pitch black. The waterfall plummeted 30,000 meters, crashing onto the earth with a boom. It did not splash, but instead seeped into the ground, as if absorbed by the earth itself. The blackness began to infect everything around it. Rumble. Soon, the black waterfall ran dry. A tall, majestic figure gradually emerged from the remnants of the black waterfall. His hands were black, a deep, ultimate black like a bottomless abyss. Light was swallowed the moment it touched them, leaving not even a shadow behind. The knuckles were slender, the posture perfect. His hands lacked the deformity and distortion typical of traditional dark creatures. Instead, they were quite beautiful, possessing an indescribable elegance. Looking further up, one could see pale skin and the luxurious clothing he wore, made of an unknown material. He possessed a face extremely similar to that of the spirit race, with clear and handsome features, though his skin was as pale as a vampire's. His eyes were pitch black, like jade soaked in ink for 10,000 years, resembling a kind of darkness that had existed since the birth of the world, radiating extreme dark magic. His long hair reached the ground, draping over his shoulders and back. 2 horns curved upward on his head, black stone pendants hung from his slender ears, and a pair of grim fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth. He was only a little over 2 meters tall, but just by standing there, he seemed to make the entire world appear shorter. Those indifferent, soulless black eyes swept across the battlefield, across the corpses turned to ash, and across Chiyo and the others in the distance. Then, he lowered his head to look at the human figure who was facing his majesty head-on. Ji-Zan was also observing his opponent. He activated his Eye of the Abyss ability, and an information panel appeared accordingly. Lord of the Demon Lands, Dark Royal Family, Pure-Blooded Demon Level, World-Class Rank, Demigod Evolution. The pure-blooded demon race is one of the pillars of the entire Dark World, a pure-blooded royal family inheriting the power of the 7 thrones. They possess bloodline power that other dark creatures cannot hope to reach. They are the true children of darkness. The Lord of the Demon Lands was once the ruler of the 7th layer of the Abyss world. During the Primordial War, his divinity was shattered, and his power was downgraded. Eventually, he drifted here along with a fragment of the shattered Dark World, becoming an isolated island of eternal darkness. After countless ages, he successfully recovered a portion of his divinity and power. He is the creator of the Bone Remnant race, the master of the Purgatory Mountain demons, and the true sovereign of this shattered world known as the Demon Lands. His will is the will of this world, his breath is the pulse of this land. Friendly reminder: this is the final boss of the mission. Defeating it will grant a large amount of ascension ladder points and fragments of divine will. Friendly reminder: pure-blooded demons are born with an absolve fate and master various powerful dark laws. They can inflict multiple negative effects such as pollution, corruption, depravity, and suppression on life from the world of light. To think, it was another Dark Royal, and just like the final boss of the second round, Arthas, they were a pure-blooded demon. However, by comparison, Arthas belonged to the contemporary descendants of the Dark Royals, the younger generation. But this guy before him was a remnant of the darkness left behind after the Primordial War. An old monster that refused to rot even in death. The status window also revealed another important piece of information. That is, this place was not the true Dark World, but a shattered fragment of the ancient Dark World. Ji-Zan was lost in thought. No wonder this place existed as a dungeon. It turned out to be a corner that had been shattered back then. which aligned with the ancient battlefield fragments he had discovered recently. The Lord of the Demon Land looked at Jizang. Those black eyes devoid of any emotion, possessing only a tranquility that transcended everything. He did not speak, yet his voice resonated deep within the souls of everyone present. Human race, I sense an ancient aura upon you all. Who helped you break the shackles of fate? The Lord of the Demon Land seemed very puzzled. He was not only confused as to why outsiders had appeared in his isolated island world, but also why these humans were able to complete the link of destiny that had long been stolen away by the gods. The gods of the human race were never meant to exist for all eternity. Yet now, 8 pseudo-gods and 1 demigod were standing right before him. Could it be that some massive upheaval had occurred in the outside world during these long, drawn-out years? It seems it is time for this seat to go out and take a look. Without waiting for Jizang to respond, the Lord of the Demon Land spoke once more. Having once possessed a supreme status, he seemed to disdain having an equal conversation across 10,000 years of time with these opportunistic ants. He struck directly. His slender palm lifted and pressed down lightly in the direction of Jizang. In an instant, the space within a 10-kilometer radius of Jizang began to collapse, as if an invisible giant hand had clenched the entire world into a fist. Jizang's figure was caught within this distorted space, like a speck of dust about to be crushed. How arrogant! Jizang sneered. This old immortal thought he was still some kind of dark noble, but he was nothing more than a rotting corpse forgotten by time. Jizang directly unleashed his true intent of no distance spatial domain to counter the Lord of the Demon Land's spatial strangulation. The clash between 2 top-tier demigod-level combatants caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if it would shatter the very next second. Aldrich and the others in the distance, as well as Li Jiangwo and the others in the safe zone further away, felt their hearts churn with turbulent waves as they sensed this level of law-based collision. This was a clash of power they could not comprehend at all. Especially Aldrich and his group. Their pupils constricted sharply, and they dared not follow the prearranged plan to strike at the Lord of the Demon Land from afar. It wasn't that they didn't want to strike, but that they couldn't strike at all. Either one of those 2 figures currently locked in a stalemate could crush them from afar as easily as pinching an ant to death. Without the slightest effort, rumble, the spatial barrier of the shattered world was already fragile, and now, under such intense pressure, it finally could not hold on. A massive web of cracks spread across the entire space. Then, it shattered with a roar, transforming into a massive spatial black hole. A vast amount of airflow was sucked into the shattered spatial black hole, further expanding the cracks at the edges. Jizang was positioned right in the center of the black hole, yet his figure remained completely unaffected by the suction, standing there as steady as Mount Tai. The next second, Jizang moved. The 10,000 dragons returned to the sect skill of the Holy Dragon armor was activated, and the Bronze Throne buff was triggered, coupled with a series of buff potions he had just consumed. Jizang's physical strength soared rapidly in a short period, directly breaking through the 1,000,000-point mark. Boom! His figure tore a black trail through the air, crashing straight toward the position of the Lord of the Demon Land. Chapter 542. Wrath of the Sea God. Deep blue waters submerging the dark firmament. A silver arc spanning the heavens slashed toward the head of the Lord of the Demon Land. A majestic dragon roar shook the air, and the monstrous dragon might erupted completely at this moment. The instant the blade light descended, the Lord of the Demon Land raised his arm, immeasurable light wrapping around his body to form a powerful field, directly resisting this slash from Jizang head-on. Boom! The first close-quarters collision between the two caused the entire firmament to tremble violently. The surrounding space exploded abruptly, and glass-like spatial fragments danced in the turbulent void, each piece reflecting the proud figures of the 2 supreme powerhouses. It had been a long time since Jizang had encountered an opponent truly strong enough. In just an instant, the hot-blooded combat talent within his body was fully activated. Every cell in his body was cheering, and his pounding heart sent his hot blood surging. A fanatical smile appeared on the corner of Jizang's mouth as he unleashed the massive power within him to his heart's content. And the Lord of the Demon Land, too, shifted from his initial arrogance and contempt to becoming serious. This human was no ordinary demigod. He had inherited some kind of ancient power within his body, which forced the Lord of the Demon Land to take him seriously. After a brief struggle, the two separated as they retreated. Because the power of their domains was so immense, they plowed to glaring, shattered tracks into space, as if tearing the sky apart from left to right. Pausing for less than a second, both figures flashed out again, directly initiating this true demigod-level war. Boom, boom, boom. The frequency of their collisions was terrifyingly high, with one earth-shattering explosion after another erupting. Space crumbled inch by inch, and the mighty turbulence swept through everything. This level of battle was truly too shocking for Eldridge and the others, who were watching from afar and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Their expressions were almost frozen solid. What kind of monster is this? Eldridge's lips twitched slightly. He had originally intended to exert some control over the Lord of the Demon Lands, this massive boss, through remote incantations and his innate talents. But he realized he had been far too naive. Not to mention landing a crowd control effect. With his low-tier perception, he couldn't even keep up with the opponent's speed. So this is the gap between a false god and a demigod. Yuan Chan's Adam's apple bobbed, and before he knew it, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Eldridge shook his head and said, "No, the gap between a false god and a demigod certainly isn't this vast. A demigod is a major realm. The power these two possess is definitely among the elite even within the demigod rank." The one most shocked at this moment was actually Chiao, who had remained silent the entire time. The young girl pressed her red lips together, her blue eyes filled with indescribable emotions. She had originally thought that by successfully igniting her divine fire and achieving considerable success in the false god realm, she would finally be able to keep pace with Ji Zhang. Yet, not only had the gap between them not narrowed, it had grown even wider. Ji Zhang had already traveled much further down this path, so far that he was capable of leaving all other survivors in the dust. She had thought she was working hard enough, and now, she couldn't even see the back of this man. She had prided herself on being a genius, but in reality, she was nothing more than a common fish crossing the river. Being a genius was merely the threshold to meeting him. Ji Zhang was the true chosen one on the path to godhood in the future. The girl lowered her gaze slightly. Having always been proud by nature, she felt an unprecedented sense of frustration compared to the shock felt by these peak false god powerhouses. Li Jiangwo and the other experts from the southern wilderness remained calm, having long since grown accustomed to such sights. After all, who hadn't been shocked by Master Ji's godlike strength before? The exponential leaps in Master Ji's power had always been the norm. They were used to it. What shocked them more was the strength of the Lord of the Demon Lands. The fact that it hadn't been suppressed and killed by Master Ji after so many rounds was just too damn strong. Rumble, rumble. The great battle continued, and the terrifying shockwaves of combat spread outward incessantly. At first, Eldridge and the others could still watch from not far away, but eventually, when those horrific spatial tears began to spread toward their vicinity, they could no longer withstand the immense pressure and were forced to retreat to the safe zone where Li Jiangwo and the others were located. The several peak false god powerhouses were mournful expressions. They were truly out of options. Now, they couldn't even watch the battle from a close distance. On the other side, the battle had reached a white-hot stage. Ji Zhang fully unleashed his yin-yang thunder body. Vast black and white lightning surged wildly across his skin, manifesting into a pair of thunder wings behind him, which drastically increased his speed. A thunderous shadow streaked through the air, weaving frantically around the Lord of the Demon Lands. Superimposed with various destiny powers, the Dragon Might buff, and the Moon Blood infused with thunder energy, his attacks were like a hot knife through butter, easily shattering the defenses of the Lord of the Demon Lands. Every time Ji Zhang streaked past, he left an inhealable wound on the body of this dark royal. This caused the Lord of the Demon Lands to nearly lose its composure. Its eyes grew increasingly frantic and enraged. Dark Cage. Its pitch-black pupils stared fixedly at Ji Zhang's flickering, elusive figure. The moment Ji Zhang paused his attack, a strange luster flashed in its eyes. They solidified. It was a massive amount of spatial order energy generated in an instant, dense as the silk of a cocoon, locking Ji Zhang's physical body in place. The powerful thunder shadow stopped abruptly in midair. Like an insect trapped in amber, a ferocious, murderous smile appeared on the face of the Lord of the Demon Lands. A sharp blood spike extended from its palm, stabbing directly toward Ji Zhang's heart. however. Before it could even get close to Jizang, the spatial order it had created was forcibly torn apart by him. The cage shattered. The powerful thunder shadow struck again. A single blade strike cleaving the blood spike into and slicing off the Lord of the Demon Land's hand along with it. The entire body of the Lord of the Demon Lands was sent flying by this powerful blow, crashing heavily into the ground. Boom. But it was not defeated yet. After crashing into the ground, it flew back out in an instant. At this moment, the Lord of the Demon Lands was covered in wounds. Its right wrist was sliced clean off, and blood flowed in torrents from the stump. Its face was filled with unprecedented fury. To have been left with so many wounds by a mere human was, without a doubt, a great humiliation. Jizang didn't care about that. He was enjoying the fight. He directly utilized singularity domination to lock onto the Lord of the Demon Lands, dragging its body over violently. He then used Tyrant's Judgment to seal and suppress the Lord of the Demon Lands. Sizzle, sizzle. Jizang's feet erupted with 20-fold thunder flash, his figure flickering out. The moon blood in his hand gleamed with sharp brilliance, cutting through space itself as it headed straight for the throat of the Lord of the Demon Lands. You seek death. The body of the Lord of the Demon Lands shook violently, and a low, deep roar escaped its throat. Incantation. Demon Lord's life and death. A black ripple expanded from its mouth. Wherever it passed, everything disintegrated. The earth shattered. The sky collapsed, and even the laws of reality dissolved within that sigh. This powerful ancient incantation force instantly broke through the dual suppression of Tyrant's Judgment and singularity domination, allowing the Lord of the Demon Lands to regain its freedom. Just before his body could make contact with those black ripples, Jizang utilized the true meaning of no distance to dodge away. You've got some tricks up your sleeve, after all. Jizang's figure appeared in another sector of the sky, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning even brighter. Now that's more like it. The old thing is indeed an old thing, unlike that piece of trash Arthas from before, who only had the name of a dark royal bloodline but was actually fragile and pathetic. The next second, the Lord of the Demon Lands, in a state of berserk rage, charged forward in pursuit. The wounds on its body had already fully recovered in that extremely short span of time. Its severed hand had regrown, and the aura within its body was even more potent. It struck out with a palm from a distance, aiming directly at Jizang's position with a fierce, crushing force. Boundless black light transformed into a phantom palm print over 1,000 meters long, carrying an overwhelming, earth-shattering momentum. It slammed toward Jizang like a falling mountain. Such speed, combined with such a vast area of coverage, meant that even with Jizang's current top speed, there was no way to dodge it. However, he had no intention of dodging. A savage grin curled the corners of Jizang's mouth. He sheathed moonblood, thrust his left palm forward, and met the incoming giant palm head-on. Across the skin of his palm, billions of mysterious runes emerged, weaving together the invincible divine might of a god body. And defeated bone activated. Palm against palm, boom. The moment they collided, a terrifying, visible shockwave exploded from the point where their palms met. The clouds within 100-mile radius were swept away, and even the gray-white canopy of the sky above was torn open, leaving a massive crater. A large number of heaven-covering insects were shaken into flight, and those closer to the impact were instantly shredded into pieces by the shockwave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The world shook violently, and both sides were forced back several thousand meters by the force of the recoil. This single strike did not decide the victor. However, the supreme physical laws of the undefeated bone still dealt another heavy blow to the Lord of the Demon Land. Its entire arm was drenched in blood, with bones twisted and shattered, protruding through the skin. The Lord of the Demon Land looked down at its arm. Click, 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 click. The flesh and blood began to squirm, knitting the fractured bones back together. The wounds on the skin and muscles healed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original, unscathed state. But when it looked up again, its eyes held not only wariness but also a hint of jealousy and greed. You have stolen the undefeated divine body, the Lord of the Demon Land said slowly, staring fixedly at Jizang's left palm. And defeated divine body. Jizang raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected this guy to be so knowledgeable, recognizing his undefeated bone at a single glance. It seemed the original owner of the undefeated bone had also been renowned in the ancient era. This was the first time Jizang had gained a new understanding of the undefeated bone. If even a dark royal like the Lord of the Demon Land was this wary of it, then this physical divine treasure of his truly lived up to the name undefeated. But Jizang wasn't here to listen to a history lesson. True intent of no distance. Jizang's gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Lord of the Demon Land. Moonblood's edge was fully revealed, and a horizontal slash was unleashed with ferocity. The Lord of the Demon Land sensed the extreme sharpness of this blade and did not attempt to block it head-on. Its body dissipated into a cloud of blackness, dodging the fatal blow while simultaneously reforming in the distance. Human, you are qualified to witness the true power of darkness. As it finished speaking, the aura within the Lord of the Demon Land began to churn frantically. It let out a low shout, and a majestic, heavy demonic sound resonated. The tangible laws of power released from within its body permeated the entire firmament. In an instant, the whole sky turned dark. Wisps of royal bloodline power seeped out from that nightmarish blackness like a torrential rain of dark clouds. The moment each drop of black energy liquid descended into this realm, it transformed into a figure hidden within the blackness. Some were riding horses. Some held spears. Others gripped blades. They were dense and numerous, manifesting in the darkness like a black river that instantly filled the entire sky. There were well over 1 million of them. Those were Yin soldier puppets. Each Yin soldier puppet possessed at least the combat power of a sovereign level, and among them were even a dozen supreme-level entities, exuding a decaying aura of death. They had no faces, only blank slates. But across those blank faces were countless tiny cracks, some weeping, some laughing. It looked as if the underworld had been resurrected to wreak havoc upon the human world. The figure of the Lord of the Demon Land stood at the very core of the darkness, like a demon king from hell leading his army on a personal campaign. The sense of oppression from this scene was simply too immense. In the distance, Aldridge, Li Jiangwo, and the others watched the million-strong elite dark army above the firmament, their legs nearly turning to jelly. The experts present were considered well-traveled and battle-hardened. Yet, when truly witnessing this scene, they could only feel their own insignificance. What's the matter? Can't win. So you're calling in your lackeys? Jizang chuckled mockingly. Today, you shall be buried here. The voice of the Lord of the Demon Land was majestic and cold. The next second, the million dark elites poured downward, as if to drown the entire world. Since you want to play this game, then I'll play along with you. Jizang sneered. Following that, the Godhead domain within his body erupted completely, and his entire aura climbed at a terrifying speed. At the same time, he softly chanted an incantation. Sacred symbols escaped his lips, transforming into chains of law capable of interfering with the entire firmament. Word Spirit, Wrath of the Sea God, activate! Boom! As Jizang's final incantation fell, the unyielding breath from the deep sea instantly flooded the entire world, enveloping the million dark elites, including the Lord of the Demon Land. Within it, behind Jizang, a divine shadow that could not be looked upon directly appeared. The divine shadow was shrouded in mist, and no one could catch a glimpse of its true face. But the power of the divine shadow invaded this area in an overwhelmingly tyrannical manner, instantly suppressing the Lord of the Demon Land. Immediately after, the heavens changed color. That overwhelming tsunami, or rather, it wasn't a tsunami, but a giant wave woven from countless chains of law poured down from the 9 heavens. The sky was dyed from an extreme black to a deep blue, saturated with water vapor. Rumble. That tsunami wave began to frantically shred everything in its path. Those powerful Yin soldiers were now being torn apart as easily as paper. Chapter 543. Suppressing and killing the Lord of the Demon Land. A blade that severs heaven and earth. Feeling the vast deep-sea frenzy above the firmament, and the divine phantom behind Jizang, whose true face remained unfathomable, the aura surrounding the Lord of the Demon Land suddenly plummeted. His pitch-black pupils filled with shock and rage. Sea God. Although it was merely an ethereal, intangible projection, the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering might of a true deity had truly descended upon this realm. It reminded the Lord of the Demon Lands of the fear he had once been subjected to on the battlefield of the gods. All around, the water-based aura of the sea god's wrath roared, frantically tearing through the million-strong army of ghost soldiers. This omnidirectional divine catastrophe, a large-scale domain-wide annihilation, completely engulfed the dark army summoned by the Lord of the Demon Lands. Ghost soldiers below the sovereign rank shattered into plumes of black smoke almost instantly within the vast, raging torrents of water. Only the dozen or so sovereign rank ghost generals could barely withstand the immense pressure of the sea god's wrath, maintaining their forms without breaking. This provided an opportunity for Aldrich, Li Jiangwo, and the others. If you want to leech some boss points, move now. You won't get another chance later. Ji Zhang's voice reached their location, reminding them. These ghost soldiers and generals were summoned entities, not individual beings in their own right. Striking them was equivalent to striking the Lord of the Demon Lands. In the dungeon's final scoring system, there was a massive difference in ranking between those who managed to land a hit on the final boss and those who did not. This was the reason Ji Zhang hadn't unleashed the full power of the sea god's wrath. He had intentionally left these sovereign rank ghost generals behind to give Li Jiangwo and the others a chance to farm points. Quick, Master Ji has spoken, move now. Yi Xingzhou's expression was incredibly excited. He immediately unleashed his trump card and SS rank long-range combat talent and from over 100 kilometers away, launched a fierce assault on one of the ghost generals trapped within the sea god's domain. The others acted decisively as well. As the top-tier combat power of the southern wilderness, they coordinated with remarkable tacit understanding, layering auxiliary buffs upon one another. They unleashed various combination attacks: wind and lightning, earth and wood, ice and water, causing both the lethality and the range of their strikes to skyrocket. This was the true combat power of a cohesive team. The fluidity of their coordination was countless times superior to the chaotic, disorganized flailing of the experts from the East Sea just moments ago. Eldritch, Yuanqian, and Chiyo also hurried to strike, unleashing their most powerful attacks toward the distant sovereign ghost generals. This window of opportunity was extremely short. The second after the group's first wave of attacks successfully landed, the Lord of the Demon Lands erupted with the vast dark energy within his body, directly tearing through the watery canopy of the sea god's wrath. His gaze, filled with cold murderous intent, turned toward the dungeon party. It was as if he were looking at a group of ants who didn't know their place. The moment they were targeted by such a top-tier existence, the hair on every member of the dungeon party stood on end. Their survival instinct screamed in frantic warning, as if they had already witnessed their own deaths in the next second. This was world-class strength. A single glance was enough to intimidate all lesser life forms. Any talk of fighting above one's rank became a complete joke in this moment. The chasm of divinity was something that no talent or incantation could bridge, not to mention the simple stacking of numerical values for physical and mental stats. The only thing that could bridge such a massive gap in strength was the divine treasure of the flesh. But among all these top-tier experts in the dungeon party, they couldn't even muster a single one. If this SS rank dungeon didn't have Ji Zhang, the ceiling of combat power, holding the line, the Lord of the Demon Lands would likely have slaughtered everyone in a single encounter. At this moment, the Lord of the Demon Lands also raised his hand toward the dungeon party, immeasurable black light condensing in his palm. He intended to wipe out this group of ants hiding in the distance, too cowardly to show themselves. However, before the attack could be released, his arm went flying. A streak of lightning-fast blade light flashed by, severing his arm with extreme speed, without the slightest hesitation. You dare to be distracted while fighting me, Ji Zhang, draped in brilliant lightning and divine radiance, flashed before the Lord of the Demon Lands. A flamboyant smile played on his lips. The moon's blood in his hand, stained with the demon's own blood, slashed out horizontally once more. Its edge aimed directly at his throat. Asterisk swish, the blade hummed, moving with a speed capable of severing space and time, striking the neck of the Lord of the Demon Lands dead on. The strike came too fast. The Lord of the Demon Lands' expression changed drastically. He failed to generate a defense in time, and only after the blade had bitten into his skin did he begin to frantically channel the dark energy within his body to resist. Asterisk rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying fluctuations generated by their clash caused the entire space to collapse instantly. The dozen sovereign-rank ghost generals charged forward ferociously, attempting to attack Ji Zhang from the rear, but he merely tilted his head slightly, and between his brows, the Eye of Chaos suddenly opened. The supreme ocular power of the Chaos Spirit instantly locked onto the dozen sovereign-rank ghost generals. forcefully interfering with the cores inside them. As if losing all function, these ghost generals had their soul connections to the Lord of the Demon Lands severed by Jizang. Their cores disintegrated, their bodies decomposed and collapsed, turning into plumes of black smoke. The Lord of the Demon Lands let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, pushing the dark energy within him to the limit, forcibly pushing the moon's blood away from his neck with his only remaining arm. His figure then turned into a streak of light, retreating 10,000 meters away. The Dark Monarch hovered in midair once more, but he no longer possessed the majestic posture that had dominated the sky earlier. The wound on his neck was deep enough to see bone, and large amounts of pus and blood gushed out. His severed arm also bled incessantly. With disheveled hair and a ferocious expression, he looked wretched to the extreme. If it were an ordinary injury, he could have healed it in a single thought. But Jizang's moon's blood was imbued with yin-yang lightning and dragon might. This supreme, scorching, and masculine power was the ultimate bane to his bloodline. Being struck by it caused the wound and his soul to be continuously eroded, causing him immense pain. Human, I will make you experience the most terrifying hell in this world. The Lord of the Demon Lands gritted his fangs, his eyes filled with insane murderous intent. Ignoring the toll on his soul, he burned his divinity directly, forcibly healing the grievous wounds on his body. The wound on his neck mended, and his severed arm regrew, restoring him to his peak state. At this moment, the power of the Demon Landlord's royal bloodline was fully ignited. The dark blood, dormant for tens of thousands of years, surged with fanatical intensity, truly beginning to display its unparalleled dominance. Hum, hum, hum. The entire space began to tremble, as if it could no longer withstand the pressure and domain released by this demigod at full power. A fire of battle ignited in Jizang's eyes. The eye of chaos at the center of his brow clearly perceived the energy surging within his opponent. This was the true power of the Dark Royal family. Now, this was more like it. If he had been taken down easily, what kind of big boss would he be? A look of excitement curled the corners of Jizang's mouth. Yin-yang lightning surged throughout his body, with black and white arcs of electricity spreading from him, transforming into a massive, flickering web of lightning that tore through the sky. This kind of battle, which required him to go all out, fully activated the combat genes within him. I haven't gone all out in a long time. I hope you can make this enjoyable for me. Jizang sneered. He took an energy-replenishing fruit and a divine essence fruit from his small world and consumed them in a few bites, instantly refilling the 2 major stats that had been depleted by his charging. Afterward, he switched his title from Challenger of the Ancient Gods Path to One Who Shatters the Darkness. His base physique and spirit both skyrocketed by 100,000, with an additional 50% bonus damage against dark creatures, stacked with other domains and buffs. His strength reached its absolute peak. But that wasn't all. At this moment, Jizang's spine radiated a golden light, slowly stretching out like a true dragon raising its head. The light of billions of divine runes surged to every inch of his skin. The core of the invincible bone was releasing all of its potential. Let's see if you can take this strike. Jizang held the moon's blood horizontally, divine flames flickering in his pupils. His calm gaze overlooked the demonic shadow in the distance, exuding the majesty of a deity. At this moment, the demon landlord also sensed the massive change in Jizang's aura. The expression on his face shifted from ferocious killing intent to unprecedented gravity and solemnity. He understood clearly that the moment to decide the victor had arrived. This was a life and death duel from which there was no escape. It could only be faced head-on. The demon landlord's soul was burning completely. This was the foundation he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. And now, he was betting it all on this single battle. The monstrous divine power of both sides manifested as 2 domains, one black and one gold, colliding and grinding against each other. The entire sky began to crack with countless fissures. Unable to bear the weight of this immense pressure, the sky-covering insects high above all retreated, revealing a hollow-like sky. It's coming. Good heavens! What level of power is this? The people watching from afar felt their bodies trembling almost instinctively. The entire world before them was completely occupied by 2 world-class powerhouses, creating a scene as terrifying as the arrival of the apocalypse. No, we can't stay here. Li Jian will wipe the cold sweat from his face and decisively activated his spatial warping item. selecting a basin over 100 kilometers away to initiate an instant teleportation. The combat fluctuations caused by the final moment to come would likely exceed everyone's imagination. He didn't want to end up being wiped out by the aftermath of their battle instead of being of any help. Do you want to come along? It's going to be very dangerous here in a moment. Li Jianguo asked Eldridge and the others. Go, yes, let's go. Many thanks. Please take us with you. Eldridge and Yuan-chan both hurried into Li Jianguo's teleportation device. While Chiao was already standing there, she truly did not dare to stay any longer. The teleportation device activated, sending them to a truly safe area over 100 kilometers away. After they evacuated, the terrifying spatial cracks spread all the way to that location as well. If they had been even a few seconds slower, they likely wouldn't have been able to use the teleportation device at all. On the other side of the core battlefield, the charging of both sides finally reached its final stage. The demon landlord's body was covered in black demonic patterns. The horns atop his head grew a size larger, and the fangs in his mouth became even more prominent. His entire physique also grew by nearly a meter during the process, his muscles bulging and shimmering with the luster of energy about to erupt. He let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, as black blood condensed into a massive dark chain sword in his hand. Then, his figure suddenly pierced through the air, carrying the power to destroy the world. He charged ferociously toward Jizang, on Jizang's side. He had also completed his final adjustment. He slowly exhaled, and every ounce of power within him reached a near-perfect balance at this moment. All sounds of agitation vanished. It was as if a stormy sea had suddenly returned to absolute calm, without even a single ripple. His gaze was firm and murderous. His palm gripped the hilt of the moon's blood tightly. Dark red light began to flow along the blade. It was the divine power of the eternal night. Whoosh! He swung his blade. The moon's blood swept through the airspace ahead with absolute smoothness, the edge of the blade trailing faint light dust, as if elegantly drawing half a crescent moon. And along the path corresponding to this half moon, the entire world seemed to be sliced in two. Moon's blood ultimate skill. Return to void. Swish! A black cross-section extended from the starting point of Jizang's blade all the way to the end of the world. The sky, the earth, and the demon landlord's black divine domain were all completely separated by this straight vertical line, clearly divided. Also severed were the demon landlord's arrogant divine body and soul. This dark royal family member, who had survived from the ancient era until now, saw his body separate in midair, his eyes filled with disbelief and the despair of facing total annihilation. It had once dreamed of shattering the void to step back into the mortal realm. It had once dreamed of returning to the throne of the dark world in the posture of a king, but it had never imagined that it would end up like this, utterly perishing at the hands of a human in this fragmented world that resembled a cage. However, the fragmentation and dissipation of its soul were no longer enough to support any further regret or contemplation. Its pupils gradually dimmed, and its immortal, indestructible body was torn into streaks of virtual lines by the vast, sweeping blade light of return to void, finally grinding away into ashes. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently. Space was completely torn apart, creating a rift that spanned across the horizon, as if the entire world had been cleaved open by that single strike. Terrifying void turbulence swept through everything. It seemed as if a funeral, resounding throughout the world, was being held for the fall of this dark royal. Holy crap! The group hiding in a basin over 100 kilometers away was completely engulfed by this terrifying, extreme fluctuation, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This fluctuation was simply too horrifying. The void turbulence and the shockwave swept over them together, forcing this group of pseudo-god powerhouses to exhaust every ounce of their strength just to defend themselves, barely avoiding being swept away instantly. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying aftermath of the battle lasted for a full several dozen seconds before gradually subsiding. The collapsed space ray condensed, returning to its original state, but that blade mark, resembling a deep abyss, remained forever etched into the landscape, confirming that the outside was safe. The group finally lowered their defensive measures. Yet, the scene before their eyes left them so stunned they were almost speechless. Chapter 544, Mythical Great Treasure Chest. Ancient Sacred Rainbow Treasure Chest. First appearance. The entire world ahead featured a straight, vertical line, The sky and the earth had been sliced open like a cake, with a deep, abyssal trench appearing in the middle, extending to the very edge of sight. Vast smoke and dust billowed and swirled beneath the cliffs. The blade intent that spanned the heavens and earth was deeply carved into both sides of the entire abyss, leaving an indelible mark on this fragmented world. The aura of the Lord of the Demon Land had completely vanished. Along with it, the decaying, deathly aura of this world had also been thoroughly purified. It's over. The group stared blankly at the now tranquil world, feeling as if they were in a dream. High above in the distant sky, Ji Kang's figure slowly descended. As all his auras dissipated, a wave of exhaustion, stemming from both his physical body and his soul, surged up rapidly. The consumption of the Return to Void technique was simply too brutal. It had drained him completely dry. Ji Kang hurriedly consumed a Fengshen fruit and an energy-replenishing fruit, only then pulling himself back from the state of extreme exhaustion. At the same time, a large stream of information prompts appeared before his eyes. Successfully kill the Lord of the Demon Land world-class monster. Gold coins come 500 billion. Corrupted dark blood world-class come 1. Congratulations on completing the world first kill of a supreme grade creature. Obtained additional gold coins come 10 trillion. Obtained additional physique attribute come 80. Obtained additional spirit attribute come 10. Obtained additional all element affinity come 100%. Obtained fragment of divine will come 1. Obtained ancient sacred rainbow treasure chest come 1. Successfully killed a creature possessing a divine aura. Obtained fragment of divine will come 1. Ascension ladder points come 422. Congratulations. Thunder power has successfully leveled up. Thunder power stage for stage 5. With increase in various stats and the blessing of the stage 5 thunder power destiny, Ji Kang felt his entire being undergo a major revolution and transformation. In particular, the changes brought by the thunder power were far more significant than those from the bronze and gold iron destinies. He could feel his overall compatibility with the thunder element talent undergo an unprecedented surge, increasing by an exaggerated margin of nearly 50%. But this was merely the appetizer for this first kill reward. Damn. Ji Kang looked at the dazzling array of notification messages, unable to help but be stunned. These first kill rewards were truly explosive. 10 trillion gold coins, an ancient sacred rainbow treasure chest, plus various attribute bonuses and 2 fragments of divine will, and over 400 points for the ascension ladder. He had taken off in one go. Ji Kang opened his personal status window. Name, Ji Kang. Title, Destroyer of Darkness. Mythical grade physique come 100,000. Spirit come 100. 0. Damage against dark creatures increased by 50%. Godhood, demigod 59. 1% skill law mastery. Skill godhood combustion physique, 363,000. Spirit, 127,000. Bronze power stage 5. Gold iron power stage 5. Thunder power stage 5. Bound vehicle. Genesis Divine Palace, South Heaven Gate. Physical Divine Vaults. Undefeated Bone Spine Core. Left Palm Chaos Spirit. Eye of Chaos Talents. SSS Grade. Daily Intelligence Hidden Unique Translimit Awakening Moment of Eternity's Grade. Tyrant Refined Translimit Awakening. Yin Yang Thunder Purgatory Without End Global S Grade. True Meaning of No Distance Hidden Translimit Awakening. Thunder Monarch Grade. Super Mirror Clone Refined Translimit Awakening. Hot-Blooded Combat Origin Translimit Awakening B Grade. Singularity Domination Origin Translimit Awakening. Windwalker Translimit Awakening C Grade. Spirit Reflux Refined Translimit Awakening. Eagle Eye Translimit Awakening Word Spirits. Endless Life No Grade Life Type. Moonlight Tide True Word Grade Moonlight Type. Majesty of the Ancient True Dragon Mythical Grade Beast Type. Wrath of the Sea God Mythical Grade Water Type. Divine Status, Physique, and Spirit. The values across all 3 major categories surged violently, including the improvements brought by the power of his fate. The overall increase in his comprehensive strength this time could reach at least 30%. Master Ji, Master Ji. Several calls came from the distant sky. Li Jiangwo and the others streaked across the horizon and landed beside Ji Zhang, each of them looking incredibly excited. No one had expected that this dungeon would be cleared so easily. Though it couldn't exactly be called easy. After all, Master Ji had been bearing all the pressure the entire time, while everyone else had just been tagging along, slacking off and picking up scraps. It could be considered as having had a taste of the soup. Facing a mythical grade figure like Jizang, the two external reinforcements invited by the Sea God sect, Aldrich and Yuanchan, were now displaying an attitude of utmost humility. Standing next to Jizang, they even kept their waists and backs slightly hunched, not daring to look Jizang in the eye, and they wouldn't even dare to interject until Li Jiangwo and the others had finished speaking. Alliance Master Ji is truly possessed of awe-inspiring divine might. This old man admires you. Eldridge cupped his hands in a salute, his words sincere. Beside him, Yuan-chan also solemnly cupped his hands and said, "This dungeon run relied entirely on Master Ji's protection. This humble one, Yuan-chan, protector of the East Sea Soaring Dragon Society, offers my thanks to Master Ji here." Jizang waved his hand. "All right, there's no need for so many formalities. I am a person who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and grudges. Since you and I have no conflict, and we were fated to meet in the same dungeon, I just brought you along while I was at it. No need to be so polite." The two exchanged a glance, their faces filled with great joy. Being able to receive such a response from this master proved that they had truly passed this hurdle. Being able to clear the dungeon and also get to know a top-tier big shot like Jizang, how could they not be overjoyed? This trip was truly a massive profit. As for the Sea God sect, those idiots were truly reaping what they sowed. They dared to set a trap for Jizang without even figuring out his true strength. Now that they were suffering the consequences, no one would feel sorry for them. And that kid Chen Zhuangli was even harder to evaluate. The fact that someone with his personality and way of doing things had survived until now was already a blessing from the heavens. It was no surprise he died in the dungeon. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully cleared the SS grade dungeon Demon Land. Now announcing the points leaderboard. It's here. It's here. The moment they heard this notification, everyone became excited. This was very likely the highest level dungeon cleared in the entire Survivor world to date. No one knew what heaven-defying rewards were waiting for them. Leaderboard first place, Jizang Output share, 99.99% damage taken share, 99.91%. Support share, boss skills obtained rating, SSS grade obtained settlement rewards. Mythical Great Treasure Chest X1. Ancient Holy Rainbow Treasure Chest X1 second place, Yuanti Output share 0.06%. Damage taken share 0.0.04%. Support share, boss skills, obtained rating to grade. Obtained settlement rewards, Epic Great Treasure Chest X1 third place, Age-wide Output share 0.02%. Damage taken share 0.013%. Support share, boss skills, obtained rating to grade. Obtained settlement rewards, Epic Great Treasure Chest X1 fourth place, Shiya obtained settlement rewards. Legendary Great Treasure Chest X2 fifth place, Li Jiangguo obtained settlement rewards. Legendary Great Treasure Chest by 1. Yi Xingzhou, Long Yuchang Carter, and Gong Lingguan, the four of them, ranked from 6th to 9th place respectively, each receiving a guaranteed legendary Great Treasure Chest. What was surprising was Li Na in 10th place. She was still alive, but because she hadn't touched the final boss, she only received a black diamond treasure chest as a consolation prize. With this, the entire dungeon was officially declared over, because Zhu Chanshan, the holder of the dungeon mission scroll, was dead. The authority to exit the dungeon was automatically transferred to Jizang, the main damage dealer. Jizang did not choose to exit the dungeon immediately, but instead instructed everyone to conduct an in-depth investigation of this fragmented world. Although this place was just a corner of a shattered world, it was a genuine dark world. It wasn't a place one could just enter whenever they pleased. It possessed very high research and investigative value. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't know when they would ever get another chance to understand the intricate details of the dark world. At Jizang's command, everyone immediately began to carry out various investigative tasks. Long Yucheng's spatial item specifically contained many investigative devices, which were now coming in handy. After the others went off to get busy, only Jizang and the three from the East Sea remained at the scene. Qi Yao was an old acquaintance, so there was no need to say much. Aldrich and Yuan-chan appeared somewhat constrained. They wanted to initiate a conversation but didn't know if they would offend any of Master Ji's taboos, so they felt slightly awkward. "The two of you, are you both survivors from the East Sea?" Zhang looked at them and asked. Aldrich hurriedly replied, yes, Master Ji. I am the Vice President of the Pantheon Alliance and also a member of the Sea Bright Covenant. As for Brother Yuantian here, as I introduced to you earlier, he is the great protector of the Soaring Dragon Society. Zhang nodded thoughtfully. The current East Sea was in a situation where the world was divided into four. The Pantheon Alliance, the Soaring Dragon Society, the Sea God Sect, and the Tide God Society. These were the four major powers of the East Sea. He had heard about this from Qiao before. In terms of strength, the intensity and numbers of these four major powers varied, but they basically remained at the same level, and none of them could annex the others. But after today, the Sea God Sect will likely be struck from the list of the four great powers of the East Sea. Without top-tier combatants like Zhu Qianshan, no matter how many survivors remain, it will be of no use. Xiao, are you still going back to the Sea God Sect? Zhang looked at the young girl beside him. Xiao pouted helplessly. I wasn't planning on going back anyway. But now that Zhu Qianshan and the others are dead, whether I go back or not, don't I still have to listen to you? Lord Zhang, you're quite sharp. Zhang laughed and patted her head. Then go back. The Sea God Sect will be under your management from now on. Besides, our two regions are close, so just come over to play whenever you're free. Hearing this, Qiao's face immediately fell. She knew Zhang would say that. No way. I don't want to manage such a huge power. I can't handle it. She stood up to protest, and fortunately, the protest was ineffective. After taking the dungeon rewards, you are effectively the strongest combatant in the Sea God Sect. If you don't go back to manage it, do you want the sect to fall into chaos, collapse, and be swallowed up by other powers? Zhang reasoned with her, appealing to both logic and emotion. All right, stop being willful. With great power comes great responsibility. At worst, just do what I do, cultivate a few deputies and become an absentee manager. Isn't that Li Na still alive? Just let her do the work for you. The territory of the Sea God Sect borders the coastline of the southern wilderness, making it a vital strategic region. Zhang certainly intended to maintain and direct control over such a strategic point. Qiao was practically one of his own. Leaving it to her was better than leaving it to an outsider. Got it. So annoying. Qiao knew she couldn't refuse. She went to the side, squatted on the ground, and drew circles in the dirt, sulking. Aldrich and Yuantian had heard the entire exchange and felt incredibly awkward. After all, Zhang's mention of being swallowed up by other powers was a direct reference to them, the remaining three great powers of the East Sea. The two of them wore awkward expressions, yet they couldn't very well say they would never invade the Sea God Sect. Master Ji was reminding them both openly and covertly. The implication was clear. The Sea God Sect was now under the protection of the southern wilderness, and no one should dare to covet this piece of fat meat. Aldrich coughed twice, taking the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere, hoping to build a better rapport. Master Ji, you must also be a member of the Southern Wilderness's Covenant of Light, right? Covenant of Light. Zhang paused for a moment. If the old man hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about that thing. The spirit race invited me, but I didn't join, he said casually. However, this statement made both Aldrich and Yuantian widen their eyes. Aldrich, Alliance Leader you refused. Zhang, what? Is it strange that I refused? Aldrich hurriedly explained. No, that's not what I meant. Alliance Leader G is truly a hero. I admire you, but deep down, the two of them were in a state of long-lasting turmoil. This man's style of doing things was truly fierce. That was an important front led by the two great elf courts. Yet this man didn't even care, choosing instead to give the survivors of the southern wilderness their freedom. The two of them were naturally filled with envy. Only with such a true, masterful leader at the helm could the southern wilderness achieve genuine strategic autonomy. Time passed slowly. Zhang chatted intermittently with these two big shots of the East Sea, learning about the specific situation of the East Sea survivor world. A few hours later, the investigation of this fragmented world finally came to an end. All information and data had been sampled, and it was time to return. Get ready. We're leaving, Zhang said. Chapter 545. Branch of the World Tree. Can I become a creator god? Everyone nodded heavily and gathered together, their faces tense. Having experienced the terrifying ordeal of traversing space last time, everyone was a bit traumatized, feeling as if they were about to be wheeled onto an operating table. Jizang opened his system interface. He clicked exit dungeon immediately. The next second, the spacer on them twisted, turning into high-speed flowing dash lines, and then vanished with a whoosh. Another long, dark period of several minutes followed. Fortunately, everyone had prepared themselves mentally, steadying their hearts and focusing their minds, so they wouldn't lose their sanity in the eternal void and darkness again. Swish! Sunlight filled the surrounding space. Although this entrance area in the outside world was barren, the sense of reality and the air made it feel as if they had returned from hell to the human world, and their entire bodies felt refreshed. "We're back!" Everyone cheered. Some opened their arms to embrace the sunlight, while others lay directly on the ground, feeling the support of the solid earth. The nerves that had been taut since entering the dungeon finally relaxed completely. "Sister Na, are you okay?" Chi-Yao was the first to notice Lina, who had teleported out with them. Lina looked slightly disheveled and had suffered significant internal injuries, with blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Little Yao, I'm fine." As she spoke, she couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. "You guys are truly amazing." Lina hadn't been able to get very far earlier, and she had felt the aftershocks of those terrifying battles. On a battlefield like that, someone like her, who had just ignited her divine fire, was no different from an ant. The pride and confidence she once held as a high-ranking member of the Sea God sect had been completely shattered in this battle, leaving her only with an awkwardness of not knowing how to conduct herself. She understood that if it weren't for Chi-Yao's sake, it would have been a luxury to even walk out of this dungeon alive. And after this battle, what kind of situation she would face would depend entirely on that man's mood. Alliance leader G. Lina's lips moved, wanting to say something, but Jizang raised his hand to interrupt her. "Let's go. This place looks ominous. Let's find a place outside to have a meal first," Jizang said, triggering another round of cheers from the crowd. Following this, his gaze fell upon the heavily injured Lina. He did not make things difficult for her. Instead, he casually utilized the word spirit endless life to heal her wounds. Lina hurriedly expressed her gratitude in a flustered manner. "Thank you, Alliance leader G." After returning to the EC, listen to Chi-Yao. After saying this to her, Jizang turned and walked toward the water droplet-shaped craft. As the host of the southern wilderness, Jizang had never been stingy when it came to hospitality. This time, even the three outsiders Eldridge, Yuan-chan, and Lina were invited to board Jizang's water droplet aircraft. The victorious dungeon squad departed from the entrance of this demonic land and arrived at a base in the outside world. The staff here had long since prepared an incredibly sumptuous feast to welcome the dungeon squad back. Compared to old subordinates like Li Jiangwo and Yi Xingzhou, Eldridge and the others were quite reserved, constantly raising their glasses to toast Master Ji with both hands, offering respectful flattery. However, when it came to matters of territory, they dared not utter a single word. Especially Eldridge and Yuan-chan, they each belonged to different factions in the East Sea, and they were not the kind of leaders whose words were law at most. They were among the influential figures who held significant sway within their respective organizations. They could not fathom Master Ji's intentions. If a godlike figure such as him harbored ambitions of annexing and unifying the East Sea, they truly wouldn't know how to handle it. They could only take this opportunity to secretly study Master Ji's expressions and implications at the dinner table. As for Jizang himself, he currently had no interest in annexing the East Sea. The southern wilderness territory was already large enough. Managing it well was the priority. Blind expansion would inevitably bring many uncontrollable risks. However, the region controlled by the Sea God sect still had to be taken, and it had to be secured firmly. To this end, after the small victory banquet concluded, Jizang specifically sought out Chi-Yao to talk, giving her many instructions and precautions. The young girl's eyes were filled with resentment. It was clear she had no desire to take over this mess, and she remained silent for a long time. She had worked so hard and risked so much to attain her current strength, all for the sake of seeking freedom. Now, a massive burden had suddenly been dumped onto her head. No one would be happy about that. It took a lot of coaxing from Jizang before she was finally mollified and agreed to shoulder the responsibility. The banquet ended. Everyone began to go their separate ways. Ji Waidu, Yuanchan Xiao, and Li Na all began their return to the East Sea, with Zhu Jianshan and a group of high-level officials having perished in the dungeon. It would undoubtedly cause a massive shockwave and a power reshuffle within the Sea God sect. Although Qiao was currently the strongest in the entire Sea God sect, Jizang worried that her methods were not ruthless enough to suppress those beneath her. He simply had Long Yucheng follow them in secret. On one hand, it was to help stabilize the situation and offer strategic advice. On the other, it was to bring the mobile wormhole beacon along, facilitating his own future teleportation. Crushing a space-time stone on the spot, Jizang teleported back to his Genesis God Palace. This dungeon run had taken less than a day in total. During the time the high-level officials of the Radiance Alliance were absent, nothing major had happened in the southern wilderness. Jizang didn't bother dealing with those trivial matters and immediately began to tally the spoils of war. Swish. Several treasure chests were neatly placed on the floor by him. Two ancient Saint Rainbow chests emitted an antique, reddish bronze luster, with golden patterns winding like dragon tendons, adding a transcendent texture to them. In the center, the mythical great chest radiated an incomparable purple-gold light, surrounded by ribbons of light, with countless golden specks flowing slowly. Those light dust particles were like solidified nebulae. Every time they swirled, they left a fleeting pattern on the lid. The chest felt incredibly heavy, like a pile of divine treasures waiting to be opened, mysterious and glorious. Come on. Jizang felt incredibly excited, rubbing his hands together like a fly. First up were these two ancient Saint Rainbow chests. These were upgraded versions of the Rainbow Chest and the Saint Rainbow Chest. He wondered what top-tier items he would get from these to pick one of three opportunities. Jizang switched to the Lucky Gambler title and decisively flipped open the first ancient Saint Rainbow Chest. Clang, accompanied by a sound like a metallic bell tolling. The moment the lid opened, a sea of brilliant light surged out. Three transparent spheres, swirling with boundless divine light, slowly emerged from the chest and hovered in midair. Each one exuded an extremely alluring, textured luster. Jizang looked directly at the first option, Premium SSS Grade Talent Random Gift Pack Evaluation. Upon opening, you can randomly obtain an SSS Grade Talent. The talent's quality is guaranteed to be Essence or Origin. Friendly reminder, this may be the closest you will ever get to an Origin SSS Grade Talent in your life. Seize it well. Do not let impulse become a regret. Good heavens. A random Essence or Origin SSS Grade Talent. The very first option's reward gave Jizang a huge shock. One had to know that SSS Grade Talents with such specific qualities were extremely difficult to obtain. One might not even hit 1 in 10 or 20 pulls. To achieve a perfect build, the amount of talent fragments spent on this would be countless. Now that one was being handed over for free, he believed no survivor could refuse this option. It's fine, stay steady. Jizang continued to look at the second reward. Eternal Star Ring Accessory. Grade, Mythical Unique, Non-Tradable, Non-Droppable Attributes, Mental Power Kun 30. 0. Affinity with all laws Kun 50%. Divine Ability Recovery Speed Kun 100%. Exclusive Skill. Starry Sky of Eternal Gaze. The soul receives the protection of the starry sky. After binding to the host, when the holder dies, the ring will automatically consume all of the host's physical and mental energy to preserve the soul intact, and revive them at full status at the vehicle's location after 1 minute. Starry Sky of Eternal Gaze can be triggered once every 30 days. After being triggered 3 times, the ring will lose all its abilities. Evaluation. No one knows who forged this ring. Some say it was the first ring created when the world was born, while others claim it originated from a universe that has long since perished. Regardless, as long as you wear it, you can escape the mockery and manipulation of fate. Gentle reminder. During the activation of the Starry Sky of Eternal Gaze, the wearer is immune to all negative effects from time-based, causality-based, and fate-based abilities. Any attempt to trace, foresee, or alter the wearer's fate will fail, and the caster will suffer a backlash from the host's divinity. Holy! Jizang was stunned by this information panel. This thing is a resurrection ring, and it's even more overpowered than a resurrection cross. After being used once, It enters a 30-day cooldown period, after which it can be used again until all 3 charges are exhausted. No need to say anything more. This is a trump card for survival, and its priority is definitely higher than the Talent Fragment gift pack. Jizang then looked at the third reward option. Law Crystal Grand Gift Pack Evaluation. Upon opening, you can obtain 5 random Law Crystals. This one is a bit mediocre. If it were a selection of specific Law Crystals, it might barely be comparable to the premium SSS Rank Talent Random Grand Gift Pack, and fortunately, it is completely random, which makes it pretty useless. Placed here, this option forms a very stark contrast to the first two. A smile curled at the corner of Jizang's mouth. This was the first time he had been so certain about an option in a choose one of 3 treasure chests. He chose the Eternal Star Ring directly, without the slightest hesitation. It was a deep blue precious ring that looked remarkable, but if one looked closely, they could see it was covered in incredibly dense lines of laws. These were the product of various laws, life, soul, and fate interwoven together. Even with his chaos eyes, Jizang could not fathom the meaning of these law lines in a short time. Jizang placed it on his ring finger. The ring automatically tightened like a living creature, perfectly conforming to his skin. Subsequently, the starry patterns on the ring lit up for a moment before dimming, as if they had melted into his body. Jizang closed his eyes and felt it carefully. He felt as if something had been added to the depths of his soul at that very moment. It was like an ethereal, elusive anchor of the soul, settling into the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. Survival capability. Come one. Next, Jizang opened the second ancient holy rainbow treasure chest. The light was still as brilliant as an ocean. This time, the 3 treasures once again refreshed Jizang's horizons. Word Spirit, a golden body heavenly war level mythical ability, upon use, consumes a large amount of divinity energy to receive an infusion of golden type energy that transcends limits. The lethality of the physical body and weapons is increased by 100% for 30 seconds. Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood category. What time consumable function? Consuming it directly permanently increases Constitution by 100 points and Spirit by 10,000 points. It also grants the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline passive, providing a natural status suppression over all beast kind including the dragon race. If you have a dragon pet, feeding it this essence blood will directly increase the pet's life tier and increase the probability of atavistic awakening. Evaluation. The sovereign of all beasts, the ancestor of all dragons, a single drop of this blood holds a slumbering era. Branch of the World Tree category. Spirit Plant Core of World Origin function. Inserting this withered branch into soil rich in spiritual energy and continuously injecting a large amount of spiritual energy and spiritual liquid will allow it to take root and sprout, growing into a World Tree seedling. The World Tree seedling can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, automatically purifying dark aura, toxins, and pollution within a radius of 1,000 miles, and continuously producing high-purity spiritual energy crystals. It can also be used directly as a construction material to build a core structure equipped with a domain of life. Within the influence range of this domain of life core structure, all friendly units will continuously recover health, stamina, spirit, and divinity energy. Evaluation. It comes from the tree that holds up the heavens and earth, withered but not dead, exhausted but not perished. If you cultivate it with care, it will become the pillar supporting the world in the future. These 3 treasures left Jizang dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. The first, a golden type mythical level word spirit. There is no need to waste words on this. If it were in any other treasure chest, Jizang might have paid more attention to it. But this is an ancient holy rainbow treasure chest. Just passing on it is enough. This word spirit does not deserve to be placed alongside the other 2 treasures. The second, Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood. Consuming it himself would grant a massive attribute boost and a permanent Ancestral Dragon Bloodline passive buff. Feeding it to Danzai would further increase its status and the probability of atavistic awakening. Jizang was truly covetous. This is a peerless treasure, but the last option was simply too heavy-hitting, making it impossible for Jizang to refuse. The Branch of the World Tree, a world-shaking treasure that can be called the origin of the world. Used as a building material, it could create a true fountain that could be used by countless people. Used for planting, it is even more terrifying. This thing is a part of the world tree. If it could grow infinitely, then as the master who cultivated this tree, he would be almost no different from a creator god. Chapter 546. The final main event, Chaos Breathing Technique. Jizang's eyes were burning with intensity. There was no need to say anything more about what choice to make. Jizang reached out, grabbed the final ball of light, and took it out of the treasure chest. The edges of the light ball shattered in his hand, and a branch no larger than a palm slowly drifted into his palm. This branch was not much different from any other. It was grayish-brown, looking as if it had been casually snapped off some old tree. But the moment it appeared, the air in the entire room changed. It became moist and warm, like the spring after a gentle, lingering rain, the kind of night when all things wait in anticipation before the seeds break through the soil. This is a part of the world tree, Jikang murmured to himself. He was in no rush to inject spiritual chi into it. Instead, he activated his Chaos Eye to examine it closely. Within the vision of the Chaos Eye, the exterior of the entire branch was filled with countless, indescribable lines of energy. Those were not laws or order, but something much closer to the essence of the world, or perhaps they were the essence of the world itself. Jikang was completely stunned, because even with the pupil power of the Chaos Eye's caliber, he was unable to see through this layer of the world's essence, let alone look past this layer to see the interior of the world tree branch. The world tree, the scale and meaning of this name alone were far greater than the mother tree of life of the Ilf race. Jikang fell into hesitation. This item was too precious, and there was only one. So, he had to decide on a method of use. The first option, plant it directly. It could be cultivated into a world tree seedling and would surely continue to grow afterward. It was a choice with an infinitely high ceiling. But at the same time, the cost required for this choice would be unimaginably high. Although he didn't know how much spiritual chi and nourishment it would need to be fed, it would certainly be an astronomical figure. The second option, use it as a building material to create a fountain for the human survivors of the southern wilderness. It could play a massive role in the future struggle for godhood. This choice had a high floor but a low ceiling. It was a very conservative approach. After thinking carefully for a while, Jikang finally chose the first path. Damn it, just plant it. Nourish it with spiritual chi or spiritual liquid. Jikang rubbed his chin, attempting to take out a piece of top-grade spirit stone and crushing it above the branch. Asterisk. Pale golden spiritual chi diffused into the light, trickling into the world tree branch. The total spiritual chi of one top-grade spirit stone was absorbed by the world tree branch in an instant. Jikang could see a faint emerald green color appearing at the tip of the branch. That was the most pure and ultimate vitality. Brewing bit by bit, it really works. Jikang immediately took out an entire bag of spirit stones, ground them all into powder, and utilized his domain power to guide all that spiritual chi onto the world tree branch. This bag contained about 1,000 stones, worth around 1 billion gold coins. But it didn't last long either before being completely absorbed by the world tree branch. A bud gradually grew at the tip of the branch, sprouting a tender green leaf. That new leaf unfurled in midair, emitting dots of pure radiance. Endless vitality and a refined aura emanated from it, spreading throughout the entire room. Jikang felt the changes in the surrounding environment, and his eyes lit up. This effect was truly top tier. He could clearly feel that life force coming from the primal energy. It was an existence in a completely different dimension from ordinary air or spiritual chi. Standing here, he felt as if he were embraced by a brand new world, being nourished by that primal energy. This nourishment was all-encompassing: physique, spirit, spiritual chi, and even his godhood. Everything was growing under the shroud of this mysterious energy. I'll plant it in the spiritual forest later. Jikang weighed the branch in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. If a single leaf could have this effect, he couldn't imagine what it would be like once it was fully grown. He moved his mind, wanting to store the world tree branch into his small world, but to his surprise, it failed. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Warning: this item exceeds the load limit of the small world and cannot be stored. Jikang raised an eyebrow. This thing couldn't even be put into the small world space. No choice then. Jikang could only place it on the table for now, waiting until he finished everything else to carry it over. He turned his gaze toward the mythical treasure chest in the center. This was the final main event. Please don't let me down. Ji Kang rubbed his hands together, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and flipped open the massive chest with one hand. Asterisk clang, a heavy, resonant chime, as if transmitted from the ancient past, spread out, causing one's heart to tremble along with it. Endless, brilliant rays of light burst forth from the gap in the lid, instantly filling the entire room. Asterisk whoosh. Ji Kang was completely submerged in the radiant light, as if he were standing in the middle of a vast starry sky. His eyes reflected the billions of flowing lights, and he was left completely dumbfounded. Following that, a large number of treasure acquisition prompts popped up before his eyes. Obtained. Sacred Heart of 10,000 Blades X1, Core of Destruction X1, White Nightmare X1. Obtained. Growth Equipment Empowerment Device Choice X5 obtained. Law Crystal Choice X5 obtained. Holy Spirit Stone Crystal by 100 obtained. Remains of an Ancient Demon God's Curse by 1 obtained. Chaos Breathing Technique by 1 obtained. SSS Grade Talent Fragment X50. Holy crap. Ji Kang widened his eyes, starting to study the list from top to bottom. The mythical great chest was vastly different from the previous ones. First of all, gold coins and parts upgrade materials had been removed, which matched his current power level. Now that his vehicle had reached this level, gold coins and upgrade materials like parts or steel plates no longer held much significance. For future upgrades, only God's will fragments and spirit stones could play a role. The first category this time had all become rare materials. There were dozens of them in total, and based on their estimated gold coin value, they were worth at least several hundred billion. The items that followed were the real highlights at first. 5 growth equipment empowerment devices and 5 low crystals, compared to the single device and single crystal from the epic great chest. This time the quantity was increased 5-fold. It was incredibly powerful. The rest were all things he had never seen before. Ji Zhang turned his attention to the Holy Spirit Stone Crystal. Holy Spirit Stone Crystal. Category: Spirit Stone Evaluation. A sacred crystal condensed from a massive amount of spiritual energy. Each piece contains the equivalent spiritual energy of 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. It is a highly nourishing treasure for cultivators. Holy crap, 10,000 times? Ji Zhang couldn't help but click his tongue. One must know that top-tier spirit stones were already the highest grade of spirit stones obtainable in the current Eternal Continent, and they were perpetually in a state of being priceless and unavailable. Most of what could be bought directly were low-end spirit stones like high-quality or medium-quality ones. Now, he was being handed a crystal with 10,000 times the concentration of spiritual energy, and he had received 100 of them at once. This was absolutely insane. This item could not be measured by money at all. Save them, save them. Ji Zhang felt immensely delighted and cast his gaze toward the next item. Cursed Remains of an Ancient Demon God. Category: What time consummation. This is a remnant of a demon god lost in the void. It has been forgotten over the long passage of time, quietly waiting for a fated person to unlock the dust-sealed demon god's body and continue writing its former legend. Friendly reminder: the cursed remains of an ancient demon god is wrapped in mysterious laws and order. It must be purified before it can be opened. Once opened, you may choose a single physical divine treasure from any series, and you will not receive duplicate parts. Holy cow! A selectable series of physical divine treasures. Seeing the friendly reminder, Ji Zhang almost jumped up. Awesome! This is exactly what I've been waiting for. The difficulty of obtaining a specific series of physical divine treasures is even higher than that of divine will fragments. This weave is going to make me take off. Ji Zhang was filled with joy. Both his future undefeated bone and chaos spirit could use this to complete their missing vital parts. It was a pity that it had to be purified before it could be opened. He would figure out how to handle that when he had time later. Ji Zhang continued to look down. Chaos Breathing Technique. Category: Breathing Technique Evolution. A breathing technique used by the Chaos God race. It can greatly increase the speed and efficiency of spiritual energy intake and condense a godhead. This is the admission ticket to the path of godhood. A supreme method that billions of living beings dream of. Friendly reminder: the Chaos Breathing Technique requires a pseudo-god status or higher to comprehend and practice. Furthermore, it consumes a massive amount of energy. Those without a profound foundation should not touch this method, or they risk their soul shattering. Friendly reminder: Those without a Chaos Series physical divine treasure, or those who are not of the Chaos God race and their descendants, cannot practice this breathing technique. It's finally here. Ji-Zhang's Adam's apple rolled slowly. When he first saw the reward list, he had a premonition that the ability of this breathing technique would exceed his imagination. He hadn't expected it to be this powerful. A breathing technique, a true cultivation method in this world. Before seeing this breathing technique, his strength growth relied entirely on a mix of the system, his talents, and his equipment. Even when he later came into contact with spiritual energy and divine will, he had to absorb and refine them using methods he had figured out himself. He had absolutely no systematic method to use. Now, the breathing technique had arrived. After reckless fighting for so long, I'm finally about to walk the righteous path. Ji-Zhang felt deeply emotional. With a thought, he stored all the rewards into his small world, taking out only the chaos breathing technique. It was just a stone, gray and dull, its surface covered in cracks like a rock that had been weathered for millions of years. But those were not mere cracks, they were traces left by the laws of chaos. This item had existed for too long, so long that it couldn't even be bothered to emit light, and there were no manifestations of laws. Yet, it was so heavy and majestic. It felt as if it carried the weight of an era, the weight of an entire god race. Ji-Zhang closed his eyes, immersing himself completely, stroking the surface with his palm to feel the existence of those cracks. At this moment, he seemed to hear a voice from the ages. It was the inheritors of countless eras, using different tones and different contexts, chanting a majestic mantra. Ji-Zhang couldn't understand it, but his chaos spirit did. It was a supreme mystery, condensing a method so complex and redundant that it was impossible to understand into this single mantra. After feeling it for a long time, Ji-Zhang finally began to attempt to inject his mental power into this ancient stone, trying to make contact and gain insight. Because of the existence of the chaos spirit, he entered the stone without any resistance, reaching the interior smoothly. In an instant, it was as if a great bell had been struck in Ji-Zhang's mind, and his entire soul trembled because of it. A massive amount of memory and inheritance poured madly into his sea of consciousness, undergoing infusion and fusion. Boom. Ji-Zhang's entire body radiated boundless divine light, and he floated into midair. Ancient divine power was conducting a grand and intense cleansing of his soul. Ji-Zhang's consciousness was isolated in the endless void, almost ceasing to think. The surroundings were filled with the laws of chaos, intersecting and crisscrossing. Each one was incredibly complex, far more profound than any law chains he had ever encountered before. Amidst this frantic cleansing, Ji-Zhang gradually regained his composure. He knew this was a trial and a test, so he immediately utilized the inner vision of his chaos eye and began to rely on himself to comprehend these complex laws and order. In this void, Ji-Zhang completely lost the concept of time. There was only silent comprehension. After cracking 1, there were 10 more. After cracking 10, there were 100, 1,000 waiting for him. While in the state of soul inner vision, he felt no fatigue at all, and he continued to work tirelessly. He did not know how much time had passed until Ji-Zhang had thoroughly comprehended the very last law chain. The surrounding void suddenly shattered, as if a dream world had been broken, and his soul was rapidly pulled away, returning to his physical body. Huff. The moment his soul re-entered his flesh, Ji-Zhang gasped sharply, then began to breathe heavily. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if a river had flowed over him, and he felt a sense of extreme emptiness and exhaustion in both his spirit and his physical form. He hurriedly consumed an energy-replenishing fruit and a spirit-nourishing fruit, and only then did his condition barely recover. Damn it! Ji-Zhang wiped the sticky sweat from his face, leaned back, and sprawled out on the floor in an unrefined, Fred-eagled posture, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. He had thought only his consciousness was busy, but he hadn't expected his body to be consuming energy in sync. If he had returned even 1 day later, his body would likely have been drained to the point of total collapse. Right. What time is it now? Ji-Zhang hurriedly checked the current time. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. The sight nearly stunned him. Good heavens. It had been 3 full days. Ji-Zhang couldn't help but grumble inwardly. His back-end private messages were now piled up like a mountain, and he had no idea how many major issues were waiting for his decision. Ji-Kang shook his head. However, those 3 days were well worth it. The supreme chaos breathing method was now completely fused with his memory. Ji-Kang looked at his palms and tried clenching them a few times, feeling the fluidity of the energy flowing with every breath. A look of immense satisfaction appeared on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 547. The Power of the Chaos Breathing Method. Starting the upgrade of the Creation Divine Palace. Ji-Kang brought out a large bag of spirit stones, along with 10 Holy Spirit Stone crystals, and arranged them around himself. He then sat cross-legged, his hands resting naturally on his knees, closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness into his body. Ji-Kang quickly found the chain of laws that had just been carved into the depths of his soul and attempted to circulate the breathing method. The chaos breathing method. It was not text, nor was it an image. It was an instinct already carved deep into his consciousness. It was like the first cry of a newborn baby, the first piece of driftwood grasped by a drowning man, or that sliver of light finally touched after millions of years of groping in the darkness. He followed that instinct and began to breathe. The first breath was light, like a breeze brushing across the surface of a lake, but his godhead vibrated violently, as if struck by something. He could clearly feel the spiritual chi in the surrounding air beginning to converge toward him. And it wasn't just a simple matter of sucking the spiritual chi over. It was acting as a primary entity, gradually attracting the spiritual chi, like a rushing river flowing into the sea. That spiritual chi seeped in through every pore of his body, following his meridians toward the Godhead deep within his consciousness. After being refined by the Godhead, it transformed into invisible energy, flowing into his limbs and bones, and finally manifesting on the surface of his physical body, forming a thin layer of light mist. A single breath alone took several minutes to complete. There was a world of difference in timing compared to the instinctive breathing of a human. For the second breath, Ji-Kang deliberately intensified it. The speed at which the spiritual chi surged and increased. It was no longer a slow seepage, but like a burst dam, scouring his meridians, bones, and flesh. The old, impure substances were washed away, expelled from his body along with his breath, turning into puffs of grayish-black smoke. Ji-Kang was like a steam engine, with black smoke billowing out from his 7 orifices. His skin began to glow not with a golden light, but with a chaotic, colorless light, like the state of the world before the heavens and earth were separated. With the third breath, he heard a sound. It was not an external sound, but the beating of the Godhead within his body, like a heart and a drumbeat, like thousands of war drums being struck simultaneously on an ancient battlefield. The spiritual chi gathered around him was compressed further, turning from mist to water, from water to ice, and from ice into something even denser. That substance attached itself to the surface of his Godhead like a shell, or perhaps a membrane, slowly seeping inside. The fourth, fifth, and sixth breaths. He forgot the time, forgot where he was, and forgot the files that hadn't been reviewed, the people he hadn't met, and the tasks he hadn't finished. He simply breathed one inhalation, one exhalation, like the first pair of yin and yang at the dawn of creation, like the first touch of twilight at the transition between day and night. He did not know how much time had passed when he finally opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed through his gaze. Those calm and profound eyes seemed to pierce through time and space. Seeing the entire world, he perceived the setting sun outside the window at the end of the corridor, the sea of clouds in the sky, and the land hundreds of kilometers beneath that sea of clouds. Plants were growing, rivers were flowing, and life was breathing. Those perceptions were not vague, they were clear, as if he were seeing them with his own eyes, as if he were experiencing them himself. Ji-Kang slowly exhaled a breath and looked down at his hands. The impurities expelled from his body had settled into a thin layer of gray residue on his skin and the surrounding floor. As he moved his body, the shell-like membrane of residue shattered, revealing the skin beneath. After just this one round of practicing the breathing method, his skin now possessed an incredibly moist, jade-like luster. This is what true cultivation is. Ji-Kang clenched his fist, feeling that refined power flowing through his blood vessels. It was like the deep, heavy ocean, calm and waveless on the surface, but actually brewing with an invisible, immense force. He turned his gaze to his surroundings. After this day-long session of practicing the breathing method, all the spirit stones and Holy Spirit stone crystals he had taken out had been completely drained. leaving only crushed debris. This chaos breathing method really does have a massive consumption rate. Ji-Kang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, the results were extremely significant. He checked his status window, and his various attributes had indeed seen a massive increase. Godhead, Demigod 62. Physique, 413,000. Spirit, 139,000. His divinity increased by about 3%, while his physique and spirit each grew by several tens of thousands. Beyond that, there was also the physical strength that had not yet manifested on the status panel. It was a pure physical evolution, pushing his original body closer to a higher level of existence. Next, all that remained was to return to the spiritual chi forest and plant the branch of the world tree, and the great task would be complete. Ji-Kang maneuvered the Genesis Divine Palace and began the return journey to the spiritual chi forest. Taking advantage of this free time, he took a proper shower in the bathroom, then opened his private message inbox, which had long since exploded with notifications, and began to handle official business. During the time he had been cultivating, quite a few major events had occurred in the southern wilderness. First, regarding development. Research into high-level spiritual gathering arrays had successfully broken through the most critical material bottleneck, and mass production had gradually begun. It was estimated that before long, the era where every survivor in the southern wilderness was as powerful as a dragon would arrive. In addition, the brand new base cities in every region had basically been fully completed, coupled with the recent clearing of various dungeons and resource collection. The overall strength of the Radiant Alliance had ushered in a qualitative change in the true sense of the word. However, this also highlighted another problem. That was, the resources were becoming a bit insufficient to go around. The area currently occupied by the Radiant Alliance, while seemingly vast and wide, actually accounted for only a tiny fraction of the southern wilderness, not even 1%. The same was true for the super main city areas. Although nearly 1,000 super main cities were located on the central continent, they were always on the fringes where resources were scarce. They were all god-forsaken places that the local powers didn't care much about. If the Radiant Alliance wanted to continue to survive and grow, it would inevitably lead to huge conflicts and friction with the local powers. In fact, the situation was indeed developing in that direction, because the matter of the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom had not been properly resolved at the time. Those beast clans in the Iron Ridge Mountains had begun to grow restless, especially with the elf envoy Lopez personally visiting to show his support. It had given the beast clans immense confidence. Just in the last few days, those beast tribes had issued an ultimatum to the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom. After being decisively rejected by Zhu Tianyuan, they launched a probing invasion attack on the borders of the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom. The Taixuan Ancient Kingdom's garrison suffered heavy losses. If it hadn't been for the Radiant Alliance sending troops to assist in the defense in time, it was estimated that a large swath of the border region would have fallen directly into enemy hands. Seeing this message, Ji-Kang narrowed his eyes, and a bit of anger flared up in his heart. This attack was clearly instigated by Lopez, testing the bottom line of the Radiant Alliance. This grandson, he hadn't had the time to deal with him, and he really started to think of himself as someone important. Ji-Kang immediately sent a private message to Li Jianguo, asking him to relay a message to Zhu Tianyuan, saying that he would be over to handle it soon and telling Zhu Tianyuan not to have too many concerns. Aside from this matter, progress in the East Sea was going very smoothly, as the current strongest member of the Sea God sect, Qi Yao, with the secret assistance of the Southern Wilderness forces, had quickly succeeded in breaking through the resistance, taking over the Sea God sect and completing a smooth transfer of power. The current Sea God sect, although missing a large chunk of its high-level combat power compared to before, still maintained its overall foundation, coupled with the fact that Zhuaidu and Yuanqian, two veterans of external forces, were playing their roles within their respective factions. They had successfully suppressed the intentions of these forces to invade the Sea God sect. This bought the Sea God sect enough of a buffer period. Ji-Kang sent a message to Qi Yao, telling her to keep up the good work, and after finishing all the remaining pending matters, he finally emerged from the bedchamber of the Purple Gold Divine Palace. All around, clouds surged, rosy mists drifted, and clear springs flowed through rocky mountains. It was as beautiful as an immortal realm. Ji-King stepped onto his somersault cloud and flew all the way toward the direction of the War Temple. Along the way, the chaos breathing technique operated on its own, drawing spiritual chi from all directions toward him, trailing a faint golden streak behind him. He opened his inventory and took a look. Gold coins, 13.2 trillion. This was an astronomical figure sufficient to make anyone's jaw drop, or even cause them to completely lose their concept of money. It was time to fully upgrade those vehicle armaments that had been left behind. Upon arriving at the No. 1 hall of the War Temple, Ji-King directly upgraded all 5 defensive turret slots that had been added after promoting to Tier 8. Afterward, he clicked directly on one of the machine gun bases to view the upgrade paths. Upgrade path, close-in weapon system upgrade requires gold coins by 500, parts x 100. Steel plates x 1500 upgrade path, flamethrower turret upgrade requires gold coins by 350, parts by 100. Heavy fuel x 50, fuel x 50 upgrade path, anti-aircraft gun upgrade requires gold coins by 1500. Parts x 1000, alloy x 50 upgrade path, laser cannon upgrade requires gold coins by 3000. Parts x 2000, alloy x 200, laser core x 1 upgrade path, high voltage electric grid upgrade requires gold coins x 50,000, parts x 5000, alloy x 1000, super energy stone by 10. Electric grid core x 1 requires level 5 power generator as a prerequisite upgrade path. War railgun upgrade requires gold coins by 30 million, parts x 8 million, steel plates by 25 million, alloy by 1 million, vibranium by 50. 0. Level 7 chip x1 requires level 6 power generator as a prerequisite. Upgrade path, super ice burst generator upgrade requires gold coins by 1 billion, alloy x 15 million, vibranium x 50,000, obsidian by 10. 0. Ice Spirit Stone by 5 million upgrade path, Super Shockwave Wheel Assembly upgrade requires gold coins by 150 billion, Shockwave Engine X50 upgrade path, Heavenly Court Divine General. Upgrade requires Dust of Divine Will by 1 hidden path. Vehicle Combat Form currently upgradable to Purple Gold Divine General unique part. 80 billion gold coins, 80 billion parts, 150 billion steel plates, 5 billion alloys, 5 million vibranium, 1 level 10 chip, 1 divine willpower fragment. Upon seeing the newly appeared upgrade path Heavenly Court Divine General, Ji-Zhang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Good heavens. A hero has appeared, however. Starting at the cost of 1 divine willpower dust is a bit expensive. Although after entering the new version, the acquisition method for divine willpower has become much simpler and more straightforward. But this item is still a precious treasure that cannot be measured by gold coins. He had fought tooth and nail inside the dungeon, only to obtain that small amount of ascension stairway points. In the shop, just buying a single divine willpower dust costs 50 points. Moreover, throughout the Genesis Divine Palace, upgrading anything requires spending divine willpower. He truly doesn't have the foundation to spend lavishly right now. I'll just upgrade one to test the waters first, Ji-Zhang thought to himself. He spent 1 divine willpower dust to upgrade the machine gun base into a Heavenly Court Divine General. The next second, light enveloped the entire machine gun base, rapidly melting it into a massive humanoid figure. After the light completely shattered, a majestic and imposing body, standing 5 meters tall, appeared before Ji-Zhang's eyes. This was a battle general exuding immense divine might, clad in silver armor, holding a chilling long spear, with a sacred and profound divinity permeating its entire being. Ji-Zhang had assumed this would be a tangible creature, but it clearly was not. This divine general figure did not have a physical body. It lacked a head, facial features, and limbs. Hidden beneath its armor was a cluster of brilliant, divine golden light. This cluster of golden light was its true form. A panel he had never seen before appeared before Ji-Zhang. Heavenly Court Divine General Pseudo-God Grade Category, Defense Unit Evaluation. A top-tier defensive combat force manifested from the divine light nurtured by the Genesis Divine Palace. The Heavenly Court Divine General uses divinity as its core, capable of unleashing extraordinary ultimate combat power. It is invincible below the pseudo-god level, and can trade 1-for-1 against those above the pseudo-god level. Upgrade requirements. 20 Divine Willpower Dust. 1 Divine Willpower Fragment. Friendly reminder: the strength of the Heavenly Court Divine General depends on the host's personal attributes and godhood. Damn it, the next level is actually this expensive. Jizang couldn't help but grumble inwardly. 20 Divine Willpower Dust, or 1 Divine Willpower Fragment. Neither of these is something he can afford to spend. But then again, this thing is a top-tier powerhouse that comes with a pseudo-god godhood the moment it is born. If he were to sell all these defensive turrets and switch them to Heavenly Court Divine Generals, wouldn't he be able to kill gods and Buddhas alike? But that is a matter for the future. He is dirt poor right now and truly cannot afford such a setup. Jizang reserved the remaining for machine gun-based slots and turned his attention to the Chrono Arbiter. The kinetic turret was an old brother that had followed him from the plains all the way through the southern wilderness. Due to previous funding shortages, it hadn't been upgraded much. He wondered what it would evolve into in the Genesis Divine Palace version. Jizang spent several tens of billions directly to give it an upgrade. White light emerged, and the evolution began. Jizang waited for a few minutes, and the Chrono Arbiter before him finally completed its upgrade. Chapter 548, Awakening Fusion. 3 Super God Grade Turrets. Vehicle Component Upgrade Successful. Chrono Arbiter Level 8 Holy Annihilation Dragon Tower Max Level. After the upgrade, the Holy Annihilation Dragon Tower presented a more imposing form. The entire turret stood nearly 50 meters tall and was nearly 100 meters long. 32 barrels were arranged and fixed together by a massive circular disc, resembling a majestic and sacred mountain of steel, standing out from the rest within the entire war temple. Holy Annihilation Dragon Tower Max Level Type, Kinetic Defense Turret Evaluation. The Holy Annihilation Dragon Tower is the most powerful kinetic turret, capable of firing Holy Annihilation projectiles with immense destructive power. It is an ultimate weapon that defines all physical significance. It utilizes single-barrel, multi-chain supergiant Holy Annihilation projectiles, with each shell having a caliber of 2.3 meters and a maximum firing rate of 12,000 rounds a minute. When the flames of Holy Annihilation descend upon the battlefield, all hostile targets will meet destruction and death. Fusion Awakening Requirements. Holy Annihilation Dragon Tower X3, 1 trillion gold coins. 1 Divine Willpower Dust. Friendly reminder: this component has reached the current maximum level limit for the vehicle. Promoting to the next stage, Fusion Awakening, requires consuming 3 turrets of the same type. This is permanently limited to 1 instance per type and will occupy 3 defensive turret slots. Upon seeing this panel, Jizang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Fusion Awakening. It seems that after entering the Genesis Divine Palace stage, vehicle armaments have also entered a new form, and to be honest, as he faces higher-level battlefields in the future, even a level 9 kinetic turret would have limited utility. He still needs to keep pushing upward. I hope you don't disappoint me. Jizang decisively consumed nearly 100 billion gold coins to upgrade the remaining Chrono Arbiters to Holy Annihilation Dragon Towers. Then, he spent 1 trillion gold coins and the remaining Divine Willpower Dust in his possession. Clicking on Fusion Awakening, the 3 massive kinetic turrets instantly burst into brilliant light. Subsequently, all 3 turrets began to contract inward simultaneously, converging together like a star reaching the end of its life, with all its light and heat compressed into an infinitely small point. That point became blindingly bright, yet it emitted no heat, simply hovering there quietly, like the singularity before the Big Bang. After a dozen seconds, the point of light began to grow rapidly. 2 massive pillars of light rose from the ground, followed by the formation of the base, then the pipelines, the rotating mechanisms, and the outer shell. A colossal object rapidly smelted and took shape within the radiance. Finally, it transformed into a giant tower standing 100 meters tall. The white light shattered, revealing its true form. This giant tower was silver white, like moonlight and frost, silent and cold. At the pinnacle of the tower, a dragon coiled. It was not a sculpture, but a giant dragon whose entire body shimmered with a metallic luster. The dragon moved slowly atop the tower, its eyes like to burning stars, invisibly radiating a vast and mighty majesty. Its scales opened and closed with every movement. It absorbed a wisp of light from the tower's body to nourish itself. Vehicle Component Fusion Awakening Successful. Holy Annihilation Dragon Tower Level 9 Dragon Tower of Finality Awakened Form Stage 1. A brand new information panel appeared before G-Kang. Dragon Tower of Finality Awakened Form Stage 1 Category, Fusion Awakened Kinetic Turret. Attack Mode Breath of Finality. After a brief 3-second charge, a beam of silver-white kinetic particles is fired from the dragon's mouth. Wherever the kinetic particle beam passes, all targets will suffer atomic-level impact damage. Range, unlimited cooldown, 60 seconds. Attack Mode Eye of Eternal Silence. The dragon's eyes gaze upon a single target, forcing it into a state of eternal silence. The target cannot move, attack, cast spells, or think, lasting until the Dragon Tower of Finality is destroyed or the effect is manually cancelled. The higher the target's status, the more the skill's effect is diminished. Range, 5 kilometers cooldown 1 day. Passive skill Domain of Finality. The tower releases a Domain of Finality at all times, covering a 20-kilometer radius. All attacks by friendly units against enemies deal an additional 30% true damage. Upgrading to Awakened Form Stage 2 inches requires Divine Will Fragment X1 evaluation. This is the verdict from the end of all things. Damn. G-Kang stood beneath the tower, looking up at the silver metallic dragon coiling at the top, unable to help but sigh. Unlimited range for basic attacks. With the support of the satellite system, this could be called insolvable. Furthermore, it possessed the absolute suppression of attack mode, a crowd control skill capable of affecting even god-level enemies. And the utility of the friendly damage buff from passive skill was beyond words. Truly, you get what you pay for. With this thing, the other low-level turrets basically had no room to shine. G-Kang upgraded the final Corona Arbiter into the Holy Annihilation Dragon Tower and placed it on the ephemeral giant whale. The kinetic turret category could now be considered graduated for the current version. As for the next upgrade, he would have to wait until he had enough Divine Will fragments to consider it. For the subsequent flame turrets, G-Kang arranged them along the same path, after spending over 100 billion in gold coins and materials. For heaven-burning dragon breath cannons began their upgrades simultaneously. Vehicle component upgrade successful. Heaven-burning dragon breath cannon level 7 Hell's Raging Flame max level. The upgraded Hell's Raging Flame saw a magnitude level increase in both power and performance, with each unit capable of spewing flames sufficient to melt mountain ranges. Yet, these flames still paled in comparison to true darkness. G-Kang transferred one of them to the ephemeral giant whale, then spent 50 ascension staircase points in the shop to purchase a speck of Divine Will. Combined with 1 trillion gold coins, he performed a fusion on the remaining 3 Hell's Raging Flames. The 3 giant flame turrets began their fusion awakening. When the white light completely shattered, a massive, volcano-shaped defensive turret appeared within the War Temple. Its volume was immense. The base diameter reached an exaggerated 500 meters. And it stood 300 meters tall, majestic and imposing. At the crater on top, golden flames burned and surged, distorting space and scorching it into ripples. However, as G-Kang stood at the foot of the mountain, he felt no rise in temperature. Those golden flames were entities that transcended the physical realm. They followed a certain order, constantly gathering and condensing at the crater, finally transforming into a golden lotus. The golden lotus rose from the crater like a tiny sun, climbing higher and higher until it hung in midair, rotating slowly. Vehicle component fusion awakening successful. Hell's Raging Flame Level 9 Demon Purging Holy Flame Awakened Form Stage 1. As the notification sound echoed, an information panel appeared before G-Kang. Demon Purging Holy Flame Awakened Form Stage 1 Category, Fusion Awakened Flame Turret. Attack Mode Baptism of Holy Flame. Releases the 9 petals from the volcanic lotus. Wherever each petal falls, a patch of holy flame ignites. The holy flame poses no threat to ordinary matter, dealing massive purification damage only to targets of darkness, evil, or hostility. The holy flame deals 300% damage to dark creatures, fallen gods, and corrupted targets. Targets killed by the holy flame cannot be resurrected, reincarnated, or summoned by necromancy. Range: 100 kilometers cooldown 30 seconds. Attack Mode Rain of Purifying Fire. Releases the holy flame into the sky, transforming it into a rain of fire covering a 300-kilometer radius. When the fire rain falls on allies, It assists in clearing negative status effects while continuously restoring health, stamina, and mental energy when it falls on enemies. It deals continuous purification damage. Range 300 kilometers. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 hours. Passive skill Eternal Flame. The holy flame never extinguishes. The effect persists until the enemy is burned to nothing unless the enemy uses specific means to extinguish it. Upgrading to Awakened Form Stage 2 inches requires Divine Will Fragment X1 evaluation. The darkness and filth of the world shall eventually be cleansed. Truly impressive. Jizang couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This fusion awakening turret would undoubtedly become the main defensive force of the Genesis Divine Palace in the future. The only downside was that it occupied too many defensive turret slots. One of these was equivalent to 3 regular ones. If he wanted to upgrade all the remaining types of turrets into such fusion awakening turrets, he clearly wouldn't have enough space. Jizang carefully studied the upgrade regulations for the other types of turrets. He discovered that, aside from the 3 mainstream early game turrets Kinetic Flame and Laser, no other types of turrets could undergo fusion awakening. This completely cleared up Jizang's concerns. He would build one of each of the first 3 types, max out all other individual turret types, and leave all the remaining slots for the Heavenly Court Divine Generals. Action followed thought. Jizang immediately initiated a comprehensive upgrade for the 3 Myriad Manifestation Lenses. Vehicle Component Upgrade successful. Myriad Manifestation Lens Level 8 Mirror of 10,000 Lights Max Level. Jizang took a brief look at the status window for the new level, then directly purchased a Mote of Divine Wish Power and clicked Fusion Awakening once more. Asterisk. The 3 laser turrets instantly began to fuse. Vehicle Component Fusion Awakening successful. Mirror of 10,000 Lights Level 9 Heavenly Hunting Eye Awakened Form, Stage 1. As the notification sound faded, the shell woven from white light began to disintegrate. A giant golden eye gradually emerged from within. It was a vertical pupil over 10 meters high, with a pitch-black center as deep as an abyss. On the vertical pupil, new structures were constantly sprouting. First, a series of fine, golden patterns resembling tree rings spread outward from the pupil like ancient inscriptions, eventually forming 12 slender golden probes at the edge of the giant eye. These probes, condensed from the laws of the universe, extended from the edge of the pupil into the void. With every tremor, they captured a wisp of extremely fine information flow, transmitting it back to the pupil along the probes. Watching this giant golden eye suspended in midair, Jizang felt no sense of oppression, yet the majesty of its gaze into the void could pierce directly into one's soul. Heavenly Hunting Eye Awakened Form, Stage 1 Category, Fusion Awakening Laser Turret. Attack Mode Hunting Light. The Heavenly Hunting Eye locks onto a single target, firing a hunting light with immense destructive and piercing power every 0.5 seconds. Targets hit will be marked with the hunting mark, ignoring distance, pace, and law barriers, and will be continuously tracked until the target is completely eliminated. Range 500 kilometers. Cooldown 0.5 seconds. Attack Mode 10,000 Lights Illumination. The Heavenly Hunting Eye locks onto up to 1,000 targets simultaneously, using the 12 probes to form a cluster of causal threads, then fires 1,000 beams at once to strike the locked targets within range. Each beam of the 10,000 lights illumination is equivalent to 1/10 the power of the hunting light. Range 100 kilometers. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 day. Passive Truth Patrol. The Heavenly Hunting Eye can automatically scan all energy fluctuations, law changes, and life signatures within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, transmitting the information in real time to the Heavenly Secret Palace of the Genesis Divine Palace. Upgrading to Awakened Form, Stage 2 requires Divine Wish Power Fragment X1 evaluation. Under the gaze of this eye, all darkness shall have nowhere to hide. Good heavens! Did this come with a built-in live flow radar? When Jizang saw the passive skill, his eyes lit up. With this passive, the area within 10,000 kilometers of the Genesis Divine Palace would be an absolute safe zone. The 3 major fusion awakening turrets were all set. Looking at these 3 top-tier defensive turrets, Jizang felt incredibly satisfied. Next, he set to work upgrading the anti-aircraft turrets. Vehicle Component Upgrade successful. Heavenly Palace Divine Light Missile System Level 7 Myriad Transformation Divine Light Missile System Level 8. This upgrade brought a significant boost to the anti-aircraft missiles. But compared to the three major Fusion Awakening turrets, it was truly a case of the lesser overshadowing the greater, with nothing particularly noteworthy. The only thing that could pique Ji Zhang's interest was that this component could still be upgraded further. It hadn't reached the limit yet. It was just that the gold and resources required were a bit hard to swallow. Upgrade requires gold x 5 trillion, parts x 2 trillion, alloy x 50 billion, vibranium x 50 million, dust of the firmament by 10. Adding all these up, it would cost over 8 trillion without a doubt. He currently had less than 10 trillion on hand. If he clicked upgrade now, he would be completely wiped out. After hesitating for a while, Ji Zhang finally decided to go for it. The anti-aircraft turrets couldn't undergo Fusion Awakening, so the next level for this component was likely the true limit. Ji Zhang had originally wanted to use the long-unused Wheel of Destiny to see if he could take a shortcut. But to his surprise, as soon as he activated the Wheel of Destiny, he saw that the vehicle's various palaces, Fusion Awakening type turrets, and sub-max level type turrets were all excluded from the Wheel of Destiny. Chapter 549. Opening the Cultivation Palace. A brand new place for cultivation. The only components that could continue to cycle through the random options of the Wheel of Destiny were ordinary components, mechs, secondary units, and various turrets that had not yet reached the sub-max level. Ji Zhang sighed helplessly. It seemed that these early game components were starting to have limited utility in the late stages. Soon, the Wheel of Destiny locked onto the Shanghai mech and successfully upgraded it. Successfully obtained the Gift of Destiny. Vehicle component level increased. Shanghai Type 6 Level 6, Shanghai Type 7 Level 7. Having reached this level, the Shanghai had now attained the sub-max level. Ji Zhang examined the turrets within the War Temple, ultimately deciding to clear out those that were of little use. He sold the remaining Heavenly Palace Divine Light Missile System and one War Railgun at a 70% depreciation rate. Then, he directly upgraded all current armed turrets, mechs, and secondary units to near maximum level, so that the Wheel of Fate could exert its maximum value. Vehicle component upgrade successful. Super Ice Burst Generator Level 3, Heart of the Polar Ice Sentry Level 4. War Railgun Level 3, Heavy Mountain Shattering Cannon Level 4. Super Shockwave Wheel Assembly Level 3, Vacuum Shockwave Wheel Assembly Level 4. City Ring Magnetic Storm Tower Level 5, Infinite Magnetic Storm Vortex Level 6, Heavenly God No. For Heavenly God No. The Level 5. Upgrading these 5 components cost only a few hundred billion in total. Ji Zhang immediately utilized the remaining 3 spins of the Wheel of Fate. The last 2 were successful, and 1 failed. Dang! Successfully obtained the Gift of Fate. Vehicle component level increased. Heavy Mountain Shattering Cannon Level 4, Heaven Destroying Killing Cannon Level 5. Dang! Successfully obtained the Gift of Fate. Power Generation Device Level 8, Power Generation Device Level 9. Regrettably, failed to obtain the Gift of Fate. Vehicle component City Ring Magnetic Storm Tower has suffered a level downgrade. Infinite Magnetic Storm Vortex Level 6, City Ring Magnetic Storm Tower Level 5. Ji Zhang was quite satisfied with this result. Looking at it purely from a balance sheet perspective, he had still earned nearly 1 trillion. He casually spent nearly 100 billion gold coins to upgrade the City Ring Magnetic Storm Tower back to its previous level. Only then did he refocus his attention on the Myriad Transformation Divine Light Missile System. Subsequently, he poured all the remaining gold coins and materials on hand into the upgrade slot and clicked upgrade. Boom! Inside the temple, this massive anti-aircraft missile system was instantly submerged in vast white light, beginning its ascent toward the maximum level. The entire missile system fused and grew upon its base, continuously expanding outward into the surroundings. This upgrade process lasted for nearly half an hour. When the moment finally came for all the light to shatter, an invisible, sharp field instantly enveloped the entire War Temple. Ji Zhang's eyes widened slightly. What appeared before him was not some larger anti-aircraft system with a greater number of missiles. It was a plain and remarkable circular launch silo platform. Yet, from this 10-meter circular platform up to the dome of the War Temple, the space had transformed into a faint golden hue. Those were the shimmering points reflected by the sunlight. Resembling a sparkling golden river of stars, they were countless fine, almost invisible threads. Billions of threads extended from the launch silo, reaching out in all directions toward the horizon, toward the unseen distance. The threads drifted slowly like silkworm silk, weaving into a giant net that spanned the heavens. At the end of every thread hung a tiny point of light, so small it was almost invisible. But Jizang's chaos eyes captured them, the sharp, invisible aura that filled the entire temple, and even the surrounding world, came precisely from these threads and light points. A brand new set of information appeared. Divine threads of the Firmament Max level category, Anti-Aircraft System. Attack Mode Divine Thread Heavenly Punishment, releases 50. 0 Divine Threads from the launch silo. The threads will simultaneously lock onto and track up to 50. 0 aerial targets within a 1,000-kilometer radius, dealing massive piercing damage to them. The piercing damage is of a law-level destruction, ignoring any physical and elemental defenses except for godhood, physical divine treasures, and top-tier domains. Duration of each attack wave 30 seconds cooldown, 60 minutes attack mode judgment photons. All divine threads possess the ability to transmit judgment photons upon the threads hitting a target. The judgment photons can be rapidly transmitted from the base to the ends of the threads, causing photon explosion damage to the enemy. Evaluation. The net of heaven is vast. Though it is sparse, nothing escapes it. Warm reminder. This component has reached the maximum level. You may increase the damage and capabilities of this component by upgrading the War Temple. So, this is a top-tier defensive turret. Jizang looked at the threads drifting in the air, lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and opened the interface of the Palace of Creation. Palace of Creation has Southern Heaven Gate cruising speed, 2,000 kilometers, and maximum speed, 500,000 kilometers per hour. Spatial light stream remaining fuel. 29 units of origin matter can travel to 0.9 million kilometers. Form, Southern Heaven Gate. Current core armament of the Palace of Creation. Can manifest as to spiritual gate guardians possessing godhood, capable of launching external attacks or returning to the Southern Heaven Gate to stand guard. Each deployment of the spiritual gate guardians requires the consumption of a large amount of divine willpower. Current divine willpower charge. 0% can be charged by inputting divine willpower dust, fragments, or crystals. Elemental Temple Locked. Cultivation Temple Locked. Mind Nurturing Temple Locked. Spiritual Chi Temple Locked. War Temple Evolution Tier 0 Temple No. End of Days Dragon Tower Awakened Form Stage 1. Demon Purging Holy Flame Awakened Form Stage 1. Hunting Heavenly Eye Awakened Form Stage 1. Heavenly Court Divine General Pseudo God Level 99. Heavenly Pillars Super Majesty Force Field Device Crossbow of Termination Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall Level 8 Dragon Elephant Nation Suppressing Form Level 5. Holy Annihilation Dragon Tower Max Level Hell's Raging Flame Max Level Divine Thread of the Firmament Max Level Infinite Magnetic Storm Vortex Level 6 Heavy Mountain Annihilating Cannon Level 4 Heart of the Polarized Century Level 4 Vacuum Detonation Wheel Assembly Level 4 Temple No. Heavy Armored Machine God Coalition Level 4 Mayfleet Giant Whale Level 2 Shanghai Class 7 Level 7 Tiantian Class V Level 6 Water Droplet Aircraft Level 8 Large Siege God Vehicle Howling Heaven Divine Dog Glow on Bird Aerospace Fighter Giant Spirit Sentry. Heavenly Mystery Temple Evolution Stage 0 Temple No. 1. Core of Heavenly Mystery Floating Continent Heavenly Spirit System Divine Palace Ecosystem Extraterrestrial Satellite System Wheel of Destiny. Temple No. Smart Butler Holographic Skin Suit Air Conditioner Level 10 Refrigerator Level 10 Power Generation Device Level 8 Central Control Console Level 8 Targeting Radar Level 8. Purple Gold Divine Palace Evolution Stage 0 Entertainment Temple No. Sports Temple No. Sleeping Quarters Temple No. Evaluation. The Divine Palace has manifested, shaking the universe with its majesty. Gentle reminder. All temples within the Genesis Divine Palace can be unlocked and evolved using Divine Wish Power. Please explore the functions yourself, host. That feels good. The corners of Ji Kang's mouth curled up slightly. After this massive upgrade, the combat power of the Genesis Divine Palace had absolutely skyrocketed. As for how to use the current Divine Wish Power fragments to maximize their value, Ji Kang wasn't quite sure yet. After finishing the dungeon, the number of Divine Wish Power fragments in his possession had returned to 3. If he used them all to upgrade and unlock temples, his personal progress would inevitably fall behind. After all, This item was extremely precious. If it weren't for the dungeon rewards and the first clear bonus, he would have had to spend 500 ascension points in the shop to buy them, or use his intelligence gathering abilities to search for them himself. I'll just unlock one temple for now. I'll deal with the rest when I have more resources later. Ji Kang pondered to himself, looking at the 4 major temples on his panel: elements, cultivation, mind nurturing, and spiritual chi. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose the cultivation temple, which seemed the most practical. He walked through the corridor between the war temple and the heavenly mystery temple, arriving at the dust-covered temple wrapped in invisible order. His gaze fell upon the tightly shut black gold doors. There were no patterns on the doors, no luster, only a layer of grayish mist, like chaotic nothingness, isolating it completely from the outside world. He took out one divine wish power fragment. The fist-sized orb of light was warm and jade-like, with countless specks of light swimming slowly within it. Ji Kang held it as if cradling a newly hatched star, walked up to the door, and pressed the fragment gently against it. Thump! It was like a water droplet falling into a lake. The fragment dissolved into the chaotic mist. Hum. The grayish-white mist began to tremble, like a stirred vortex, becoming faster and more urgent. Finally, a massive beam of black gold light shot out from the dome at the center of the cultivation temple, piercing toward the sky. Boom! The light was so intense, like the first ray of dawn at the birth of heaven and earth, or the final glimmer of twilight at the end of the universe. It was magnificent to the extreme. The light dispersed the gray mist, revealing the majesty of the entire temple to the world. At the same time, an even more intense light surged out from the cracks in the door. Those rays of light seeped into Ji Kang's skin, swept across his divinity, wandered through his body, and then retreated, as if confirming his identity. Then, the door opened. The heavy doors turned into light dust and drifted slowly in the air, revealing the world behind them. The overwhelming black gold light also completely faded at this moment. Ji Kang looked at the scene before him, stunned and rooted to the spot. This was completely different from what he had imagined the cultivation temple to be. Inside the hall, there were no rooms, nor was it a single area. It was an unknown void secret realm. There was no dome, no floor, no walls, only stardust and fireflies drifting in midair, and a square stone stele in the very center. The stele was not large, only the height of a person, and was entirely translucent white, like solidified moonlight, carrying a sense of excitement and curiosity. Ji Kang stepped into the temple. There really was no floor. The moment he took his first step, he stepped into empty air, and he nearly tumbled directly into the void abyss below. Ji Kang hurriedly used his flight ability to stabilize himself before flying into this void space. How exactly is this temple used? Ji Kang flew around for a while, confirming there were no boundaries, before arriving at the stone stele in the center. A user manual appeared before him. Cultivation Temple User Manual Function. Within the Cultivation Temple, you can consume spiritual essence stones to adjust the flow of time, with a minimum of -100x and a maximum of 100x. The consumption of spiritual essence stones is based on a 1x rate con time. Function. The Cultivation Temple has 3 optional functions: Battle Platform, Heaven Stepping Stairs, and Inner Demon Challenge, which can be selected at will. Battle Platform. You can summon virtual real monsters to fight. Currently, you can summon up to world-class monsters, with a limit of 1 at a time, and a maximum strength of world-class peak. Note: summoning real monsters requires the consumption of spiritual essence stones, but they do not yield ascension ladder points or divine wish power. Heaven Stepping Stairs. There are 9 heavenly stairs in total. The law-based scouring generated by the stairs will greatly temper and strengthen the physical body. The intensity increases exponentially with each step. Note: each activation of the Heaven Stepping Stairs requires 1,000 spiritual essence stones, based on the external time flow. It is limited to 1 hour. Once finished, the stairs will close again. Limited to 1 activation per week. Inner Demon Challenge. You may summon an image of yourself at 1x, 10x, or 20x your own strength. After successfully defeating your own image, you will receive a random attribute reward. Note: the image in the Inner Demon Challenge is based on the host's base data regarding physique, spirit, divinity, and physical divine treasures. The image cannot use talents, words of power, or equipment. Rewards are limited to once per week. After reading this manual, Ji-Zhang's eyes lit up with a brilliant shine. Holy crap! As expected of the Cultivation Temple, this function is just too damn top tier. Ji-Zhang hurriedly checked the current Cultivation Temple panel. Cultivation Temple Evolution Tier 0 Current Time Dilation. Adjusting by plus or minus 1x consumes 100 units of Spiritual Essence Stone, lasting for a base duration of 24 hours. Battle Arena. Click to summon monsters. Heaven Stepping Stairs. Click to activate and use this week. Inner Demon Challenge. Click to select image. No reward obtained this week. Environment. Click to preset Battlefield Environment. Ji-Zhang felt incredibly excited. The Battle Arena was a standard feature, allowing for training and combat anytime, anywhere. There was no need to test this. It should be similar to the previous training rooms. The focus was on the latter two. To activate the Heaven Stepping Stairs, it cost 10 units of Spiritual Essence Stone. Ji-Zhang opened the exchange and searched for Spiritual Essence Stones. This item was as rare as top-grade Spirit Stones. But because its use was previously unknown, the inventory and quantity available for sale were quite substantial. The unit price was 100 million gold coins each. Let's do it. Chapter 550. Inner Demon Challenge. I'm fighting myself. Ji-Zhang converted all of the 200 billion plus gold coins he had on hand into Spiritual Essence Stones. At this current stage, everyone was selling at the exchange's guide price, making it the perfect time to buy the dip. After spending all the gold coins he had, Ji-Zhang specifically sent a message to He-Di, telling him to use a portion of the national treasury to purchase them as reserves. That way, whenever he needed them, he could just buy them directly from the treasury. After receiving the Spiritual Essence Stones, Ji-Zhang warmed up on the spot and clicked to activate the Heaven Stepping Stairs. Boom! In front of the stone tablet, a massive amount of stardust particles gathered, rapidly condensing into 9 levels of stairs in midair. Each step was engraved with different runes. Those runes flowed slowly, emitting vast radiance and divinity, like a divine path leading to the heavens. So, this is the Heaven Stepping Stairs. Ji-Zhang took a deep breath. He could feel the majestic power emanating from these steps. Each step was a trial ground of a different magnitude. I wonder which step I can reach with my current strength. Ji-Zhang pondered to himself. This thing could only be open once a week, and it was limited to 1 hour. So, he had to make the most of it. Ji-Zhang spent 500 units of Spiritual Essence Stone to adjust the base time flow to -5x. In this way, the 1-hour time limit was extended to 5 hours. Ji-Zhang adjusted his breathing on the spot for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed through his pupils, and the energy within his body surged like a boiling volcano, endless, majestic, and turbulent. He lifted his left foot and stepped onto the first level. Boom! The moment his soul landed on the step, Ji-Zhang's entire aura shook violently. A massive force surged up from the soles of his feet, not an attack, but a scouring force. That power was like a flood, like a tsunami, like the crushing weight of billions of tons, rushing from his feet all the way up, crazily scouring his bones, meridians, and flesh. Rumble, rumble. Ji-Zhang felt like a piece of iron thrown into a furnace. Every inch of his skin was burning. Every bone was screaming, and the earth-shattering sound of rolling stones echoed crazily within his body. He endured this crushing pressure and gritted his teeth to stand firm. Then, he lifted his right leg, which was still in the void, and stepped directly onto the second level. Boom! An even more vast energy surge poured into his body from the second level. And what was even more terrifying was that the energy sources of the first and second levels were completely separate. Two forces surged in crazily from both feet, colliding within his body as if they wanted to tear his physical body apart. This pain and intensity, which transcended his limits, made Ji-Zhang let out a low roar. Veins bulged all over his body, and his teeth ground together with a creaking sound. He couldn't move. The two forces pinned him completely in place, leaving him to endure the crazy scouring of the stairs. After a full half-hour, Ji-Zhang's physical body finally managed to adapt to the crushing pressure of this energy. The first thing he did was take out an energy-replenishing fruit and devoured it in a few quick bites. The instant recovery of his physical strength made him feel much more relaxed. Ji-Zhang didn't hesitate at all. With a burst of strength, he pulled his left foot, which was still on the first level, and slammed it onto the third level. Boom! An unprecedented magnitude of energy surged in, causing Ji Zhang's knees to sink down violently. That force was like an invisible giant hand pressing down from above, trying to force him into the ground and grind him into dust. And his undefeated bone glowed. Dark golden patterns spread from his spine to his entire body, like a tightening net, using every ounce of strength to support his physical form. This time, Ji Zhang couldn't even let out a roar. His entire body shook like a sieve, and sweat completely soaked his clothes, dripping down onto the ground. Yet, his eyes revealed a hint of flamboyant and excited laughter. It was just like the feeling of exhilaration when hitting a breakthrough in magnitude after training to exhaustion in the gym in his past life. So intense. Ji Zhang wanted to laugh out loud, but unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do so. Just straightening his knees and standing his back up took him a full 2 hours of adaptation time. If he hadn't eaten another energy-replenishing fruit halfway through, he probably wouldn't have even lasted an hour. The intensity was too high. Each step was an energy scouring of several times the magnitude. But, as a leader with ambitions higher than the heavens, how could Ji Zhang be content with stopping here? Keep going. Ji Zhang took a deep breath, letting out a battle cry that sounded like that of a wild beast. His indomitable bone spine seemed to ignite, causing unyielding golden light to surge throughout his entire body. A torrent of boiling blood was pumped by his heart to every limb and bone. Ji Zhang ferociously lifted his right leg and slammed it directly onto the fourth step. Boom! An unimaginably terrifying energy instantly caused Ji Zhang's entire body to tremble violently. His knee slammed heavily onto the surface of the fourth step. In less than a second, the muscles all over his body were already torn to shreds. Every bone, save for his indomitable bone, shattered completely. Finally, Ji Zhang's eyes rolled back. Unable to withstand such immense pressure, he lost consciousness entirely. Whoosh! The moment Ji Zhang completely lost consciousness, the entire heaven-stepping staircase shattered into endless light dust. Signaling the end of this trial, Ji Zhang's unconscious body floated in the void of the cultivation temple. The surrounding area was filled with a misty sea of light from the shattered staircase. Loose strands of light wrapped around Ji Zhang's body, seeping into his skin, his broken bones, torn flesh, and even his meridians and internal organs were rapidly recovering, becoming even stronger and more refined than before. Ji Zhang slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Although he had just lost consciousness, his divine spark remained awake, clearly aware of everything that had just transpired. Damn it! Ji Zhang muttered these words, feeling as though he had just endured a terrifying trial from hell. He stood up from the void and consumed another energy-replenishing fruit, restoring his internal state to perfection. He then used his chaos eye to perform an internal inspection of his body. He could see that his body was incredibly translucent. Every inch of his flesh, bone, and skin felt like refined steel that had been forged and tempered repeatedly, becoming clearer and tougher. This was not a simple increase in physical stats, but a genuine evolution of his flesh and blood. He walked to the stone tablet to check the heaven-stepping staircase panel. A clear notification appeared before his eyes. Heaven-stepping staircase training completed, steps climbed 3 steps. Total improvement. Physique cum 122,000. Divine spark cum 0.8%. Physical evolution cum 18%. Holy crap. A direct increase of 120,000 points in physique. When Ji Zhang saw this number, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. 120,000 points. If this were back in the first round, even with the enemy-killing passive of the Moonblood, it would likely have taken years to accumulate this much. Now, it was the result of just a single training session. As for the 0.8% divine spark, it was negligible. That stat still relied on divine will fragments for significant improvement. The physical evolution at the end was essentially a quantified value representing how much his physical body was trending toward divinity. Using the chaos breathing technique for training primarily improved this. While the physique stat was merely a side benefit, however, the system did not yet have a standardized level for this metric. He had no idea how the gods categorized the strength in this area. The heaven-stepping staircase had entered a cooldown state and could not be challenged again for 7 days. With the 5x time dilation currently active, he still had over an hour left. The base time in the outside world had only passed by about 40 minutes. Jizang didn't want to waste it. So, he clicked directly on the Inner Demon Challenge option. Inner Demon Challenge available options. 1x Mirror Challenge 1x Base Reward. Small amount of Divine Will Dust Reward. 10x Mirror Challenge 10x Base Reward. Large amount of Divine Will Dust Reward. 20x Mirror Challenge 20x Base Reward. Large amount of Divine Will Dust Reward. Small amount of Divine Will Fragments. Physical Divine Treasure Reward. Friendly reminder. Damage dealt in the Inner Demon Challenge is real damage. High multiplier challenges carry a high risk of death. Please choose carefully. TSK. Jizang looked at the 10x and 20x mirror challenges with a fiery gaze. However, this was no game. The friendly reminder clearly stated that there was a risk of death. Although he currently had 4 resurrection chances from the Eternal Star Ring come Rebirth Cross, he couldn't afford to waste them here. He decided to test the waters with the 1x multiplier first. Jizang chose to start the 1x Mirror Inner Demon Challenge and set the battlefield environment to a massive, supersized dueling arena with a diameter of 500 kilometers. The void of the cultivation temple trembled again, and the surrounding environment changed in an instant. The space in front of the stone tablet began to twist, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. Vast stardust and fireflies converged toward the distorted point, condensing into a human shape. That figure was a one replica of Jizang, only the face was blurred. Seeing another self from this perspective for the first time, Jizang found it quite novel. The mirror image opened its eyes. There were no pupils, only two burning golden flames. The two sides stared at each other for only a second before the mirror image moved instantly. Swish! The opponent's speed was fast to the extreme, and the very first move was an absolute killing blow. Jizang narrowed his eyes. He saw the incoming punch. Wreathed in golden light and unstoppable, it was his own left hand Indomitable Bone. Jizang raised his left hand, also utilizing the Indomitable Bone to meet the punch head-on. Boom! The moment the fists collided, the entire dueling arena shook violently. The shockwave from the collision tore a massive, deep fissure into the arena floor below, causing the space itself to shudder. The powerful recoil forced both sides to retreat thousands of meters. However, the mirror image gave Jizang no chance to catch his breath. It darted forward, and the second punch was already upon him. This time, the opponent directly mobilized the Indomitable Bone spine and the KSI between its brows, pushing the intensity to its absolute limit. Jizang had never encountered an opponent in his previous combat rhythm who would lead with such a trump card right from the start. He dared not be careless. This was his own pride and joy, his strongest physical divine treasure. Only he knew just how terrifying it would be to take a direct hit from it. Jizang immediately entered the Yin-Yang Thunder Body state, simultaneously utilizing his spine and the Eye of Chaos to collide with his opponent, under full power conditions. Bolstered by the Yin-Yang Thunder Body, Jizang directly suppressed the reflection, knocking it back over 10,000 meters. Following that, a fierce battle of peak against peak began. Jizang was in no hurry to end the fight. He was still conducting experiments. Talents, spirit words, and equipment. These 3 major categories were clearly usable, but to be honest, the Eye of Chaos was simply too buggy in actual combat. It could almost dodge and crack all of his spirit words and talent attacks. Jizang finally realized just how difficult he was to deal with. This reflection could even crack his true meaning of no distance and instant eternity. The only areas where he could maintain a crushing advantage over the reflection were attribute-boosting talents like Yin-Yang Thunder and blood-boiling combat, as well as overmodeled equipment like the Blood of the Moon. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about the reflection was that its physical body was as strong as his own, yet it did not tire, feel pain, or hesitate. This level of combat awareness and combat state could not be explained by the simple phrase 1x strength reflection. It was fortunate he hadn't chosen the 10x reflection, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how to fight it. Subsequently, Jizang tested the use of CONSUMABLES. As expected, all potions and supplements that provided percentage-based ability increases were unusable. Only the energy replenishing fruit and abundant spirit fruit remained unaffected. Additionally, buffs from titles like Bronze Throne, as well as buffs from spirit words and equipment, were still effective. This could be considered as adding to his capital for challenging higher multiplier reflections. After testing various abilities and limitations from start to finish, Jizang finally swung the blood of the moon and slashed the reflection into nothingness. As the reflection dissolved into shattered light dust, a piece of information appeared before Jizang's eyes. Inner Demon Challenge Complete Challenge Target. 1x Strength Reflection Combat Duration. 47 minutes. Obtained Random Challenge Rewards. God's Will Dust by 3. Physique Kung 22,000. Spirit Kung 8,000. Divinity Kung 0. 5%. Physical Evolution Degree Kung 3%. Looking at the final line of rewards, Jizang raised an eyebrow slightly. These rewards were actually quite decent. It had given him 3 portions of God's Will Dust in one go. Following this logic, the rewards for a 10x reflection challenge would at the very least start with several fragments of God's Will. Not bad at all. Jizang pocketed all the rewards, having reaped the fruits of his 2 training sessions for the week. He would wait until his next visit to properly ramp up the intensity. As for the war-treading platform in the Temple of Cultivation, Jizang couldn't be bothered with it. That thing also required consuming Spirit Essence Stones, but it didn't yield Ascension Points or God's Will. It was just ordinary monsters. At most, he would kill some for fun if he had the time, but there was no need to waste too much time and energy on it. Jizang walked out of the Temple of Cultivation, his body hit by a wave of fatigue and hunger. He had gone a bit too hard today. He needed to go and properly replenish himself. Chapter 551, A Leisurely Day. Crisis at the Taixuan Frontier. Jizang returned to the Purple Gold Divine Palace. In the luxurious and elegant dining hall, Kikyu and the others were busy in the kitchen, serving up plate after plate of delicacies. Still busy, making so many dishes. Jizang said with a smile, "Master, it'll be ready right away." Dongdong had her hair in twin tails today. She was bouncing around with a bright smile, busy arranging the dishes. "Then you all carry on. I'll call Xiaonuan." Jizang said, sending a message to Chen Xiaonuan. The current Palace of Creation was hovering above the clouds of the Spirit Forest. With a thought, Jizang maneuvered the entire palace to begin its descent. By now, the entire Spirit Forest had been completely renovated according to Jizang's vision, with a spot reserved for the Palace of Creation, right in the east wing of the manor. The Palace of Creation, like a massive mythical celestial palace, descended slowly from the mist and landed steadily within the Spirit Forest. Worried that Chen Xiaonuan might get lost, Jizang walked outside to meet her. Rumble, rumble. From the direction of the manor in the distance, a noisy commotion could be heard. Coming into view were 2 black and white, adorable, bulky figures. Those were Xiao Hai and Xiao Bai, the 2 giant pandas. They had recently had a baby, a panda cub only 3 meters tall, round and very cute, with soft fur all over. This panda baby had been delivered with Chen Xiaonuan's help, and she had given the little one a name, Xiao Wanzi. At this moment, Xiao Wanzi was lying on top of its father's head. Chen Xiaonuan was lying on top of Xiao Wanzi's head, and the even smaller Huahua was lying on top of Chen Xiaonuan's head, a complete stack of fun. Beside them, Danzai was flying around frantically, occasionally fanning the 2 giant pandas, urging them to run faster. Jizang, the young girl, waved happily upon seeing the figure in the distance. "Hurry up. Dinner is served," Jizang called out. Once Xiao Bai used its fleshy paw to lift Xiao Wanzi down, Chen Xiaonuan patted Xiao Wanzi's furry round head. "Xiao Wanzi, let's go." Watching this scene, Jizang couldn't help but chuckle. "I say, Chen Xiaonuan, it's one thing that you don't find farming tiring. But do you have to moonlight as a beast tamer too? HMPH, it's all your fault. You never look after these pet babies, so I have to do it for you." Chen Xiaonuan jumped off Xiao Wanzi, grabbed Jizang's hand, and hopped excitedly. "Quick, quick, quick, take me to see your new home." The 2 of them, followed by a long line of pets of all sizes, walked toward the Palace of Creation. Chen Xiaonuan was truly having her eyes opened, with bright, sparkling eyes. She gazed at the magnificent and grand Creation God Palace, gasping in awe from start to finish. It wasn't until she saw the Purple Gold Divine Palace that she was completely stunned. "Jizang, have you become the Jade Emperor?" the young girl asked, looking dazed. "Of course. Did you notice the big gate we just walked through? That is the Nanshan Gate, Jizang said proudly. Chen Xiaoyuan scoffed. HMPH, stop bragging. You don't even have any subordinates. You're an emperor with no subjects. Jizang pinched her cheeks. Oh, aren't you one? Who was it that said earlier that they would be my soldier from now on? The girl pretended to look at the ceiling. Who said that? I don't remember. The two of them played and joked as they walked into the purple gold divine palace. Xiaobai, Xiaohai, and Danzai were relatively large, so they stayed outside to eat. Jizang had arranged a grand feast for them as well, starting with premium meats from various overlord class and sovereign class beasts. Even the water they drank was high-grade spirit spring water infused with spirit liquid, not to mention that they were already powerful. But even ordinary wild beasts could evolve on the spot after eating so much of this premium meat. At this moment, Kiku and the others had finally finished preparing the grand feast. On the large dining table, the ish after dish was served. The moment the lids were lifted, the rich luster of the various ingredients and the faint, energy-filled glow made everyone's eyes light up. The highlight of the meal was the steamed immortal fish. The entire fish was half a meter long, silver white throughout, with scales so thin they were translucent. After being steamed, the fish body became slightly transparent. With a gentle nudge of the chopsticks, the meat and bones separated naturally, revealing snow-white, garlic-clove-shaped flakes. The moment it entered the mouth, the fish meat melted on the tip of the tongue, blooming slowly like a flower. It was fresh, sweet, and tender, with layers of flavor unfolding one after another. There was no fishy smell at all, only a faint, refreshing, and mellow sweetness, much like morning dew. Next was the stir-fried dragon liver. It was taken from the liver of a sovereign-class fire flood dragon, sliced thick, soaked in spirit spring water to remove the gamey taste, and then quickly grilled over charcoal made from 1,000-year-old spirit wood. The skin was crispy, while the inside remained tender and smooth, even with a splash of lemon juice. A warm and mellow flavor exploded in the mouth. It felt like holding a cup of hot tea in the middle of winter. That warmth spread from the tip of the tongue to the throat, from the throat to the stomach, and then diffused from the stomach to every limb and bone. The unique richness of the liver intertwined with the smoky aroma of the charcoal, leaving a lingering, subtle sweetness at the back of the tongue. Then there was the emerald spirit mushroom soup, jade pearl fried rice, morning dew pan-seared ancient beef, honey-glazed spirit fruit platter. These dishes were a peerless feast that could only be created by pairing top-tier ingredients with exquisite culinary techniques. Not to mention Chen Xiaoyuan. Even Jizang was eating until his mouth was glistening with oil, his eyes shining with delight. It was so damn delicious. The culinary skills and the understanding of ingredient pairing of Kiku and the other housekeepers had truly improved by leaps and bounds recently. However, only an ultimate tycoon like Jizang had the financial foundation to let them experiment and improve. One had to know that every single ingredient here was worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions or tens of millions of gold coins. Not every survivor could afford to support such a lifestyle. By the time this gluttonous feast was finished, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no need to worry about cleaning up the mess on the dining table and in the kitchen. That was left to the automated robots. Everyone went together to the open space outside the palace to set off fireworks. Bang, bang! Brilliant fireworks bloomed over the forest, reflecting against the stars and the bright moon in the night sky, adorning the beautiful nightscape. The mischievous Danzai even flew into the sky, weaving in and out of the fireworks, performing a dragon dance that made everyone burst into laughter and cheer in support. After finishing a round of fireworks, Jizang beckoned everyone to follow him to an open space deep in the forest, with its grassy fields and clear springs, and the deep, quiet woods. It was the perfect place for a relaxing getaway. Jizang, why did you bring us here? Are we going to play hide and seek? Chen Xiaoyuan, clearly not done playing, asked excitedly. I brought you here to plant a tree. Watch closely. This is a historic moment. Jizang smiled mysteriously. When the women asked him why he wanted to plant a tree, he only winked, indicating it was a secret. Afterward, Jizang walked to the very center of the clearing and took out the branch of the world tree. When this palm-sized branch appeared in Jizang's hand, The atmosphere and the surroundings changed instantly, and near-divine spiritual essence, like the blessing of a goddess of life, instantly enveloped the area. The spirit birds and small beasts inhabiting the forest seemed to be drawn by some attraction. They scurried out, unafraid of people, and began circling the area in the sky and running on the ground. This is the women, along with Danzai, Xiaowanzi, and the other spirit pets, were all stunned. They all felt that extraordinary aura of spiritual essence capable of shaking the soul. It was simply incredible. Jizang squatted down, dug a small hole in the moss, inserted the withered branch, and covered it with soil. He then took out a Holy Spirit stone crystal, held it in his palm, and activated the chaos breathing method, drawing out the vast, incomparably pure spiritual chi from within. Spiritual chi continued to surge from the crystal, condensing into droplets of pale golden liquid that dripped from his fingers, seeping into the soil and being absorbed by the roots of the branch. The branch trembled, like the first fetal movement of an infant. Then, the branch radiated a faint green light of life. A new bud, smaller than a grain of rice, slowly grew from the top of the branch and unfurled. It was like the first star lighting up in the darkness, emerging from the tip of the withered branch, slowly, firmly, and unstoppably stretching toward the sky. At the same time, the branch was growing in sync. Roots sprouted from its base, anchoring into the earth below, continuously drawing moisture and primal energy from the soil, coupled with the spiritual nutrients from the Holy Spirit stone crystal. Its growth speed became almost visible to the naked eye. 1 millimeter, 1 centimeter, 1 inch, 1 foot. With every inch it grew, the entire surrounding forest trembled along with it. This world seemed to be responding to the great life represented by this little branch. Soon, the spiritual chi was exhausted. Jizang took out another 10 Holy Spirit stone crystals and crushed them all. The spiritual chi transformed into a pale golden rain, showering down upon the growing sapling. It grew even faster. The main trunk thickened from the size of a pinky finger to the size of a wrist. Leaves unfurled one by one, and within each leaf, tiny specks of light drifted. These were the trajectories of life and energy. 5 feet, -1 feet, 1 zhang. The main trunk of this world tree was now as thick as a thigh, reaching a height of 5 meters. Its lush canopy spread out, shielding a small patch of the sky. Specks of life-giving fireflies were born and flickered around it, appearing extremely dreamlike under the night sky. All around, the spiritual plants that were already present began to grow wildly. They seemed to have been awakened, like seeds that had slept through an entire winter and finally waited for spring, possessing an extraordinary vitality far exceeding what they had before. The growth stopped at this moment. This small tree was still far from earning the title of world tree. It was merely a sapling, but it was exuding an unusual aura. It was not spiritual chi, nor was it the order of laws, but a more ancient, purer form of vitality. It was like the primordial power that nurtured all things in the universe when chaos first opened. Wow! The crowd let out a low gasp. Standing beside this world tree sapling, they felt as if the very air here was sweet, with a single breath. Their internal organs and every limb and bone seemed to be cheering with joy. Jizang took out another 10 Holy Spirit stone crystals, crushed them, and sprinkled them over the roots. Regrettably, this time the world tree did not continue to grow, only the spiritual essence within it became more abundant and refined. Is this the first bottleneck? Jizang raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. He focused his gaze on the trunk, and a brand new set of information appeared. World tree sapling growing level, stage 1. Cultivation degree, 99.99% can be broken through height, 5.2 meters current coverage area, 500 meters effect. For all friendly units within the coverage area, cultivation speed come 100%, comprehension come 100%, life recovery speed come 100%, stamina recovery speed come 100%, and mental energy recovery speed come to 100%. Direct breakthrough to the next stage requires fragment of divine will by one friendly reminder. A direct breakthrough for the world tree requires the blessing of divine power. It can also be achieved through natural breakthrough via the accumulation of spiritual chi nourishment over time. Both methods of breakthrough will not affect the subsequent growth of the world tree. Not bad at all. Upon seeing this panel, Jizang's eyes couldn't help but light up. although he didn't know what effects the world tree would have in its next stage. The current buff attributes were already incredibly overpowered. Previously, Jizang had thought that the two functional directions of the world tree branch might be contradictory, but he hadn't expected them to have common ground. This buff was, in a roundabout way, equivalent to a small fountain of life. Jizang, what kind of tree is this? It's so amazing. Chen Xiaoyuan circled the world tree sapling over and over, her eyes practically sparkling with little stars. Her primary talent was planting and cultivation. Yet she had never seen such a miraculous spiritual plant. It was on a completely different level by more than just one magnitude compared to any plant she had ever grown before. This thing is a world tree. When it grows up, it might be able to support the entire world. Xiaoyuan, from now on, you will be responsible for its care. You must take good care of it. Jizang bestowed this glorious and monumental mission upon Chen Xiaoyuan. He currently had no extra fragments of divine will to help the world tree breakthrough, so using a natural breakthrough was the best approach. Save where one can, right? Moreover, he also wanted to see just how difficult a natural breakthrough would be. MMHMM. The young girl's eyes sparkled as she nodded frantically. She loved this tree so much, it was full of vitality. It was the beloved child of her heart. After planting the world tree, Jizang took the opportunity to summon a batch of construction robots to build a vacation cabin in this grove. Whenever he was tired in the future, he could come here to rest and replenish his energy. Once that was settled, Jizang pulled Chen Xiaoyuan away to get some sleep. It was a night with a beautiful moon, and since the couple hadn't seen each other for a while, it was time to attend to some intimate proper business. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Jizang rose early. After finishing breakfast and doing some warm-up exercises, he took a cup of clear tea and went to the outdoor pavilion, sipping it leisurely while handling the official business of the Radiant Alliance. The morning sun was bright, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. Time really flies. Jizang let out a breath, suddenly recalling the days when he used to hide from zombies in that broken-down van. Back then, his greatest hope was to survive and eat a hot meal. In the blink of an eye, he now possessed a divine palace comparable to the heavenly court, had an infinite supply of delicacies and fine wine, a body that rivaled the gods, and billions of survivors developing rapidly under his protection. Jizang raised his teacup, offered a distant toast to the rising morning sun in the sky, and drained it in one gulp. As he set the cup down, his private message box in the background suddenly flickered. It was an urgent piece of intelligence sent by Long Yucheng. It contained only one sentence: urgent report from Taixuan. Lopez has arrived in person. The beast race is launching an all-out attack. Chapter 552. Descending upon the ancient kingdom of Taixuan again, the beast army approaches. Jizang looked at this line of text, a cold sneer curling the corner of his mouth. It seemed it was time for him to make a trip. He hadn't shown his true edge at Jiu Mountain before simply because his strength hadn't reached that level yet. Now, as a titan with the status of a demigod, he had no reason to keep a low profile. From this day on, the survivor world of the southern wilderness must embark on a path of hegemony. Whatever god race, dark race, beast race, or spirit race they all needed to step aside. Jizang sent a message to Chen Xiaoyuan, then directly crushed a space-time stone and teleported to the royal palace of the ancient kingdom of Taixuan. The atmosphere here was filled with tension everywhere. Generals and officials from all walks of life hurried through the palace hall. Beyond the humans of the Taixuan ancient kingdom, the Radiance Alliance had also established a main headquarters here. Long Yucheng and Li Jianwo were personally presiding over the site, managing the current crisis. Jizang's arrival had not been announced to anyone in advance, and with everyone so busy, no one recognized him for a moment. Jizang wandered through the palace for a short while before heading toward the command center. Halt! Which department are you from? I haven't seen you before. And why don't you have the Taixuan mark on you? Show me your identification token. A young general clad in armor walked straight over to intercept Jizang, questioning him with an aggressive air. The Taixuan mark was the official ID of the Taixuan ancient kingdom's capital. This item was actually a special intelligence tool created by Li Jianwo. Now, everyone in the palace carried one to better distinguish friend from foe and prevent spies and infiltrators. He hadn't expected to be caught so quickly. Not bad. You have quite a good sense of vigilance. Ji Zhang smiled, patted the young general on the shoulder, and walked directly toward the command hall. The young general stared at the shoulder that had just been patted, stunned for a moment. As the newly appointed deputy commander of the capital Imperial Guard, he not only followed the sovereign closely but had even met the big shots of the Radiance Alliance. Yet, he had just been patted on the shoulder by some kid from who knows where. The deputy commander drew his sword with a sharp asterisk clack asterisk, his gaze fierce and his aura surging. I told you to stop. Show your identification. Locked in by the fierce energy from behind, Ji Zhang sighed helplessly. He really hadn't visited the Taixuan ancient kingdom enough. No one even recognized him. He had no choice but to send a message to Zhu Tianyuan, asking him to come out and receive him to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. The deputy commander's actions instantly drew the attention of all the experts in the vicinity. This was a moment of high tension. If a spy were to infiltrate the palace's vital command center, the consequences would be unthinkable. Who is it? Notify the sovereign and the two chairmen first. Who are you? Show your identification token. One vigilant figure after another surrounded him, nearly pouncing on him to pin him to the ground for interrogation. However, the next second, a flurry of panicked footsteps echoed from the command hall. Zhu Tianyuan, wearing the sovereign's golden dragon robe, rushed to the front, running at full speed, followed by Li Jiangwo, Long Yucheng, and a large group of Taixuan ancient kingdom's nobles, officials, and generals. Everyone's expression looked as if they were on fire, panicked to the extreme. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guard thought he had truly caught a spy and was about to earn a great merit. So he prepared to report the situation to the sovereign loudly. Reporting to the sovereign. This person, Zhu Tianyuan, didn't listen to the deputy commander at all. He had already leaped into the air. Asterisk whoosh. His figure streaked across the air as Zhu Tianyuan delivered a powerful flying kick, landing squarely in the center of the deputy commander's chest, sending him flying and causing him to crash face first into the ground. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. The deputy commander's nose was bleeding profusely, and he hadn't even had time to react to what had just happened. He then saw the sovereign's golden body, now drenched in cold sweat, solemnly cupping his hands and bowing to the young man to offer an apology. Alliance Leader G. The people below were blind and nearly offended your grand presence. I beg Alliance Leader G to forgive us. The others who followed closely behind also solemnly bowed and greeted Ji Zhang. Greetings. Alliance Leader G, Master G, Master G, Master. The last voice was that of a young woman, crisp and clear, filled with the excitement of a long-awaited reunion. The young girl emerged from the crowd. It was little Princess Yu Yang, who had previously expressed her desire to become Ji Zhang's apprentice. You're all here. Ji Zhang waved his hand with a chuckle. It's fine, just a misunderstanding. That little brother from the Imperial Guard is quite good. He has a sense of crisis and deserves praise. Before he could even finish his sentence, the people who had just surrounded him had already collapsed to their knees in a wave, each of them trembling as they pressed their heads firmly against the ground, not daring to even lift them. The deputy commander, who had just acted so disrespectfully toward Ji Zhang, nearly wet himself in fear once he realized Ji Zhang's identity. He had never seen Ji Zhang before, but the legends of Ji Zhang were already like thunder in his ears. He had annihilated the Demon Fox clan, saved the billions of people of Taixuan from fire and water, re-established the nation's dignity, and rebuilt the backbone of the human race. This person was a figure akin to a god in the hearts of every citizen of the Taixuan ancient kingdom, and he had just merely committed an act of great disrespect towards such a mythical figure. The deputy commander felt so ashamed he wished he could draw his sword and end his own life. He knelt with a thud, his forehead slamming hard against the floor. Alliance Leader G. This servant deserves to die 10,000 times. That's enough. It was just a small misunderstanding. Ji Zhang helped him up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Everyone, disperse. Go back to whatever you were doing. Hearing Ji Zhang's words, Long Yucheng immediately began clearing the area. Finally, only a few key high-ranking officials remained, and they all went into the command hall together. The space had been completely transformed into a modern strategic command center, filled with various devices and holographic projections. brimming with a sense of futuristic technology. "Tell me about it." Ji Zhang sat in the main seat and spoke to the group. Long Yucheng stood up and began a serious summary of the intelligence. Recently, there had been constant friction between the Taixuan ancient kingdom and the beast tribes, but overall, it had remained at a controllable level of mutual probing. Negotiations had been held several times, and because the Taixuan ancient kingdom maintained a firm stance, the beast tribes didn't dare to act recklessly. But with the intervention of the Light Covenant, everything had changed. The elf envoy, Lopez, had issued multiple ultimatums, demanding that Ji Zhang, as the leader of the Radiance Alliance, personally step forward to reach a so-called peace agreement with the beast tribes. This agreement not only required the Taixuan ancient kingdom to open its borders and share various mines, forests, and resources with the beast tribes, it also demanded that the Radiance Alliance merge into the Light Covenant and come under the jurisdiction of the Elf Royal Court. It was clear that they saw the Radiant Alliance growing increasingly powerful and wanted to take this opportunity to strike a heavy blow, while simultaneously completing the unification of the Southern Wilderness Front that had failed at Jiu Mountain. As it turned out, after waiting for so many days, Ji Zhang not only failed to show his face, he didn't even bother to acknowledge them at all. This caused Lopez, who was in charge of the entire conflict, to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He directly ordered the Beastkin to launch a full-scale offensive against the borders of the Taixuan ancient kingdom. The war had broken out half an hour ago. Now, the entire border had completely devolved into a battlefield, and almost all the Beastkin tribes adjacent to the Taixuan ancient kingdom had joined the fray. There was one exception, however. The Grey Wolf tribe in the central Iron Ridge Mountains. Long before this, the prince of the Grey Wolf tribe had brought his father's personal decree to the Taixuan royal capital multiple times to meet and negotiate with Zhu Tianyuan, the human sovereign. While there were indeed many pro-war factions within the Grey Wolf tribe, the Grey Wolf king and his direct heir, Bai Yao, were staunch advocates for peace. Bai Yao had mediated repeatedly, all in an attempt to find a way to ease the contradictions between the two sides and achieve a cessation of hostilities. And fortunately, these efforts were ultimately enabled to reverse the changing tide of the grand situation. Moreover, because they had barely sent any troops to participate in this crusade against the Taixuan ancient kingdom, the Grey Wolf tribe in the Iron Ridge Mountains was under significant pressure from the entire Beastkin Alliance and the Spirit Race. The Grey Wolf Prince had even sent someone to the royal capital today to apologize for the war, stating that the Grey Wolf tribe had done its utmost to negotiate peace, but regrettably, they had failed. After listening to these briefings, Ji Zhang took a sip of tea, smiled, and said, "This Grey Wolf tribe is quite clever, hedging their bets on both sides." According to the specific intelligence gathered today, while the Grey Wolf tribe claimed they hadn't sent many troops, they had actually sent some, only keeping them at the very back of the main army. However, Ji Zhang could understand this. It was done to provide an explanation to the Light Covenant. Once the Beastkin were suppressed, the Grey Wolf King would be a suitable puppet candidate to support, someone who could manage the Beastkin in this region on behalf of the Radiant Alliance. "Let's go." To the battlefield. Ji Zhang stood up, and the others followed suit, each of them wearing tense and serious expressions. This war was a major event capable of affecting the entire power structure of the southern wilderness. Furthermore, standing behind the Beastkin was Lopez, an elf. Lopez represented the highest power in the current Eternal Continent. The two great elven royal courts, whoever it was, they would likely have to bow their heads and submit, not daring to provoke such a titan. Everyone wondered how Master Ji would handle this next. Ji Zhang took out his water drop-shaped aircraft, brought Zhu Tianyuan, Li Jianguo, and other high-ranking officials aboard, and flew directly toward the Taixuan frontier. The water drop craft streaked across the sky, taking less than half an hour to reach the frontier battlefield. The moment the cabin door opened, a fierce wind rushed in, carrying the humidity of the sea of clouds and the stench of blood from afar. Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes, and the eye of chaos at the center of his brow opened of its own accord. 1,000 miles away, he saw that once peaceful border now engulfed in flames, with smoke rising everywhere. Deep in the mountains, millions of Beastkin troops poured out like a black tide, sweeping across the Taixuan ancient kingdom's still weak border defenses like a plague of locusts. All manner of tragic and ferocious slaughter was being staged in every open space. At the very core of the Beastkin Legion, a figure in ornate robes stood upon a massive war chariot, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the battlefield ahead. This chariot was pulled by 4 sovereign-level earth serpents, its body carved with spirit race runes that emitted a ghostly blue light in the sunlight. Behind him stood 3 spirit race elders, each a powerhouse possessing the status of a false god. Combined with Lopez, a peak powerhouse who had reached the mid-stage of a false god. They were enough to easily flatten any existence in the southern wilderness, save for the top-tier powers. The lineup on the Beastkin side was also nothing short of luxurious. The leaders of the major tribes had almost all personally led their armies, bringing out their elite forces in a display of intent to flatten the Taishuan ancient kingdom in one go. Lord Lopez. Ahead lies the first line of defense of the Taishuan ancient kingdom. An elder pointed toward the burning city wall in the distance. Lopez glanced at it, expressionless. Advanced up, the chariot moved forward, and the Beastkin army surged like a tidal wave. That city wall was like paper in the face of the beast tide, instantly torn to shreds. The defenders fought to the death, but they were too weak. In front of the sovereign-level and overlord-level Beastkin that covered the land, they weren't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. It was only thanks to the support provided by the Radiant Alliance that the Taishuan ancient kingdom's border guards had barely managed to hold off the first wave of the offensive, intercepting the surging Beastkin before they reached the second line of defense. Another elder smiled, his tone certain. If we keep fighting like this, the Taishuan ancient kingdom will vanish from the map in less than 3 days. Each. Lopez let out a cold snort. He looked at the burning city in the distance, watching the human figures wailing and falling amidst the flames. There was no pity in his eyes, only a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Lord Lopez, do you think that Jizang will really come? Lopez replied. The Taishuan ancient kingdom is his vassal. If he doesn't come, the humans of the southern wilderness will scatter, and the Radiant Alliance will have no reason to exist. According to the prince's instructions, we shall simply flatten them. Jizang did not respect the Light Covenant, did not respect Prince Talo, and did not respect the spirit race. Yet, he had unified the world of the survivors in the southern wilderness. If such a person were not dealt with properly, the future consequences would be endless. There was an even more important point. The growth rate of the survivor humans was simply too fast. They had only been in this world for a few months, yet some had already ignited their divine fire and forged their godhood. The talent that humans possessed in the ancient era, which was enough to make gods tremble, was clearly on full display. If given another year, no one knew to what extent they would grow. It was not just the southern wilderness. Across the entire Eternal Continent, this special group known as survivors had now attracted the high attention and even fear of the 2 great elven royal courts and various top-tier powers. Regardless of whether the dark races existed or not, the spirit race royal courts would not allow an existence with the strength to challenge their authority to emerge, either accept being incorporated, or be isolated from the mainstream, or even have your destiny castrated, becoming a lower-class creature just like the native humans. There are only these 2 endings. Just at this moment, Lopez suddenly sensed something, and his gaze shifted sharply toward the sky. At the edge of his vision, a black dot appeared. That black dot took the shape of a water droplet, hovering in midair, and a figure flew out from within it. The moment that figure descended, the entire battlefield below seemed to be suddenly greeted by a brand new, overwhelming pressure that filled the sky. Hum above the sky. Clouds rolled as if an endless, heavy pressure were descending. It was an extremely profound, kingly majesty, a domain of a monarch that could not be resisted. Everyone was stunned, all looking up at the sky. Lord Lopez, you come uninvited. May I ask what business you have here? Jizang's calm voice resonated from the 9 heavens, spreading across the entire land. Chapter 553. What kind of thing are you, to even think of negotiating with me? At this moment, all the beast race leaders on the battlefield revealed fierce glares, looking up at the figure in the sky. They had long heard of Jizang's formidable reputation. Under normal circumstances, the beast race leaders would indeed have been 3 parts wary due to his strength. But now, they had Lopez and a group of spirit race bigwigs backing them. A mere human was nothing. The beast race warriors on the field became even more fanatical and excited because of Ji Zhang's arrival, letting out war cries as they provoked the great figure standing at the pinnacle of the southern wilderness humans high above. It's good that he came. As long as they killed Ji Zhang today, it wouldn't just be the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom, the entire Radiant Alliance would be in the pocket of the beast race. This was an unimaginably massive fortune. Only Lopez and a few Spirit Race elders on the scene showed a hint of gravity on their faces. It seems his strength has improved significantly once again, Lopez said slowly, his eyes surging with spiritual energy, clearly observing that kingly domain covering the heavens and earth. Compared to their first meeting in Radiant City, he was clearly more than a level stronger. This made Lopez feel even more uneasy. The growth rate of the survivor humans had already far exceeded the controllable range. Not to mention the imminent threat of the Dark Invasion. Just by letting these survivors develop according to the current situation, they would inevitably crowd out the living space of the spirit race in the future. This was an irreconcilable contradiction. Lopez immediately transmitted this information to the royal court. In fact, it wasn't just the southern wilderness, survivors in the northern frontier, the eastern sea, the central plains, and other places were all showing, to varying degrees, an unusual and powerful strength. The ancient humans seemed to really be returning. Lord Lopez, how should we respond? Should we talk to him, or strike directly? An elder asked for instructions. Lopez spoke. Let's see what he does first. Ji Zhang must have already ignited his divine fire, and his true strength and methods are currently unknown. We should be cautious. Yes, yes. The few elders nodded solemnly. Above the firmament, Ji Zhang stepped across the sea of clouds, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers in a single stride. The clouds beneath his feet receded, the earth shrank, and the wind whistled in his ears like 10,000 dragons roaring. Below, the land soaked in fire and blood. The beast race army that had torn through the human city-state defense lines like a black storm, and the human warriors fighting in blood all intertwined into a battlefield tapestry with intense impact. And at this moment, the entire battlefield fell silent under the shroud of kingly power. Everything was waiting for the next move from this human hero. That is Alliance Leader G. That is Alliance Leader G. Alliance Leader G is here again, the Sovereign. They are all here. We are saved. The defenders on the scene who were fighting to the death did not understand what was happening at first. It wasn't until someone shouted the name Alliance Leader G that it triggered a chain reaction, igniting the hot blood and fighting spirit in everyone's hearts, with hot tears rolling in their eyes. As the most important pillar of the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom, Ji Zhang, a figure of the retired emperor level who only existed in legends, had not chosen to sit in the royal capital, but had arrived at the battlefield the moment the war broke out. This greatly boosted the morale of all the frontier defenders. Ji Zhang's gaze looked down upon the battlefield below. He could feel that many powerful auras had locked onto him, as if they were ready to launch a terrifying encirclement at any moment. And fortunately, the level of these lives was simply too low. On the beast race side, they couldn't even produce a single powerhouse who had ignited their divine fire. At most, they were at the peak of the sovereign level. The only ones worth noting were Lopez and the few spirit race members beside him, who were at the level of early to mid-stage pseudo-gods. Those who trespass on the Taishuan border without permission, death is the penalty. Ji Zhang spoke these words in a flat tone, as if he were delivering a cold judgment upon a group of ants. Once these words were spoken, they directly ignited the volatile emotions of the beast race. Some roared and cursed at Ji Zhang, while others let out shrill laughter, mocking him loudly. You humans are at death's door, and you're still talking tough. Do you really want to make me laugh my guts out? Hey, you surnamed G. Do you dare to come down and trade a few blows with me? Ha 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 ha. Grandpa has trespassed on your human border, killed your people, and seized your land. So what? Come, come. What can you do to me? What a fool. Lord Lopez is here. Why don't you come down and kowtow? Perhaps we might spare your lives to be slaves. Ji Zhang, when you killed our beast race envoy, did you ever think this day would come? Kneel to the beast race. The beast race powerhouses were still mocking and cursing, completely unaware that the figure in the sky had already extended a hand toward them, palm facing downward. Only Lopez sensed the change in the laws in the sky and was immediately struck with terror. Shut up, All of you. But his words were clearly spoken too late. Jizang had already uttered the true incantation. Radiant light pulsed around his body, divine essence radiating outward, stirring the laws and order of the entire sky. Sudden, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the entire horizon. The heavy, oppressive sensation felt as if the very sky were about to collapse. This was not a tyrant domain, but a pressure originating from a much higher tier. Crack rumble. A terrifying bolt of lightning flashed through the dark clouds, revealing a massive phantom coiling within them. It was a colossal dragon that spanned the heavens, its eyes like ghostly flames, coldly gazing down at the earth below. Every beastkin powerhouse, including the peak sovereign level leaders of the beast tribes, found the words they were about to speak suddenly choked off in their throats. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. An instinctive sense of unease and dread took hold of every beastkin's heart. This was the absolute suppression of bloodlines. What is that? The dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor has manifested. Impossible. How can this be? The giant turtle tribe, the two-headed dog demon tribe, the lion man tribe, the dozens of beastkin tribes present, with their million-strong elite army, were all terrified into a stupor by this scene. None of them had ever seen the dragon ancestor, nor had they even seen a descendant of a true dragon. Yet, this instinctive reaction, carved deep into their bloodlines, allowed them to confirm the true identity of that existence above the sky in an instant. What filled them with even greater, boundless fear was that the one driving this supreme power was actually a human. Jizang, stop at once. We can sit down and negotiate. Even in Lopez's tone, there was a rare trace of panic as he tried to dissuade Jizang from acting. If you truly strike, you will be making an enemy of all the forces of light on the eternal continent. Do you know what the consequences will be? But Jizang did not even glance at him, his palms slowly pressing downward. Word spirit, majesty of the ancient true dragon, activate. The massive true dragon phantom tore through the rolling clouds, carrying supreme, heaven-toppling might as it crashed violently toward the earth, with the augmentation of a demigod-level status. This was a heaven-shaking strike that no one could block. The dragon's shadow descended. Each of its scales was the size of a house, with golden flames burning along their edges. Its eyes were like to scorching suns. Wherever it passed, darkness was shredded and shadows were dispelled. Its dragon tail dragged behind it, sweeping across the mountain ranges, causing peaks to collapse like building blocks. The beastkin army looked up at the heavenly punishment falling upon them. Their legs trembled frantically, their knees unable to bear the weight, and they collapsed onto the ground with a thud. The pressure from the depths of their bloodlines was so heavy and profound that they couldn't even straighten their bodies, let alone flee. Boom! The dragon shadow landed amidst the beastkin army. The earth cracked, and mountains and rivers shattered. Wherever the dragon shadow touched, the bodies of the beastkin warriors began to disintegrate from the outside in. From skin to bone, from flesh to soul, their physical forms collapsed completely, and even their souls were ruthlessly torn apart within the dragon's might. Several peak sovereign level leaders attempted to burn their essence blood to escape, but their power, in the face of this word spirit, was undoubtedly like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. They lasted less than a second before completely vanishing into the overwhelming dragon might. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth groaned, and the firmament trembled. Amidst this world-destroying catastrophe, only the human warriors on the scene were protected by the dragon's domain. Golden protective lights shielded them from the shockwaves and the dragon's might. A few seconds later, the terrifying aftershocks finally dissipated. The entire world fell silent. The dragon's shadow and the pressure vanished completely, and the beastkin army within a 100-mile radius had all disappeared. There were no corpses, no blood, only ashes covering the ground, and the smell of charred remains permeating the air. Lopez stood in tatters beside the wreckage of his war chariot, his face deathly pale. All around, the frontier city that had just been ravaged by the beastkin army was now so empty it was unsettling. Lopez had no idea how to describe this scene. In an instant, a million-strong army was completely wiped out. What kind of power had Jizang mastered? The three spiritkin elders behind Lopez were in an even more wretched state. They slumped on the ground, covered in blood, their lips trembling as if they were still struggling to digest the massive shock they had just witnessed. Lord Lopez. An elder's voice trembled. Wait, we should retreat. let alone those low-level beastkin. Even they, the four powerhouses who had already ignited their divine fires, had barely survived that wave of dragon might. They could not imagine to what extent Jizang's true strength had reached. Lopez did not answer. His eyes were fixed firmly on that young figure in the sky. That figure was walking down from the clouds, each step landing on the void, sending ripples of golden light spreading out beneath his feet. On the field, the surviving human warriors looked at that figure, who appeared like a god descending into the world, and were all ready to stun to say a single word, ignoring the iron hooves of the beastkin, ignoring the majesty of the spiritkin. With a flip of his palm, he annihilated a million-strong army. This was Alliance Leader G. What a divine and transcendent demeanor. The frontier garrison commanders, gazing up at that divine posture in the sky, could not help but shed tears, their bodies trembling with excitement. For them, ordinary humans, to be able to witness this scene with their own eyes, they could truly say they had no regrets even in death. Even Zhu Tianyuan and the others who had come with Jizang were deeply shaken by this scene. This was the chasm between levels of existence. Jizang, as he was now, had likely already stepped onto the true path of the gods. Whoosh! Jizang's figure landed in the center of the still smoking scorched earth, and then, step by step, he walked toward Lopez. Jizang did not emit any oppressive aura, but the suffocating sensation of facing a supreme powerhouse drew closer with every step. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had gripped the hearts of Lopez and his companions, leaving them almost unable to breathe. This high-ranking member of the spirit race, usually so aloof and superior, did not even realize that their body was trembling minutely, or that their feet were subconsciously retreating. In any situation in the past, such a thing would have been virtually impossible, but now, in front of a human, they were displaying unprecedented timidity and fear. Jizang, Alliance Leader G. Lopez's Adam's apple bobbd. He wanted to say, I represent the Bright Covenant. You are challenging the authority of the entire spirit race. Or Prince Tyloo is watching this place. But these threats, based on status and power, seemed incredibly pale and weak in this situation. Lopez stopped mid-sentence. The words stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered, because Jizang was looking at him, and in those eyes, there was no emotion, only a cold, calm scrutiny. It was like looking at a fish that had already turned belly up. What do you want to say? Jizang's voice was not loud, but every word struck Lopez's chest like a hammer. Alliance Leader G. Lopez's voice was hoarse. Today's events, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Jizang laughed. You led an army of millions of beastkin to invade the borders of my Taixuan ancient kingdom, razed 3 border cities, and killed countless garrison soldiers. And now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding. Lopez took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and explained, Alliance Leader G. The beastkin invasion of Taixuan is indeed a fact, but it has no direct connection to us. The beastkin belong to the Bright Covenant, and they have irreconcilable conflicts with Taixuan, which is why they asked me to come and negotiate with you. Jizang lit a cigarette on his own, took a deep drag, and then blew the smoke directly into Lopez's face. Squinting his eyes, he said, What kind of thing are you, to be worthy of negotiating with me? This was practically a face-to-face humiliation. Lopez's expression was extremely ugly. As an envoy of the Elf Royal Court, and one of the representatives of the Bright Covenant in the Southern Wilderness, he was an honored guest at every top-tier power he visited. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But now, with his back against the wall, he had no choice but to bow his head. Lopez had no choice but to swallow his pride. Alliance Leader G. Since things have come to this, I will no longer interfere in the matters between you and the beastkin. I shall take my leave. Having said that, he did not linger for a second longer, and with the 3 spirit race elders behind him, he prepared to leave. But he did not expect that an invisible, terrifying domain would suddenly descend at this moment, shrouding all 4 of them within it. Lopez and the 3 elders felt their hair stand on end instantly, and a stormy sea of shock surged in their hearts. They could never have imagined that Jizang would actually dare to lay a hand on them. What? You think you can come and go as you please? Jizang's cold sneer rang out, like a nightmare in the dead of night. Chapter 554. Capture the spirit race pseudo-god alive, raise the beastkin mountains, Ji Zhang, what are you doing? Lopez spun around abruptly, panic-stricken. The aura within him and the three elders climbed to its peak instantly, as they tried to resist Ji Zhang's domain. But the power they prided themselves on could not form any threat in front of Ji Zhang. The level of laws they had mastered was too low. This was a massive disparity in the hierarchy of life. Realizing this, Lopez and his companions fell into utter despair, although they had not yet used their trump cards. Just from this momentary suppression of their domain by Ji Zhang, they already understood. The person before them was an opponent they absolutely could not defeat. Forget fighting, they couldn't even escape. Are you a demigod? Lopez's pupils trembled. How is this possible? How could this be possible? A human actually capable of stepping into such a profound realm? How on earth did he do it? Lopez recalled the scene at Jiu Mountain, where Ji Zhang had openly rejected Prince Tai Luo. Could it be that he already possessed this kind of power back then? Ji Zhang walked toward them, like the Grim Reaper, closing in step by step. Lopez and his companions were all trembling from that extreme fear, having long since lost the grace and posture of elf nobility, looking just like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Alliance leader Ji, this matter is our fault. We are willing to offer you compensation and apologies. Please, do not be impulsive. Lopez's voice trembled. He had just tried to send a message to the royal court for emergency reinforcements, but everything around them had been sealed off by laws, and he couldn't even transmit a single shred of information. There was no way out now. If he failed to mediate this time, he might truly die at Ji Zhang's hands. Impulsive. Do I look impulsive right now? Ji Zhang smiled and narrowed his eyes, just looking at him. No. Lopez shook his head in a panic, his tone almost that of a plea. Alliance leader Ji, Master Ji, we will do whatever you want, as long as you can forgive our mistakes. He knew very well that bringing up the elf royal court as a shield no longer held any deterrent power for Ji Zhang. He had dared to reject Prince Tai Luo to his face at Jiu Mountain, let alone now that he had displayed demigod-level power, and was in the right to boot. Ji Zhang would absolutely not let this go so easily. You colluded with the Beastkin, planted the Night Fox tribe as a secret nail, attempted to hollow out the Taixuan dynasty, and carve up the flesh and wealth of my compatriots. After I shattered your conspiracy, you now dare to brazenly make a comeback, invade my territory, and kill my civilians. With these mounting blood debts, tell me, how should I settle them with you? Ji Zhang's words were sharp, each one like a piece of evidence, nailed fiercely into Lopez's heart, making his spine turn cold. No, that's not it. The Night Fox tribe affair was a scheme plotted by the Beastkin and the Night Fox tribe. It had absolutely nothing to do with me. Alliance leader Ji, you must see the truth. Having been saddled with such a heavy accusation, Lopez's face turned pale with fright, and he scrambled to defend himself. Is that so? Ji Zhang gave a cold laugh. Lopez, Alliance leader Ji, that matter truly has nothing to do with our spirit race. We were only momentarily blinded by the Oath of Light, which led us to listen to the slander of the beast race and support them in committing such monstrous crimes against Taixuan. Snap! Ji Zhang grabbed Lopez by the hair with one hand and slammed him down onto the ground. The immense pressure caused both of Lopez's knees to crash into the floor with a boom, shattering the stone into a web of cracks. Then tell me, how do you intend to settle this debt with me? Ji Zhang leaned down, his eyes locked directly onto Lopez. The several spirit race elders nearby were so terrified that they all flopped onto their knees, not even daring to lift their heads. Lopez had never experienced such terrifying physical strength. That slender palm felt as if it were about to crush his skull into powder. Spare me. The intense pain, combined with a suppression that felt as if it were tearing his soul apart, made Lopez's vision blur as he nearly lost consciousness on the spot. When Ji Zhang finally eased the pressure slightly, Lopez gasped for air as if he had just survived a brush with death. His tone filled with extreme fear and subservience. Lord Ji Zhang, as long as you spare me, I will do anything. All the wealth and resources I possess, including my loyalty, can be offered to you. I only beg you to spare my life. Oh, you're quite sincere, aren't you? The corners of Ji Zhang's mouth curled up slightly. Very well. Hand over your soul imprint, and I can spare your life. How about that? No, that's impossible. Upon hearing this, Lopez pleaded in a panic. Lord Ji Zhang, We of the pure-blood spirit race value the purity of our souls above all else. I often served by the side of Prince Tyluo. If he were to discover that my soul is incomplete, I would be punished for the crime of treason against the race. The other spirit race elders were also trembling with fear. The crime of treason within the spirit race carried a miserable fate. It was a slow, agonizing torture of the soul, and no one could endure that hellish suffering. Jizang, however, only found it amusing. The spirit race, who acted as kings and overlords on the eternal continent, were actually nothing more than lackeys of the god descendants. On his primordial mural fragments, they were depicted kneeling in the very first row in the posture of slaves, and yet, they dared to speak of the purity of their souls. It was simply laughable. Since that's the case, then you aren't going anywhere. I will wait for your spirit race to come and give me an explanation. Jizang did not want to waste any more breath on these people. He raised his hand and closed it gently in midair. The power of his domain instantly tightened. The eyes of Lopez and the several elders widened in an instant. That invisible pressure squeezed in from all directions, like a giant, and seen hand gripping Lopez and the 3 spirit race elders in its palm. This domain power was too strong, so strong that even the laws of reality were solidified. The group twitched and trembled as the force coiled tighter and tighter around them. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of their divine bodies' bones shattering echoed out. Their flesh tore, and blood was squeezed from their 7 orifices until, finally, they all lost consciousness in agony. Bang, bang, bang. These pseudo-god-level powerhouses of the spirit race lay sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. Completely knocked out. Zhu Tianyuan, throw these fellows into the dungeon. We shall judge them another day. Jizang clapped his hands and ordered, Yes, Master Ji. Zhu Tianyuan had been standing by, stunned, and only snapped back to reality upon hearing the command, hurriedly agreeing, But Master Ji, they are supreme powerhouses who have ignited their divine fire. What if they wake up and break out of prison? Zhu Tianyuan was still worried. The Taishuan dungeon had never hosted powerhouses of this caliber before, and he did not dare to be overconfident. Do not worry. I have placed a law-based seal on them. They are nothing more than wriggling insects now, Jizang said casually. Zhu Tianyuan immediately directed the human soldiers to take control of Lopez and the other spirit race members. Next came the cleanup work. The battlefield was still too vast, and Jizang's previous wave of words of power had not directly wiped out all the beast race forces. The remaining remnants of the beast race were already driven mad with terror and had begun to turn and flee for their lives. What a joke! Let alone small fries like them. Even their leaders and the elites of their tribes had been blasted into dust by that last wave of words of power. Why wouldn't they run now? Some of the beast race didn't even intend to return to their tribal territories. They fled in all directions, hoping to escape the slaughter. But the human side would not let them have their way. Under Jizang's orders, Zhu Tianyuan, Li Jiangwo, and Long Yuchang each led their respective armies, beginning to counter-encircle the beast race lines from all directions. Having lost their absolute core strength, the remaining beast race army could not form any effective resistance. Their defeat was like a collapsing mountain, and they could only watch as they were slowly swallowed and devoured by the human army. This time, there was no need for Jizang to intervene personally. Li Jiangwo and Long Yuchang were both pseudo-god-level powerhouses, and their strength was no longer what it used to be. Suppressing these remnants of the beast race was a complete case of dimensional level suppression. In less than an hour, all the beast race legions that had participated in this invasion were completely wiped out. Jizang ordered them to press the advantage and push forward through the night, beginning to seize the territory of the beast race tribes. However, this time, Jizang still held back to some extent. After all, not every member of the beast race had participated in the war, and one should avoid massacres whenever possible. Thunderous methods could certainly clear away immediate obstacles and conflicts, but it would inevitably leave the impression of a tyrannical ruler and give others cause for gossip. Moreover, shifting from being in the right to being in the wrong would only serve to anger the entire beast race world, which was truly unnecessary. As the battle progressed, reinforcements from the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom and the Radiance Alliance soon arrived. All resistance forces from the beast race tribes in the Iron Ridge Mountains were thoroughly purged. In the end, only the Azure Wolf tribe, which had secretly communicated with Taekshuan beforehand, remained. The Azure Wolf tribe was very sensible, knowing that the situation was settled and that there was no chance of turning the tide. They cooperated with the Taekshuan ancient kingdom to put on a show. As the final leader of the beast tribes in the Iron Ridge Mountains, the Azure Wolf King personally stepped forward to negotiate, pleading with the sovereign of the Taekshuan kingdom to spare the beast tribes. He pledged that from this day forth, the beast tribes would follow the lead of the Taekshuan humans and the Radiant Alliance. In the end, Zhu Tianyuan agreed, provided that the beast tribes ceded the majority of their resources and interests as the price for this war of invasion. In this way, the Azure Wolf clan naturally became the sole rulers of the Iron Ridge Mountains, preserving peace in the region and preventing the beast tribes from being plunged into misery and bloodshed. On the other side, the Radiant Alliance also indirectly governed the Iron Ridge Mountains region through the Azure Wolf clan, expanding their sphere of influence once again. Both sides got what they wanted, and everyone was satisfied. The most miserable were those beast tribes that had simply followed the crowd, thinking they had the spirit race as their backing. They had hoped to take a bite out of the ancient Taekshuan kingdom, only to find that they had lost their investment and their soldiers, nearly having the very foundations of their tribes wiped out in one fell swoop. Once everything was settled, the human side stationed troops in the Iron Ridge Mountains, with the pseudo-god Li Jianguo personally overseeing the garrison to ensure no accidents occurred. The others returned in triumph. A fervent atmosphere of victory permeated every corner of the ancient Taekshuan kingdom. Following the victory over the Night Fox tribe, this was yet another monumental triumph for the Taekshuan kingdom. That night, the entire nation celebrated with extraordinary enthusiasm. As the most decisive factor in this war, Jikang had long since become a guardian deity in the hearts of every Taekshuan human. Everyone was hoping to catch a glimpse of his heroic bearing in the royal capital. However, Jikang did not make a public appearance in the capital, so as not to steal the spotlight and undermine the prestige of the sovereign. Zhu Tianyuan, which would only make the kingdom's administration more difficult for him. Master Ji, how do you intend to deal with those spirit race members? Are we just going to keep them locked up like this? Long Yuchang asked with a grave expression. Right now, he was likely the most nervous person in the entire southern wilderness human camp. As the former Minister of Intelligence, he knew exactly how terrifying the power of the two great elven courts truly was. Lopez and those spirit race elders were no mere nobodies. These were high-ranking members of the spirit race, through and through. Now that four high-ranking spirit race members were lying half-dead in a human dungeon, the shockwaves this would cause if word got out were unimaginable. Jikang, however, was completely unconcerned. Lopez's status was indeed special, but in the face of the great changes to come, he was nothing more than a small pawn. He wasn't that important. The dark forces were currently stirring, and there was no telling when they might launch a full-scale invasion of the Eternal Continent. The Elven courts were currently focusing their main energy on that. The possibility of them going all out against the human camp over a single envoy was, one could say, extremely slim. It's fine. We'll talk once those grandsons wake up, Jikang said dismissively. Keeping them alive was, naturally, for the sake of future negotiations. The spirit race was a massive, juicy piece of meat. If he didn't take this opportunity to take a huge bite, he wouldn't be Jikang. With matters here temporarily concluded, Jikang returned to his Genesis God Palace. He still hadn't processed or digested the rewards he had obtained from the last dungeon. Jikang opened his inventory and took out the 5 law crystals and the 5 growth equipment empowerment devices. There was no need to mention the law crystals. They were one of the few treasures that could truly enhance one's hard power in the late stages. Jikang decisively chose 5 lightning-type law crystals and used them all on himself in one go. And fortunately, the improvement this time was significantly less than before. His lightning-type law intensity increased by about 40%. The progress of his Yin-Yang lightning rose by 11%, and the power of his lightning fate rose by 8%. It seemed that the improvement provided by law crystals to a single talent would diminish with each use. But whatever. Going all in on the lightning type was the right move. After dealing with the law crystals, Jikang immediately clicked to use the growth equipment empowerment devices. There was a bit more to consider with this usage. Jikang looked at the empowerment devices before him. rubbing his chin as he fell into deep thought. Available empowerment devices. Shockwave armor piercing mythical grade. After equipping this device, the growth weapon will gain mythical grade shockwave attack capabilities, significantly increasing armor piercing strength. Sharpness unveiled mythical grade. After equipping this device, the growth weapon will gain mythical grade sharpness, significantly increasing attack power. Super Flash Strike mythical grade. After equipping this device, the growth weapon will gain mythical grade slashing acceleration, significantly increasing attack speed and cutting speed. Blazing Inferno mythical grade. 1000-Mile Frost. Heavenly Wrath Thunder. Chapter 555. Great Earthquake in the Southern Wilderness. Starting to synthesize talents. Last time, Ji Kang had only empowered his growth equipment with the lightning type. Now that he had a larger quantity, he had more choices. After carefully comparing them for a while, Ji Kang made his selection. Shockwave armor piercing, sharpness unveiled, super flash strike, heavenly wrath thunder, and diamond destruction. These corresponded to armor piercing, attack power, speed, lightning type ability enhancement, and metal type attack penetration respectively. Ding! Selection successful. 5 growth equipment empowerment devices appeared before Ji Kang, and he used them all on Moonblood. Accompanied by a surge of colorful light, the blade of Moonblood began to change rapidly. First, the previous lightning line engraving was now overlaid with a second layer of heavenly wrath thunder. The entire lightning line became sharper, filled with the thickness and tension of lightning, the most violent force in the world. Beside the lightning line, a new gold line engraving appeared, containing the power of diamond destruction. The shockwave armor piercing, sharpness unveiled, and super flash strike were manifested more on the hilt, the spine, and the edge of the blade. A slender shockwave device appeared on the hilt, emitting a deep, mysterious luster. The blade was imbued with a law field, which could increase its sharpness when swung. On the hilt, a series of coil-like threads had been added, increasing the speed of the blade when swung. Ji Zhang walked outside, weighed the black longsword in his hand, gathered his strength, and unleashed a slash toward the sky. Boom! The blade tore through the air, carving a black arc directly into the space above, piercing straight into the firmament. The thick clouds that had covered the entire sky were sliced in two, revealing a clear river of sky in the middle. Starlight and moonlight spilled down from the gap, shimmering brilliantly in the heavens. Not bad. Ji Zhang was quite pleasantly surprised. With this set of upgrades, the combat power of the Moon's Blood equipment had soared by more than 50%. Ji Zhang felt very satisfied. However, when dealing with opponents at the demigod level or higher, mythical grade equipment was indeed starting to struggle to keep up with the pace. Moreover, he had to face the 10-fold projection challenge from the War Temple in a week. So he needed even more powerful equipment to support him. Looking at the Moon's Blood in his hand, Ji Zhang decided it was time to upgrade this divine weapon once again. He just wasn't sure if the forging materials he had on hand were enough to push it to the next level. Ji Zhang returned to the Purple Gold Temple, took out the super disposable forging device, tossed in the Moon's Blood along with a piece of supreme grade forging material, and clicked Start. At this level, the forging time for each session had increased significantly. Each session took over 2 hours. It looked like this would be a long-term task. Ji Zhang took all the remaining supreme grade forging materials out of his small world, piled them up next to the forging furnace, and instructed Kiku to add a new piece every 2.5 hours. After making these arrangements, Ji Zhang went straight back to his room to shower and sleep. Meanwhile, the incident at the Iron Ridge Mountains had already ignited all the major powers across the southern wilderness. The shocking fact that the beast race of the Iron Ridge Mountains had been defeated left the high-level officials of almost every major power unable to sleep, their hearts filled with unease. One had to realize that this was not merely a regional war between the beast race of the Iron Ridge Mountains and the humans of the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom. Standing behind the Iron Ridge Mountains was the Spirit Race, the Bright Covenant led by the 2 great elven royal courts. Although the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom had the Radiant Alliance, a human survivor faction, as its backer, the gap in background between the two was still terrifyingly large. Yet, the Iron Ridge Mountains had been completely defeated overnight. This fact was almost impossible to believe. Furthermore, according to rumors, Lopez and several high-level spirit race officials were present to personally oversee the battle. Those were top-tier powerhouses representing the authority of the Bright Covenant, with them personally presiding over the situation. How did the Radiant Alliance manage to win this war? While the outside world was busy speculating, all the spirit race factions in the southern wilderness fell into an eerie silence. Inside the main hall of Jiu Mountain, over a dozen high-level spirit race members met here in an emergency, their faces looking terrible. They had no idea what had happened at the border of the Takeshuan ancient kingdom. The only thing they could confirm was that Lord Lopez and those few pseudo-god-level spirit race powerhouses had all lost contact. This was absolutely a major event capable of shaking the entire power structure of the spirit race. They were all pseudo-god-level powerhouses. No matter where they went, they were influential figures who could handle anything with ease. Now, they had disappeared without a trace. And at such an extremely sensitive time when the Dark Invasion was approaching, Great Elder, how should we handle this? Should we send someone to investigate the truth first? A spirit race elder asked nervously. We cannot wait any longer. Report this to the Bright Moon Royal Court immediately, the Great Elder said in a deep voice. In addition, contact the spirit race faction closest to the Radiant Alliance and have them immediately dispatch personnel to make contact with the Radiant Alliance. It would be best if they could meet Jizang to figure out exactly what is going on. Understood. The various spirit race powerhouses exchanged glances and nodded with grave expressions. In truth, everyone had some premonition in their hearts for the Radiant Alliance, led by Jizang, to be able to crush the Beast Race Coalition so easily this time, leaving even Lord Lopez in a state of lost contact. There was likely the support of dark forces behind it, or rather, Jizang had already turned to the darkness. This was the worst-case scenario. It meant that the infiltration of darkness had already reached the level of major powers. It might even trigger a dark war that would engulf the entire Eternal Continent ahead of schedule. It wasn't just Jiu Mountain. As the news spread, almost all major powers in the southern wilderness began to take action. Everyone wanted to obtain first-hand information immediately, besides the spirit race. The most nervous and angry were the beast race factions. Although the ancestral land of the beast race was in the northern frontier, they were also the most numerous and widely distributed group in the southern wilderness. Usually, the various tribes carved up territory, leading to frequent conflicts and even constant mutual slaughter. But when they encountered a situation where a beast race coalition was wiped out in one bite, it clearly touched the most sensitive nerve of all the beast races. The beast kings of various major factions issued calls to war, preparing to crusade against the Radiant Alliance. In just one night, the entire southern wilderness seemed to be on the verge of falling into a terrifying turmoil, with massive waves already looming on the horizon. As for Jizang, the root cause of everything, he was still fast asleep in his bed, completely unaffected by the turmoil outside. It wasn't until the next morning that he woke up languidly in bed. When he opened the system backend, his private message box was flooded with 99 notifications. And even his friend requests were glowing red. Such a big commotion. Jizang raised an eyebrow slightly and opened the messages to check them one by one. The intelligence sent by his subordinates was not much different from what he had expected. Once Lopez went missing, all parties fell into great unease and tension. They were either urgently dispatching spies to find out the truth or entering a state of full territorial alert to guard against the Radiant Alliance suddenly launching a war against them. This was exactly what Jizang wanted for the situation to ferment, ideally until it was known to everyone. When the situation eventually reversed, he would be able to stand on the moral high ground. And even the Elven Royal Court would have to bow their heads and accept it. Jizang replied to a few private messages, had Long Yucheng and the others make deployments and preparations, and then closed the back-end panel. After eating a hearty breakfast and going for a walk around the sports field, Jizang directly stored the Mayfly giant whale into his small world, then crushed a space-time stone and teleported back to the plains area. He planned to do something big today to see if he could graduate all those useless talent slots. Upon returning to the plains, Jizang headed straight for the unexplored restricted zones. Along the way, the machine god allied forces continued to mobilize, sweeping through like a swarm of locusts to help him scavenge treasure chests of all levels. With the upgrade in vehicle tiers, The efficiency of collecting treasure chests had increased several times over. Jizang was busy opening chests on the back armor of the giant whale. But he found that the speed at which he opened them couldn't even keep up with the speed at which the secondary units were delivering them. The number of treasure chests kept growing, however. There was also a lot of junk, and a huge pile of trash quickly filled the deck. In the end, Jizang had to give up on black iron chests and started collecting only from bronze chests and above. This grand, vigorous scavenging operation lasted until the afternoon. It wasn't until all the monsters in the entire no man's land had been wiped out and the treasure chests had been completely looted that Jizang finally stopped. After packing up all the junk items he had opened and transferring them to the logistics department in one go, he opened his inventory panel. Gold coins, 612.3 billion equipment, tools, materials items, food, talent shards, C rank shards x5 to 11, B rank shards x889, A rank shards x124, S rank shards x65, SS rank shards x71, SSS rank shards by 65. Looking at the numbers in the talent shard column, Jizang let out a slow breath. He had originally hoped to see if he could stack up this rank and above shards a bit more, but relying solely on treasure chests scavenged from the plains, it was clearly very difficult. He had been at it for so long today, and only a few dozen shards of S rank or higher had dropped in total, an amount almost negligible. As expected, these things still had to be obtained from top-tier treasure chests. That's enough. Let's start the slaughter. Jizang rubbed his hands together, changed his title to Lucky Gambler, and prepared to begin a grand, vigorous synthesis session. But before that, he still had to dismantle that B-rank talent, Wind Rider. Jizang had been displeased with it for a long time. It was all because he had been too eager to increase his strength back then and had performed an over-limit awakening on this thing, which now meant he had to waste a Divine Dismantler item. Jizang took out the Divine Dismantler and selected Dismantle on Wind Rider. Ding! Talent Wind Rider over-limit awakening dismantled successfully. As the notification sound rang out, Wind Rider vanished directly from the talent tree and was broken down into 10 B-rank talent shards. No problem now, let's go. Jizang synthesized all his C-rank talent shards into B-rank talent shards. Then clicked Synthesize repeatedly. B-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations! You have obtained the Talent Intermediate Movement Technique B-rank. B-rank talent synthesis complete. Ding! A series of synthesis notification sounds rang out. After synthesizing nearly 2,000 B-rank talent shards, Jizang's hands were starting to feel a bit sore from all the clicking. The first dozen or so were all whiteboards common, and it wasn't until the 17th attempt that a refined grade talent appeared. It was a wood-type support talent. Jizang couldn't even be bothered to look at it and continued clicking. On the 20th attempt, another refined grade appeared, followed by a continuous streak of whiteboards. It wasn't until the 50th attempt that a source grade talent finally appeared. This time it was an ice-type talent called Frostfall White, which looked very powerful. But Jizang was still not satisfied. His goal this time was the hidden grade. Shards are limited. I'd better try the refining potion first. Jizang thought to himself and took out the B-rank refining potion he had previously opened from a treasure chest. B-rank talent refining potion category. One-time consumable function. After use, it can refine a B-rank talent. The result is random, but each refinement has a higher probability of producing refined, source, or hidden grade talents. Friendly reminder: this item cannot be used on talents that have already undergone over-limit awakening. Friendly reminder: using the refining potion on refined or source talents will stack a higher probability of obtaining a hidden talent on top of the base rate. Come on! Jizang held his breath. He didn't believe it. With 10 B-rank refining potions, surely he could manage to get one hidden grade. Jizang selected a common talent and clicked Use. Refinement. Great success. Refinement result: Golden Body Earth Armor B-rank Frenzy State B-rank refined. Holy crap, it actually worked. This probability is pretty good. Jizang felt a surge of joy. What was he waiting for? Just go straight for the refined grade talents. Jizang decisively used the refining potion on the refined talent. Refinement failed. Talent downgraded. Refinement result: Frenzy State B-rank Refined Strength Boost B-rank. This result made Jizang's eyebrow twitch slightly. Damn it, if I had known, I would have used the previous one on the refined talent. Afterward, he refined the remaining to refined talents. One failed and dropped back to a whiteboard. The other was a great success. Upgrading from refined to source grade. Not bad, not too unlucky. However, Jizang didn't continue refining. He chose to continue synthesizing B-rank talents. This time he was much luckier, successfully producing 3 refined grade talents in just 30 attempts. With the base ready, Jizang continued to use the potion for refinement. The first 2 attempts yielded ordinary results. One failed directly and downgraded, while the other remained unchanged. Jizang refused to accept this and used it once more on the new essence talent. The result was another failure. This really started to get under Jizang's skin. He immediately used it on the origin level talent. The moment he clicked, the entire scene before his eyes was instantly enveloped in brilliant, radiant light and starlight. Jizang's heart skipped a beat at that very moment. Just by looking at this sacred radiance, he knew that this time, he had truly hit the jackpot. Chapter 556. Brand new SSS rank talent Scorching Sun Golden Crow. Opening the path to godhood. Whoosh! Brilliant light filled his entire field of vision. Radiant light filled Jizang's entire field of vision, like a surging sea of stars. In the center of the star sea, a tiny, extremely dark point was rotating slowly. It was absorbing the surrounding light, swallowing those brilliant, starlit dust particles strand by strand, as if it were feeding. The swallowed light did not disappear. Instead, it was compressed, transformed, and refined into something else, then spat out from the other side of that point. The light reflected its energy form into a funnel-shaped existence. It looked exactly like an invisible black hole in the universe. As the special effects gradually faded, an exhilarating notification sound rang out. Ding! Refinement great success. Refinement result. Heavenly Wrath Flood B-rank origin greater than Void Devour B-rank hidden. It really was hidden. And it was neither elemental nor auxiliary. Jizang was overjoyed. Void Devour hidden. Rank. B-rank. Exclusive skill Black Hole Devour. After activating the talent, consume a small amount of Godhead energy to create a micro black hole on the body's surface that lasts for 3 seconds. The black hole will absorb all matter and energy within a 10-meter radius, devouring and converting it into one's own energy. Conversion efficiency is directly proportional to mental power. It can restore up to 10% of stamina and mental power per second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Exclusive skill Black Bullet. Consume a small amount of Godhead energy, charge for 1 second, and then fire a black bullet. Upon hitting the target, it deals massive spatial law damage while forming a small black hole that lasts for 5 seconds. With the same effect as Black Hole Devour. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Evaluation. The authority to devour space. The Master of Dark Nothingness. Friendly reminder. The strength of Black Hole Devour and Black Bullet is directly proportional to the user's Godhead strength. Holy! Looking at the information on the panel, Jizang couldn't help but exclaim in awe. As expected of a hidden rank talent, this thing was practically an upgraded version of the magic ring once held by Lu Zhenyu, the president of the Ascension Club. And it was the kind without any side effects. Jizang couldn't wait to take out a B-rank talent over Limit Awakening Gem and use it on Void Devour. Ding! B-rank talent Void Devour hidden over Limit Awakening successful. As the notification sounded, a vast and mysterious power surged into Jizang's body. Though both were hidden rank, the power of Void Devour was completely different from True Meaning of No Distance. True Meaning of No Distance was a powerful talent that acted upon existing spatial laws. Void Devour, however, relied on modifying spatial laws to force them into a state of collapse. And this state of collapse would strengthen as the Godhead grew stronger. Jizang immediately checked the talent panel after the Overlimit Awakening, and his eyes widened instantly. Damn, that's an epic level buff. The cooldown of Black Hole Devour was reduced directly from 10 seconds to 3 seconds. The cooldown of Black Bullet was reduced from 60 seconds to 30 seconds. Jizang was overjoyed. One had to know that the duration of Black Hole Devour was already 3 seconds. A 3-second cooldown meant it could be used infinitely. No cooldown. Jizang hurried to the Cultivation Temple and spent 300 spiritual essence stones to summon a supreme level monster. After the monster launched a long-range attack, he moved his mind and immediately activated Black Hole Devour. The laws vibrated. A ring of black, film-like substance instantly appeared around Jizang's body. Those were collapsed spaces, forming an absolute domain around him capable of absorbing infinite energy. Rumble. All the monster's attacks were completely caught the moment they entered the black hole domain. Or rather, they were lost in an eternal spatial maze at the microscopic level. Those attacks seemed as if they were about to touch the black hole domain in the next second. But they were merely infinitely approaching within the twisted, collapsing space, unable to achieve any real, meaningful invasion. From the outside, it looked as if all these attacks were frozen in midair just outside the black hole domain. In less than a second, all the attack energy had decayed to the extreme and was absorbed and converted into Jizang's stamina and mental power. Once the 3 seconds were up, Jizang immediately activated Black Hole Devour a second time. There was only a gap of about 0.1 seconds between the two skills, followed immediately by a seamless transition. Jizang also tried to use the time domain of instant eternity on the basis of the black hole domain. Unfortunately, the laws of the two domains were contradictory and could not be superimposed. Using them simultaneously only formed separate domains that did not interfere with each other. After retracting the black hole domain, Jizang performed a short charge and fired a black bullet at the supreme level monster. Boom! The black bullet was only the size of a soccer ball, but its speed was extreme, like a light-speed cannonball. It blasted out and struck the chest of the supreme level monster directly. In an instant, the physical body of the supreme level monster was completely torn apart by the terrifying spatial laws. Without even letting out a single wail, its entire physical body was completely annihilated by the black hole domain that expanded in its wake, leaving not even the slightest scrap of flesh behind. Successfully kill the war ancient demon supreme level monster. Gold coins come 25 billion. Demon Claw supreme level come 1. The kill notification appeared, signifying the absolute end of a top-tier monster capable of sweeping through an ordinary nation. Jikang slowly exhaled. Looking at his own palms, he felt an irrepressible sense of awe in his heart. To be able to insta-kill a supreme-level monster in mere moments, this power was simply too overwhelming. However, the consumption of divine spark energy for this talent was also immense. Having just used the black hole domain twice and the black bullet once in quick succession, he had exhausted nearly 1/3 of his divine spark energy. Divine spark energy was the only energy metric he currently possessed that could not be rapidly recovered. It could only be restored slowly through rest. This belonged to the category of trump card abilities, so he would need to be more cautious with it in the future. Emerging from the cultivation temple, Jikang began synthesizing fragments again. Now that he lacked items like the divine dismantling hand, he didn't need to consider replacing his C rank, B rank, or rank talents. His next target was S rank. He intended to replace that ordinary S rank talent. Jikang decomposed all his B rank talents into fragments, synthesized them all into rank, and then into S rank. The total count of S rank fragments reached 162. Come on, heaven bless me. Let's do this. Jikang frantically clicked to synthesize. S rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Magnetic Angel S rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Fire Prison Burning Heaven S rank refined. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Super Beast Transformation S rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Controller of 10,000 Insects S rank. Unfortunately, this wave of over a dozen consecutive syntheses only yielded one fire-type refined talent. The rest were all plain white tier. Jikang was truly feeling a bit helpless. But there was no helping it. After all, the number of times he could synthesize was too limited. The probability of drawing a hidden level talent was infinitesimally small. This sort of thing still relied on refining potions. Moreover, one had to use them on the basis of refined or origin level talents to have any possibility of hitting the hidden rank. Jikang decomposed all his talents except for Fire Prison Burning Heaven S rank refined, obtaining over 70 fragments. He began a second round of talent draws. This time, there were no surprises. They were all white tier again. Jikang completely lost the heart for it. After decomposing these talents, he no longer pinned his hopes on S rank. He would just continue to make do with Thunder Monarch for now. He would wait until he had more fragments and could obtain an S-rank refining potion before revisiting it. Ji-Kang looked at the SS rank talent column. Tyrant and Yin-Yang Thunder were both untouchable, so he skipped them directly. He synthesized all his SS rank fragments into SSS rank fragments. The number of SSS rank fragments reached 79. He could synthesize SSS rank talents over a dozen times. Ji-Kang's heart began to race with excitement. He took out that Myriad Origins Convergence Fusion ticket he had obtained earlier. Myriad Origins Convergence Fusion ticket category, one-time limited consumable function, can be used on 3 SSS rank talents to fuse them into a god-level talent. During fusion, you can directionally select the talent series, but you cannot select a specific talent. Friendly reminder: each survivor is permanently limited to using the Myriad Origins Convergence Fusion ticket a maximum of 2 times. Friendly reminder: this item is extremely precious. Do not choose a talent series that conflicts with your own attributes. A directionally selected god-level talent was about to arrive. If his luck was good this time, he could graduate from both SSS rank and god level at once. Ji-Kang specifically took out a compass and wandered around the Genesis Divine Palace, searching for a prime piece of geomantic treasure land. Only then did he begin the highest value talent synthesis of his life. Let's go. Ji-Kang clicked hard on the SSS rank talent synthesis. SSS rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Life of All Things SSS rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Earth Moving Core SSS rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Wine God's Descent SSS rank. Ji-Kang went through 5 consecutive attempts, nearly stunning himself. All white tier. And not a single one was stronger than Moment of Eternity. I'm done with this. Ji-Kang ran to the spring, splashed his face vigorously, and only then returned to continue the synthesis. It turned out that washing his face was indeed useful. On the 6th attempt, a brilliant radiance erupted before Ji-Kang's eyes. His heart gave a violent jolt. He got a hit. Endless surging golden flames erupted from that light, condensing before him into the phantom of a sacred bird, majestic and kingly, with eyes like the sun. SSS rank talent synthesis great success. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Scorching Sun Golden Crow SSS rank refined. He had finally pulled a refined level 1. Ji-Kang was incredibly excited. This was his first SSS rank talent that had reached a higher grade. Ji-Kang immediately checked the talent panel. Scorching Sun Golden Crow refined level SSS. Exclusive skill Solar Avatar. Consumes divine spark energy to allow the main body to transform into a 3-legged golden crow. During the transformation, you can release vast amounts of true solar fire that surrounds your body, continuously dealing massive physical Kung soul burning damage to any enemies touched. The avatar can last for up to 3 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes. Exclusive skill Great Sun Meteor. While in the solar avatar state, by consuming divinity energy, you can drop a meteor condensed from the true fire of the sun from the sky. Upon impact, the meteor creates a devastating explosion, dealing massive true flame damage to enemies within a 50-kilometer radius. Targets hit will be afflicted with the solar flare status, suffering continuous burning damage while being unable to turn invisible or use camouflage. Cooldown 10 minutes. Passive skill Immortal Bird. During the process of transforming into the Golden Crow, you are immune to all physical, elemental, and mental damage. Evaluation: the Ancient Sun, reborn from the ashes. Holy crap, this is actually pretty good. Ji-Kang's eyes lit up as he looked at it. This talent was definitely worth keeping. Once the solar avatar skill was exhausted, he could simply switch back to Moment of Eternity. In any case, he didn't have an SSS rank Transcendent Awakening gem right now, so he could switch his talent tree as he pleased. 1 talent slot. Getting the best of both worlds. A smile hung on the corner of Ji-Kang's mouth. He was quite satisfied with this result. Afterward, he used his remaining talent synthesis attempt. No miracle occurred. It was still a blank slate. Now, only the final ultimate synthesis remains. Ji-Kang turned his gaze toward the Myriad Manifestations Unity Fusion Scroll. It was a golden scroll, its edges burning with colorless flames. There were no words on the scroll, only a pattern that was constantly shifting. Sometimes it was the sun and moon, sometimes mountains, rivers, and stars. and other times it was some kind of indecipherable rune, representing the infinite and boundless universe. Hidden within this small scroll was a path leading to an ultimate talent. Jizang slowly unfurled the scroll, and a prompt appeared before his eyes. Please select 3 SSS rank talents to serve as consumables for this myriad manifestations unity fusion. Jizang pondered for a moment and directly selected Life of All Things, Earth-Moving Core, and Ultimate Gold-Breaking Intent, the 3 lowest strength, most useless talents to use as fodder. Then, he clicked to initiate the fusion. The scroll erupted with brilliant light. The 3 SSS rank talents transformed into fragments of light dust, which were absorbed into the scroll and fused into a massive sphere of light. Immediately following this, a new prompt appeared. Please select a talent series. Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Thunder, Ice, Physical, Support, Soul, Life, Death, Time, Space, Darkness, Causality, Chaos, Extreme Path. Over 20 series of talent categories appeared before Jizang all at once. Chapter 557. The first God-level talent, Extreme Path, Golden Body. Oh! Looking at the information before him, Jizang was stunned for a full few seconds. This was the first time he had seen the full range of all talent series so intuitively. Aside from the 3 major categories of elemental, physical, and support, there were a whole host of subdivided categories that looked incredibly powerful. How am I supposed to choose from this? Jizang was immediately stumped. Every single one of these looked incredibly strong. Jizang immediately contacted Li Wei, asking him to call up the Intelligence Department's database and compile all the currently recorded talent types and their strengths, then send them to him. The Intelligence Department's efficiency was extremely high. In less than a few minutes, a detailed report appeared in Jizang's private inbox. He hurriedly opened it and began to study it carefully. Regrettably, the vast majority of those on record belonged to the elemental, physical, and support categories. The extremely rare other series simply didn't have enough sample data to support them. Especially the latter 3, Causality, Chaos, and Extreme Path, didn't have a single piece of sample data. They had absolutely no reference value. Forget it. I'll just go with Extreme Path and be done with it. Jizang made up his mind. According to the arrangement, the rarer it was, the further back it should be. He would just go with the Extreme Path at the very end. Jizang took a deep breath and clicked to select it. Boom! The scroll exploded. The massive sphere of light, which had been smelting the 3 SSS rank talents, was stirred together by an invisible force and began to flow and fuse rapidly. Whoosh! 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 The sphere of light grew increasingly incandescent, finally transforming into a sun suspended in midair. Inside the sun, something was taking shape. This is... Jizang's eyes were illuminated by the intense light. Under the vision of the Chaos Eye, he could see the thing gradually growing inside the sphere of light. First, a golden spine stretched out, with the spine as the center. Bone by bone began to piece itself together, from the coccyx to the cervical vertebrae, from the cervical vertebrae to the skull, from the skull to the limbs. A humanoid skeleton took shape within the sun, entirely golden, like divine iron forged for billions of years. Immediately after, things began to grow on the surface of the skeleton. Muscle fibers and blood vessels sprouted and adhered to it. The internal organs grew in synchronization, and finally, everything was covered by skin. A person appeared. Jizang could clearly see that it was his own face. The next instant, the entire solar light sphere exploded. That person transformed into a point of light and flew straight into Jizang's body. With a hum, Jizang's entire body shook violently. He felt his flesh, blood, and bones trembling. It was an unprecedented resonance. The invincible bone was glowing. The Chaos Eye was opening on its own, and the divinity within his body was beating wildly, as if cheering to welcome some grand arrival. Golden patterns began to emerge all over Jizang's skin. A pressure that transcended all limits rolled out from within his body. At this moment, even the clouds in the firmament gave way, and all things in heaven and earth fell into silence. It was as if they were paying homage to the birth of something sacred. Jizang's eyes burned with golden flames, feeling this mysterious state, akin to ascending and becoming a god. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a single word. In his mind, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Myriad manifestations unity fusion successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the talent Extreme Dao Golden Body God Tier Unique. Extreme Dao Golden Body Unique Level. God Tier Attributes. Physique Come 500,000. Spirit Come 200. 0. All Elemental Resistance Come 100%. Physical Defense Come 500%. Exclusive Skill Law-Breaking Golden Body. Upon activation, consumes a small amount of divinity energy to coat the entire body in the power of the Extreme Dao, increasing all attributes by 100% for 30 minutes. While Law-Breaking Golden Body is active, all attacks carry the Law-Breaking effect, allowing them to ignore defense, shields, and law-based protections to deal direct damage. Cooldown 12 hours. Exclusive Skill Extreme Dao Origin Return. Consumes a large amount of divinity energy to accumulate the power of the Extreme Dao within the body, releasing a shockwave of origin return centered on oneself. This deals massive damage to surrounding enemies and restores 100% of one's own HP, stamina, and spirit. Within the range of the shockwave, all enemy armor, shields, and defensive talents are rendered ineffective for 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 days. Exclusive Skill Will of the Heaven Martyr. Consumes all remaining divinity energy, sacrificing one's own life to execute martyrdom on any target. It ignores all laws and divinity to deliver a guaranteed kill. Mutual Destruction Attack against a single target. Cooldown. Passive Skill Extreme Dao Tribulation Transcendence. Each time a target possessing divinity energy is killed, randomly increases physique by 1,000 to 100,000 points. Passive Skill Indestructible Golden Body. Whenever fatal damage is received, consumes all remaining stamina to forcibly resist, locking HP at 1% for 30 seconds. While Indestructible Golden Body is active, the user is immune to all crowd control, slowing, and curse effects. The entire skeletal structure is covered by the law of indestructibility, increasing defense by 0% and resistance to all physical, energy, and law-based attacks by 10. Broken bones can regenerate within 3 seconds, with no limit on the number of regenerations. After the indestructible golden body effect ends, the user enters an extremely weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 99% for 1 hour. Internal cooldown, 30 days valuation. Indestructible through 10,000 tribulations, impervious to all evil. Friendly reminder. God tier talents are the highest level of talents and cannot be awakened using Transcendence Gems. Holy crap! Jizang could no longer find simple words to describe the shock this talent brought him. This was a God tier talent, and it was even from the rarest Extreme Dao series of God tier talents. 3 active skills to passive skills. Every single one of them was at a heaven-defying level. Not to mention the massive base attribute bonuses of 500,000 physique and 200,000 spirit, along with the resistance and defense boosts. It truly lives up to the name Extreme Dao. Jizang's heart remained unsettled for a long time, his gaze repeatedly studying these 5 skills. Skill and skill were relatively standard damage-dealing skills, but skill was a bit terrifying. It was essentially a Reaper Death Seal. Passive was an exaggerated, explosive way to gain attributes by killing, while passive provided 30 seconds of locked HP invincibility, combined with the attribute increases. This God tier talent was equivalent to a full set of mythic grade gear plus the sum of several top tier talents. I can't even imagine how strong I am right now. Jizang clenched his hands and opened his personal status window. Name, Jizang. Title, Destroyer of Darkness. Mythic grade. Physique come 100,000, spirit come 100. 0. Damage against dark creatures increased by 50%. Divinity, Demigod 66. 9% Skill Law Mastery. Skill Divinity Combustion. Physical Evolution Degree. Physique 1.213 million. Spirit 428,000. Bronze Power Stage 5. Iron Power Stage 5. Thunder Power Stage 5. Bound Vehicle. Genesis Divine Palace. Nanshan Gata Physical Divine Treasures. Undefeated Bone Spine Core. Left Palm Chaos Spirit. Eye of Chaos Talents. God tier. Extreme Dao Golden Body Unique SSS Grade. Daily Intel Hidden Unique Transcendence Awakened Scorching Sun Golden Crow Refined SS Grade. Tyrant Refined Transcendence Awakened. Yin Yang Thunder Purgatory Without End Growable S Grade. True Meaning of No Distance Hidden Transcendence Awakened. Thunder Monarch Grade. Super Mirror Clone Refined Transcendence Awakened. Hot-blooded combat origin transcendence awakened B grade. Singularity domination origin transcendence awakened. Void devour hidden transcendence awakened C grade. Spirit reflux refined transcendence awakened. Eagle eye transcendence awakened spirit words. Endless life no grade life type. Moonlight tide true word grade moonlight type. Majesty of the ancient true dragon mythic grade beast type. Wrath of the sea god mythic grade water type. Looking at the exaggerated values on the panel, Jizang felt a multitude of emotions. It hadn't been long since he killed the world-class lord of the demon lands in the dungeon. Yet his panel stats had already multiplied several times over. The increase in his overall strength was immeasurable. He carefully organized his current important resources. He still had one cursed remains of an ancient demon god left, which allowed him to choose a physical divine treasure. And he hadn't used it yet. Additionally, he had 3 divine wish dusts and 2 divine wish fragments. There were also 892 points of the stairway to divinity points and over 1,800 intelligence points. He would save these for now. It wouldn't be too late to use them when the need arose. The current priority was to upgrade Moonblood and Yin-Yang Thunder. Jizang arrived at the Purple Gold Divine Palace. After nearly a day and a night of forging, the growth progress of Moonblood had risen to 23%. Although the supreme grade materials had triggered to major successes in the process, the overall progress was still somewhat unsatisfactory. It was simply too slow. The enhancement of the blood of the moon was a long and arduous journey. Jizang let out a faint sigh. Looking at it this way, it would take at least a week to push the blood of the moon to the next level. Furthermore, the supply of supreme grade materials could not be interrupted midway. This was the most expensive part of the process. Jizang crushed a space-time stone and teleported back to the headquarters in Radiant City. The moment he returned to the headquarters, Jizang headed straight for the National Treasury and withdrew 5,000 Thunder Spirit Crystal Fragments. The Thunder Spirit Crystal Fragments were a refined version of Thunder Spirit Stones, produced by the Forging and Smelting Department under Gu Qingyu's supervision. It took 1 million Thunder Spirit Stones to refine a single crystal fragment. The production cost of a single fragment was as high as 3 million gold coins. In other words, the 5,000 fragments he had taken, excluding labor costs, amounted to a staggering 150 billion in material value alone. This was something Jizang had specifically instructed Gu Qingyu to produce. For his current godhood and breathing technique, these 5,000 Thunder Spirit Crystal Fragments were actually only a single day's worth of consumption. The path of cultivation was like this. The further one progressed, the more resources it consumed. Taking the Thunder Spirit Crystal Fragments, Jizang headed straight for the nearest thunderstorm region and once again began his cultivation to promote the Yin-Yang Thunder. While Jizang was busy cultivating, the entire southern wilderness was rife with undercurrents. Secret agents from various factions had already arrived in the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom and begun their infiltration. The Elven Royal Court had even proclaimed to the world, pinning a black hat on Jizang by expressing grave suspicions that the Radiant Alliance was in league with dark forces. They were already gathering elite forces and armies, preparing to invade the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom once again under the pretext of rescuing the forces of light. The capital of the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom was now in a state of turmoil. The pressure Zhu Qianyuan was under was far greater than when the borders were being invaded. Fortunately, there was the brocade pouch strategy left behind by Master Ji, which kept him from losing his composure. He remained firmly in command at the capital, watching the winds and clouds gather from all directions. In the blink of an eye, another night passed. At this moment, 2 figures of great elder status from the Elven Royal Court had descended upon the southern wilderness and taken up residence at Jiu Mountain. The fact that the Elven Great Elders had personally come to the southern wilderness completely ignited the entire region. Countless people were speculating that this time, the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom and the Radiant Alliance would likely be consigned to history under the wrath of the Elven Royal Court. Colluding with darkness was a crime of heaven-defying proportions. By standing completely on the opposite side of all forces of light, the human forces in the southern wilderness no longer had any possibility of survival. The attitude of the Elven Royal Court also prompted countless factions to decisively dispatch their elites to join the crusade against Jizang. The true war of darkness had yet to arrive, but the southern wilderness was already on the brink of a precarious war. However, on that very day, The Taixuan ancient kingdom suddenly released a shocking piece of news that sent the entire southern wilderness into an uproar. At noon today, the Taixuan ancient kingdom would hold a trial for crimes against Lopez and 3 spirit clan elders at the capital square. Once this news broke, the Taixuan capital, already filled with secret agents, began to boil. The news spread like wildfire throughout the southern wilderness. But the even more explosive part was yet to come. The Taixuan ancient kingdom was not making baseless accusations to smear anyone's reputation this time. Instead, they brazenly threw out a mountain of incriminating evidence. The Night Fox clan had been parasitizing Taixuan, attempting to occupy the magpie's nest and exterminate the Taixuan human race. Behind them, they had the full support of dozens of large beastkin tribes. And Lopez's visit this time was precisely to endorse and provide backing for the Beastkin's renewed invasion of the Taixuan ancient kingdom. This intelligence was too explosive. Even the 2 elven great elders on Jiu Mountain could not help but show expressions of astonishment when they learned of this news. They simply did not believe, nor did they think, that Lopez would commit such shameful and sordid acts. But the evidence was as solid as a mountain. Every piece of evidence the Taixuan ancient kingdom threw out made the hearts of the 2 great elders grow colder. By the end, even the conversations between Lopez and the others were exposed in full detail. This was a chain of evidence formed by using image stones combined with law tracing, and the confessions of Lopez and his cohorts. The evidence was irrefutable. With this combination of revelations, the southern wilderness almost exploded that very day. Ji Zhang had not colluded with dark forces. The ones who had truly colluded with the dark-blooded Night Fox clan were the Beastkin. It was Lopez, who was backing the Beastkin. Chapter 558, King Meets King. Top experts gather in the Taixuan capital. And that was not all. At the same time the trial was announced, the Grey Wolf clan of the Iron Ridge Mountains, along with the remnants of other tribes, came out to stand with Ji Zhang. They claimed that the various tribes had previously been bewitched by the Night Fox clan, which was why they had been blinded by greed and attempted to swallow the entire Taixuan dynasty. In fact, many factions had heard something about the Night Fox clan affair back then and hadn't thought it was anything strange. This world was one where the weak were prey to the strong. It was perfectly normal for the weak to be at the mercy of the strong. But this particular matter involved the Light Covenant, that grand and righteous banner, and that changed everything. The Light Covenant, a supergiant alliance spanning the 5 great domains that had coalesced under the banner of opposing darkness, needed a legitimate reason to take official action. Yet, just before they could strike, they were caught off guard by this move from the Taixuan ancient kingdom. Now, not only were they without a legitimate cause, but they were also placed under suspicion of colluding with darkness, invading the human race, and annexing an ancient human kingdom. In an instant, this army of heroes that had linked various factions together had disintegrated on a spiritual level. On the main peak of Jiu Mountain, the white-robed elven great elder, upon hearing this sudden development, had a complexion that had turned ugly to the extreme. Thud. The divine wooden staff in his hand slammed heavily against the ground. A terrifying pressure inadvertently radiated outward, shaking the entire Jiu Mountain and leaving every living creature there trembling in silence, terrified that a single sound might provoke that great being. What on earth is that Lopez doing? He is truly a disgrace to our bright moon royal court. Divine fire seemed to burn within the pupils of the white-robed great elder, who was clearly enraged to the extreme. Great elder, Lord Lopez and the others must have been deceived by those low-born beastkin. The patriarch of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, standing nearby, hurriedly knelt on the ground to explain. The ancestor of their Heavenly Phoenix clan was one of the several false god elders who had followed Lopez to the Taixuan ancient kingdom. Now that they had lost this pillar of support, the sky was effectively collapsing for the entire Heavenly Phoenix clan. They could only pray that this demigod-level white-robed great elder would hurry over to rescue their people. HMPH. The white-robed great elder let out a cold snort. His anger did not stem from any damn deception. Lopez's previous act of backing the beastkin tribes to force Jikan to bow down had been authorized by the royal court. The white-robed great elder was simply furious at his incompetence. The combat power of 4 false gods had actually been crushed by Jikan alone, and they had even been captured alive, for the elven race. This was undoubtedly a massive humiliation. To make matters worse, the entire sequence of events had been exposed by the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom, turning the human race into a righteous army while the Iron Ridge Mountains and Lopez were painted as invaders. If this matter could not be resolved properly, where would the face of the Bright Moon Royal Court go? How could the majesty and sanctity of the Bright Covenant be maintained? Moose. Now that things have reached this point, how should we handle it? On the other side, another elven great elder, dressed in gray robes, spoke slowly. He was white-haired and aged, his voice hoarse and deep. He was clearly older than the white-robed great elder, but his status was lower. It was evident that the white-robed great elder was the primary decision-maker for this descent into the southern wilderness. Go to the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom and get those incompetent fools back first, Great Elder Moose said in a deep voice. With these words, the tone for this operation was officially set. Abandon the idea of a full-scale assault. Rescue the people first. Moose's heart was also burning with rage, feeling nothing but humiliation and shame. But this was the best solution for the entire situation. The righteousness of the Bright Covenant was of paramount importance. It was the supreme guiding principle established by the highest decision-making levels of the two great elven royal courts, and it absolutely could not be ruined by such a minor issue. The two great elders did not linger on Jiu Mountain any longer, leading the leaders of various clans. They boarded a colossal white jade flying ship and headed straight for the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom. They had to arrive before noon. They absolutely could not allow the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom to publicly judge Lopez. Meanwhile, the Crusade army that had just been organized was disbanded on the spot. However, upon learning that the two great elders were heading to the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom, the representatives of various beastkin nations and tribes did not dare to stay out of it and tacitly followed along toward the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom. A battle likely wouldn't break out, but showing up to make an appearance was still feasible. On the other side, the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom had entered a state of extreme tension, where every tree and blade of grass looked like an enemy soldier. Especially upon learning that two demigod-level powerhouses were rushing toward them, Zhu Tianyuan, Princess Yu Yang, and even the false gods stationed in the capital Li Jianwo and Yu Xingzhou all felt immense pressure. What followed might be a major event that would reshape the entire landscape of power in the southern wilderness. For this public trial, they had to be restrained and cautious. No mistakes or accidents could be allowed. Far away, millions of kilometers away, Ji Kang also received a summary report of this vital intelligence. As the core figure of this entire major event, he maintained his usual composure and relaxed demeanor, showing not a hint of urgency. He sat on a lounge chair on the grass with Chen Xiaoyuan and Kikyu, wearing sunglasses, leisurely eating barbecue and drinking ice fruit juice. He was not in the slightest bit hurried. After taking a bite of the charred yet tender F5-grade iron beef, Ji Kang opened the World Channel for the first time in a long while. As expected, it had already exploded. Almost all survivors were paying attention to this confrontation between the human survivors of the southern wilderness and the Bright Covenant. Holy crap! What is going on in the southern wilderness? A public trial for an elven envoy. 666. Can the words public trial and elven actually be put together? You guys have been arguing for ages. Is this thing real or fake? Are the southern wilderness survivors really that bold? It can't be fake. I'm a member of the Spirit Association in the Northern Frontier. A spirit friend of mine is currently negotiating a partnership at Jiu Mountain in the southern wilderness today. According to him, even an elven great elder has descended personally, and he's quite furious. Something big is definitely going to happen in the southern wilderness now. I remember the southern wilderness has already been unified, right? Called the Radiance Alliance. Who was their leader again? Ji Kang. He's quite famous in our East Sea Coast area too. He even collaborated on a dungeon with the Sea God sect back in the day. So, he even dared to capture an elven envoy for a public trial. Playing so big, how is he going to clean up this mess later? Yeah, the threat of the Dark Invasion is imminent. Starting trouble with the spirit race at a time like this, isn't that just pure suicide? Damn, please don't drag us survivors from other regions into this. We've all joined the Bright Covenant. Don't let the royal court kick all survivors out because of this. Any brothers from the southern wilderness coming out to say a few words? What's actually going on? Don't even ask. The people of the southern wilderness are tight-lipped as hell. You can't get a word out of them. They definitely won't reveal the situation for something this big. Damn, I'm in the southern wilderness. Any brothers want to watch a live stream? I'll go to the scene and broadcast it for you. Haha, I'm in the southern wilderness too. Anyone want to pay for a live stream? On the public screen. The messages flew by like snowflakes. Ever since the World Channel was opened, this was the first time such a lively discussion had occurred. Ji Kang glanced at it for a moment and then closed it. There was no substance to it. After leisurely finishing his barbecue, he finally crushed a space-time stone and teleported to the Taekshuan royal capital. At this moment, the entire royal capital was under complete martial law. The Great Protective Array was fully activated, stretching an unbreakable, invisible dome across the sky. Master Ji, in the conference hall, Zhu Tianyuan, Li Jianguo, and the others saw that Ji Zhang had finally returned and hurriedly surrounded him, their expressions tight and tense. There were less than 2 hours left until the time of the trial. Master Ji, Lopez and the others have already been escorted to the interrogation room, Li Jianguo reported. Ji Zhang smiled and asked, "How are those fellows holding up?" Li Wei, standing to the side, said, "They were shouting quite loudly at first. But after a round of electric shocks, they've become incredibly obedient. They've confessed to everything." The electric shocks Li Wei referred to were not some small stun batons. They were the real deal. Millions of volts of ultra-high voltage electricity, the kind that could instantly turn a person into charcoal. Lopez and his group had already been half-crippled by Ji Zhang, and their divine sparks had been thoroughly suppressed. Aside from the durability of their physical bodies, they were no different from ordinary humans. To endure that level of high-voltage electricity without losing control of their bowels was already quite dignified. They had likely never experienced such torture in their entire lives. Not bad. IW the electric kid, Ji Zhang said with a laugh. Patting Li Wei on the shoulder, the big, foolish man scratched his head shyly and smiled. "Thank you, Master Ji. I'm best at shocking people." "Master Ji, how should we handle things next?" Li Jianguo asked. Ji Zhang waved his hand. "Let's wait until the guests arrive. No rush." Li Jianguo added. "And those secret agents sent by other factions, let them all in. The party is about to start. The more people, the merrier," Ji Zhang said with a smile on his lips. The group acknowledged the order. Yes. At this moment, high above the Taekshuan ancient kingdom, clouds churned as a massive white jade ship emerged, weaving through them. It radiated a brilliant, jade-like luster under the sunlight, elegant, exquisite, and noble in its aura. Surrounding it, endless chains of laws swirled, driving the giant ship to continue flying at an extreme speed. At the bow of the ship, 2 elf grand elders, one in white robes, the other in gray, stood in silence. Their deep gazes were fixed upon the territory of the human ancient kingdom below. Logically speaking, an alien vessel flying through the airspace of another race could be considered an invasion. Yet, from beginning to end, no one in the Taekshuan ancient kingdom dared to intercept this giant ship. This caused Grand Elder Moose's mood to settle somewhat, and a look of arrogance returned to his face. It seemed Ji Zhang did not have the guts to completely tear off the mask of civility. "Grand Elder, we are approaching the Taekshuan royal capital," an elf reported respectfully. "Proceed directly," Moose said, waving his hand slowly. The giant ship flew across the sky of the royal capital, passing directly through the Taekshuan royal capital's great protective array. For an elf flying ship manned by 2 demigod-level powerhouses, the great protective array of the Taekshuan royal capital was no different from a sheet of paper. It was completely incapable of forming any obstruction. When the ship passed through the barrier of the array, it didn't even cause any damage. This was because the laws of the flying ship completely crushed the laws of the array. The two were simply not on the same plane of existence. Hum. The space of the entire royal capital vibrated faintly under the powerful pressure of the giant ship. At this moment, the square of the royal capital was already packed with onlookers. Not only the citizens of the royal capital, but also many secret agents and scouts from various factions had hidden themselves in the crowd, watching this historic moment that would determine the future direction of the southern wilderness. Lopez and the other 3 spirit race elders were loaded into a prisoner cart and escorted through the streets. They had long since lost the nobility and majesty of their former false god status. Now, wearing heavy shackles, disheveled and in rags, they were no different from lowly prisoners. Being watched so humiliatingly by so many people, the self-esteem and dignity of Lopez and his group were shattered to pieces. They were filled with infinite regret, wishing they could die on the spot. They couldn't understand why they had insisted on wading into these muddy waters and pulling the whiskers of a tiger like Jizang. Now, not only was their survival uncertain, but they had also completely disgraced the spirit race. But just then, Lopez and the others felt a familiar aura. They looked up. That majestic and sacred white jade ship had appeared in the high sky in the distance. A flag fluttered in the wind at the bow of the ship. A flag that symbolized the will of the most powerful force on this continent, the Bright Moon Royal Court. Tears streamed down the faces of Lopez and the others instantly. Their kin had arrived. Someone at the level of a Grand Elder had come to back them up. At this moment, everyone was looking up at the white jade ship, watching it descend slowly from the high sky. In front of the square Jizang, along with Zhu Qianyuan, Li Jiangwo, and others, stood on the majestic city tower. Witnessing the scene as well, everyone felt incredibly nervous. Their bodies completely tensed up. The opponent's aura was not concealed in the slightest. It was released brazenly, just as described in the intelligence reports. The ones who had come this time were two Grand Elders of the Bright Moon Royal Court, demigod-level titans. Master Li Jiangwo swallowed hard. Looking at Jizang beside him, Jizang remained calm and composed, a faint smile hanging on his lips. They're finally here. Let's go. Let's go out and welcome our guests. With that, Jizang placed his hands behind his back, his figure flying off the city tower and landing on the altar boulevard below. On both sides of the boulevard, fully armed Imperial guards were already lined up, their expressions solemn and serious. They were not shaken in the slightest by the descent of the giant ship, fully displaying the human spirit of remaining calm in the face of danger. Jizang, leading Zhu Qianyuan, Li Jiangwo, and the other powerhouses behind him, walked calmly toward the altar. On the other side, the giant ship landed steadily. The two Grand Elders in white and gray robes, along with the group of spirit race powerhouses behind them, also disembarked from the ship and walked toward the altar. At the same time, the various representatives of the beast race and spirit race, who had long been lurking near the royal capital, saw the giant ship appear and began to emerge one after another. I flew to the plaza with a feigned air of indifference, following behind the great elder of the Bright Moon Royal Court to help bolster their presence. The powerful were gathered, and the titans had assembled. The number of experts gathered here at this moment was almost on par with the Bright Moon Assembly held at Jiu Mountain back then. The atmosphere in the plaza was as tense as a fully taut string. The ultimate moment of King meeting King was about to arrive. Chapter 559. The elf princess arrives just in time. Avelia reappears. At this very moment, the sky over the entire royal capital seemed to be split in two. Two streams of domain energy, powerful to the extreme, used the altar as a dividing line, rubbing and crushing against each other. Hum. The entire space was trembling, seemingly unable to withstand the weight of such a massive domain pressure. Everyone in the plaza felt as if a great mountain were pressing down on their heads. Their faces turned pale with fear, and their bodies could not stop trembling. This was a contest at the demigod level. For ordinary experts, it was a disaster-level suppression. If it weren't for the fact that both Jizang and the elf Great Elder were using their laws to protect their respective sides, it is estimated that everyone present would have been instantly crushed into dust under the weight of this momentum. The figures of both sides walked toward each other, meeting in the middle of the altar. Musi stopped, his white robes fluttering slightly in the agitation of the spiritual chi. His gaze passed over Jizang and landed on the prisoner wagon behind him. At this moment, Lopez and the three spirit clan elders were curled up in the iron cage like for plucked birds. His brows furrowed slightly, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. Having lived for thousands of years, keeping one's emotions hidden from others was the most basic of disciplines. Moreover, Jizang's strength far exceeded his expectations. After the brief clash of domains just now, he was fully certain that the human before him already stood at the same height as himself, demigod level. Before today, He had never imagined that a human could reach such a stage. And the opponent was so young. Musi, this great elder, felt unprecedented pressure in his heart. This pressure did not come directly from the oppression of strength, but from the fact that he did not know how to define the status of this special existence. Jizang. What was Jizang's stance? What were his ambitions? What kind of threat would he pose to the royal court in the future? Musi's heart grew heavier. The problem now was far from as simple as just bringing back those useless people like Lopez. It is no exaggeration to say that a powerful leader with such potential would, in time, surely grow to a point that even the Elf Royal Court would fear. How to handle the relationship between the Elf Royal Court and this person, Jizang. This was a major matter that would affect the right to speak for the entire world in the future. Musi's gaze was gloomy. He could not make a decision and could only report the situation he was currently facing to the prince and the high priest. At this moment, Jizang also stopped. He stood 3 zhang away from Musi, his gaze passing over Musi, sweeping past the gray-robed elder, and scanning the representatives of the spirit and beast clans behind them. Then, he slowly withdrew his gaze, calm as if he were looking at a group of irrelevant people. Alliance leader Ji. Musi spoke, his voice not loud, but every word seemed wrapped in a layer of ice. I have long admired you. These simple words, coming from the mouth of Musi, the great elder of the Elf Royal Court, were enough to stir up huge waves in the hearts of all the experts present. Because this was a greeting between equals, it meant that a big shot as noble as Musi recognized Jizang's strength and status. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions tense. No one knew in which direction this peak meeting would lead things today. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Jizang's mouth, and he also said those 2 words. I have long admired you. Beyond these words, the 2 sides had no other pleasantries or formalities, not even any emotion. The atmosphere in the plaza returned to silence at this moment. After a long while, a golden light suddenly flashed in Musi's eyes. That wisp of golden light was extremely fine, spreading out in the void like a spider's thread. This was supreme pupil power condensed from thousands of years of foundation, attempting to pierce through Jizang's domain laws to see the godhood within his body clearly. He wanted to know how deep this human's foundation truly was. This was not a surprise attack, but a tacit probing and contest between supreme experts. Just like the domain confrontation from before, Jizang did not dodge at all. He didn't even look at the light condensed from the pupil power. He simply stood there calmly, letting that beam of pupil power approach his body. The moment the golden pupil light touched the surface of Jizang's body, Musi's pupils suddenly shrank violently, and his expression froze completely, because his pupil power did not seep in. Nor was it blocked by some force. It simply disappeared. The moment it touched Jizang's body, his pupil power, the one he was so proud of, capable of discerning all laws of life, vanished without a sound, like a drop of water sliding into the ocean, or a grain of sand falling into the desert. It was swallowed up without even a ripple. Musi's fingertips trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, masking the momentary loss of composure. Alliance leader Ji, you truly have great methods. Being able to spare the lives of my clansmen can be considered showing mercy. Musi's voice remained calm, but there was something in his tone that hadn't been there before. It was the respect for a strong individual. You are too kind. Jizang smiled. He turned to the side and gestured toward the altar of the royal capital. Please. The tea has been prepared. It is just right to host all of you guests. Jizang also fulfilled his duties as a host. A great elder of this demigod level was not some roadside nobody like Lopez. He could trample and humiliate Lopez's head on the ground. But when facing such a great elder, the most basic courtesies still had to be given. He was not yet crazy enough to lead the entire Radiance Alliance to go head-to-head with the Bright Oath. That was not the same order of magnitude. The altar was very high, with 999 steps. Each step was engraved with the achievements of the past emperors and heroic generals of the Taishuan ancient kingdom. Despite being weathered by wind and rain for thousands of years, the inscriptions remained vigorous and powerful, recounting a glorious history of the past. This was the sacred site where the Taishuan ancient kingdom performed rituals to the heavens. Holding a meeting and negotiation here could be considered a gesture that did not slight the status of the other party. The 2 sides walked side by side, ascending the stone steps. Only the gray-robed elder followed by Muse's side. As for the representatives of the spirit race and beast race further behind, as well as the top human powerhouses like Zhu Qianyuan and Li Jianguo, they all knew their place and waited below, not daring to follow. No one spoke. Only the sound of footsteps echoed on the stone steps, like a countdown. As for Lopez and the others, they had long been forgotten in a corner, like stray dogs discarded by the roadside. Several times, they wanted to cry out to the great elder for help, to recount the humiliation and misery they had suffered over the past few days, but the words died in their throats every time they reached their lips. They didn't even dare to let out a peep. They were not fools. They knew that for the great elder, how to handle the relationship with Jikang was the most important thing, and their own feelings and plight were completely inconsequential. Lopez and the others felt as if their hearts had turned to ash. Even if they could return alive this time, their status as envoys and the resources associated with their pseudo-god positions would likely be stripped away. Soon, under the witness of all the powerhouses present, both sides ascended the altar and sat down opposite each other. Jikang even personally poured a cup of tea for Muse and the gray-robed great elder. This is the jade leaf treasure tea, unique to the Taixuan ancient kingdom. It comes from the only surviving seedling left from 3,000 years ago, known as the nectar of the gods. Come, please have a taste, both of you, Jikang said with a cheerful smile, gesturing for the two elders to sample the tea. Seeing Jikang's amicable attitude, the pressure and doubts in Muse's heart eased significantly. The two raised their cups and drank, not hesitating to offer their praise. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Muse spoke slowly, getting straight to the point. Alliance leader G. Lopez is, after all, an envoy of my Bright Moon Royal Court. This concerns the dignity of my spirit race. Having said this, Muse paused for a moment before continuing. Regardless of the circumstances, I ask that Alliance leader G release them first. As for the losses caused to Taixuan this time, my Bright Moon Royal Court will take full responsibility. Oh, great elder. Jikang raised a hand. Seeing Jikang's demeanor, Muse assumed the other party was in awe of the authority of the Elf Royal Court and was about to say something complimentary or polite. Immediately, he felt confident, and a hint of arrogance unconsciously appeared in his eyes. But he never expected that Jikang's next sentence would leave him frozen in place. You have come as guests, and I naturally welcome you. But those fellows, they cannot leave. Jikang wore a faint smile on his face, as if he were discussing some mundane, everyday topic. What did you say? Muse's tone was cold and hard as he slowly spat out these four words. Jikang, I said, those fellows cannot leave. The sins they committed in Taixuan must be judged and punished by Taixuan itself. If we do not do so, my Taixuan ancient kingdom's borders have been reduced to scorched earth. Who will rebuild them? The lives of the tens of thousands of garrison soldiers who sacrificed themselves for my Taixuan ancient kingdom. Who will compensate for them? Jikang retorted word for word, showing no fear of the supreme authority represented by the Elf Royal Court behind Muse. The atmosphere on the altar gradually became oppressive. It was a terrifying silence that seemed to solidify the very air, brewing a horrific storm that could erupt at any moment. Even the crowd of powerhouses and citizens below felt as if their heartbeats had skipped a beat. Jikang, was he not being too bold? He actually dared to contradict the elf great elder to his face. Did he want to start a war with the Bright Moon Royal Court? At this moment, the gray-robed great elder stared fixedly at Jikang and spoke slowly. Alliance leader G, do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? Oh, what consequences? Tell me about them. Jikang shrugged. The gray-robed great elder's face twitched, and he was on the verge of lashing out, but he was stopped by a look from Muse. Muse turned to look at Jikang. Alliance leader G, by doing this, are you intending to oppose the Bright Moon Royal Court? I am opposing the Bright Moon Royal Court. How do you figure that? Jikang laughed, his clear voice ringing out. Is it not the case that these criminals, Lopez and his group, were at fault first? They borrowed the butcher's knife of the beast race to invade my territory and slaughter my people. I am merely capturing these criminals for trial. And yet your Bright Moon Royal Court wants to pressure me into releasing them with just a single word. You style yourselves as the leaders of the light, holding up the greatest banner against the darkness. Yet now that it involves your own people, you suddenly become unable to distinguish right from wrong. If you only know how to use power to suppress others and shield evil, then don't speak of justice and fairness. Am I right, Great Elder? Ji Kang's words were truly piercing, nearly stripping the Bright Moon Royal Court of all its pretenses. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Ji Kang's earth-shattering remarks. This was far too bold. If this matter wasn't handled properly today, once these words spread, the very foundation of the Light Covenant would be shaken. One must know that the Eternal Continent is not just home to the two great elf royal courts. The myriad races are the majority of the Light Covenant and its true pillar of strength. To fight against the darkness, massive bloodshed and sacrifice are absolutely unavoidable. If the belief and sense of mission to uphold justice were lost, then when war broke out, the various races and tribes, having lost their conviction, would not want to charge into battle, would do the bare minimum, and would backstab one another. Then, defeat and destruction would not be far off. Musie's face turned from green to purple, and even his fingers were trembling. Although there was no real battle between the two sides, Muse felt as if he had been pushed into a dead end. If, because of today's incident, the justice and sanctity of the Light Covenant were tarnished, even if he managed to bring Lopez and the others back, he would have no way to answer to the Elf King or the entire royal court. Lopez and the others are of the spirit race. The mistakes they have committed should rightfully be judged by us, the spirit race. Muse said these words through gritted teeth, accepting judgment. These 4 words represented the greatest concession from the Bright Moon Royal Court. All the onlookers at the scene felt as if they were in a dream. It was simply too outrageous. Before today, who could have imagined that someone would dare to push a great elder of the Bright Moon Royal Court to such an extent? However, the representatives of the spirit and beast races could not help but fall silent. They were all well aware that Ji Zhang was speaking the truth. It was an indisputable fact that Lopez had led the beast race army to invade Taekshuan. It was also an indisputable fact that the Iron Ridge Mountain Range beast race had colluded with dark half-breed races like the Night Fox clan. If the Bright Moon Royal Court were to forcibly take the people away this time without paying any price, the justice of the Oath of Light would become nothing more than empty words. No one would believe in it anymore. Only the humans of Taekshuan at the scene clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with tears. How truly satisfying! The human race had been in decline for so many years, trampled underfoot and wantonly bullied and enslaved by the myriad races. When had they ever had such a display of backbone as they did today? Even though the opponent was the Elven Royal Court, they did not retreat in the slightest. Master Ji was seeking justice for the fallen heroes of the human race. Lopez, along with those 3 spirit race elders, must face trial. Since the Great Elder has said so, I will give you some face. You may take them away, but I have one requirement. This trial must be a public trial, and the execution must be carried out publicly. Ji Zhang also made a concession. He did not want to keep these hot potatoes Lopez and the others in the ancient kingdom of Taekshuan for trial and execution. While doing so would be satisfying, it would undoubtedly offend the Bright Moon Royal Court to the point of no return. There was no need for that. What he wanted was for Lopez to pay the price and provide an explanation to the fallen warriors, not to push the human race into a pit of fire. Liss's expression was uncertain. Just then, he seemed to receive some kind of message and suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he took a deep breath, looked at Ji Zhang, and said, "The princess wishes to see you." Hearing this, Ji Zhang was taken aback. The princess. He saw Miss wave his hand, and countless chains of laws flew out from his palm, intertwining and weaving together beside him, finally forming a pure white void portal. Chapter 560, Old Friends Catching Up. An invitation regarding the divine melody path. A silvery white light spread from the portal, like a flower in bloom. Countless petals of light dust unfolded in the void, and with every petal that unfurled, a chain of laws would detach and hang down like tassels. A figure radiating light dust stepped out from the void portal. She wore a moon-white long dress embroidered with silver vines, her cold, long hair cascading to her waist, swaying gently in the breeze of spiritual energy. The person who arrived was none other than Aurelia, with whom Ji Zhang had shared a history in the ancient Chaos Domain, the noble elven princess of the Bright Moon Royal Court. "Greetings, Your Highness." Miss and the gray-robed Great Elder also bowed to Aurelia. Despite the vast gap in their cultivation levels, the nobility of Aurelia's status and bloodline was something they could not ignore. Greetings. Two Great Elders. Aurelia, with her elegant demeanor, returned the bow to the two Great Elders. Those amber eyes, as calm and refined as an autumn lake, passed over the two of them and landed on the young figure in front. Jizang, long time no see. A faint smile appeared on the elven princess's lips, and her gaze softened unconsciously. She had imagined the scene of their reunion many times, but she never expected to meet again under such circumstances. Looking at that young and handsome face, ripples stirred in Aurelia's heart. Back in the chaotic land of the ancient Chaos Domain, the two of them had fought side by side and escaped death together. If it hadn't been for this person rescuing her from the encirclement of the dark races, perhaps she would never have had the chance to stand here. This debt of gratitude was something she would never forget. Your Highness, we meet again. But to think that even a dignified princess like you has been invited to act as a peacemaker, it seems my reputation is quite significant. Jizang joked with a smile. Aurelia's appearance was indeed something he had not expected. Aurelia, however, shook her head. I wasn't invited. I came of my own accord. I only just heard about what happened here, and I didn't want to see the elven race have such an unpleasant conflict with you. As she spoke, Aurelia turned to Miss and said, Great Elder, leave this matter to me. Mus looked at her, remained silent for a few moments, nodded, and then turned with the gray-robed Great Elder to walk down the altar. Although Aurelia did not have any substantive power within the royal court, her status was enough to represent many things. Coupled with their relationship as old acquaintances, he believed she would be able to handle this matter properly. On the altar, only Jizang and Aurelia remained. Sit down, let's catch up. Jizang gestured for her to sit. Aurelia took her seat and looked at him wistfully. You really are something. It hasn't been long since we last met, and you've already managed to push our Great Elder to this point. It's not that exaggerated. I was terrified of your bright moon royal court. I was just holding on, not daring to show any weakness, Jizang said with a laugh. Aurelia rolled her eyes at him. Stop being modest. I'm starting to suspect that when you saved me in the ancient Chaos Domain, you were just pretending to be weak to tease me. To be honest, as a peer of similar bone age, it was inevitable that Aurelia felt a huge sense of disparity when she heard news of Jizang again. She had recently undergone the baptism of the Life Mother Tree's inheritance and had only just managed to touch the threshold of godhood. She hadn't even successfully ignited her divine fire yet, but Jizang was already a genuine demigod. The gap between them was like a chasm. Sigh. The princess let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat dejected. Why the sighing? Come, have some tea. Jizang poured her a cup of jade leaf treasure tea. Aurelia no longer bothered with any princess-like decorum. She picked up the cup and drank without the slightest hesitation, wiping her mouth with her sleeve afterward. It's nothing. It's just that seeing how powerful you've become makes me feel so weak and like such a failure. I've tried to ignite my divine fire so many times, yet I never succeed. Don't be anxious. Just take your time. Your talent is already considered quite formidable. Jikang casually offered a word of comfort before getting straight to the point. Speaking of which, how did you arrive so promptly? Honestly, did you come here with a mission? Don't tell me the Elven Royal Court is still thinking of winning me over, sending a princess to use a honey trap on me. He teased her with a playful, mocking tone. That's not it at all. The Royal Court didn't even know I knew you. I only heard that you had detained the Royal Court's envoys. So I rushed to get the Council of Elders' approval and hurried over as fast as I could. Aurelia spoke truthfully. Seeing that Jikang had misunderstood her, she pursed her red lips slightly, looking a bit annoyed. It seems I've misunderstood your good intentions, Your Highness. Ha, my mistake, my mistake. Jikang raised his teacup in a gesture of apology. However, since the Council of Elders agreed to let me come, they did, of course. Give me a mission, Aurelia added. Jikang raised an eyebrow. What kind of mission? Let's hear it. It's just to turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. I'm to bring Lopez and the others back. And while I'm at it, win over a great god like you so that you'll stand on the same front as the Light Covenant before the Great Dark War. Aurelia didn't beat around the bush at all, revealing the bottom line directly. You really are honest. Jikang couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. But let me make this clear first, Your Highness, friendship is friendship. But my conditions will not change. At this point, Jikang's expression turned serious. Those bastards must face a public trial and public execution. Aurelia nodded. I know your conditions. The Great Elder told me before I came. We can agree to that. To be honest, even if you didn't demand it, they would inevitably face severe punishment once they returned. Hearing Aurelia say this, Jikang wasn't surprised. The motive for the punishment was simply different. It wasn't because Lopez led the Beastkin to invade the Taixuan ancient kingdom, but because their plan had failed and they had been captured alive, leading the situation to its current state. In short, this trial was unavoidable. What Jikang wanted was to provide an explanation to the people of the Taixuan ancient kingdom. The royal court wanted to provide an explanation for the justice of the Light Covenant. Then we have reached an agreement on that matter. However, I also require compensation. After all, the entire border has been reduced to ruins. Rebuilding it will be no small expense. Jikang brought up this point again. Aurelia looked at his cunning expression, recalling the time she had been fleeced by this guy before. Feeling quite helpless, she said, understood. All costs for the losses will be covered by the royal court. You won't be shorted a single cent. This is compensation we rightfully owe. Fine, then we have reached a consensus. Jikang stood up with a chuckle and shook hands with Aurelia. Talking to you is certainly much easier, Your Highness. We settled it in just a few words. Those old men are just obsessed with saving face. If they agreed to your demands in front of so many people, they wouldn't be able to step down from the stage. It just so happened that I, a member of the younger generation, stepped up to handle it. Aurelia was blunt. By the way, Jikang, the royal court still hopes you will join the Light Covenant. We need your strength to guard the southern wilderness in the future. As for that, there's no need to say more. My decision is the same as what I said at Jiu Mountain. When it comes to resisting the darkness, I will certainly do my part when the time comes. But I will not join the Light Covenant. Jikang remained unmoved. For the Radiant Alliance, strategic autonomy was the most important thing. Nothing could shake it. The day that was shaken would be the day the Radiant Alliance was completely destroyed. HMPH, don't refuse so early. This time, the Council of Elders gave me a very big bargaining chip. You will definitely be tempted. Aurelia crossed her arms and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. The Elven princess, who usually presented herself with a serious and cold demeanor, revealed a rare, girlish playfulness. Oh, what kind of bargaining chip? Let's hear it. Jikang was intrigued. Aurelia held up one finger. A spot on the path of divine melody. Jikang was stunned. The path of divine melody. What kind of thing is that? Aurelia was also surprised. You've already ascended to the rank of demigod, and you don't even know about the path of divine melody. Jikang, just hurry up and tell me. Aurelia glanced at the sea of powerful figures beneath the altar, looking a bit hesitant. Fine, but this is a long story. Jikang, it's fine. Let them wait. Aurelia. All right then. Following that, Aurelia spent quite some time explaining the concept of the path of divine melody to Jikang. It was a divine path left behind from the ancient era. No one knew the exact location of the path of divine melody. The only thing that could be confirmed was the ancient altar, which served as the teleportation entrance. Every 1,000 years or so, the path of divine melody would open. At that time, all beings who had ignited their divine fire and had a bone age of less than 300 years could enter the path of divine melody with the help of a god ascension token, which was condensed from the laws of a shattered world. Legend had it that those who successfully traversed the path of divine melody could reach the other shore and receive the inheritance and blessings of the ancient true gods. But so far, no one had ever succeeded. Even so, the resources and opportunities on the path of divine melody were unimaginably rich. Every time the cycle opened, it would affect the entire eternal continent, sparking a fierce, bloody struggle among the top young geniuses. The two great royal courts speculated that this dark tide and the upcoming Great Dark War were very likely all for the sake of competing for the treasures and divine power of the path of divine melody. Hearing this, Jikang's heart was already surging with stormy waves, Good heavens, a genius championship tournament. Isn't that exactly what this is? With a benefit like this, I'd be a fool not to go. It seems the Hallyu royal court really bled for this. Trying to win me over. To think they would just hand over such an important and precious spot to me. This favor is a bit heavy. However, just relying on this to make the Radiant Alliance change its allegiance is still impossible. Jizang wasn't in a rush to refuse. He continued to ask Aurelia for details about the Divine Melody Path and when it would open. Unfortunately, Aurelia didn't know the answer either. The opening time of the Divine Melody Path and the location of the teleportation array have always been top secrets. These secrets are controlled by the two great elven royal courts. One must possess sufficient capital and power to receive an invitation from the royal court. What is the situation like inside the Divine Melody Path? How many people can participate? Jizang asked curiously. I don't know that either. It only opens once every 1,000 years. And I've never been inside. Sigh. I don't even know if I'll be able to enter this time. Speaking of this, Aurelia's expression turned somewhat dejected. Although she possessed the pure-blood elven royal lineage and inherited the orthodoxy of the mother tree of life, her bone age was ultimately too low, compared to those prodigies who had been cultivating for decades or even centuries. The gap was simply too large. Moreover, igniting the divine fire was only the beginning. If she went, she would be among the weakest. And whether she could survive and come out was another matter entirely. But Jizang was different. With his strength, he was absolutely qualified to participate in this gathering of storms and clash of prodigies. Jizang, you just mentioned dark forces. Does that mean those dark races can also enter the Divine Melody Path? Aurelia, of course. Dark races are living beings too. They just hide in the abyss world. For an event like the Divine Melody Path that can determine the fate and landscape of the next millennium, they will certainly use their own means to participate. I see. Jizang rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Aurelia said, Jizang, you still haven't said whether you want it or not. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another 1,000 years. I definitely want it. But I cannot agree to the conditions. I won't join the Radiant Covenant. I'm used to being a free spirit. I don't like being constrained by others. Jizang still chose to refuse. All roads lead to Rome. Even if he lost this ready-made channel through the Elven Royal Court, he could find his own way in. Aurelia looked at him helplessly. So, you're saying you absolutely refuse to join the Spirit Race faction, right? Look at you. Saying that as if I have a grudge against the Spirit Race. I'm not joining any faction. But the Dark Races remain my clear enemies. Fine. Wait a moment. I need to report to the Council of Elders first, Aurelia said, then closed her eyes to contact the council. Before long, Aurelia received a definitive answer and opened her eyes again. Jizang teased. So, what's the word? Is your royal court going to turn against me directly? Aurelia. No. The Council of Elders agreed to the terms we just discussed. We will take Lopez and the others back for trial. And the grievances of this matter will end here. However, you will miss out on the Divine Melody Path. Aurelia deliberately slowed her tone, seemingly giving Jizang a chance to reconsider. Jizang maintained his original stance and said, if I miss out, then so be it. It can't be helped. All right. Then our negotiation is concluded. Aurelia stood up, and the two shook hands once more. At this moment, the massive crowd of experts nearby, as well as Muse and the others, all witnessed this scene. They knew that both sides had reached a preliminary consensus. A massive dispute that could have erupted at any moment since just a while ago was silently resolved in the few words exchanged between these two young people. Following this, both sides jointly made an announcement to the outside world. The Hallyu Royal Court would take the few criminals into custody and transport them back to the paradise to await trial and judgment. Chapter 561, The World Shakes, bestowed the title of Human King. At the same time, all losses from this invasion war and the massive compensation for the sacrificed soldiers would be borne by the Hallyu Royal Court. As soon as this news broke, the entire scene exploded, and the entire altar plaza was in an uproar. For the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom, this was undoubtedly a massive geopolitical victory. In the past, a human force like the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom, which had long been marginalized, would not even have the qualifications for a face-to-face negotiation when facing a behemoth like the Elven Royal Court. They wouldn't even have the chance to get a word in. The will of any random envoy under the royal court would be enough to easily topple an entire kingdom. But now, the Haiyu royal court had actually made such huge concessions to an ancient human kingdom. It was absolutely the first time in history. With the conclusion of the joint announcement, the storm that could have affected the entire southern wilderness finally came to an end. The news spread rapidly throughout the southern wilderness, sparking intense discussion. And in the survivor world, it caused an unprecedented sensation as well. As the premier survivor force in the southern wilderness, the Radiant Alliance had definitely been the most watched entity on the entire world channel in recent days. Countless people were predicting that the Radiant Alliance would most likely be uprooted by the Elven Royal Court in this conflict. But this result was something no one had expected. Holy crap! The peace negotiation actually succeeded. This isn't just success. This is a victory. Look at the terms they negotiated. The Radiant Alliance won big time. Damn, just taking over the territories of those dozens of beast tribes is a huge fortune. Plus the reparations from the Elven Royal Court. Jizang really won big this time. How? What exactly is going on? How could the Elven Royal Court bow down to a human force? And they're even going to put their own people on trial. Can some expert analyze this? I don't understand this ending at all. There are too many reasons for this. I think it's mainly because Jizang has such strong connections. Who would have thought the Elven Princess would show up in person at the critical moment? And it's rumored that she and Jizang are old acquaintances. Perhaps the two of them even had some unknown romance. Holy crap, I can't stand this. That's Aurelia. Our sect master caught a glimpse of her from afar at that top-tier banquet in the northern frontier. She is absolutely a goddess-level existence. A world-class heaven-favored daughter. What right does Jizang have to be with her? Wait, is Jizang really not good enough? He's the top dog of the southern wilderness survivor world. His strength definitely isn't lacking. The Elf King is probably looking to recruit him as a son-in-law. It's truly infuriating to compare people. He's already hooking up with an elf princess, while we're still struggling to kill goblins. Damn it, who dares to kill my kin? You guys are overthinking it. The elf princess's role in this event was likely just to act as a bridge. I find it hard to believe that Jizang could force the Bright Moon Royal Court to make concessions of this magnitude solely based on his relationship with the princess. That's true. Our organization's intelligence database has a power hierarchy for the key figures of the Bright Moon Royal Court, and Aurelia is at best in the second tier within the entire court's power structure. Power hierarchy. You guys actually made something like that. Where on earth did you get that intel? I can't reveal that. I can only say that among the royal family members, Aurelia's status isn't considered high in the sequence. There are still the first prince, second prince, and fourth princess ahead of her. Awesome, tell us more, brother. Broaden our horizons. Yeah, big brother. If nothing else, just start a paid livestream to talk about it. The World Channel was in a heated discussion. The focus of attention had been completely drawn to that anonymous user who was leaking inside information about the Elf Royal Court. Even many faction leaders were paying close attention, and fortunately, the anonymous user was unwilling to reveal any more. After realizing the level of attention was too high, he logged off directly and stopped posting. Takes you on Royal Capital, before the plaza altar. Under the gaze of the masses, Jizang and Aurelia walked down the long steps side by side. The two great elf elders had already arrived before the prisoner transport wagon. Li Jianwo, who was responsible for guarding the wagon, glanced at Jizang. After receiving a nod of approval from Jizang, Li Jianwo waved his hand, signaling the guards to unlock the chains of the wagon. Lopez's figure appeared disheveled and pathetic. He stumbled as he crawled out of the wagon and knelt on the ground. He shuffled on his knees, inch by inch, until he reached the two great elders. With his head pressed against the ground, he dared not look at anyone, nor did he dare to speak, trembling as he waited his fate. The three Spirit Clan elders behind him also crawled out and knelt in a row. The two great elders looked down at them with sidelong glances, their attitudes cold and majestic. They raised their hands and drew a circle in the void. A portal opened once more, and silver-white light surged from within, enveloping Lopez and the other three. Their figures faded within the light and then vanished. The four sinners had been taken away. Aurelia turned around and looked at Ji Zhang. Someone will come to coordinate the follow-up compensation. Ji Zhang nodded, understood. Aurelia looked at him, seemingly wanting to say something more, but in the end, she just nodded slightly, turned, and walked into the portal. The silver-white light retracted and disappeared. The altar returned to calm. The two great elders then led the others onto that massive flying ship, which began to ascend and departed directly from the Taekshuan royal capital. With the big shots gone, the representatives of the spirit and beast clans had no reason to stay and dispersed one after another, leaving behind only a very small number of spies lurking to continuously gather first-hand intelligence. Phew! Ji Zhang exhaled slowly, his deep gaze fixed on the giant ship gradually disappearing into the distant horizon. His eyes narrowed gradually. The path of divine music, the dark invasion. These were the two most important major events to come, if he wanted to participate in the struggle for the future. The overall strength of the Radiant Alliance was still slightly weak, apart from himself. Whether it was top-tier combat power or mid to low-tier strength, the Radiant Alliance was still more than a notch behind the behemoths of the Eternal Continent. In terms of strength, they had to accelerate in every aspect. Ji Zhang turned and walked toward the city tower. All around, the generals and citizens of the royal capital were already teary-eyed, erupting into an unprecedentedly enthusiastic cheer. This was a victory that belonged to Taekshuan, a victory that belonged to the human race. And all of this had been created by the hands of that young figure. Because of his existence, the human race had finally straightened its unyielding spine after 10,000 years of humiliating history. The impact of this event went far beyond the ancient kingdom of Taekshuan. Upon learning this news, the entire southern wilderness human world, excluding those reclusive factions, was plunged into an unprecedented sensation across hundreds of large and small ancient human kingdoms. Ji Zhang's feat had undoubtedly opened up a true path of upward mobility for all of humanity. Regardless of any past grievances or conflicts, Ji Zhang had now become the undisputed and crowned king of the southern wilderness humans. Some had even begun to recall the title long forgotten in the dust of history, addressing him as the human king. This was a day destined to be recorded in history. However, Ji Zhang did not linger in the Taekshuan royal capital, nor did he take the opportunity to hold a victory banquet or similar activities. These were special times. The Bright Moon Royal Court had just suffered a major setback and failed to win him over. Those high-ranking elves were likely harboring resentment. If Taekshuan were to hold a victory banquet at this juncture, it would be no different from rubbing salt in their wounds, potentially offending the entire elf world invisibly. After instructing Zhu Qianyuan on some follow-up coordination matters and leaving Li Jianguo behind to assist Zhu Qianyuan in holding down the fort in Taekshuan, Ji Zhang took Yi Xingzhou and the others and returned directly to the Radiant City headquarters. The first thing to do upon returning, hold a grand meeting. Hundreds of the highest-level leaders of the Radiant Alliance were present in person, and the atmosphere was solemn and grave. This was a very critical point in time. The Dark Invasion was approaching, and geopolitical risks were increasing. To put it bluntly, the success of this negotiation does not mean that everything is smooth sailing. The Elven Court could turn hostile at any moment, or even resort to covert means to strike at the Radiant Alliance. Now, the entire development pace of the Radiant Alliance must undergo a massive reform to cope with future risks. Ji Zhang had everyone divide into small groups to discuss and express their opinions. Then, each group sent a representative to take turns speaking. This was a grand debate and discussion regarding future development. It covered multiple departments, including industry, agriculture, spiritual qi, resources, defense, intelligence, and military expansion. Following the second wave of the Abyss invasion, the development speed of the Radiant Alliance was actually quite restricted by the environment. In the past, they were able to grow wildly by relying on the unexplored areas within their sphere of influence. In these areas, they could excavate massive amounts of resources and treasure chests. And killing monsters also yielded gold coins and materials. But as the available areas for development became fewer and fewer, while the resources required by everyone continued to increase, the combination of these two situations caused a decline in the speed of development. Now, there are two new development paths. One is construction and development. also known as the farming style. There is infinite spiritual chi between heaven and earth. By laying out large-scale spirit-gathering arrays and planting various spiritual plants in fertile soil rich in spiritual chi, the pressure on resources can be greatly alleviated. In addition to this, there is industrial construction and production. The various primary mineral deposits under the Radiant Alliance are still quite abundant in quantity and reserves. According to the current mining progress, it will not be a major problem to continue for several decades or even 100 years. As for the second development path, it is military expansion. This is a method with extremely high returns and extremely high risks. The current approach of the Radiant Alliance is to conquer the territories of unintelligent creatures, which are those wild monsters that do not have the backing of any clear racial power. These wild monsters are scattered, and their territories are pitifully small, far inferior to those established powers. However, established powers cannot be attacked just because one feels like it. For one, they are difficult to fight, and for another, they are not easily provoked. Especially after the establishment of the Light Covenant, the backers behind these powers have, to varying degrees, boarded the big ship of the Light Covenant. They can engage in internal wars among themselves, but once they encounter an external invasion, everything changes. Just like the beast race of the Iron Ridge Mountains, who found Lopez to be their backer. This grand discussion lasted for several hours, producing a pile of various plans, some conservative and some radical. But in the end, Ji Zhang had to make the final decision himself. Ji Zhang sat at the head of the table, resting his chin on one hand, lost in thought. After pondering for a while, he finally decided to compromise between the two paths and adopt a flexible strategy. The so-called flexible strategy is to take things one step at a time. First, adopt a conservative approach, manage this small plot of land well, and occasionally go to conquer wild monsters to expand the territory slightly and consolidate their own strength. Wait until the Dark Invasion arrives. The Radiant Alliance must use the war to sustain the war during this great battle and grow rapidly. Just like the Radiant City during the Super Main City version, war is the best opportunity for development, as long as they can capitalize on this wave. The Radiant Alliance can definitely leap to become a giant power on the Eternal Continent. After the basic policy was set, Ji Zhang handed it over to high-level executives like Long Yucheng to execute and implement. As for himself, he busily summoned top scientists, engineers, spiritual chi scholars, ray masters, and mechanical masters to hold a technological development conference. Technology is the primary productive force. This statement is absolutely true even in another world. The reason why the Elven race can stand at the pinnacle of the spirit races, and even the Eternal Continent, is inseparable from their innate intelligence. This conference focused mainly on scientific categories, with the Radiant Alliance's National Treasury providing the funding to place heavy bets on various technological paths, comprehensively accelerating development. Once there is a breakthrough in new technology, all departments are immediately coordinated to popularize it to the grassroots level as quickly as possible. This is the institutional advantage of a unified system, which must be fully utilized. By the time the entire meeting concluded, it was already the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, the Radiant City headquarters was still brightly lit, with figures bustling about. The chefs in the cafeteria were cooking vigorously, the sounds of sizzling filling the air as they prepared delicious late-night snacks for those working overtime. The headquarters had nothing else going for it, but the benefits were excellent, especially this late-night meal, which featured various precious and delicious high-grade beast meats and top-tier beer brewed from spiritual rice, barbecue, hot pot, stir-fries, raw marinated dishes. All kinds of delicacies were available. The various scientists, engineers, and other staff members, as well as the guards and patrol teams who had just finished their shifts, looked forward to this moment the most. Everyone sat together at the tables on the lawn, enjoying food and wine, taking in the night scenery, drinking, bragging, and imagining a beautiful vision for the future. It was truly a wonderful thing. Ji Zhang had just finished the meeting, taken a shower in his office at headquarters, and pulled Long Yucheng and Li Wei down to have a late-night snack with everyone. Ji Zhang had no airs at all, wearing slippers and shirtless. He drank and caroused with the crowd. Everyone was used to Ji being so easygoing and approachable. and they drank to their heart's content. In the end, Ji Zhang felt it wasn't enough. So, he simply had someone bring over a large speaker, threw it on the ground, and blasted high-energy DJ music. And everyone started dancing around the bonfire together. Under the moonlight, these strangers full of vitality used the most familiar way from their homeland to fully experience the joy of this moment. Chapter 562, Intelligence Activated, Obtaining the Chaos-type Physical Divine Treasure. Over the next few days, Ji Zhang remained immersed in his cultivation. The forging progress of the moon blood successfully reached 87%. It was only one step away from the next unknown level. Originally, Ji Zhang had planned to finish the promotion of the moon blood within the next 2 days, but the world-class forging material that dropped from killing the Lord of the Demon Land did not trigger a critical hit, which made him very frustrated. The remaining supreme-grade materials were clearly not enough to push the moon blood to 100% progress. He would have to go out again to acquire materials. Compared to that, the progress of Yin-Yang Thunder, Purgatory without end, was even worse. Ji Kang had spent spiritual essence stones and thunder spirit crystal shards in the cultivation temple to calibrate the heavenly wrath thunder environmental setting. He had spent several days in immersive cultivation there, yet his progress had increased by less than 20%. Moreover, as the progress increased, the efficiency of the Yin-Yang Thunder cultivation grew slower and slower. In the short term, it would likely be difficult to achieve a major breakthrough in his Thunder attribute cultivation. Ji Kang emerged from the cultivation temple once again and let out a slow breath. Both of his major improvement projects had hit a bottleneck. He would have to find another way for now and look for other paths of advancement. Ji Kang turned his head to look at the cultivation temple's interface. There were only 3 days left until the next Heavenly Staircase Kung Inner Demon Challenge. Before that, he had to complete a leap in his strength. Only then, with the help of these 2 cultivation projects, could he take another step forward. Ji Kang walked over to a quiet, elegant pavilion and sat down, while sipping spiritual tea. He processed the private messages in his back end. The current Radiance Alliance had already begun to operate in an orderly fashion, moving forward steadily and developing rapidly according to the established plan. Just by looking at the reports, one could feel that sense of vibrant vitality and the atmosphere of all things striving for progress. As for the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom, the compensation had also arrived quickly. The Bright Moon Royal Court was indeed generous. They had not brought any shame to their status as a supreme race of the Eternal Continent. The various spiritual stones and resources were massive in quantity, converted into gold coins. The total reached a staggering 2 trillion. A portion of this massive sum was kept in the Taixuan Ancient Kingdom to support the development of the local human race, while the rest was deposited into the Radiance Alliance's treasury as a development fund for the future. Furthermore, with the conclusion of this power struggle, the Radiance Alliance had undoubtedly become the most powerful human empire in the eyes of all the ancient human kingdoms in the southern wilderness. One after another, representatives of various factions had come to pay their respects. There were too many of these kingdoms, and Ji Kang did not have much time to meet them personally, so he let Su Qianyuan receive them on his behalf. This could also be considered as consolidating this power in advance. Besides that, those surrounding factions that had always had friction with the Radiance Alliance had also kept a low profile after the Battle of Taixuan. Actually, it was more than just that. The other factions in the southern wilderness had indeed been much quieter recently. He did not know if it was because the dark forces were stirring, but the entire Eternal Continent now felt as if it were covered by a pressure cooker, filled with a stifling tension, as if a storm were about to break. Ji Kang's gaze swept over this information and moved to another key intelligence summary. This one was about the Divine Melody Path. Ever since he returned from Taixuan that day, Ji Kang had let Long Yucheng secretly mobilize an elite intelligence force specifically to investigate everything regarding the Divine Melody Path. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. All the information gathered consisted of trivial details from folk legends, which could hardly be considered effective. It wasn't even as good as the information Avelia had revealed to him. This is tricky. Ji Kang sighed softly. He certainly could not miss the opportunity of the Divine Melody Path, but he could not use the channels of the Elf Royal Court either, which put him in a difficult position. It seemed he would have to rely on his intelligence talent. Ji Kang rubbed his chin. pondering how to use his targeted intelligence. Simply obtaining information about the Divine Melody path would certainly not be enough. He mainly needed to know how to obtain the God Ascension token that Avelia had mentioned. Let's try it first. Ji-Kang clicked to use active targeted intelligence. Ever since he had obtained the God's Will fragments through intelligence last time, he had saved up over 2,300 points. That should definitely be enough. Ji-Kang typed into the chat box, "I want to know information regarding the Divine Melody path, its specific opening time, the location of the entrance, and how to obtain the God Ascension token as quickly as possible." Click confirm. Ding. Active targeted intelligence used successfully. Searching for intelligence. Intelligence retrieval successful. Current intelligence requires 3,178 points. This intelligence exceeds the current points possessed. Able to retrieve intelligence. Do you wish to keep this intelligence command until the host has sufficient points? Note: canceling the intelligence retrieval will deduct 50 intelligence points. Damn it, it's not enough. Seeing this prompt, Ji-Kang almost jumped up. A single piece of intelligence was going to cost him over 3,000 points. "Why don't you just rob me?" Ji-Kang complained incessantly. However, this also confirmed from another angle just how difficult it was to obtain the God Ascension token. According to Avelia, it was something condensed from the laws of a shattered world. If worst came to worst, he would just find a way to steal one when the time came. If that didn't work, he would just craft one by hand. Ji-Kang directly cancelled the intelligence request, and having 50 points ruthlessly deducted made his heart ache. This time, he changed his approach. Since Avelia could come into contact with a divine object of the God Ascension token level, other top-tier geniuses should definitely be aware of it as well. It was even possible that some top-tier survivor leaders who were affiliated with the two great elf royal courts could also obtain a spot. For example, that young man from the Outer Realms he had met at Jiu Mountain. Turning his target toward these people would be much easier. However, he definitely couldn't go to the Bright Moon Royal Court. His identity was too sensitive. After all, even with his connection to Avelia, it would be hard to guarantee his safety. The sea, the northern frontier, the western heavens, the central plains. He could choose one of these four major regions to go and explore. After this thought emerged, Ji-Kang couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This was a brand new adventure and attempt, and he was looking forward to it. But for now, he should first secure another physical divine treasury. Ji-Kang typed into the chat box, "Help me find the nearest chaos-type physical divine treasury." Click to confirm. Information retrieval successful. Current information requires 1,134 points. Note: canceling the information retrieval will deduct 50 points. Seeing this message, the weight hanging on Ji-Zhang's heart finally lifted. Fortunately, it didn't exceed the budget. Let's do it. Ji-Zhang decisively clicked confirm. Standing in the void of the cultivation temple, Ji-Zhang looked at the pop-up confirmation box, took a deep breath, and tapped it. Information acquisition successful. Active targeted intelligence. At a distance of 3.6 million kilometers at the 3 o'clock direction from your current location, beneath an ancient sea, lies a forgotten ruin of an ancient dragon palace. It was once a secondary palace during the peak of the dragon race, which sank into the deepest part of the East Sea for unknown reasons. In the core area of the dragon palace, an indomitable heart lies in slumber. It was once a fragment of a dragon god's divinity. Over the long passage of time, it merged with the wreckage of the dragon palace, transforming into a physical divine treasure containing the laws of chaos. For countless years, numerous powerhouses have attempted to infiltrate the sea area, but all were blocked by the restrictions surrounding the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the sea surface is shrouded in ghost fog year-round with towering waves, and the waters are filled with countless deep-sea behemoths and ancient ray traps. Even with the protection of a divinity, one might not be able to escape unscathed. Hint: the dragon race has a natural affinity for this place. If you bring a dragon companion, you may receive unexpected assistance. Here we go, chaos type. Ji-Zhang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. And this time, the location is actually the ruins of an ancient dragon palace. It's a pity that it's in the East Sea. He had originally planned to wander around other major regions, but this works out perfectly. I can take Danzai back to find his roots. He closed the panel and turned to walk toward the purple gold divine palace. At this moment, Danzai was in the courtyard, flapping its wings while chasing a few spirit birds, its silver-white scales shimmering under the sunlight. Huahua was lying under a spirit tree, eyes half closed, tail flicking lazily. Kikyu and the others were under Chen Xiaoyuan's guidance, tilling and fertilizing a patch of newly planted spirit trees. The group looked like country farmers, covered in dirt, occasionally spraying each other with a water hose, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. Seeing Jizang walk over, Chen Xiaoyuan threw a lump of soft mud, which landed squarely on Jizang's forehead with *splat*. Watching him wipe off the mud in a disheveled state, the girl's laughter sounded like tinkling bells. Chen Xiaoyuan, you've rebelled. You even dare to hit the Jade Emperor. Jizang ran over, and Chen Xiaoyuan lifted her wet skirt, ready to bolt. Kikyu and the others covered for her, blocking Jizang from chasing. Dong Dong, the youngest, was having the most fun, jumping around with a water gun and spraying Jizang. The water droplets sparkled in the sunlight, drawing a small rainbow. After playing and laughing with them for a while, Jizang finally called everyone over and told them about his trip to the East Sea. The originally joyful atmosphere suddenly dimmed a little. You're leaving again. Chen Xiaoyuan's lips pursed downward, her eyes filled with disappointment. Jizang smiled and patted her head. It's okay. I'll be back soon. Then you must be careful. And you are not allowed to flirt with anyone, promise me. All right, I promise. Just keep the house in order, and send me a message if anything happens. Jizang pulled her close and gave her cheek a firm peck. The girl's eyes brightened again, though she pushed him away shyly. Kikyu and the others are watching. All right, I'm off. Jizang patted her head. Kikyu and the others also stood in a row, looking at him expectantly. Finally, Dong Dong spoke up. Master, we want pats too. Fine, 3 pats each. Jizang couldn't help but laugh. Like Bodhi Patriarch, he gave each of them a few light pats on the head. Only then did he turn and walk to the open space in the courtyard. Danzai, the heartless creature, was still grinning, chasing the spirit birds in a chaotic frenzy. Jizang kicked Danzai in the rear, and the guy finally settled down. Jizang scolded, "Stop playing, you brat. I'm taking you back to your hometown to have a look." Danzai had been feeling wronged, wondering why it had suddenly been kicked. But upon hearing these words, it froze. Then, it flapped its wings excitedly, took off into the air, circled Jizang 3 times, its dragon tail whipping through the air with ***, and let out an excited dragon roar, urging Jizang to hurry up. Jizang, having been fanned with a face full of dust, pulled a dark face and tucked it into his small world. The East Sea was a long way off. Flying there would be too much of a hassle. He crushed a space-time stone and teleported directly into the headquarters building of the Sea God sect in the East Sea. This space-time anchor was something Jizang had someone bring over after the battle in the Demon Lands. This was its first time being put to use. The Sea God sect's headquarters was located on a massive island. The tropical climate made the vegetation here lush and vibrant, combined with the distant sandy beaches, coconut groves, and the crystal-clear glass-like sea. It almost felt like arriving at an island resort. However, the people who came here were not here for a vacation. As the core area of the Sea God sect, it was heavily guarded, with a post every 10 steps and a sentry every 5. To avoid a misunderstanding like the one in the Taijuan ancient kingdom, Jizang concealed his aura. At the same time, he expanded his divinity domain and captured Chiao's aura in the office on the top floor of the building. Activating his no-distance intent, he teleported directly over. When Jizang appeared in the office, Chiao was processing a stack of documents taller than herself. She was wearing a plain white dress, her long silver hair tied loosely behind her head. Her expression was earnest, and she was deeply focused on her work, looking like an ice elf who had traveled from another world to become a corporate slave in modern society. Jizang gave 2 light coughs. What? Startled by the sudden sound, Chiao's face drained of color. She jumped straight up from her chair, sending the fountain pen in her hand flying all the way to the ceiling. Jizang. Chiao couldn't believe her eyes, subconsciously rubbing them. After confirming she wasn't seeing things, she stomped over and gave Jizang a solid thwack on the shoulder. You scared me to death. Why do you appear out of nowhere like a ghost? Jizang was speechless. Is such a huge reaction really necessary? HMPH, who told you to scare me? Chiyo crossed her arms and turned away with a huff, acting haughty. Speak. Why are you here looking for me? This young lady is very busy. Jizang chuckled. Oh my. It seems there's quite a bit of resentment here. It's all because of you, you jerk. Hearing this, the young girl immediately bristled, full of grievances. She walked over to the large sofa on the side, threw herself onto it, and began to sulk while hugging a pillow. Her two small feet, clad in cute white socks, kicked wildly against the sofa in a display of temper. I can't go on as this president anymore. Find someone else to do it. I'm quitting. Chapter 563. Chiyo. Are you secretly coveting your boss? What's wrong? Why such a big temper? Seeing her like this, Jizang let out a laugh. He pulled over a stool and sat beside her, listening as she launched into an endless stream of complaints and grumbling. In truth, it was just that the management was difficult, and there were too many things to handle, especially after the power shift within the Sea God sect. Internal conflicts and the distribution of benefits had become incredibly complex. Chiyo only had Li Na as an assistant, so she had to handle many things personally. To make matters worse, Chiyo was an introvert. She easily fell into anxiety and internal burnout when faced with problems. Lately, she had been unable to sleep for entire nights, and her mental state was on the verge of collapse. Jizang had no choice but to sit by her side, comforting her and providing emotional support. All right, just tell me what you need. Stop being angry. Jizang patted her shoulder. You make it sound so easy. You hands-off manager. Chiyo turned away on the sofa, burying her face in the soft pillow, and stopped talking. Jizang shrugged helplessly. Chiyo was absolutely right. He was indeed a hands-off manager. To be honest, from the plains to the super city, and now as a hegemon of the southern wilderness, Jizang had never really managed the specifics. Everything relied on his three great generals Li Jianwo, Yi Xingzhou, and Long Yuchen, along with the assistance of a large group of capable high-level cadres like Hidi, Gu Qingyu, and Li Wei. That was the only reason he could stay out of the fray and easily act as the helmsman controlling the strategy. The key was that Chiyo didn't have those conditions right now. High-level talent needed time to grow and be cultivated. Such people required strength, ability, and prestige none could be lacking. But the strong who could reach that level were usually arrogant and ambitious. They wouldn't submit to management, and insubordination was a common occurrence. This was the dilemma Chiyo was facing. She simply wasn't cut out for managing people, and she was nearly burning herself out. However, this was something Jizang really couldn't help her with much. The southern wilderness and the East Sea were two different major regions. If he were to transfer people from the southern wilderness to manage things, it would only be counterproductive and stir up resentment among the people of the East Sea. She would just have to grow slowly on her own. Chiyo. Being a leader is just like this. You have to learn to adapt. Jizang comforted her, saying all sorts of things to soothe her. Only then did Chiyo sit up from the sofa, though she still looked a bit aggrieved. I don't want to be any leader. It's exhausting and thankless. Why can't I be like Xiaonuan? Jizang was stunned. Chiyo realized what she had said, and her face turned bright red. She hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No, that's not what I meant. I meant I want to be free and easy like Xiaonuan. Jizang narrowed his eyes, staring straight at her. Chiyo, don't tell me you're secretly coveting your boss. Bang! The pillow was thrown right into Jizang's face. Chiyo huffed and walked over to her desk to sit down. Do you have anything else? If not, I have work to do. As she spoke, her fingers began clattering away on the keyboard, though the bright red tips of her ears betrayed her clearly flustered state of mind. Jizang walked over to look at the screen. The girl was just mashing the keys, and on the incident report receipt, she had typed a string of, "Well, illegal more." Jizang pointed at the screen and mocked her. Is this your encrypted language? You're quite cautious, aren't you, little Chi? Go away. Chiyo's face turned even redder, and she pushed him with both hands. All right. You get back to work. I just came to the sea to handle some business and stopped by to see you. I'm off, Jizang said with a smile, immediately activating his true meaning of no distance, and his figure vanished in a flash. The office suddenly became quiet, leaving only the rustling sound of sea breezes blowing through the leaves outside the window. Chiyo's mouth opened slightly. She had wanted to say more, but looking at the empty room, her shoulders slowly slumped. Jerk, couldn't even stay a little longer. Swish. Jizang's figure appeared high above the island where the Sea God sect headquarters was located. He took out his water drop aircraft, entered it, started the engine, and headed straight for his destination, 2,000,000 kilometers left. It's going to be a long trip, Jizang muttered to himself as he looked at the information on the map. It had been quite some time since he last came to the East Sea, and he wondered how that girl on Treasure Island was doing now. Because space-time anchor points were limited, Jizang had long since retracted the one he originally set up on Treasure Island. Now, even if he wanted to go take a look, he couldn't. Still, that Treasure Island was truly mysterious. Since the Demon Land dungeon, the entire Radiance Alliance, including Jizang himself, had collected a great deal of in-depth intelligence on the East Sea. But information regarding Treasure Island was scarce, with not a single piece of key information to be found. Could it be that Treasure Island was one of the legendary hidden sects? Jizang harbored doubts about this. However, he did not dwell on the question too deeply. The Eternal Continent and that sealed, ancient history held far too many secrets. Before reaching a level beyond a demigod, learning these hidden truths in advance was, if anything, not a good thing. Jizang stretched, activated the water drop's automatic navigation, and lay down on the bed in the lounge to take a short nap. For the next few hours, the water drop flew at a super high speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour. Along the way, it traversed countless storms and sea areas until it arrived above a massive continent. The distribution of power in the East Sea was vastly different from that of the southern wilderness. The vast majority of the sea area here was the territory of underwater water beasts. These water beasts could be considered the strongest branch of the beast race, possessing incredibly fierce combat power. Above in the sky, the area was controlled by the spirit race and certain avian beast races. According to information from the database, the branch of the spirit race in the East Sea was known as the Sky Feather Clan. They were adept at manipulating air currents and clouds, capable of using clouds and mist manifested by laws as aerial landmasses, the so-called cloud sea continents within the atmosphere at an altitude of over 100,000 meters. During the water drop's flight, Jizang tried his best to route around these cloud sea continents to avoid inviting unnecessary trouble. Beyond the seabed and the sky, the remaining islands were the habitats of the human survivors. It could be said that the foundations of the four major powers of the East Sea were all built upon islands. These were only obtained after successfully battling the island beast races, so the living conditions were extremely harsh. However, it was an indisputable fact that the natural resources of the East Sea were several, if not 10, times greater than those of the southern wilderness. This should be the territory of the Pantheon Alliance. Jizang looked through the window at the archipelago scattered across the sea surface like jewels below. He remembered that the external aide from the Magic Land dungeon, known as Eldritch, was the vice president of the Pantheon Alliance. He was still contemplating whether he should go down and meet that old man. Unexpectedly, the water drop issued an alarm first, signaling that it had received an enemy radar scanning signal and had been locked onto by fire control. Oh my, not bad. Jizang raised an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. The water drop's stealth capabilities were extremely formidable. He hadn't expected it to be detected by the opponent's radar. It seemed the defense mechanism of this Pantheon Alliance was truly quite impressive. This is the Pantheon Alliance Air Defense Unit. You have illegally invaded our airspace. I am now issuing an order for your aircraft to force a landing and submit to inspection. If you refuse to comply, we will open fire immediately. The broadcast of the opponent's radio transmission came through the water drop's console, the tone and wording extremely stern. Jizang walked to the console, picked up the radio handset, and said, "I know your vice president, something or other though, Jwaidu, right? Tell him to come and see me." After speaking, Jizang simply dropped the handset and steered the water drop to descend directly. Beep, 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 beep. As the water drop's altitude dropped, the radar alarm sounded rapidly. The water drop had been simultaneously locked onto by hundreds of air defense units. If it were an ordinary survivor, They would likely have been scared witless by such a fire control lock. But Jizang didn't care at all. He lit a cigarette and sat by the window, admiring the beautiful island scenery. The lookout at the opponent's tower hadn't yet reacted to Jizang's words. Seeing the water drop aircraft actually start to descend, he instantly went into a stress response. Stop and dock immediately according to instructions. Do not descend and dock without authorization, otherwise, we will attack directly. But the water drop speed was too fast. The armed base below had no time for communication and directly triggered its automated defensive attack. Bang, 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 whoosh, 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 whoosh. A massive amount of top-tier anti-aircraft artillery missiles and lasers poured down like a rain of light, the dense web of firepower igniting more than half of the island base. This level of firepower was enough to instantly tear apart a Tier 6 ultimate load vehicle. But before they could even touch the perimeter of the water drop aircraft, they were completely intercepted by a mysterious force of laws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A massive amount of attacks exploded into nothingness before the barrier of laws. And in less than a single second, the water drop had landed safely on one of the island's landing pads. At this moment, the entire island base had completely entered a state of emergency. A large number of fighter jets took off, and countless top-tier powerhouses, faces filled with rage, flew out from the surrounding islands and closed in on the location. They didn't care whether it was truly an enemy invasion. Anyone capable of triggering the automated attack of the defense system was definitely an uninvited guest. Who on earth was so bold as to dare intrude upon the territory of the Pantheon Alliance at will? The situation on the scene was also immediately delivered to the highest level of the Pantheon Alliance, and it even included the version with the radio recording. These high-level officials were in the middle of a strategic meeting, dealing with this sudden situation, and had been treating it as a routine emergency. But upon hearing the voice in the radio recording, especially after the other party mentioned the name Waidu, all the high-level officials felt their hair stand on end. Waidu, in particular, was so scared he nearly fell off his chair. Jizang, that's Jizang. Quickly tell them to stop. Waidu urgently issued the highest level order to the base. The others were also filled with panic and confusion. Even the president of the Pantheon Alliance, Chen Duanshan, the supreme helmsman in charge of this island group, turned deathly pale. Jizang's reputation now shook almost the entire East Sea. No faction dared to ignore it. Moreover, the wariness other factions felt toward Jizang was mostly due to his earth-shattering game of chess against the Elf King's court previously. But the Pantheon Alliance was different. Vice President Waidu had previously participated in a dungeon with Jizang and knew deeply how terrifying his strength was. That was a demigod-level existence. If he stomped his foot, he could directly wipe out the entire Pantheon Alliance. If they truly angered this great god Jizang here, it would all be over. Upon receiving the instructions, the powerhouses at the defense base immediately ceased fire. Though quite a few attacks were still hurtling toward the water droplet. Rumble. Firelight engulfed the entire landing pad, tearing apart the foundation beneath it and transforming it into a massive fireball. However, the very next second, an invisible domain expanded, and the raging flames were extinguished in an instant. Whoosh! The flames vanished into thin air, along with the heat and the smoke, disappearing without a trace. The water droplet aircraft sat perfectly intact on the landing pad, and the foundation within a 50-meter radius had not suffered the slightest bit of damage. The scene fell into an eerie silence. All the surrounding powerhouses stared blankly at this sight, their Adam's apples bobbing slowly. What kind of power was this? How could it so easily block these attacks from the base? The next moment, the highest order from headquarters made everyone nearly wet their pants in terror. Everyone kneel. Disarm yourselves, and do not make any other moves. The person who has arrived is Jizang. Upon seeing that final name, an unprecedented sense of fear and lingering dread washed over everyone's hearts. Clatter. Click. Weapon after weapon fell from the loosened grips of the powerhouses, and their knees buckled, causing them to kneel trembling before the water droplet aircraft. Facing a big shot of this caliber, no one dared to harbor any delusions of luck, let alone think about their dignity. They might have just committed a monstrous crime. Especially the lookout who had been speaking with Jizang. His face was now as white as paper, his entire body shaking and swaying from sheer terror. Before he could even manage to kneel, he rolled his eyes back and fainted dead away from the intense fear. The four corners of the landing pad became deathly silent. Everywhere, there were figures kneeling in rows. The hatch of the water droplet aircraft opened, and Ji Zhang stepped out with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He scanned the area and said, "What is this? I told you to have Zhuaidu come see me. Did you report it or not?" A high-ranking officer in charge of the island's defense said with a trembling voice. "My lord, please calm your anger. We have already notified the vice president, and he is rushing over with the utmost urgency." No sooner had he finished speaking than the teleportation array not far away lit up. Over a dozen panicked and hurried figures emerged from the light of the ray. They didn't even dare to fly, choosing instead to run toward the water droplet aircraft on foot. President Chen Duanshan charged at the front, closely followed by Vice President Zhuaidu and other vice presidents and high-level leaders. Each of them wore a panicked expression, scrambling over in a state of utter disarray. We pay our respects to Alliance Leader G. We pay our respects to Alliance Leader G. All the high-ranking members of the Pantheon Alliance performed a traditional salute toward Ji Zhang. This was a sight that had never been seen before. These big shots, who had always been high and mighty, ruling over hundreds of millions of survivors, were now all terrified and humble, keeping their posture extremely low. It was clear they were afraid that Ji Zhang would fly into a rage because of the misunderstanding that had just occurred. Chapter 564 Master Ji. Could you let us have some leftovers, Alliance Leader Ji? As the only person on the scene with a prior connection to Ji Zhang, Zhuaidu naturally took the lead as the ambassador for the reception. He trotted all the way to Ji Zhang's side, drenched in sweat, and repeatedly explained the misunderstanding that had just taken place. He even called over the head of the base and slapped him hard across the face in front of everyone. The person in charge didn't dare to show a shred of temper. He knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly, begging Master Ji for forgiveness. "It's fine. Defensive emergencies, we have those in the southern wilderness too. I understand." Ji Zhang waved his hand dismissively, not intending to make things difficult for these people from the Pantheon Alliance. Zhuaidu also knew this master's temperament and knew that this hurdle wouldn't be hard to clear. The reason he had acted this way was simply to ensure the Pantheon Alliance left a good impression on Master Ji. "Alliance Leader Ji, let me introduce you. This is our president, Chen Duanshan." Zhuaidu stepped aside to introduce him to Ji Zhang. As for the other vice presidents and high-level officials, they were merely supporting roles, standing to the side and waiting obediently. "Alliance Leader Ji, I have long admired your divine might. I am Chen Duanshan." Chen Duanshan stepped forward, trembling with awe, and shook hands with Ji Zhang with both of his own. Logically speaking, the president of an East Sea giant like the Pantheon Alliance should be on equal footing with Ji Zhang. But the massive gap in their standing made Chen Duanshan decisively adopt the posture of an absolute subordinate. Chen Duanshan was well aware of Ji Zhang's thunderous methods. Even top-tier powerhouses like the former Sea God sect president Zhu Chanshan and Chen Zhuanli had been killed without a moment's hesitation. Ji Zhang might have a good temper, but serving a monarch is like sleeping with a tiger. Who would dare to gamble their own life? "It's fine. No need to be so formal. I'm just passing through to see an old friend this time, nothing else." Ji Zhang smiled and patted Chen Duanshan on the shoulder. "Tell your people to disperse." "Yes, yes." Chen Duanshan nodded hurriedly and turned to the crowd with a stern expression. "Didn't you hear, Alliance Leader Ji? Disperse. Keep your mouths shut tight about today's events. If anyone dares to leak Alliance Leader Ji's whereabouts, they will be executed without mercy." Soon, the surrounding soldiers and onlookers retreated like a receding tide. Even the high-level officials withdrew. Only Zhuaidu and Chen Duanshan remained, respectfully accompanying Ji Zhang and inviting him to be seated in a tea room within a highly private island villa. The environment here was elegant, with the beach, coconut groves, and the blue sea and sky visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Two beautiful tea masters dressed in cheongsams walked over with graceful, swaying steps and knelt to pour tea for Ji Zhang. The faint fragrance of tea mingled with the delicate scent of the young women, and combined with the beautiful scenery, it provided an ultimate experience of gentleness and relaxation. "Master Ji, this is the premium golden sand tea produced on Lotus Island in the East Sea. Throughout the entire Eternal Continent, Only 12 ancient tea trees remain, all on our Lotus Island. This pot is brewed from the finest tender tea tips. Please, enjoy. Aldrich introduced it, and the beautiful tea server beside him used her slender, soft hands to gently lift the teacup and bring it to Jizang's lips. These two old codgers are truly corrupt. Jizang shook his head inwardly. This was just too vulgar. He took the teacup and sipped. The light, lingering fragrance of the tea spread across his taste buds, and the pure spiritual chi and essence of all things contained within it left a lasting impression in his mouth. It was truly intoxicating. Good tea. It was almost on par with the spirit tea of the Creation God Palace, and the two teas had completely different flavor profiles. The two old foxes saw the satisfied look in Jizang's eyes and immediately ordered someone to bring over a jar of top-grade golden sand tea, a treasure from the National Treasury, to present to him. How could I possibly accept this? Jizang said this, but his hands didn't stop. He took the jar of rare, top-grade tea leaves and tucked it directly into his small world. Tsk. So corrupt, truly corrupt. He was just passing by to gather intelligence. So how did he end up receiving gifts, however? He wasn't the type to just take without giving back. He casually took a treasure from his small world and gifted it to Chen Duanshan as a return gesture. Of course, the values were certainly not equal. This jar of top-grade golden sand tea could absolutely be called a priceless treasure, the kind that could be taken to the Elf Royal Court as a tribute. The Pantheon Alliance was essentially placing a bet on him. Without waiting for Jizang to speak, Zhuaidu signaled the two tea-serving attendants with his eyes, ordering them to withdraw. The three of them were left alone in the tea room once more. Master Ji, I wonder what brings you here this time. Zhuaidu asked tentatively, bringing up the main topic. Jizang said casually, I was just passing by. By the way, I wanted to ask you about something. The two immediately straightened up. Master Ji, please go ahead. Jizang lowered his voice and asked, do you know about the Divine Melody Path? The Divine Melody Path. The two were stunned for a moment, however, judging by their expressions. Zhuaidu truly didn't know. He looked completely bewildered. Only Chen Duanshan's pupils constricted slightly. Jizang looked at him. Chairman Chen, have you heard of it? I have. Chen Duanshan's expression turned grave as he nodded. Afterward, Chen Duanshan explained everything he knew to Jizang. In truth, he had learned it from the Spirit Race. The Pantheon Alliance belonged to the Spirit Race faction and relied on the Cloud Sea continent of the Kanyu clan, which was why they had been thriving during this period. Chen Duanshan had accidentally overheard this information while attending a banquet on the Cloud Sea continent. It was a path to godhood from the ancient era, and it would likely open in the near future. It was also a major matter that countless top-tier powers were paying the most attention to, for the powerhouses of those top factions. This was already an open secret, but the threshold for entry was unimaginably high. According to Chen Duanshan, among the hundreds of millions of citizens of the Kanyu clan, only a few of the absolute top-tier prodigies could obtain the qualifications to participate in the Divine Melody Path. As for outsiders like Chen Duanshan, they didn't even have the qualifications to receive an invitation. Master Ji, are you planning to brave the Divine Melody Path? Chen Duanshan's eyes widened, but he quickly realized the impropriety of the question and hurriedly explained, Master Ji, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to pry into your affairs. It's fine, don't be nervous. We're just chatting, Jizang said with a laugh. However, through their conversation, he had roughly gathered that Chen Duanshan couldn't access core intelligence, so there was no point in continuing to ask him. There is one other thing. Have you heard of the ancient Dragon Palace ruins? Jizang brought up the second topic. Upon hearing this, the two gasped in unison. Zhuaidu, Master Ji, you even know about the Dragon Palace ruins? Jizang raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know about it. The two looked at each other and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Master Ji, we are, after all, a major power in the East Sea. The Dragon Palace ruins are a forbidden dungeon zone on our side, so we know at least a little bit about it. The reason they were shocked that Jizang knew about the Dragon Palace was that ever since this forbidden dungeon was discovered, it had been sealed away as a top-secret matter. Besides the Pantheon Alliance, the Tenglong Society and the Tide God Society also knew the location of this forbidden zone. It was just that everyone kept it a tacit secret. waiting for the day their strength was sufficient to take it for themselves. In truth, there was no other way. The Forbidden Zone was simply too dangerous. Over these past few days, several major powers had sent peak experts to challenge it, but every single one of them had gone in and never returned. They all died inside. To this day, none of their peak experts with pseudo-god status dared to go and challenge it. Now, this great god, Jizang, had descended in person. The Forbidden Zone would likely be broken for real. Chen Duanshan gathered his courage and asked, Master Ji, are you planning to go to the Dragon Palace ruins to hunt for treasure? Yes. Why? Jizang didn't hide it and stated his purpose directly. It's like this. Chen Duanshan rubbed his hands together, looking both eager and terrified. I dare to ask you, could you take us inside to see the world as well? Please don't misunderstand. We absolutely won't touch a single thing you want. We will just follow far behind you, picking up whatever you don't want, eating the scraps. Do you think that would be acceptable? The dignified chairman of the Pantheon Alliance was now as humble as a mouse, standing there awkwardly rubbing his hands like a fly. Jizang, you want to go in too? The two hurriedly replied, yes, yes. What do you think? Jizang stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. To be honest, he wasn't used to bringing dead weight along when going into such unknown dungeons. However, the Pantheon Alliance was indeed quite honest, and their sphere of influence was very close to that of the Sea God sect. Taking this opportunity to bring them under his wing was actually a pretty good choice. At the very least, it would be a good thing for the future unification of the human race. Fine. Jizang nodded. Hearing Master Ji's consent, the two were overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Many thanks for Master Ji's great kindness. Thank you, thank you. If Master Ji ever has need of our Pantheon Alliance in the future, we will surely go through fire and water for you. Jizang waved his hand. All right. Don't get too excited just yet. Besides taking you two, I have my own people to bring along. You'll just have to follow behind. Yes, yes, of course. The two nodded repeatedly, though they couldn't hide the joy on their faces. That was the ancient Dragon Palace dungeon. Even the scraps that fell from Jizang's fingernails would be more than enough for them to feast on. Go and prepare yourselves. I can only take 2 of you at most. And don't go spreading this around. I'm heading out for a bit first. Jizang stood up and instructed the two. They quickly replied, understood, understood, Master Ji. If you need anything, just let us know. Jizang let out a slow breath, his eyes fixed on the blue sea and sky outside the window. Since he had to bring people, he had to bring Chiyo along as well. Little Chiyo was his own family. He couldn't leave her out of such a good opportunity. He had just been considering whether to also bring that bald guy named Yuan Chan from the Tenglong Association, or perhaps someone from the Tidal Divine Society, to simply pull all the major powers of the East Sea under the banner of the Radiance Alliance. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. It was just one dungeon, and there were only so many good things to go around. Bringing too many people would be counterproductive. Moreover, according to the Radiance Alliance's intelligence reports, the trustworthiness rating of the Tenglong Association was slightly lower than that of the Pantheon Alliance, not to mention the Tidal Divine Society. He had never had any contact with them, and it was said that this group belonged to the Beastkin faction. They were affiliated with those cruel and ferocious sea beasts. Their foundation was the dirtiest among the 4 major powers, and they were the ones that needed to be guarded against the most. He would just take to factions this time. Thinking this, Jizang crushed a space-time stone and teleported back to the Sea God Sect's island headquarters. The surrounding environment changed in an instant. It was no different from when he had arrived earlier, when Jizang expanded his domain of the true meaning of no distance and teleported directly into Chiyo's office. He found that this girl was already lying on the desk, fast asleep. The mountain-high pile of documents in front of her was not even half processed. Jizang walked over silently, pinched her softer lobe, and lifted it gently. He pulled for quite a while, causing her enough pain that she finally woke up in a daze. Oh, who is it? Chiyo jumped in fright, standing up abruptly and looking around in a panic. Her expression was dazed. Her bangs were sticking up like a colic from sleep. There was a red mark on her forehead, and a glistening trail of drool hung from the corner of her mouth. Seeing Jizang's mischievous smile, she immediately shoved him. What are you doing? After saying that, She immediately covered her reddened face and scurried into the restroom to tidy up her appearance before coming back out. However, the young girl's eyes were filled with deep resentment. Her lips pursed downward as she looked at Jizang from afar. "Why did you come back? Did you come here specifically to supervise me? Of course not. Do you think I'm that bored? I'm here to take you out for some fresh air. I'm taking you to a great place this time. You've definitely never been there before," Jizang said mysteriously. "Really?" Chiyao's jewel-like eyes suddenly sparkled with life, lighting up instantly. "Where are we going? You'll know when we get there. Oh, and call that Lino over as well." Jizang thought of Chiyao's deputy, Lino. Since there was an opportunity to improve their strength, Lina had to come along as well. To be honest, the reason Chiyao faced so many obstacles in managing the Sea God sect was largely because Lina, the one who conveyed and implemented her decrees, lacked sufficient strength. She lacked persuasiveness and couldn't keep people in check. Perhaps after returning successfully from this trip, the problems within the Sea God sect would be easily resolved. Then I'll call her. Chiyao ran to her desk and pressed a summoning button. Less than 2 minutes later, the authentication sound echoed from the security door outside. After passing through 3 layers of security, Lina's haggard figure appeared at the door, clutching a huge stack of files. Good grief. When Jizang saw Lina, he almost didn't recognize her. Massive, dark circles hung prominently under her eyes. Her body was much thinner than before, and her eyes were filled with the lifelessness of a corporate slave. When she saw Jizang, Lina also took a step back in shock, her expression one of bewilderment, but she quickly reacted, walked up to Jizang, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Alliance Leader Ji. You've worked hard." Jizang didn't know what else to say, so he could only pat her on the shoulder. Lina had been feeling exhausted and helpless, but upon hearing those words, she almost broke down in tears. It was so incredibly hard. "I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare. Bring whatever you need, and then we'll set off immediately." Jizang checked the time and said, "Hey." Chiyao jumped for joy and hurried into her room to pack daily necessities, snacks, and toys from her storage space. Chapter 565. Arriving at the Ancient Sea. The lingering might of the ancients. Hey, that's enough. We aren't going on a field trip. Why are you packing all that useless stuff? Jizang was left speechless. Chiyao had thought they were going on vacation and was so happy she was practically bubbling over. But when she heard this, she froze and looked back. "How? We aren't going to have fun, Jizang. We're going to raid a dungeon." Hearing this, Chiyao looked as if her spine had been pulled out. All the spirit in her eyes vanished, replaced only by the resentment of a corporate slave. She knew this exploiter wouldn't let her have it easy. 10 minutes later, Chiyao and Lina had finished packing. "Let's go." Chiyao asked listlessly. "Are we still taking your aircraft?" "No need. I'll bring you into my space and teleport directly. Oh, and my pet, Danzai, isn't there, so don't go attacking it like a monster." After saying that, Jizang didn't waste any more time. He pulled both of them into his small world. Then, he crushed a space-time stone and teleported to the island of the Pantheon Alliance. Juaidu and Chen Duanshan had long been prepared. They stood there, looking impatient and eager, waiting for their boss to return and lead the team. Master Ji. Seeing Jizang return, they hurried over to him. "Let's go." Time to set off. Jizang went with them to a nearby landing pad, intending to retrieve Chiyao and the water drop aircraft. However, the moment his consciousness sank into his small world, the scene inside made his forehead twitch with irritation. He saw that idiot, Danzai, cheekily chasing a screaming Chiyao, occasionally breathing a puff of dragon fire behind her to scare her, causing absolute chaos. With a thought, Jizang released the 2 of them. Back in the real world, Chiyao stomped her feet in anger. "I'm so mad, Jizang. Can I beat that stinking dragon to death?" Jizang replied, "No, you have to be able to win first." At this moment, Juaidu and Chen Duanshan stood at a distance, waiting until Jizang finished speaking with Chiyao before approaching to pay their respects. As the newly appointed president of the Sea God sect and a genius girl from the East Sea personally protected by Jizang, Miss Chiyao was someone Chen Duanshan had heard of quite often. As for Juaidu, There was no need to mention him. They could already be considered teammates from the previous Demon Land dungeon. After exchanging greetings, they all boarded Jizang's water drop aircraft and began heading toward their destination. With the route provided by these top experts from the East Sea, Jizang no longer needed the location provided by the intelligence. He simply let them lead the way. He did feel a bit of heartache over the intelligence points spent, this time over 1,000 of them. But there was no helping it. That was the value of such information. Without unlocking this intel, even if he knew there was an ancient dragon palace ruin here, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of digging 3 feet deep to scour for every possible physical divine treasure. At the very least, the intelligence provided certainty, confirming that the physical divine treasure of a chaos spirit was located there. The water drop aircraft streaked across the sky, heading straight for the deep sea. Upon learning that their destination was the Dragon Palace ruins, Chiyo's pupils contracted slightly. Her expression shifted from its previous lazy nonchalance to one of gravity. That place was one of the most dangerous forbidden zones in the East Sea. No one knew what was hidden inside. The only thing that could be confirmed was that everyone who had attempted to invade the forbidden zone had died within. Jizang, if we just barge in like this, will it? Chiyo expressed some concern. The Dragon Palace ruins were a wild dungeon, completely different from those generated by the system. There were no dungeon levels, no system prompts. Everything inside was unknown. It shouldn't be a problem. I have a rough idea of the situation inside, Jizang said casually. But Master Ji, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide this operation from the other 2 major factions. Chen Duanshan added from the side. Around the Dragon Palace ruins, several major factions have set up their own eyes and methods specifically to monitor movement in this area. Once we break in and the ruins restrictions react to the intrusion, the Tenglong Association and the Tide God Society will know immediately. Jizang raised an eyebrow. Oh, what methods are they using to monitor it? Satellites or sentry eyes? Chen Duanshan explained. No, that sea area is too fierce. The sky is covered in thick clouds and storms year-round, and the chaotic magnetic fields of the lows render most technological means ineffective there. The Tide God Society uses something called a vacuum ghost, which can conduct observations while ignoring physical laws, while the Tenglong Association has dispatched a team of top experts to guard the area. I see. That doesn't matter, though. Jizang remained indifferent. If they want to join in the fun, let them. If they have a good attitude, I'll let them eat the leftovers. If their attitude is bad, I'll just crush them. Yes, yes. The conversation ended there. As the water drop aircraft had entered a zone of raging storms, outside the window, it looked like the end of the world. The entire sea was a deep, dark black, with waves reaching up to several thousand meters high. When they crashed down, it felt as if the entire sky were collapsing. The swirling rain and mist looked like massive, moving walls, pouring and lingering between heaven and earth. On the water drop's radar, the screen was densely packed with countless red dots. Those were the massive numbers of sea beasts lurking in the frenzied waters. The sheer quantity was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Even a sovereign-level monster would likely be torn to shreds if it accidentally wandered in here. The water drop pressed on, enduring the immense environmental pressure as it continued its flight. Nearly 10 hours later, the water drop finally passed through the countless treacherous and bizarre sea areas, arriving in the vicinity of the Dragon Palace ruins. Master Ji, this is it. The Dragon Palace ruins are right below. Chen Duanshan pointed to the black area on the map. Double quotes understood. Everyone, get ready. If you can't hold your breath for long or breathe underwater, remember to equip your gear, Jizang instructed. Understood. The group straightened up, nervously organizing their combat gear. Jizang released his divine domain, shrouding the area. The storm here was far more exaggerated than the areas they had passed through earlier. The wind was so powerful that it whipped the seawater into the sky, and every raindrop moved with the velocity of a bullet, capable of piercing a normal person's body instantly. It was difficult to see any light between heaven and earth. Everything was shrouded in a thick, intense black. According to Chen Duanshan, it was precisely because of these unique meteorological conditions that the major factions had taken notice, eventually discovering the massive secret hidden below. Jizang used his divine domain to perceive the surroundings and quickly discovered the mysterious restrictions deep on the seabed. They were extremely ancient laws, and despite the passage of endless ages, they still radiated a terrifying residual power.